By an unexpected turn of fate, the infinite favorability refund system is activated, unlocking boundless financial resources from the outside. Furthermore, one gains the ability to scrutinize the data of goddesses, forge strategic bonds, and unlock their astonishing. With a favorability score of 70, one unlocks master-level skills, while a score of 99 elevates one to divine level. Divine medical arts. Snatching souls from the hands of the king of divine ancient martial arts. A single punch can subdue mountains and divine musical talent. Striking a chord can stir the winds and clouds. From being a destitute orphan to becoming the clandestine emperor who wields absolute power. Yuan gazes down upon the masses. I have never believed in rules, for I am the rule itself. Chapter 1. The game commences. Let's first invest $1 million to 1 in the male dormitory. Yuan abruptly sits up in bed, cold sweat instantly soaking the strands of hair on his chest rises and falls violently. In his dreams, that chilling mechanical voice clung to him like a parasite, tormenting him through infinite favorability refund system. What madness is? Yuan raspingly muttered a curse, reaching for his phone on the bedside table, but his motion abruptly froze. The frigid voice from his dream resonated astonishingly clear within the depths of his mind. Detection of host's willingness to communicate in the binding of the infinite favorability refund system officially commit. Binding progress. 10, 50, 100. Ding. Binding successful. Host. Yuan. Yuan's fingers hovered in the air, the agitation on his face swiftly dissipating, replaced by astonishment, which ultimately settled into an almost as an orphan raised in a children's home, relying on keen perception and the theft of food, he understood a fundamental truth better than any of his peers. Emotions are the most inexpensive and utterly useless possessions of the weak. Accept, analyze, and then utilize. This was the survival principle etched into his very bones over the course of 22 years. Function. Yuan issued the command in his mind with the utmost brevity. Core Function 1. Infinite funds. Description. Allows for unlimited, unrestricted real-time recharges to the host. Thud. Yuan's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. Infinite funds? He instinctively licked his parched lips, forcing himself to remain composed. And Core Function 2. Goddess's Eye. Description. Allows the viewing of any woman's core data panel. Core Function 3. Affection Binding and Description. When the target woman's comprehensive score reaches 90 or above, binding can occur. Upon reaching a specific threshold of affection with the bound female protagonist, progressive skills aligned with her potential. This was no mere golden finger. It was a lever granted to him capable of moving the entire world, with the other end leading to the throne atop the world. Moments later, Yuan threw aside the covers, donned his faded slippers. The chilly breeze of the early morning invigorated him further. He needed to verify. System, recharge my construction bank card ending in 8846 with 100,000. Command received. Processing recharge of 100,000 yuan to card. Recharge successful. Almost instantaneously after the system's notification, his old mobile phone screen illuminated, displaying a precise bank message notification. Construction bank notification, your savings card account, ending in 8846, completed a transfer transaction of 100,000 yuan on July 15th at 018. With a current balance of 100,245 points, Yuan gazed at the string of numbers, his pupils contracting sharply. It was real. The balance, which had previously stood at a mere 245.31 yuan, represented his entire living expense for the upcoming month. Now it boasted an additional 100,000. Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. From this day forth, money would no longer be the shackles that bound him, but rather an infinite figure that he, with limitless funds at his disposal. The first order of business was to obliterate the past self that had been ensnared by financial constraints. He was determined to adapt to and master this newfound power in the swiftest, most direct. Returning to his bed, Yuan donned his headphones and unlocked his phone. What could illustrate the power of money more simply and brutally than live streaming rewards? It was a virtual hunting ground where wealth constructed class, and gifts. It was a paradise where the impoverished gazed upwards and the affluent squandered extravagantly. Yuan skillfully opened the Shark Live app. He had had the application for quite some time, but had never spent a single dime on it. For a student who meticulously calculated every meal, indulging in such entertainment, as the homepage of the app was still filled with heavily made-up female streamers posing provocatively, the background music loud enough to induce a headache. Yuan maintained a stoic expression as he scrolled directly into the beauty section. His fingertips glided aimlessly across the screen until his gaze suddenly halted. The girl on the cover did not employ exaggerated beauty filters. She simply sat quietly before the camera, cradling a wooden-colored guitar, her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, with a monotonous white wall. The title of the live stream exuded a sense of tranquility, singing quietly, streaming according to fate. It was her, Jiang Shanshan, the recognized music department Belle of Jiangzhou University and a classmate of Yuan. However, there was no intersection between them, nor had they exchanged a single word. She was the bright moon suspended in the sky, surrounded by a constellation of stars, while he was the solitary wolf wandering in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone. A sudden thought surged. System, activate Goddess's eye on her. In the next moment, a translucent data panel, visible only to him, hovered precisely over Jiang Shanshan's live stream. Name, Jiang Shanshan. Age, 21. Beauty score, 93. Potential, 91. Rating, 92 points. Ding. Detected that the target score exceeds 90, meeting the top binding conditions. Would you like to bind the target? Jiang Shanshan? Bind. Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. There was no reason to refuse a prime target. Binding successful. Current bound female protagonist, Jiang Shanshan. Affection level, 0. Skill unlock progress. Not initiated. Yuan dismissed the system notification and redirected his attention. He clicked to enter. The live stream was rather desolate. Online viewers, 17. Number of fans, 52. The VIP section, symbolizing the identity of a big brother, was utterly empty. The barrage of sister sings beautifully. Is the streamer a newcomer? Her voice is so pure. I followed her. Beauty, just singing is boring. Why not dance a bit? Jiang Shanshan paid no heed. She simply continued to strum and sing a soothing folk song. Her voice clean and ethereal. She was undeniably a natural classical beauty. Her almond-shaped eyes shimmering under the lights, her nose elegantly defined, and her lips naturally tinted with a cherry pink hue. When not smiling, she radiated an aura of cool detachment, making others feel inadequate. Yuan clicked on her personal information. She had registered only 3 days prior, with a single post stating, "Tonight at 8, first live stream, please take care of me." Clearly, she had only just begun streaming, possibly on a whim, and was unaware of how to attract. Perhaps she was in need of money? Yuan was uncertain, but this was irrelevant. What mattered was that from this moment onward, this live stream with only 17 viewers would be under his dominion. A playful smirk danced at the corners of He vividly recalled how, in the past, he had been a member of the free-loading army, silently watching the emperors and wealthy patrons on the screen lavishly spend, eliciting excited screams from the streamers, while the barrage of comments hailed, "Big Brother." At that time, he was but a humble spectator. Yet today, he is finally poised to take center stage himself. He intends to have this desolate live-streaming room witness the birth of a legend. Yuan exited the live-streaming platform and navigated to the He disregarded the standard recharge options. Instead, he directly entered a figure in the custom amount section, 1 million. 1 million. Then he pressed confirm. A prompt indicating successful payment appeared. Yuan gazed at the dazzling 7-digit balance of shark fins in his account, his expression as tranquil as the abyss. The game is Chapter 2. The Arrival of the Wealthy, beginning with 100 super rockets. Gu Yuan reopened Jiang Shanshan's live streaming room. This time, his account had undergone a profound transformation. Beside the ID Yuan, a purple and gold crown badge, symbolizing the highest status on the Shark platform, radiated a mesmerizing glow. Emperor. The prerequisite for activation was a first recharge of 500,000. Yet, Gu Yuan's account balance stood at 1 million. Within the livestream, Jiang Shanshan remained lost in her world, serenely singing a soothing folk song. Her slender fingers danced elegantly across the strings, her expression focused and serene. The barrage of comments was limited, rolling past lethargically. So sleepy, good night, host. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Sister, stop singing, let's chat. It's too dull alone. Gu Yuan disregarded these distractions. His gaze settled upon the gift bar. Amidst a dazzling array of gift effects, he precisely identified the most eye-catching icon. Super Rocket. Priced at 2,000 yuan each. He casually entered the quantity of 100 in the field, then clicked send. In the next instant, a golden lightning bolt, cleaving through the night, transformed into a banner that dominated the top of the Shark live streaming app. Emperor Yuan sent 100 super rockets in the live stream of host Jiang Shanshan. This banner was akin to a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. The entire Shark platform seemed to have been muted for a fleeting moment, plunging into an absolute silence lasting a mere tenth of a second. Following that, a volcanic eruption of excitement ensued. What the heck? Which district is this? Who is Jiang Shanshan? 100 rockets? 200,000. Is this real? A new bug from the platform? Quick, share the coordinates. Let's go see the deity. Countless users watching other streams were instantly ignited by this terrifying gifting banner, akin to sharks detecting blood, frantically flocking through the site-wide broadcast into Jiang Shanshan's live stream, which had previously only 17 viewers. At this moment, within Jiang Shanshan's live stream, whoosh, 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 the piercing sound of rockets accompanied the incessantly ascending rocket effects on the screen, nearly overwhelming Gu Yuan's headphones. One golden rocket after another, trailing exaggerated flames, soared upward from the bottom of the screen, obscuring all else. Their brilliance illuminated Jiang Shanshan's exquisite face, casting it in a pale glow. The bombardment of 100 super rockets continued for nearly a full minute. Jiang Shanshan's song abruptly ceased. Clutching her guitar as if it were a precious treasure, she stared blankly at the screen, where the seemingly unending gift effects danced, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes reflecting the fiery spectacle, filled with pure bewilderment and immense disorientation. The barrage of comments was in a frenzy. No, it had exploded. The once sparse comments were instantly drowned in a tsunami of text. What the heck? What the heck? Am I dreaming? 100 super rockets? Front row? Historically known as the 17-person tragedy. I am one of those 17. I witnessed a deity. Damn, I just came from Sister Zhou's stream, and all the comments were asking who Jiang Shanshan is. Sister Zhou turned green with envy. In a 17-person live stream. A gift of 200,000. Brothers, I did not come in vain. I am history. Emperor Brother is amazing. What kind of strategy is this? Directly hitting with a nuclear bomb? The number of viewers in the live stream surged at a pace so rapid it was almost surreal. 100, 1,000, 5,000, 10, 000, 50, 000. Within a mere minute, this previously quiet live stream skyrocketed into the top 10 of the entire platform's popularity. Jiang Shanshan was completely stunned. Her mind was a blank slate, even forgetting to glance at the ID of the wealthy benefactor. Instinctively, her lips moved, her voice trembling with a hint of shock. Thank you. She couldn't even fathom how to pronounce the name. Gu Yuan observed the girl on the screen, her adorable demeanor akin to a startled fawn. And the smirk on his lips deepened. Stop? No, this was merely the beginning. He intended to leave an indelible mark on this girl and this live stream in the most direct, unapologetic manner. He opened the gift bar once more. This time, he selected another gift, even more extravagant and expensive than the super rocket. Carnival, priced at 3,000 yuan each. Gu Yuan hesitated not for a moment. Entering 100 into the quantity field again, he clicked send. Boom. If the previous super rockets were a carpet bombing, then the current carnival was a grand fireworks display, monumental enough to be recorded in the platform's annals. The entire screen was overtaken by a resplendent, dreamlike castle. Countless streamers, balloons, and champagne erupted from within, the opulence of the effects rendering everyone speechless. And once more, the purple and gold banner loomed large, as if a deity had descended. Emperor Yuan sent 100 carnivals in the live stream of host Jiang Shanshan. The barrage in the live stream was no longer merely boiling. It had ground to a complete halt. Countless what the heck and 666 comments were reduced to isolated characters, scrolling with such speed that they left only a blur behind. Crazy. This brother named Yuan has completely lost it. 500,000.
That's 500,000. I declare, tonight on the Sharp platform, there is only one deity, and that is Yuan. Is this host a celestial sister? Directly gifting the down payment for a house. Is this reasonable? Did Shanshan save the galaxy in her past life? Don't ask, just know it's love. I believe in love again. At this moment, Zhang Shanshan's breath came to a complete standstill. She fixated on the ID on the screen, Yuan, along with the noble crown that seemed to be aflame beside it. 500,000. This figure struck her heart like a heavy mallet. To secure her mother's surgery fee, which was still far from complete, she had set aside all her pride and ventured into this unfamiliar realm, fully prepared to face various hardships and unkind remarks. Yet, she could never have imagined that her first live stream would unfold in such a dreamlike, surreal manner, submerged by a deluge of wealth from a descending emperor. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. She parted her lips, but her throat felt constricted, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan, the instigator of this upheaval, remained nonchalant, reclining in his chair, watching the viewer count surge past 100,000. A newfound sense of dominion enveloped him, an unprecedented feeling of control over all. For 22 years, he had been an ant, subjugated by the sway of money. Now, he had become the master of wealth. Finally, he could freely pluck the strings of fate. He raised his hand and typed 2 words in the now completely lagged comment section. Yuan, continue. 2 simple characters. Yet they conveyed an undeniable tone of command, as if urging, sing, continue. My rewards, too, shall persist. Zhang Shanshan caught sight of this bullet comment, and her fingers trembled slightly, causing her to falter in strumming the strings. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady herself and readjust her posture. Yet, her glistening, almond-shaped eyes could no longer focus on the strings. Unable to resist, she found herself glancing repeatedly at the solitary ID, glowing with a purple-gold hue. Perched at the top of the rankings, Yuan. Who could this person be? What did he desire? Chapter 3, A Battle of Deities? No, merely a one-sided massacre. Zhang Shanshan's fingers returned to the strings, though they felt somewhat cold. She attempted to sing, but her throat was parched, and her once ethereal voice now held a barely perceptible tremor. The melody resumed, but several notes went awry. No one in the live stream seemed to mind. All attention was riveted on that purple gold ID. Yuan, you sing beautifully. Another succinct 4-character comment ignited a frenzy throughout the live stream once more. Yuan spoke. He said it sounds good. Woo-woo, divine love, I'm utterly captivated. Yuan bestowed 500,000 just to encourage her to sing on. Don't overthink it. That's called conquest. Do you understand? Conquering with money. How incredibly cool. Don't be nervous, host. Yuan said it sounds good. Just focus on singing. Zhang Shanshan noticed the comment praising her singing. Like a cat soothed by gentle words, the taut string in her heart inexplicably relaxed. She readjusted her breathing, and her voice gradually regained its steadiness. Yet, her beautiful almond eyes would uncontrollably dart toward the top of the screen. That ID was like a magnet, firmly capturing her gaze. Meanwhile, in another top-tier streamer's room on the Sharp platform, Sister Zhou was animatedly telling jokes when she suddenly sensed a shift in the bullet comments. Sister Zhou, stop rambling and go check out the divine being. The next room has gone wild. A godly rich user named Yuan gifted 500,000 to a novice streamer with only 17 viewers. Coordinates, Beauty District. The streamer is Zhang Shanshan. Hurry, her popularity has surged to 150,000. Sister Zhou's smile froze. What was this? 500,000. To a newcomer? Her #1 fan, Longo, barely managed to gift 300,000 in a month. Come on, brothers, don't spread rumors. It must be photoshopped. Sister Zhou chuckled awkwardly, but her heart began to race. Her #1 fan, the Emperor user with the ID, Longxing Tianxia, also noticed these comments. Longxing Tianxia, which district is this? I'm going to check it out. Longxing Tianxia, a rookie streamer? Haha, it must be some guild-supported hype. After sending the comment, Longo clicked on the site's banner and directly dropped into Zhang Shanshan's livestream. Upon entry, he was taken aback by the exaggerated popularity and the stream filled with praise for Yuan. Glancing at the top of the rankings, he saw Emperor Yuan, contribution value 5,000,000. Platform contribution value, 1 Yuan equals 10 contribution points. 500,000. It was real. Long Ge's expression darkened. Having been on the Sharp platform for 2 years, relying on his substantial financial prowess, he was accustomed to commanding respect. What prominent streamer would not greet him with deference? Today, however, the spotlight had been stolen by an unknown figure, and in the most direct and humiliating manner possible. A surge of unnameable rage welled within him. He detested witnessing such extravagant displays followed by the crowd's adulation of the benefactor, for that benefactor was typically him. Longxing Tianxia. Haha, is this how scripts are played nowadays? Are they hiring actors? An incongruous bullet comment abruptly appeared on the scrolling screen, silencing the room momentarily. Everyone saw the provocative remark bearing the Emperor's badge. Wow, it's Long Gu, the Emperor from Sister Zhou's live stream. Goodness, is the Emperor stepping in? Long Gu seems dissatisfied. Is he challenging Yuan? This is going to be good. A divine showdown. Front row for the popcorn and drinks. Seeing his comment garner attention, Long Ge's smirk widened. He aimed to burst this bubble. Such a wealthy benefactor was likely a platform insider. He clicked on the gift menu and chose Carnival, selecting a quantity of 10. Clicking Send, a mini firework display erupted on the screen. Emperor Longxing Tianxia gifted 10 carnivals in streamer Jiang Shanshan's live room. 30,000. Under normal circumstances, such an amount would excite any host, but in the shadow of the previous 100 gifts, it appeared rather paltry. Longxing Tianxia. This little streamer is quite the performer. That 500,000 is probably a platform rebate, a little plaything for the big brother. His words dripped with condescension and unabashed malice. Jiang Shanshan's face turned pale instantly. Her song halted once more, her grip on the guitar tightening, her knuckles whitening from the strain. She could tolerate being overlooked, but could not bear the insult of such demeaning speculation. The bullet comments in the live stream exploded. Long Gu has gone too far, hasn't he? He?'s just jealous. He can't stand seeing others wealthier than him. Where's Yuan? Yuan, please come out. Someone causing a scene. Gu Yuan, of course, noticed. Leaning back in his chair, he observed the frenzied antics of Longxing Tianxia with eyes devoid of any emotion. Childish and laughable. He even found it beneath him to respond with words. Instead, he opted for the simplest means to conclude this farce. Gu Yuan opened the gift menu. This time, he neither chose Carnival nor the Super Rocket. Instead, he sought out the most expensive gift at the top of the list, typically overlooked. Interstellar Battleship. The priciest gift on the Sharp platform, costing 100,000 each. It lacked flashy effects, possessing only a massive purple gold banner that spanned the entire server. Its sole purpose was to declare sovereignty. Gu Yuan entered the quantity as 5. Then, he clicked Send. In the next moment, the entire Sharp platform, all live rooms, and every user's mobile screen were dominated by an unprecedented, colossal purple gold banner that obscured half the screen. Emperor Yuan gifted Interstellar Battleship X1 in streamer Jiang Shanshan's live room. Emperor Yuan gifted Interstellar Battleship X2 in streamer Jiang Shanshan's live room. Emperor Yuan gifted Interstellar Battleship X3 in streamer Jiang Shanshan's live room. The Emperor Yuan graced the live stream of the host Jiang Shanshan, bestowing upon her 4 interstellar battleships. The Emperor Yuan returned to the host Jiang Shanshan's live stream, gifting 5 interstellar battleships. 5 banners, akin to divine proclamations, descended in succession. The entire platform fell utterly silent. Within Jiang Shanshan's live stream, the barrage of comments vanished. It was not due to lag. Rather, everyone was so astounded by this display of generosity that they forgot to type. On the screen, the figure known as Longxing Tianxia remained, the 10 carnival gifts just sent, resembling a mere jest, floating desolately in the void. Another 500,000. This was no longer merely a slap in the face. It was as if one's face was pressed into the ground, repeatedly ground down by money. After a few seconds of profound silence, a system alert appeared. System notification. User Longxing Tianxia has exited the live stream. He fled. In the next moment, the comments erupted like a fevered awakening, exploding in a frenzy. What the hell? I'm utterly dumbfounded. What on earth have I just witnessed? 1 million in donations? Such a battle has never been recorded in history. Whereas Long Gu? Has he been utterly defeated? This is a lethal blow, more devastating than 1,000 insults. Stop calling him Yuan Shun. He is the living god of wealth. Jiang Shanshan was completely petrified. Her mind could scarcely process the unfolding events. 1 million for her? Just because that Longxing Tianxia uttered a harsh word? This individual. She fixated on that ID. Her heart racing, an indescribable emotion spiraling from the depths of her being like creeping vines. It was shock, gratitude, confusion, and above all, an unprecedented sense of security under the protection of such formidable power. Chapter 4. End of broadcast. Rest. In Sister Zhou's live stream, the barrage had spiraled completely out of control. Where's Long Gu? Why isn't he speaking? Don't ask. A brother just returned from the adjacent live stream, said Long Gu ran away. Ran away? No way, really? The Emperor was scared off. Indeed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yuan Shun unleashed 5 interstellar battleships, utterly obliterating Long Ge's reputation. That was 1 million. 1 million, just to humiliate someone? Tonight? Sister Zhou stared blankly at the scrolling text on the screen, her mouth moving but no words escaping. The Emperor of her live stream, her greatest benefactor. had been driven away by sheer monetary force, fleeing in such a way that he couldn't even muster a parting remark, as pitiful as a stray dog. This was no longer a mere live stream incident. It was a dimensional strike. Meanwhile, in Jiang Shanshan's live stream, the viewer count soared to 300,000. The barrage transformed from text into a torrent of white data, completely inundating the screen. God of wealth. I just witnessed a living god of wealth. Shanshan, why are you still dazed? Hurry and thank Yuan Shun. Thank him for what? Such a favor. I can think of no way to repay it, but with my life. Jiang Shanshan's eyelashes trembled violently. Her gaze was fixed on the top contributor, whose contribution had surpassed 10 million. Yuan, 1 million. This figure loomed like an invisible mountain, nearly suffocating her. She wanted to express her gratitude, but those two words, in the face of such an amount, felt so feeble, so ludicrous, even bordering on mockery. Her throat tightened, the mist in her eyes thickening, the entire world beginning to blur. Just then, a new comment pierced through the cacophony of data, clearly visible before her eyes. It was from the top contributor. Yuan, end of broadcast. Yuan, rest. Jiang Shanshan stared at those 4 words in a daze. Deep within her, the string tightened by fear, confusion, and excitement began to relax. Instinctively, she nodded gently at the camera. That gesture carried a hint of obedience and reliance that she herself had not even noticed. All right. Her voice trembled with a nasally tone, like a kitten that had finally found solace after feeling wronged. Then, I shall end the broadcast. Everyone, good night. With that, she even forgot to bid farewell to her audience and, in a fluster, hastily clicked the button to end the live stream. The screen immediately turned black, leaving only the official replay notification from the Shark platform. The remaining 300,000 viewers in the live stream were utterly dumbfounded before the black screen. That's it? Yuan Shun's word is more effective than an imperial edict? What the hell? Yuan Shun says to end the broadcast. And it's done? How obedient. This is simply a gilded canary for the wealthy? I'm all in. This insatiable possessiveness. Tonight, the entire Shark platform will be sleepless. A man named Yuan and a woman named Jiang Shanshan have redefined what a myth truly is. Tonight, we are all witnesses of history. In the boys' dormitory, Gu Yuan removed his headphones and tossed the old phone back onto the bed. Outside, the night remained thick and rich. Within the dorm, the even breathing of his roommates was clearly audible, starkly contrasting with the virtual world's tumult he had just left behind. The million-dollar gamble that had swept the entire livestream platform and sent hundreds of thousands into a frenzy seemed as if it had never occurred. Everything returned to the familiar environment. The midnight wind rustled through his tousled hair, carrying away the last remnants of the virtual world's clamor. He did not check his bank account balance. There was no need. He simply gazed calmly at the distant, blurred lights of the city, savoring the profound sense of absolute control over power that was ingrained in his very being. In the past, money was his lifeblood, the shackles that constrained his dignity. Now, money was merely his tool, a means to manipulate everything at his whim. He relished this sensation. Ding! The cold mechanical voice resonated precisely in his mind. Detected a significant emotional fluctuation from the bound female protagonist, Jiang Shanshan. Affection level increased. Current affection level, 20. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. 20 points of affection. It was expected, yet surprisingly higher than anticipated. He returned to his dorm, picked up his phone anew. Unlocking it, the Shark app interface displayed countless private messages and friend requests, marked with a red notification of 99. Among them, a graceful avatar had been automatically pinned by the system. It was Jiang Shanshan. She had sent a friend request. I am Jiang Shanshan. May I add you? Gu Yuan clicked to accept. Almost instantly, a message from her arrived. Jiang Shanshan. Hello. Jiang Shanshan. I am Jiang Shanshan. Perhaps feeling somewhat incoherent. She edited her message and took a full half-minute before sending a new one. Jiang Shanshan. Today, I am truly, very grateful to you. Jiang Shanshan. That amount of money is simply too much. Gu Yuan gazed at the screen, observing the cautious phrasing of the other party's message, and could almost envision the girl gripping her phone, filled with trepidation. He chose not to reply immediately. Instead, he casually clicked on her profile picture, entering her personal homepage. The updates were scant, with only a solitary post made 3 days prior. Universal social media. Could anyone help introduce the best expert in the cardiothoracic department of Jiangzhou First People's Hospital? I beg you, it's truly urgent. Below, there were a few scattered likes, yet not a single useful reply. In an instant, Gu Yuan understood. It was for his mother's surgical expenses. How enlightening. It was no wonder that a girl, who appeared so ethereal and detached from worldly affairs, would venture into the clamor of live streaming. This was not a whim. It was desperation. Gu Yuan closed her profile and returned to the chat interface. He raised his hand and, devoid of any emotion, Typed a few words. Yuan. No need to mention the money. Yuan. From now on, you will stream normally every day. Yuan. As for everything else, do not concern yourself with it. After sending these 3 messages, Yuan promptly closed the app, placing his phone screen down against the table. Meanwhile, in a warmly decorated yet somewhat desolate bedroom, Jiang Shanshan clutched her phone tightly, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Upon seeing that he had accepted her friend request, her palms became clammy with anxiety. When she read the 3 messages he had sent, she was rendered utterly speechless. No need to mention it. No need to concern herself with it. Such an imperious and assertive tone left her no room for refusal or negotiation. Yet it was precisely this unreasonable dominance that provided her restless heart, anxious and adrift due to her mother's illness, with an unprecedented sense of stability. It felt as if a solitary boat, on the verge of capsizing amidst a tempest, had finally spotted a steadfast harbor where it could safely dock. She stared at the ID named Yuan for an extended period, as if trying to glimpse the mysterious and formidable man behind those 2 characters. Then, she opened the dialog box and, with trembling fingers, cautiously deleted the lengthy explanation and refusals she had prepared. In the end, she typed just one word: Jiang Shanshan. Okay. Chapter 5. Money can resolve any problem that can be resolved with money. The following morning, the dormitory door was flung open with a loud bang. Wang Ming burst in like a wild boar crashing into a porcelain shop, his hair in disarray, excitedly waving a fried dough stick. Extra! Extra! Something monumental happened on the shark platform last night. A true deity has descended. Li Hao, brushing his teeth, sputtered with foam in his mouth, mumbling incoherently. What's this? Did your goddess, Sister Zhou, get utterly defeated in a PK again? Get lost. Wang Ming plopped down on a chair that groaned in protest, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Sister Zhou is nothing. Last night, an emperor named Yuan gifted a newcomer female streamer 1 million. In a single night. Li Hao halted his brushing, spewing out foam in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. 1 million? Which fool got kicked in the head by a donkey? It's a myth. It's romance. Wang Ming exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. And the female streamer? She's our school's music department's ice-cold campus beauty, Jiang Shanshan. Uffed. Li Hao spat out the mouthful of water he had just rinsed. Jiang Shanshan. That ice princess who's colder than a winter's night? She's become a streamer? Indeed. Wang Ming slapped his thigh, saliva flying. That brother Long, who was ranked first on Sister Zhou's list, tried to step in, but ended up getting smashed by Yuan's 5 Starfleet battleships. The scene was immensely satisfying. The 2 engaged in fervent discussion, completely oblivious to the movements from the upper bunk. Yuan listened in silence, turning over to face the cold wall. A smirk crept across his lips, savoring the unexpected fervor that his orchestrated spectacle had elicited. Hey, Yuan, are you awake? Wang Ming suddenly looked up. Aren't you secretly in love with Jiang Shanshan too? Too bad, your goddess is already taken. Yuan leisurely sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning, his demeanor perfectly embodying languor and bewilderment. Jiang Shanshan. What is wrong with her? Don't play coy. Wang Ming recounted the miraculous events of the previous night in exaggerated detail, finally resting a hand on Yuan's shoulder with a pained expression. Brother, give up. We, poor students, can't even dream of competing with a wealthy god. 1 million? I've never seen that much money in my life. At these words, a complex smile, bittersweet yet tinged with envy, emerged on Yuan's face. He softly repeated, as if to convince himself, 1 million. Indeed, it was a sum he wouldn't dare to dream of. His acting was impeccable, yet deep within, an icy tranquility prevailed. Once upon a time, this figure had loomed over him like an insurmountable chasm. Now, however, it merely represented a trifling decimal in his bank account, easily erased at any moment. Yuan chose not to engage further in their conversation, gathering his toiletries and silently stepping into the bathroom. The icy water splashed against his face, instantly washing away the last remnants of sleepiness, leaving only acute clarity in its wake. Experience life? He recalled Jiang Shanshan's humble plea on social media. To Wang Ming and the others, this was a whimsical tale of a wealthy deity and a female streamer. Yet to Yuan, it was merely a practical problem that needed resolution, an obstacle standing in the way of unlocking his abilities. After washing up, Yuan returned to the balcony and locked the door behind him. He retrieved an old mobile phone, his fingertips gliding across the screen as he directly opened the browser and typed in several keywords. Zhangzhou, top private medical consultant. A number marked with a 24-hour VIP hotline appeared at the top of the screen. Yuan dialed the number. The call connected instantly, and a sweet yet professional female voice answered. Hello, this is Anna Health. How may I assist you? Leaning against the railing, Yuan overlooked the students below. Tiny as ants, and spoke in a calm, measured tone. I would like to schedule an appointment with Professor Chen Xinghe of the Cardiothoracic Department at Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. Certainly, sir. Professor Chen's schedule is extremely tight and currently extends to 3 months from now. We will do our utmost to coordinate now. Gu Yuan interrupted her directly. His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable, resolute conviction. I want him to personally perform surgery on my patient. The time is this week. The woman on the other end of the line faltered, momentarily stunned by his almost commanding tone. After a brief pause, she attempted to explain in a more professional manner. Sir, this may pose considerable difficulties. Professor Chen's surgical schedule is completely booked and money. Gu Yuan cut her off with a single word, effectively silencing all her responses. Not a problem. Silence enveloped the line for several long seconds, interrupted only by the faint crackle of static. When that feminine voice resonated once more, it was laced with an unmistakable tremor of reverence and apprehension. Sir, do you mean? Regardless of the methods employed, be it through the institution or the individual himself, Gu Yuan's tone remained unflinchingly calm, yet exuded an oppressive aura that seemed to survey all. I demand results. Should you succeed, the reward is 1 million. If not, I shall seek alternatives. 1 million, service fee. The breath on the other end of the line instantly quickened, akin to a drowning soul clutching at a life-saving straw. Sir, please rest assured. We at Anna Health will provide you with the most satisfactory response. May I have the honor of addressing you by name? I shall promptly establish your profile as a top-tier S-class client. Gu, he replied succinctly. Very well, Mr. Gu. Kindly ensure your phone remains accessible. We shall return your call within the hour. Gu Yuan terminated the call with resolve. He pocketed his phone, his gaze tranquil as the abyss. The so-called rules and obstacles crumbled like fragile glass before the might of absolute wealth. At that moment, his screen illuminated anew. A private message from Jiang Shanshan appeared. Jiang Shanshan, Mr. Yuan, are you there? I am at the hospital with my mother today. The live stream may be delayed until later this evening. Is that acceptable? Her words dripped with cautious explanation, laced with a fear of displeasing him. Gu Yuan regarded the message with a stoic expression, devoid of any desire to respond. He turned and entered his dormitory, donning his headphones anew. The clamor of the outside world, the discussions among his roommates, and Jiang Shanshan's trepidation bore no relevance to him. Gratitude was unnecessary. Explanations were superfluous. All he sought was a singular outcome, a result that would elevate the affinity to 99, thereby unlocking the divine skill. Until then, every impediment would be obliterated with the simplest and most brutal of methods. Problems that could be resolved with money were never truly problems. Chapter 6. She did not even know his real name. Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. In the inpatient department, cardiac surgery. At the far end of the corridor, Jiang Shanshan huddled on a bench, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees, her head buried deep within the crook of her elbows. Her shoulders were as frail as a leaf, susceptible to the whims of the wind. The screen of her phone glowed dimly, fixated on a chat window with a man named Yuan. He had said, no need to mention it. He had said, no need to worry. Yet, that was 1 million, a sum capable of reviving her mother and more than sufficient beyond that. At this moment, the money felt like a searing iron, causing her heart to race with anxiety and rendering her restless. Time slipped by unmeasured until the door to the attending physician's office swung open. Dr. Li emerged, clutching a medical report, his expression heavy and weary. Student Jiang. Jiang Shanshan's body trembled, her head snapping up. Her eyes, bloodshot and rimmed with red, spoke of exhaustion. Her voice hoarse to the point of being nearly unrecognizable. Dr. Li, my mother. Dr. Li sighed heavily, adjusting his glasses with a weary hand. The situation is not optimistic. Surgery must be arranged immediately. He paused, a hint of helplessness creeping into his tone. The best course of action remains to have our distinguished Professor Chen Xinghe perform the operation, but Professor Chen's schedule. His words trailed off. But the unspoken implications hung like a frigid hammer, striking Jiang Shanshan's heart. Chen Xinghe, an eminent figure in the realm of cardiac surgery in the country. To secure his services personally required either immense wealth or influence, and appointments were already booked until the following year. Jiang Shanshan's nails dug deeply into her palms, the chilling sensation radiating from her skin to her heart. Just then, a sharp ringtone shattered the corridor's silence. Dr. Li retrieved his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, his countenance shifted dramatically. He answered without hesitation. Hello, Director Liu. The conversation on the other end was inaudible, but Dr. Li's expression shifted rapidly from grave to astonished to incredulous. Ultimately, he froze, his face a canvas of awe and reverence. His hand trembled slightly, gripping the phone with a newfound intensity. Yes, I understand. Very well. I will take care of it immediately. You can rest assured. He hung up, standing like a statue for several seconds before turning abruptly. With an unprecedented complexity in his gaze, he fixed his eyes on Jiang Shanshan. You. He opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of posing a question of monumental significance, yet the words fell silent before he could voice them. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his white coat, his tone shifting to one of utmost seriousness, tinged with an unrecognized hint of reverence. Student Jiang, you must prepare immediately. Professor Qin Xinghe has personally requested to operate on your mother. The surgery is scheduled for this Friday. Boom. Jiang Shanshan's mind was instantaneously engulfed in a blank void by this revelation. She stared at Dr. Li, grappling with the suspicion that extreme fatigue and despair had led her to hallucinate. Why, you said what? Professor Chen, how could he? I am unaware of who you have behind you, Dr. Li remarked, observing her face etched with disbelief, the look of astonishment deepening in his eyes. That was the direct call from Director Liu of our department. His tone was exceedingly agitated, even fearful. He mentioned that a remarkable individual from above had personally inquired about your mother's condition. All costs related to the surgery, including the exorbitant consultation fee for Professor Chen, have been anonymously covered. The entire cardiac surgery department is now greenlighting this operation. Remarkable individual. Anonymous payment. All expenses waived. These phrases sliced through the darkness of Jiang Shanshan's confusion like a golden lightning bolt, illuminating her mind. Trembling, she slowly lowered her gaze, her eyes eventually fixating on her still-glowing phone screen, where an isolated avatar radiated a purplish-golden glow. That domineering, unequivocal ID. Yuan. It had to be him. No one else in this world would go to such lengths for her. But why? They were strangers, having never exchanged a word face-to-face. She was oblivious to his real name, age, or appearance. Yet, he had lavished wealth upon her, clearing the seemingly insurmountable barriers that lay ahead, paving a broad avenue toward her mother's rebirth. An indescribable wave of warmth, mingled with profound shock and bewilderment, surged from the depths of her heart, overwhelming all her unease, trepidation, and despair. Tears streamed forth unbidden, this time not from a place of despair, but from the redemption of being pulled from the abyss by a divine hand. Ding. Detected a significant emotional fluctuation from the female lead, Jiang Shanshan. Affection level has significantly increased. Current affection level, 50. In the boys' dormitory. Gu Yuan reclined in his chair, leisurely perusing a hefty tome. The anguished cries of Wang Meng erupted from the opposite bunk. Goodness! Brothers, come quick! He exclaimed. Last night's tale of Yuan Shun and Jiang Shanshan has been edited into a video. It skyrocketed to the top of the trending list. The title was nothing short of sensational, shocking. A wealthy tycoon lavishly spends $1 million overnight. The icy campus beauty departs for love. Li Hao leaned in to take a glance, marveling at the editing and the background music, exclaiming, one might mistake this for a movie trailer. Tell me, what kind of person is this Yuan Shun in reality? Wang Meng's face was etched with admiration for the affluent figure. What else could it be? He must be the archetypal domineering CEO from novels. Standing at 6 feet tall, more handsome than a star, owning dozens of publicly traded companies, driving multi-million-dollar supercars, and instantly falling for our ice queen, showering her with wealth. Simple and direct. That's the essence of a man's romance. Li Hao rolled his eyes dramatically. Spare me your fantasies. Perhaps he is just a greasy middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, resembling our dormitory supervisor, balding and with a beer belly. Gu Yuan. What do you think? Li Hao suddenly shifted the topic. Without lifting his eyelids, Gu Yuan turned a page in his book, his tone indifferent. I don't know. He might just be a rather mundane, wealthy individual. Wang Ming burst into laughter. Boring? Brother, if one can casually toss $1 million for entertainment, that's not mere boredom. That's a profound level of loneliness. Damn, if I had that much money, I'd surely be even lonelier. Gu Yuan remained silent, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his lips. His phone vibrated gently on the table, a new message. He picked it up casually, glancing at the screen. It was from Jiang Shanshan. There was no salutation, nor any pleasantries, just 3 words accompanied by a series of anxious ellipses. Jiang Shanshan, is it you? Gu Yuan gazed at those 3 words, envisioning the girl on the other end, filled with trepidation and anticipation as she typed. He chose not to reply, instead flipping the phone face down on the table. Some things do not require an answer. He relished this sensation. Chapter 7. A change of residence. In the dormitory, Wang Meng and Li Hao were still animatedly discussing the legend of Yuan Shun, their faces flushed with excitement. Gu Yuan gently closed the book in his hands. The soft sound interrupted their fervent chatter. He descended from his bunk and began packing his belongings, several clean t-shirts, a pair of jeans, and a charger. His movements were deliberate yet unhurried, methodical in nature. He stuffed these items into a somewhat faded black backpack. Hey, UNZ, what are you up to? Wang Ming leaned halfway out of his upper bunk, curiosity etched across his face. Packing to head home for summer vacation early, Li Hao turned his chair, crossing his arms in jest. What's the matter? Did that extravagant Yuan Shin get to you? Planning to find a quiet place to reflect on life? Gu Yuan pulled the zipper of his backpack, casually slinging it over his shoulder. Just looking for a quieter spot. Wang Ming and Li Hao exchanged puzzled glances. After nearly 4 years, only now you find it noisy? Where are you going? Wang Ming pressed. A hotel. Gu Yuan replied succinctly, reaching the door. Wait, you're really going out to stay in a hotel? Li Hao called after him. Is it that you have money to burn? Those little inns by the school are worse than the dorm. The only response was the soft click of the dormitory door closing behind Gu Yuan. Inside, Wang Ming and Li Hao stared at each other in bewilderment. Is he perhaps a bit off? Wang Ming scratched his head. Li Hao shrugged, pondering aloud. Maybe he really was affected. Jiangzhou Junhua Hotel. As the only 6-star hotel in the city, it stood as a symbol of wealth and status. A young man, clad in a plain white t-shirt and jeans, entered this realm of opulence, his black backpack contrasting sharply with the extravagance around him. The front desk attendant, Zhang Li, was in a foul mood, having just been publicly reprimanded by the lobby manager. She plastered on a professional smile, though it faltered as she noticed Gu Yuan approaching. Instinctively, a hint of disdain crept into her carefully curated expression. Such a young man, dressed like this, she thought, was likely just a lost tourist or a nearby student seeking air conditioning and Wi-Fi. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Zhang Li's voice was sweet, yet tinged with a mechanical aloofness. Book a room. For a fleeting moment, her smile stiffened. Certainly, sir. Do you have a reservation? No. Well, sir. She elevated her chin slightly, adopting a tone that was ostensibly kind, yet served to draw a line. Our most basic luxury room is priced at 3,800 yuan per night, along with a matching deposit. She emphasized the figure, knowing it would deter the vast majority of ordinary individuals seeking a taste of luxury. However, Gu Yuan merely nodded, his expression devoid of excess emotion. All right. His calm reaction surprised Zhang Li. Internally scoffing, she assumed he was merely trying to save face. May I please see your identification? Gu Yuan retrieved his ID from his pocket and handed it over. As Zhang Li entered the information into the system, she casually added, actually, the economy hotel across the street offers great value, and the environment is. Presidential suite. Gu Yuan interrupted. Zhang Li's fingers froze above the keyboard. She looked up, her gaze filled with incredulity. Sir, what did you say? Presidential suite. Gu Yuan reiterated. Is there one available? This time, her disbelief transformed into open mockery as she observed Gu Yuan's unremarkable, youthful face. A presidential suite? Does he even understand what that entails? Her professional smile vanished, replaced by an unmistakable air of condescension. Sir, please don't jest. The presidential suite requires a week's advance booking and verification of your membership level and asset information. Book it now. Gu Yuan stated, his gaze unwavering. For a month, he added. Zhang Li was momentarily speechless, her chest tightening with disbelief. She felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Sir, do you realize how much our presidential suite costs for a month? 264,000. Are you serious? Her voice unconsciously rose, drawing curious glances from other waiting guests. Gu Yuan paid no mind to their stares, nor to the sarcasm in her tone. He merely retrieved a seemingly unremarkable savings card from his pocket and gently laid it upon the frigid marble countertop. Swipe the card. These two simple words halted the sardonic expression on Zhang Li's face. She gazed at the inconspicuous savings card, then at Gu Yuan's excessively serene visage. And a ridiculous thought suddenly surged within her. No, it cannot be. She clenched her teeth, resolved to puncture this young man's ludicrous performance. Very well, sir, since you insist. Allow me to assist you. Her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, bringing up the payment page, her tone sharp. The presidential suite, on a monthly basis, plus a 15% service charge and deposit, totals 3,200,000. Are you certain you wish to proceed? She awaited his flustered reaction, anticipating the sight of him retrieving his card in defeat. Yet, Gu Yuan merely emitted a single sound of affirmation from his nasal cavity. Zhang Li felt her patience nearing its breaking point. She snatched the card and forcefully swiped it on the POS machine. Then, turning it towards Gu Yuan, she coldly uttered, "Please enter your password." Gu Yuan extended his finger and leisurely pressed 6 numerical keys. Zhang Li crossed her arms, coldly observing, already concocting the scornful tone she would employ when the payment failure notification chimed. Beep. A crisp confirmation tone resonated. Payment successful. Immediately, a lengthy receipt, accompanied by a faint crackling sound, slowly emerged from the machine. Every expression on Zhang Li's face shattered in that instant. She stood frozen, as if a puppet had been paused, her pupils dilating in sheer shock. How is this possible? 3,200,000, paid with such an ordinary savings card? Without even a furrowed brow? Zhang Li, what is going on? Is it appropriate to raise such a ruckus here? A middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit, his demeanor serious, strode over. He was the lobby manager. Upon witnessing Zhang Li's ashen face, his brows tightened further. Have you had another altercation with a guest? How have I instructed you? His reprimand was abruptly cut short as his gaze fell upon the exaggerated receipt. Upon discerning the string of heart-pounding numbers, his subsequent words lodged in his throat. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes now filled with a mixture of reverence and inquiry as they fell upon Gu Yuan, who stood at the front desk. This gentleman. The lobby manager's voice faltered, somewhat dry. Gu Yuan ignored him entirely, simply reclaiming his identification and savings card from Zhang Li's rigid fingers. He then turned his attention to the now pale, trembling-lipped receptionist. The room card. Chapter 8. Your exclusive butler, Shen Qingyan. Cold sweat instantly soaked the lobby manager's back. He swiftly stepped forward, seizing the receipt from the nearly petrified Zhang Li's grasp. The figures on it pierced his eyes like a searing needle. 3,200,000. He abruptly bowed deeply, a 90-degree bow, his posture humbly submissive. Sir, I sincerely apologize. Our employee has shown a lack of discernment and offended you. On behalf of the hotel, I extend our most heartfelt apologies. His apology was devoid of any hesitation, resembling the report of a completed resolution. The air in the lobby became palpably dense. Several guests, who had previously cast curious glances, instinctively took a step back, discreetly averting their eyes. To encounter someone who could compel the lobby manager to adopt such a posture was a privilege they felt was an overstep. Gu Yuan remained silent, merely extending his hand to retrieve his identification and savings card from the chilly marble surface. His gaze traversed over the bowing manager, landing upon the receptionist, whose face was devoid of color and whose lips trembled. The room card. His voice was soft, yet it sent a tremor through Zhang Li's body. Like a puppet startled awake, she fumbled frantically at the workstation, ultimately handing over a heavy black golden room card with her trembling hands. Here, for you. The lobby manager promptly accepted the room card, presenting it to Gu Yuan with both hands. Mr. Gu, your presidential suite is prepared. He glanced at the now ghostly Zhang Li, his eyes devoid of any warmth, and turned back to Gu Yuan, assuring him, in light of our grave oversight, the hotel will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. This employee will be dismissed immediately and reported throughout the hotel. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's legs gave way completely, and she slid down against the front desk, her career effectively terminated. Gu Yuan, however, did not so much as raise an eyebrow. He accepted the room card, his tone as even as discussing the weather. No need. The lobby manager was taken aback. Do you mean? Too noisy. Gu Yuan tossed out the words, striding straight towards the elevator. He cared not for the fate of a receptionist. He merely felt that this process had delayed his ascent to rest. A chill coursed down the lobby manager's spine, intensifying the cold sweat on his back. This gentleman was not soft-hearted. He merely found their presence bothersome. He hastily followed 2 steps behind, simultaneously pressing the communication button on his earpiece, his voice low yet urgent. Shen Qingyan, immediately report to the elevator entrance, highest level VIP. At once. At the elevator doors, as Gu Yuan positioned himself, he heard the crisp, steady sound of high heels approaching from behind. The footsteps drew nearer, measured and unhurried. A figure halted beside him. Mr. Gu, greetings. The voice was warm and melodious, possessing a unique soothing quality that washed away all the previous agitation and clamor in the lobby. Gu Yuan turned his head. A woman clad in a well-tailored black professional suit came into view. Approximately 25 or 26 years of age, her chestnut waves were elegantly pinned back, revealing her smooth, full forehead and elongated swan-like neck. Her features were exquisite, with a pair of standard peach blossom eyes that sparkled, and her lips naturally bore a perfectly measured smile. She simply stood there, and the opulence surrounding her dimmed slightly in comparison. Gu Yuan regarded her. System goddess's eye. In the next moment, the familiar translucent panel precisely floated above the woman. Name, Shen Qingyan. Age, 25. Attractiveness, 96. Potential, 98. Score, 97. Affection, 0, 97 points, higher than Jiang Shanshan. Particularly noteworthy was her potential score of 98, which was exceedingly rare. Ding. Target score exceeds 90, qualifying for top-tier binding conditions. Would you like to bind the target? Shen Qingyan. Binding. Gu Yuan silently affirmed in his mind. Binding successful. Current binding female leads, Jiang Shanshan, Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan's favorability, 0. Skill unlock progress, not activated. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Shen Qingyan gestured gracefully, her posture exquisite and impeccable. Mr. Gu, please. She did not utter another word, nor did she allow any hint of disapproval to surface regarding Gu Yuan's attire, which seemed so out of place here. Gu Yuan stepped into the elevator. Shen Qingyan followed, inserting a special access card into the floor panel. She did not press any numbers, merely tapped the screen lightly. The elevator ascended smoothly. The lobby manager stood outside the elevator, only daring to straighten up and exhale deeply after the metallic doors sealed completely. He wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing at Zhongli, who lay crumpled on the floor, his gaze icy. He could only hope that Sun Qingyan would adequately cater to this gentleman. Inside the elevator, the spaciousness was striking, the light reflecting off surfaces brilliantly. Gu Yuan observed his reflection in the mirror. Beside him stood the poised Sun Qingyan. The two remained silent. Sun Qingyan's gaze was fixed ahead, yet her peripheral vision lingered for a mere fraction of a second on the slightly faded black backpack. She had attended to countless affluent guests, some ostentatious, others discreet. Yet, she had never encountered someone like Gu Yuan, youthful as a university student, who could nonchalantly pay $3,200,000 for a suite. What intrigued her most was his attitude throughout. It was not a facade of profundity, but a genuine indifference towards wealth. The sum of $3,200,000 seemed to him no different than 300. This man was indeed fascinating. The elevator halted at the top floor. As the doors opened, a lavish corridor adorned with thick wool carpets stretched before Gu Yuan. At the corridor's end stood a pair of imposing double wooden doors. Sun Qingyan approached, using her access card followed by Gu Yuan's room card to unlock the entrance. "Mr. Gu, we have arrived." She pushed open the door, revealing a luxurious expanse of nearly 1,000 square meters before Gu Yuan. The 10-meter-high living room boasted grand floor-to-ceiling windows, showcasing the dazzling nightscape of half of Jiangzhou City. Gu Yuan casually tossed his backpack onto an Italian handcrafted leather sofa at the entrance. The backpack and sofa created a striking visual contrast. Sun Qingyan noted this. Yet her smile remained flawlessly measured, as if meticulously crafted. "Mr. Gu, I am your dedicated butler, Sun Qingyan. During your month-long stay, I will provide you with round-the-clock comprehensive service, including but not limited to customized dining, itinerary planning, business engagements, and fulfilling all your reasonable requests. My phone will be operational 24/7, and you may summon me at any time." Her speech was neither rushed nor slow, enunciated clearly, professional, and pleasing to the ear. Gu Yuan approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the traffic shimmering like a galaxy below. He did not turn back, but spoke in a measured tone. "Prepare an outfit for me." Sun Qingyan inclined her body slightly. "Certainly. Do you have any preferences regarding brand, material, or style?" "See to it." "Understood." Sun Qingyan refrained from further questioning, swiftly retrieving her tablet to note his request. Additionally, Gu Yuan turned to face her. "Buy me a new phone. This old one is a bit sluggish." He gestured toward his outdated phone haphazardly discarded on the nightstand. Sun Qingyan followed his gaze, her eyes resting momentarily on the cracked screen of the phone. Her expression remained composed, bearing the impeccable smile of a consummate professional. "Of course, Mr. Gu. Do you have any specifications regarding the model or configuration?" Gu Yuan pondered briefly. "Get the most expensive one." Chapter 9. $1 million in pocket money. Sun Qingyan's professionalism ensured that her smile remained unwavering upon hearing the request for the most expensive model, as if the customer were merely asking for a glass of warm water. "Certainly, Mr. Gu." She inclined slightly, preparing to exit immediately to make arrangements. "Wait." Gu Yuan's voice was calm, halting her. Sun Qingyan paused, turning back with impeccable poise. "Is there anything else, Mr. Gu?" Gu Yuan approached the enormous walnut dining table at the center of the living room, casually pulling out a chair to sit. He looked up at Sun Qingyan. "Send me your private account details." For the first time, Sun Qingyan's smile faltered. As the premier private butler of the Junhua Hotel, her first professional rule forbade any form of personal financial transactions with guests. This was a bottom line, a red line. She had encountered numerous oily tycoons attempting to suggest something with money, and she had skillfully deflected countless checks adorned with figures. Yet this young man was different. His eyes were calm, his tone direct, devoid of any hints, frivolity, or transactional undertones. It was a pure, unassailable declaration. The consequences of refusal were unfathomable. Countless thoughts raced through Sun Qingyan's mind as her evaluation model of this man rapidly reconstructed. Ultimately, his remarkable potential score of 98 led her to a precise judgment. She did not inquire why nor mention the hotel's regulations. Instead, she retrieved a simple yet elegant personal business card from her exquisite handbag and presented it with both hands. "Mr. Gu, this is my contact information, which includes my account details." Her movements were fluid and graceful, devoid of any hesitation. Gu Yuan took the card without a glance. Retrieving his old phone, the cracks on the screen appeared glaringly pronounced beneath the opulent crystal chandelier of the presidential suite. He opened the banking app, casually swiping his fingers across the screen. In the next moment, Sun Qingyan's phone in her pocket vibrated gently. She remained still, not looking at it. "Transfer 1 million. Gu Yuan's voice was soft. This will cover your clothing expenses, the phone, and your expenditures for the next month. If it falls short, let me know," he added, casually tossing the outdated phone onto the valuable walnut table. The sound echoed, and Sun Qingyan's heart raced in sync with that gentle noise. 1 million. It was neither a tip nor a bribe. It was a form of authorization, a delegation of power to handle trivial matters. This Mr. Gu was not indulging in luxury. He was merely using money to purchase tranquility and efficiency. With this realization, the last remnants of unease dissipated from Sun Qingyan's mind. She bowed again, this time deeper and more genuinely. "Understood, Mr. Gu. I will attend to it immediately." She turned to leave, her steps steady, yet her fingertips grasping her handbag tightened slightly. Exiting the presidential suite, the heavy wooden door slowly closed behind her. Leaning against the cold wall of the corridor, Sun Qingyan finally took out her phone. On the screen, a bank notification message clearly caught her eye. "Your savings account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 100 renminbi, 000,000 on X month X day XXXX. With a current balance of 103 renminbi, 245,638. Gazing at that string of figures, Sun Qingyan's breath momentarily faltered. She had encountered wealth before, yet receiving such an amount in this manner was a first. She promptly established a client profile for Yuan on her tablet, encrypting it to the highest level of security. In the preferences section, she inscribed merely 4 words: absolute serenity. An hour later, Sun Qingyan rapped once more at the door of the presidential suite. "Enter." She pushed the door open, followed by 2 attendants bearing an assortment of shopping bags. Yuan reclined on the sofa, perusing a brochure provided by the hotel. Hearing the commotion, he lifted his gaze. Sun Qingyan gestured for the attendants to gently place their load upon the plush carpet of the living room, then waved them away. In the expansive living room, once again, only the 2 of them remained. "Mr. Gu, I have procured everything you requested." Sun Qingyan knelt down to methodically extract and categorize the items from the bags. Her movements were delicate, and a few strands of her chestnut curls fell gracefully beside her smooth neck. Yuan noticed a small, faintly visible red mole resting near her collarbone. "The mobile phone is the highest configuration available on the market and has been set up for you with all software seamlessly transferred." She placed a brand new phone, accompanied by a compact wireless charging dock, upon the coffee table adjacent to Yuan. "As for clothing, I chose several esteemed brands, featuring top-tier fabrics and tailoring. Yet the designs are exceedingly minimalist, devoid of any ostentatious logos." She displayed a neatly folded array of t-shirts, casual trousers, and a lightweight jacket for Yuan's inspection. No flamboyant prints, no oversized logos, just pure colors and a visibly exquisite texture. Yuan picked up a pure black t-shirt. The fabric felt cool to the touch, astonishingly soft. He could not discern the brand, yet he recognized that the garment was exceptionally comfortable. That sufficed. "You have a discerning eye," he casually complimented. The smile upon Sun Qingyan's lips deepened. This understated praise resonated with her more than any accolades she had previously received. It affirmed that her gamble had borne fruit. "Here is the shopping list and the invoice. The total expenditure amounts to 276 renminbi, 000. She extended a folder towards him. Yuan barely glanced at it. "You can handle these matters. There's no need for me to see." He rose, clutching the new t-shirt, and made his way toward the bedroom. "I'll take a shower and change." Also, he paused midway, turning back to add, "Arrange dinner for me. Just something simple in the room." "Certainly, Mr. Gu," Sun Qingyan replied. Watching Yuan disappear into the bedroom, she slowly straightened her posture. She regarded the pile of valuable clothing on the floor and the forsaken old phone on the coffee table, her gaze reflecting a complex light. This man was even more enigmatic and intriguing than she had anticipated. She picked up the folder, preparing to manage these items. Just then, Yuan's voice echoed through the door of the bedroom. "By the way," Sun Qingyan immediately halted her actions, respectfully awaiting his next words. "Have you eaten?" She froze, caught off guard. "If not, let us dine together." Yuan's voice sounded somewhat muffled, seemingly emanating from the bathroom. Dining alone can be rather dull. Chapter 10. I purchased this hotel. The sound of running water filled the bathroom. Sun Qingyan stood rooted in place, her spine impeccably straight, though her breath had become slightly erratic. Together, this request instantly disrupted all her contingency plans. Refusal was ingrained in her very essence as a top-tier housekeeper. Yet, Yuan's remark about dining alone being dull appeared to state a mere fact, devoid of any ulterior motive. It was this unpretentiousness that rendered all her meticulously prepared refusals superfluous and laughable. She gradually straightened up, addressing the heavy door that separated her from the sound of water, her voice regaining its usual warmth. "Very well, Mr. Gu, I shall make the arrangements." She did not deliberate further. This man required a wholly novel approach. Compliance, perhaps, was the sole pathway to his innermost world. Shen Qingyan turned and exited the suite, immediately contacting the kitchen. She did not peruse the extravagant menu prepared for elite guests, replete with extravagant delicacies. Instead, she directly conversed with the executive chef, custom tailoring a 4-course meal with soup, steamed East Star grouper, cooked to precision, stir-fried asparagus with the tenderest tips, scrambled eggs with black truffles, aiming for a melt-in-the-mouth texture, blanched greens, sourced from the farm and air-freighted that very morning. Finally, a bowl of matsutake chicken soup, simmered slowly for 6 hours. Each dish adhered precisely to the request for simplicity while exuding an understated elegance in the details. This was her expertise, as well as her test. When she wheeled the pristine tablecloth-draped dining cart back to the suite, Yuan had already changed his attire. He donned a pure black t-shirt and light, gray casual trousers. He sat upon the sofa, engrossed in the new phone, his fingers gliding across the screen as he familiarized himself with its features. "Mr. Gu, dinner is ready." Yuan set the phone down and rose to approach the dining area. His gaze swept over the elegantly presented dishes, and when he met Shen Qingyan's eyes, it was a fleeting glance that seemed to penetrate the soul. Shen Qingyan pulled out a chair for him, her face adorned with a flawless smile. "I hope it suits your palate. Sit." Yuan gestured with his chin towards the seat across from him. Shen Qingyan felt a stir of emotion but did not hesitate, obediently taking her place opposite him. The broad dining table established a safe yet delicate distance between them. Yuan picked up his chopsticks and sampled the scrambled eggs. The creamy texture of the eggs melded beautifully with the aromatic black truffles, dissolving upon his tongue. He nodded. "The flavor is delightful." His dining manner was quiet, exuding a sense of refined upbringing. Shen Qingyan merely moved her chopsticks symbolically, her attention wholly devoted to observing the man before her. Who exactly was he? This question eclipsed all others in her mind. "How long have you been here?" Yuan's voice disrupted the tranquility of the dining room. "Mr. Gu, it has been 3 years," Shen Qingyan promptly replied, instinctively sitting up straighter. "Are you the exclusive housekeeper?" "Yes." "Salary?" Yuan did not pose it as a question, but rather as if reading a data point. This inquiry grazed the edge of privacy. Yet Shen Qingyan revealed no sign of discomfort. "My base salary plus commission is approximately several thousand yuan a month," she answered with poise. Yuan merely acknowledged her with a sound, choosing not to pursue the topic further as he lowered his gaze to sip his soup. The dining room fell silent once more. This silence left Shen Qingyan somewhat confounded. She felt as though she were a candidate undergoing an interview, while the questions posed by the interviewer were utterly devoid of logic. "What are your thoughts on this hotel?" Yuan set down his bowl of soup and spoke again. Shen Qingyan's hand, which held the spoon, froze mid-air. This question was even more perplexing than the previous one. A myriad of standard answers flashed through her mind, each flawless and capable of showcasing her loyalty and professionalism. Yet, as she lifted her gaze, she met Yuan's calm eyes. There was no trap, no test in that gaze, only patience. After a brief silence, she resolved to take a gamble. The management is rather inflexible, the internal process is antiquated, overly reliant on the past glory of the brand. In recent years, Jiangzhou has seen the emergence of numerous high-end hotels with more avant-garde designs and concepts, and the advantages of Jinyufu are steadily being eroded. If fundamental changes are not made soon, it will be completely eliminated from the market within 5 years. This statement was akin to her disassembling the very place she had strived for over 3 years, laying bare its most unflattering aspects before this man. If the board were to hear her, she would be packing her things by tomorrow. Yet, she spoke up, for she sensed that this man before her was not interested in the sugar-coated platitudes of diplomacy. Upon hearing her words, Yuan's expression remained inscrutable. He merely picked up the serving chopsticks, selected the most succulent piece of fish belly, and placed it into the bone dish before Shen Qingyan across the table. This action caused her body to stiffen momentarily. "You possess keen insight," Yuan said leisurely. "Be it clothing, mobile phones, or this dinner. Everything you have chosen aligns perfectly with my preferences. I have never articulated my likes, yet you have consistently made the most astute choices." This was not flattery. It resembled a dispassionate assessment. Nevertheless, Shen Qingyan's heart stirred unexpectedly at his words. For the first time, her abilities were perceived with such clarity by a man she had known for only a few hours. "This hotel," Yuan regarded her, his tone shifting abruptly, "is unworthy of you." These 4 words coursed through Shen Qingyan's very being like an electric current. All her ambitions, all her frustrations, all her aspirations were precisely struck down by this simple phrase. Her grip on the chopsticks tightened unconsciously. "Follow me," Yuan instructed. Shen Qingyan's breath hitched entirely. She gazed at Yuan's remarkably youthful face, which bore an expression of absolute calm and seriousness she had never encountered before. Follow him. For what purpose? Who exactly was he? Countless questions surged within her mind. She parted her lips, but her throat felt dry, rendering her voiceless, seemingly aware of her every doubt. Gu Yuan added casually, as if proposing a second helping of rice. If you enjoy managing hotels, it's simple. He paused before delivering his next words. I have purchased this hotel. I entrust its management to you. Consider it a higher starting point. Shen Qingyan was utterly immobilized. The ivory chopsticks slipped from her rigid fingers with a soft thud, landing silently on the luxurious Persian carpet. Yet, in her world, all sound had vanished. The reality she had meticulously constructed over 25 years, along with all her ambitions and plans, was shattered by that man's casual remark, only to be reassembled in a manner she could not comprehend. Chapter 11. A New Beginning. Purchased Jinyufu? This hotel was a landmark in Jiangzhou, the brightest gem in the crown of the multi-billion-dollar Hongxing Group. It was the birthplace of Chairman Li Hongxing's rise from nothing, a totem of his personal spirit. To buy it? Such a statement seemed more absurd than claiming to pluck the moon from the sky. Shen Qingyan's formidable professional instincts swiftly wrested her from the depths of shock within mere seconds. A flawless smile once again graced her lips, her eyes sparkling as though the tumultuous waves of moments prior had never occurred. She bent gracefully to retrieve the fallen ivory chopsticks, placing them gently aside. Then, she lifted her head, adopting a playful tone laced with mockery, attempting to steer the colossal ship on a collision course with an iceberg back to safer waters. Mr. Gu, you truly have a sense of humor. If you continue to elevate me so, I might just believe I am the reincarnation of an empress, capable of having you buy me an entire city. Her words were impeccably crafted, deftly alleviating the awkwardness while redefining his outrageous proclamation as a supreme compliment. However, Gu Yuan did not smile. He merely regarded her with unwavering calm. In his eyes, there was no jest, no test, only a chilling seriousness. I am not joking. He wiped his mouth with the napkin, his movements devoid of any semblance of warmth. Contact your chairman. A fissure finally appeared in Shen Qingyan's smile. She forced herself to remain composed, her voice still gentle, yet tinged with rational caution. Mr. Gu, our chairman, Mr. Li Hongsheng, seldom meets with outsiders. Moreover, the significance of Jinyufu to the Hongxing Group is unparalleled. It is absolutely not for sale, a fact well known within the industry. She endeavored to awaken this young guest from his unrealistic fantasies with the cold, hard reality of business. Telephone, Gu Yuan stated succinctly. His voice was soft, yet resonated like an invisible hammer, shattering all of Shen Qingyan's professional arguments. She looked at Gu Yuan, under the weight of his perfectly calm gaze. She felt all her professional decorum and coping strategies rendered feeble. This man was not seeking her opinion. He was issuing a command. For a fleeting moment, Shen Qingyan's breath stilled. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply and retrieved her mobile phone from her handbag. As she pressed the call button, she wagered her entire career. After 2 transfers, the robust voice of Li Hongsheng came through, laced with a hint of annoyance at the interruption. Qingyan, what is the urgency for calling me directly? Shen Qingyan glanced at Gu Yuan, who was casually using serving chopsticks to offer her a tender piece of asparagus, as if this conversation were entirely unrelated to him. She steadied her nerves and reported in the most succinct terms. Chairman, I have Mr. Gu here with me. He wishes to discuss the acquisition of Jinyufu Hotel. On the other end of the line, there was an extended silence lasting 3 seconds. Then came an unabashed burst of laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke of the year. Acquisition of Jinyufu? Ha ha. Li Hongxing's voice brimmed with derision and disbelief. Qingyan, have you been played for a fool? Which young pup, after a few drinks, thinks he can reach for the stars? Tell him Jinyufu is dear to my heart. I wouldn't sell it for any price. Don't bother me with such nonsense. With that, he was about to hang up. Wait. Gu Yuan's voice was soft yet clear, penetrating through the receiver to the other end. Li Hongsheng hesitated, caught off guard by the abruptness of the call. Who are you? Gu Yuan refrained from responding directly, instead instructing Shen Qingyan, tell him, the market price is to be increased by 30%, full payment. Shen Qingyan felt a slight chill in her fingertips. Almost mechanically, she echoed Gu Yuan's words. Mr. Li, Mr. Gu states that he is willing to acquire Junhua Mansion at the current market valuation of 2 billion, increased by 30%. To be paid in full. That amounts to 2.6 billion. Cash. On the other end of the line, Li Hongxing's breathing became noticeably heavier. The laughter faded, replaced by a cautious, greed-tinged probing. 30%? Heh, quite a bold tone. Here's the deal, young man. His title had shifted. If you truly have sincerity, then muster some real capital. Increase the market price by 50% to 3 billion to be paid in one lump sum. I might consider convening a board meeting to discuss it with those old fellows. His words, framed as discussion, were in fact a blatant attempt to raise the stakes. To him, this was already an outrageous demand, sufficient to deter any impulsive buyer. Shen Qingyan's heart raced to her throat. 3 billion. This figure surpassed the limits of her imagination. She glanced at Gu Yuan, intending to signal him that the other party was asking for an exorbitant price and that the transaction could be terminated. However, Gu Yuan remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. He didn't bother to calculate what that 50% amounted to. He simply turned to Shen Qingyan and uttered 3 words. Tell him. I offer double. Shen Qingyan's mind went completely blank. Double? For billion. Her hand trembled violently around the phone, nearly slipping from her grasp. She parted her lips, but found her vocal cords frozen, unable to produce a sound. Gu Yuan noticed her distress. He reached out, taking the phone from her rigid fingers and pressing the speakerphone button. Then, in a tone devoid of embellishment, he reiterated into the receiver, for billion. Full payment. Once the contract is signed, the funds will be deposited into your company's account. Sell or not sell. On the other end, silence prevailed. Only the sound of Li Hongsheng's increasingly frantic, labored breaths echoed like an old bellows. For billion. Full payment. The funds would be transferred upon signing the contract. These 3 conditions loomed like 3 insurmountable golden mountains, crushing all of his pride, all of his business logic, and his so-called cherished possession. After a full half-minute, a voice, tinged with excitement and shock, emerged from the other end, dripping with ingratiating eagerness. Sell. Sell. Of course sell. Mr. Gu, where are you now? I'll come over immediately. I will personally bring the entire board to sign the contract with you. No. Gu Yuan replied curtly. I don't have time to meet with you. He glanced at the now utterly dazed Shen Qingyan, his voice still as calm as ever. You can discuss the specifics of the acquisition process with Shen Qingyan. Chapter 12. Your name is worth 4 billion. Gu Yuan hung up the phone, casually placing it on the table, the screen dimming. In the restaurant, only the sound of their breathing remained. Shen Qingyan sat frozen, her mind a blank slate. 4 billion. Purchasing Junyue Mansion. The specifics of the acquisition process. You can discuss with Shen Qingyan. Each word resonated clearly in her ears, yet together they formed an incomprehensible reality. She felt as though she were trapped in an excessively vivid dream. In this dream, she remained the impeccably uniformed personal steward, yet the man across from her had, in the time it took to enjoy a meal, transformed her 3 years of labor into a neatly packaged gift, one intended for her. A gift more absurd than any dream. The food is getting cold. Gu Yuan's voice shattered the stillness. He picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a glistening shrimp into her bowl. The action as natural as if he were serving family at a commonplace dinner table. Try this, it's cooked perfectly. Shen Qingyan's gaze gradually shifted from the plate of shrimp to Gu Yuan's face. She sought even the slightest hint of jest on his remarkably youthful features. Yet there was nothing. No excitement from acquiring a cherished toy, no ostentation from a lavish expenditure, and certainly no smug satisfaction from controlling everything. Just an unfathomable calm. It was as if he were purchasing not a 4 billion landmark hotel, but merely a bottle of water from the convenience store downstairs. This tranquility sent a shiver through her very soul, more profound than any display of arrogance could evoke. Mr. Gu, Shen Qingyan finally regained her voice, though it was rough and strained. Do you realize how much 4 billion is? She posed a question that even she found absurd, akin to a drowning person grasping at a straw, desperately attempting to validate that everything before her was merely a farce. Gu Yuan, upon hearing her, genuinely pondered her question. He set down his chopsticks, regarding Shen Qingyan with earnestness. Not quite sure. My concept of money is rather vague. He paused before countering, is it a lot? This retort shattered the worldview Shen Qingyan had constructed over 25 years. As she gazed at Gu Yuan's face, inscribed with sincerity, all her taut nerves suddenly relaxed. The corners of her lips curled into a silent smile. In the next moment, she covered her mouth with her hand, her slender shoulders quivering slightly as a suppressed laugh escaped through her fingers, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was not mocking Gu Yuan. She was laughing at herself, laughing at her earlier folly in attempting to measure such an existence with commercial logic and market rules, laughing at how everything she had tirelessly pursued was, in his eyes, merely a string of meaningless numbers. Gu Yuan remained silent, quietly observing her laughter, until her amusement gradually subsided, and when she lifted her head again, her eyes were slightly red, yet she appeared cleansed of all dust, becoming transparent and sharp. I understand now, Mr. Gu. She spoke again, her voice free of dryness and uncertainty, replaced by a grounded, resolute strength. She picked up her chopsticks, lifted the shrimp that Gu Yuan had placed for her, and savored it, chewing thoughtfully. The sweetness of the shrimp blossomed vividly on her palate. She swallowed it down, along with the past that belonged to Shen Qingyan, the exclusive steward of Junyue Mansion. Li Hongsheng was a man of greed and suspicion. She daintily wiped her mouth with a napkin, her gaze bright and resolute as she swiftly stepped into her new role. A bid of 4 billion would surely cloud his judgment, yet once he regained his composure, he would undoubtedly second-guess, fearing it was a trap or questioning the legitimacy of the funds. Thus, we must promptly draft a letter of intent for acquisition that possesses the utmost legal efficacy, enlisting a premier team of commercial lawyers to finalize all terms with the utmost expediency, leaving no room for unforeseen complications. Her speech was measured, yet every word was precise, clear, and imbued with a sense of command. From disarray to acceptance, and finally to deployment, this woman accomplished it all within the span of a single meal. Yuan lifted the bowl of now lukewarm matsutake chicken soup and took a sip. The decision rests with you. His tone remained detached, exuding an air of nonchalance. I have but one request. Shen Qingyan immediately straightened her posture, her expression focused. Upon completion of the acquisition, the hotel must be renamed. Shen Qingyan was slightly taken aback, but respectfully inquired, "What name do you wish to bestow?" Yuan gazed at her and uttered a phrase that seemed to freeze Shen Qingyan's very blood. Qingyan Mansion. Shen Qingyan felt herself stiffen. The ivory chopsticks she held felt cold and numbing at her fingertips. Qingyan Mansion. To name this hotel valued at 4 billion after her? If the previous acquisition signified recognition of her professional capabilities, then this name represented a weighty gift, almost suffocating in its magnitude. Yuan observed her stunned expression, seemingly finding it self-evident. I have stated that this hotel does not befit your talents. Henceforth, let it be worthy of your name. He rose, wiping his hands with a napkin. I have finished my meal. I feel a bit drowsy, so I shall retire. He added, I will transfer 5 billion to you. 40 billion for the hotel acquisition, and the remaining 10 billion as startup capital to establish a company that you will manage going forward. With that, he strode towards the bedroom, leaving Shen Qingyan alone to confront the lavish feast laid before her. She remained frozen in place as the crisp sound of a text message notification pierced the air. Trembling, she swiped the screen, and the bank transfer information came into view. Your savings account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 500 renminbi, 000,000,000 on X month, X day, XXXX. Staring at that long string of zeros, Shen Qingyan suddenly realized something. From the very beginning, Yuan's objective may not have been the hotel at all. What he desired was an absolutely efficient, intelligent, and loyal executor to handle all his troublesome affairs. And that 4 billion, a price that could drive even Li Hongsheng to madness, was not the acquisition price for Junhua Mansion. Rather, it was her service fee. It was the purchase of a qualification that would allow her to abandon everything and serve only him. It turned out that her name held a value of 4 billion in Mr. Gu's value system. Coming to this realization, a wave of intense dizziness mingled with an indescribable tremor surged from her spine to her brain. It was not humiliation. Rather, it was the exhilarating thrill of being valued and recognized in an unprecedented manner. She picked up her phone, her fingertips gliding swiftly over the cold screen. The call connected, and a charmingly languid, slightly husky voice resonated from the receiver. Oh, Shen the steward, has the sun risen from the west? Remembering your old classmate at this late hour? GCI, Shen Qingyan's voice was calm, devoid of any hint of turbulence. I have work for you. Are you brave enough to take on the acquisition case for the hotel valued at 4 billion? Chapter 13. From now on, I call the shots. 4 billion? Shen Qingyan. Have you been drinking that 82 Lafite from your hotel cellar like water? GC's voice carried her characteristic languor, filled with playful banter among old friends. Or is it that some blind fool in Jiangzhou has been entranced by your charm, planning to ignite a war for you? Had this been half an hour prior, Shen Qingyan might have laughed and retorted. But at this moment, she stood beside the dining table, staring at the empty chair across from her, left vacant by its departing occupant. Her voice was calm, betraying no emotion. GCI, I am not joking. I need you and your formidable law firm. The languid tone on the other end vanished. GCI knew Shen Qingyan too well. This woman was a finely tuned instrument driven by ambition and professionalism, never engaging in meaningless endeavors, nor making such jokes. Are you serious? GC's tone grew serious. I just deposited 50 billion into my personal account. Shen Qingyan's tone remained flat, as if discussing the weather. You tell me, am I serious? Silence filled the line, interrupted only by the faint crackle of static. After a moment, GC's voice resonated once more. Source of funds? My client. Who is your client? None of your concern. Acquisition target? Jiangzhou Junhua Mansion Hotel. Seller? Hongsheng Group, Li Hongsheng. The exchange was rapid, devoid of any pauses. When Li Hongsheng's name was mentioned, a crisp sound was heard from GC's end. It was the sound of her fingertips tapping on the table. Tap. This was her signal that she had entered battle mode. Li Hongsheng, that old fox, guards Junhua Mansion like a treasure. Would he sell? 4 billion is a price he would entertain, Shen Qingyan replied. Tap, tap. The frequency of GC's tapping quickened. Junhua Mansion's market valuation is 20 billion, 100% premium? Excitement was palpable in GC's voice. This quote could entice Li Hongsheng and make him question his very existence. He would suspect it was a trap. Therefore, Sun Qingyan continued, I need you to craft the most professional contract at the fastest speed, sealing off all his escape routes. I do not want a letter of intent. I want a judgment. Suddenly, GCI chuckled lightly. Sun Qingyan, I have noticed a change in you. Spare me the pleasantries. Sun Qingyan interrupted her. Will you accept or not? Yes. GC's response was unequivocal, resolute. That 4 billion can elevate the reputation of our firm in Jiangzhou. My office 1 hour from now. I wish to see you. GC's tone shifted back to that of a top lawyer in control, and bring your client. I must assess the risks personally. You will not see my client. Sun Qingyan flatly refused. Sun Qingyan, this is no child's play. I am fully aware of that. Sun Qingyan's tone remained steady. I am taking full responsibility for this acquisition. From this moment forth, I am my own client. GCI was momentarily taken aback by her words. Listen, GCI. Sun Qingyan's voice carried a weight that was unfamiliar to GCI, a tone of authority. 50 billion in funds resides in my personal account. The recorded call where Li Hongsheng agreed to sell is in my possession. All you need to do is come, do your job, and collect that commission that will bring joy to your entire firm. Beyond that, you need not inquire, nor should you. Now, tell me, in 1 hour, will you come to see me, or shall I seek another? This declaration struck like ice, shattering into GC's proud heart. She had always believed that she and Sun Qingyan belonged to the same ilk. In that moment, she realized that Sun Qingyan had already ascended to a realm she could only look up to. The indifference towards wealth, the absolute confidence, on the other end of the line. A definitive click echoed, signaling the final decision. The address, Junhua Mansion, top floor. I will be there shortly. The call ended. Sun Qingyan cast a glance at the table laden with cold dishes and then at the firmly shut bedroom door. Behind that door lay the man who had orchestrated this grand spectacle of the evening. At this moment, he was likely already asleep, having purchased himself a tranquil night with 5 billion. Sun Qingyan closed her eyes. When she opened them again, all her emotions had settled into a serene lake of clarity. She turned and walked towards the dressing room. Without a trace of nostalgia, she discarded the black uniform that symbolized servitude, letting it fall onto the luxurious carpet as though shedding a layer of cicada skin. She dialed the internal line of the hotel's luxury boutique. This is Sun Qingyan. Within half an hour, please deliver the latest collections in black, white, and gray to the top floor. What size? Sun Qingyan surveyed her own curves in the mirror and recited a set of numbers. After hanging up, she stepped into the bathroom. When she emerged wrapped in a bathrobe, the living room was already adorned with an array of exquisite garments. There were no flamboyant colors or ostentatious designs, only the purest shades of black, white, and gray, complemented by the most impeccable tailoring. This was the man's aesthetic, and from this moment on, it would be hers as well. Ultimately, she selected a minimally tailored white silk blouse and a pair of elegantly draping black wide-leg trousers. Standing before the mirror once more, the woman reflected back was a stark contrast to the obedient maid she had been half an hour prior. If before she was a diamond displayed on velvet, now she was the uncut stone itself, raw and radiating brilliance. She casually gathered her chestnut hair into a loose chignon, exposing her smooth forehead and elongated neck. Her face, devoid of makeup, was more enchanting than ever, emanating a light born from mastering her own destiny. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Sun Qingyan approached and opened the door. Outside stood a tall woman in a black suit, exuding a competent air. GCI. GC's gaze lingered on Sun Qingyan for a brief 3 seconds. She scanned the seemingly simple, yet exquisitely valuable attire Sun Qingyan wore, and then took in the depths of the opulent suite behind her. The inquisitiveness in her eyes gradually morphed into understanding. It seemed you truly have ensnared a whale. GCI stepped into the room, surveying her surroundings before finally resting her gaze on the grand dining table. She pulled out a chair, crossed her legs, and adopted a commanding posture. Now, let me see just how large this whale of yours truly is. Sun Qingyan walked to face her, but did not take a seat. Instead, she stood, looking down upon her former classmate, her red lips parting as her voice, calm yet heavy with significance, filled the air. From this moment forward, I am in charge of this hotel. Chapter 14, Your Client, or GC's crossed legs remained unmoved. She merely tapped her left index finger, adorned with a masculine watch, lightly on the polished walnut table. The sound was subtle, yet made the atmosphere in the room tense. You are in charge? A barely perceptible smile curved GC's lips, the languid amusement in her phoenix-like eyes fading to pure scrutiny. Qingyan, I charge by the hour, and my rates are quite steep. Are you certain you wish to waste my time on such a jest? Her words were direct. Just because that client deposited 5 billion cash into your private account? Indeed. Sun Qingyan drew out the chair opposite GCI and took a seat. This action brought her down from her earlier position of subtle superiority to one of equality with an old friend, yet the energy between them had irrevocably shifted. Thus, I am the party A in this acquisition case. GC's knuckles, which had been tapping the table, stilled. For the first time, pure astonishment flickered in her usually cool and scrutinizing phoenix eyes. She stared at Shen Qingyan for a full 5 seconds. Then, she slowly leaned back in her chair. Exhaling deeply, her tone layered with complexity. All right then, it appears that Li Hongsheng, that old fox, is genuinely about to be swallowed whole. GCI altered her address. Leaning slightly forward, her earlier languor completely dissipated, replaced by the sharpness of a top lawyer at a winning firm. Ms. Shun, since this is the request of the Party A, allow me, as Party B, to present my risk warnings. First, your financier. GC's words were pointed. I can forego meeting him, but I require a rigorously notarized power of attorney, ensuring that your signatures on all legal documents represent his ultimate will. I must see this by tomorrow. Shen Qingyan nodded. Understood. Second, Li Hongsheng. GC's pace quickened as she entered her area of expertise. A 40 billion offer will drive him mad, but his subordinates, who depend on the group for their livelihood, will not. They will perceive this as a capital scam, employing every means to delay, investigate, and set obstacles before he is persuaded by his subordinates or realizes something amiss in his 40 billion dream. We must slam the contract in his face. Your requirements? Shen Qingyan inquired. A bank credit verification, the highest grade available. GC's gaze seemed capable of penetrating the soul. This verification, along with my legal letter, must be delivered to Li Hongsheng's desk right on time tomorrow. I need him to understand that this is not a negotiation open to bargaining. This is an ultimatum. No problem. Shen Qingyan agreed without a moment's hesitation. She didn't even contemplate how to broach the subject with Yuan, for she understood that he cared little for the process. All he desired were results. GCI cast a surprised glance her way. She had expected Shen Qingyan to at least consult her mysterious client. Very well. GCI swiftly typed on her tablet. Lastly, regarding the acquisition entity, it must be a newly established company to facilitate subsequent asset operations. What shall the company be called? Qingyan Holdings. When Shen Qingyan spoke those 4 words, her tone was calm. GC's fingers paused mid-typing, her gaze lifting, a peculiar expression crossing her face. Using your name? Is there a problem with that? Shen Qingyan retorted. What about the registered capital? 10 billion. GCI felt her throat tighten. Her fingers instinctively clenched around the pen. And the legal representative? Me. GCI completely halted her movements. Leaning back in her chair, she surveyed the lavish suite that resembled a palace, finally resting her gaze on Shen Qingyan's exceedingly tranquil face. After a moment, she suddenly laughed, the sound tinged with self-mockery. Shen Qingyan, I have known you for 7 years. From the moment you relegated me to the position of second speaker in the university debate team, I sensed that you, with your cunning ways, would inevitably seek out a realm that truly belonged to you. She leaned forward slightly, her voice lowered, laced with a teasing tone that only the 2 of us could comprehend. However, I did not anticipate that you would directly seek an expanse of ocean instead. GC's gaze flitted between Shen Qingyan's face and the tightly shut bedroom door. Frankly, is he your client, or? This question was sharp and direct. Shen Qingyan lifted a glass of now lukewarm lemonade from the table and took a sip. The icy liquid slid down her throat, calming her tumultuous thoughts. She set the cup down and looked at GCI without flinching. He is my starting point. This answer was ambiguous, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. GCI met her gaze for a moment before ultimately shrugging, choosing not to press further. Very well, Ms. Shun. GCI straightened, resuming the demeanor of a top-tier attorney. I will arrange for the registration immediately. By tomorrow afternoon, you will be the sole legal representative of Qingyan Holdings Limited. There is one more matter. Shen Qingyan added. Speak. Once the hotel acquisition is completed, it will require renaming. Without raising her gaze, GCI inquired, seemingly accustomed to this frenetic pace. What shall it be renamed? Qingyan International? No. Shen Qingyan looked at her, enunciating each word. It shall be Qingyan Mansion. The motion of GCI lifting the water cup froze midair. She slowly placed the cup down, emitting not a sound. Her eyes fixed on Shen Qingyan, as if observing a completely unfamiliar creature. Qingyan Holdings, Qingyan Mansion. She rubbed her temple with her fingertips, her expression a peculiar blend of absurdity and sheer astonishment. This venture cannot merely be termed business, it is an elevation. The commission shall be at the market's highest standard, 3%. GC's voice was somewhat dry. Deal. Shen Qingyan nodded. 3% of a 40 billion valuation amounts to 1.2 billion. She did not even blink. GCI stood up, stowing the tablet into her bag. Now, I shall return to the firm to work through the night preparing documents for you. Tomorrow morning at 8, my assistant will come to escort you to the bank. As she approached the door, She paused to glance back at Shen Qingyan. Qingyan. She called her name, her tone imbued with a hint of gravity. Steady yourself. This is not merely business. It is a path you cannot retrace once embarked upon. With that, she opened the door and departed with resolute swiftness. Shen Qingyan stood alone in the expansive living room, motionless for an extended while. She moved to the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city lights below. Previously, she had stood here, looking up at a splendor that demanded admiration. Now, she beheld a new starting point, soon to be beneath her feet. She took out her phone, hesitated briefly, then sent a message to Gu Yuan. There was no salutation, merely the most succinct report. Shen Qingyan, the acquisition matter has been entrusted to GC's legal team for full handling, expected to commence tomorrow. The new company's registration is proceeding concurrently. Your authorization is required for the bank to issue a credit certificate of 40 billion. Once sent, the message sank into silence. Shen Qingyan did not mind. She understood he might already be asleep. Just as she prepared to put her phone away, the screen lit up. It was Gu Yuan's reply. Just one word. Good. Chapter 15, Bank Verification of Capital. The first rays of morning sunlight penetrated the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, casting a bright golden patch on the carpet. Shen Qingyan had not slept a wink. 50 billion in funds lay quietly in her personal account. After bidding GCI farewell the previous night, she had remained alone in the vast living room, using her tablet to strategize the company registration, team formation, and operational takeover of the hotel. Each task was enough to exhaust even the most seasoned CEO. Yet within her, there was not a shred of fatigue, only a fervent exhilaration coursing through her veins. The bedroom door opened silently. Gu Yuan emerged, clad in pajamas, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Morning. He mumbled a greeting. Shen Qingyan promptly prepared to report the day's work arrangements. Mr. Gu, good morning. Regarding the acquisition case, is there anything to eat? Gu Yuan interrupted her, striding directly toward the dining area and casually pulling out a chair to sit down. All of Shen Qingyan's meticulously prepared professional remarks lodged in her throat. Yes, there is. She suppressed the smile that had graced her lips, her voice returning to its usual gentle tone. Would you prefer Chinese or Western cuisine? I can have the kitchen prepared immediately. Kanji, something light, Gu Yuan pondered before responding. Very well. Shen Qingyan turned, picked up the internal phone on the table, and deftly placed the order. After hanging up, she returned to Gu Yuan, steering the conversation back on course. Mr. Gu, this morning, I need you to accompany me to the bank. Gu Yuan lifted his head, still bearing traces of slumber-induced confusion. The lawyer requires a 40 billion credit certificate from the bank. This is the crucial first step in initiating the acquisition process, Shen Qingyan explained, emphasizing that it must be done in person by you. She had braced herself for Gu Yuan to display impatience, or, at the very least, pose a few questions. However, Gu Yuan merely nodded. All right, we'll go after breakfast. Half an hour later, a Mercedes-Benz glided silently to the entrance of Junhua Mansion. A woman dressed in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. She was GC's chief assistant, Qingyu. Qingyu walked into the lobby, her gaze locking onto Shen Qingyan in the waiting area, as well as the young man beside her, clad in an unbranded black t-shirt and casual pants. Ms. Shen, Qingyu approached quickly, respectfully handing a thick stack of documents to Shen Qingyan. These are all the legal documents prepared overnight by the lawyer. Please review them. Shen Qingyan accepted the documents, idly flipping through a few pages before turning to Gu Yuan. Mr. Gu, we can leave now. Qingyu's movements momentarily halted. Her eyes shifted from Shen Qingyan to Gu Yuan, a flicker of uncontainable confusion passing through her gaze. Ms. Shen refers to this seemingly college-aged young man as Mr. Gu? She refrained from probing further, her top-tier assistant professionalism compelling her to suppress all curiosity as she swiftly opened the car door, gesturing for them to enter. Construction Bank. Jiangzhou Branch VIP Center. Wealth manager Chen Wei was savoring a freshly signed 5 million investment deal over a cup of coffee when he noticed the branch president, Wang Dihai, personally escorting 3 individuals into the room. He immediately set down his cup, rising to his feet with the most welcoming smile affixed to his face. The leading woman was the legendary exclusive housekeeper of Junhua Mansion, Shen Qingyan. The glasses-wearing lady beside her exuded a competent aura, clearly a legal elite. As for the young man walking in between, Chen Wei's gaze flitted over him for barely a second before shifting away. Dressed ordinarily, with an unremarkable demeanor. Likely Ms. Shen's brother, or perhaps an aide to that female lawyer. President Wang. Shen Qingyan nodded at the middle-aged man beside her and spoke directly to the point. This is Mr. Gu, who requires a credit verification for the sum of 4 billion. 4 billion? Wang Dihai's previously warm smile instantly froze. He glanced at Shen Qingyan and then at the seemingly unremarkable Mr. Gu, his throat constricting as he struggled to swallow. Miss Shen, This must be a jest, he stammered, his voice dry as if it had rusted. He was acquainted with Shen Qingyan and knew her to be a woman of integrity. Yet, the figure of 4 billion was no mere jest. It was a shocking revelation. This amount nearly equated to their branch's entire annual savings target. "We have no time for frivolity," interjected Assistant Qin Yu. She adjusted her gold-rimmed spectacles and emphatically placed a document on the marble table. "This is the application letter issued by our law firm, and all procedures are legal and compliant. Now, please proceed to process my client's request immediately." Wang Dihai's gaze fell upon the embossed letterhead of the prestigious law firm, and without hesitation, he personally escorted Gu Yuan to the most exclusive VIP room. "Mr. Gu, may I kindly request your identification and bank card?" Wang Dihai's posture involuntarily slumped, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Gu Yuan retrieved his identification and an utterly ordinary bank card from his pocket and handed them over. Wang Dihai accepted the thin card with both hands, feeling its weight as if it bore the burden of 1,000 pounds. He signaled to his colleague Chun Wei to execute the necessary operations. Chun Wei inhaled deeply, settling before the computer, his fingers trembling as he entered the card information into the system. As he hovered the cursor over the balance inquiry button, he felt his heart momentarily cease its rhythm. He clicked. In the next instant, a cascade of numbers poured onto the screen like a waterfall. Chun Wei's eyes widened to their limits. Instinctively, he reached out to count the zeros on the screen, but halfway through, he felt as though his very spine had been extracted, collapsing into the opulent leather chair, mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. Wang Dihai sensed something amiss and rushed over. Just one glance was all it took. He gasped, his knees buckling, and staggered back, barely managing to steady himself against the ornate mahogany display behind him, preventing an immediate collapse. The screen displayed a balance that sent tremors through his very soul. 8 renminbi. 613, 917, 971, 861. Over 800 billion. All contained within this seemingly unremarkable savings card. The VIP room fell into a deathly silence. Wang Dihai felt as though he were suffocating. He turned abruptly, his eyes reflecting a near-reverential terror as he gazed at the young man, who remained utterly composed, leisurely sipping the complimentary coffee provided by the bank. "Mr. Gu." Wang Dihai bowed deeply, his voice transformed by sheer astonishment. "Please wait. I will attend to this immediately. I will personally communicate with the headquarters to ensure it is expedited." With that, he practically bolted from the VIP room, resembling a fugitive. Shen Qingyan exchanged a glance with Qin Yu, both recognizing the unmistakable shock mirrored in each other's eyes. They had anticipated the bank's astonishment, but had never envisioned such a dramatic reaction. At the center of this whirlwind, Gu Yuan merely set down his coffee cup, a subtle furrow appearing on his brow. He turned to Shen Qingyan and earnestly inquired, "Is there no sugar in this coffee? It is rather bitter." Shen Qingyan stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. In that instant, she grasped the true meaning behind GC's words from the previous night. Hold on tight. What she had grasped was not a straightforward path to success, but rather an entirely new world that defied conventional understanding. And she, Shen Qingyan, was a witness to this world. Chapter 16. At his words, the bank president personally brews tea. The sounds within the VIP room faded into silence. Qin Yu tightened her grip on her glasses, instinctively feeling the weight of the moment. She gazed at the dizzying array of numbers on the computer screen, then stole a glance at the young man beside her, who frowned slightly at the taste of a complimentary coffee. As GC's most trusted aide, she had encountered many so-called wealthy individuals, yet their entire fortunes paled in comparison to the balance contained within this card. The concept of wealth was redefined in that moment. Shen Qingyan, after a brief moment of distraction, swiftly regained her composure. She did not glance at the string of numbers, nor pay heed to Wang Dihai's panicked exit. Her complete focus remained on Gu Yuan. She understood that from this point forward, she would no longer be navigating commercial rules, but rather the most subtle preferences of this man. Even the slightest hint of his displeasure could unleash a tempest in the city. She rose and approached Gu Yuan, her voice gentle as a spring breeze caressing the water's surface. "Mr. Gu, I apologize for the oversight. The quality of the coffee beans here is rather mediocre and may not suit your taste." She turned to the finance manager, Chun Wei, who was still frozen in shock, forgetting even to breathe. "Manager Chun, if you would be so kind, please prepare a glass of warm water." Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of a command, jolting Chun Wei from his stupor. Yes, I will fetch it immediately." He hurried toward the door, colliding forcefully with Wang Dihai, who was returning with a purple clay tea tray, carefully cradling an exquisite set of kung fu tea utensils. Without a glance at his flustered subordinate, Wang Dihai hastily approached Gu Yuan, his back bent deeply, his expression twisted in an almost grotesque display of servility. Mr. Gu, please do not take offense. It is our inadequacy in hospitality." He gently placed the tea tray on the table before Yuan, as if presenting a priceless national treasure. This is my personal collection of Wui Rock Big Red Robe, procured from the mother tree 2 years ago. I have been reluctant to use it. Please, do sample it, and see if it pleases your palate. As he spoke, he prepared to brew the tea himself, his hands trembling from anxiety. Yuan observed this display, his frown deepening. It is too noisy. He uttered just 2 words. Wang Dihai's actions froze midair. Beads of sweat merged into a stream, cascading down his cheek. The next moment, he spun around, directing a low, thunderous roar at the bank employees who had rushed in, yet dared not approach. What are you all doing standing around? Do you wish to be dismissed? Get out. All of you get out. Clear the area. I want the entire VIP zone emptied. Not a single fly is allowed to enter. The crowd scattered like startled birds. The vast VIP center fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Only then did Wang Dihai turn back, his expression more woeful than a cry. Mr. Gu, is it quiet enough now? Yuan ignored him, his gaze fixed on Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan immediately stepped forward, effortlessly accepting the exquisite tea set from Wang Dihai's hands. Her movements were composed and graceful, her slender fingers gliding over the warm purple clay teapot, each action a visual delight. Pre-warming the cups, placing the tea, pouring from a height, skimming the froth, and finally serving with a gentle pour. There were no superfluous words, no ostentatious displays. Soon, a cup of tea, amber in hue and fragrant with subtle notes, was delicately placed before Yuan, cradled in both her hands. Mr. Gu, please sample this, she offered, her voice imbued with a peculiar soothing quality that washed away the earlier clamor and flattery. Yuan lifted the teacup and took a sip. The tea was warm and mellow, with a rich flavor and a crisp aftertaste. He nodded slightly. This is quite good. Upon receiving this praise, Wang Dihai appeared as if he had been granted a reprieve, his entire demeanor relaxing as the coolness of sweat-soaked fabric clung to his back. His gaze toward Shen Qingyan was filled with gratitude and a profound respect. He finally understood that within this room, the only person capable of engaging in conversation with the inscrutable Mr. Gu was the lady before him. Regarding the matter of the credit certification, Shen Qingyan set down the teapot and turned her attention to Wang Dihai, her tone reverting to a business-like coolness. When can it be processed? Immediately. Right away. Wang Dihai replied hastily, no longer daring to exhibit even the slightest hesitation. It has been submitted to the headquarters, and we have activated the highest level green channel. All processes are being expedited. Rest assured, within half an hour, the official document bearing the headquarters steel seal will be delivered to you. Beside them, Qingyu adjusted her glasses once more. She was acutely aware of the complexity of the review process for such a high-level credit certification. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a week. Half an hour. This was the power of wealth. It did not merely bend the rules for you. It rewrote them altogether. Yuan remained disinterested, sipping his tea while casually scrolling through news on his new phone, as though all of this were utterly irrelevant to him. Shen Qingyan, too, refrained from further conversation. She sat quietly beside Yuan, timely replenishing his cup. The VIP room fell into a remarkable tranquility, with Wang Dihai and Qingyu acting as 2 attentive courtiers, their very breaths subdued. Half an hour later, the vice president of the branch office dashed in, personally delivering a document sealed in the highest grade file folder. Wang Dihai accepted the document, presenting it to Shen Qingyan with both hands. Miss Shen, it is done. Here is the credit certification for 4 billion, and additionally, this is the highest grade black gold card specially approved by our bank's president, along with the highest authorization credentials for all our services. He handed over the document and a metallic card, entirely black and glimmering with a dark sheen. In the future, Mr. Gu and you will not need to wait in line or undergo reviews for any transactions at our bank with a single phone call. I will personally be at your service 24 hours a day. Shen Qingyan took the document and passed it to Qingyu beside her. Qingyu opened it, meticulously verifying its contents before subtly nodding in confirmation. Mr. Gu, everything is in order, Shen Qingyan informed him. Yuan rose, seemingly eager to depart without a moment's delay. Let us go? Mr. Gu, take care. Miss Shen, please travel safely. Wang Dihai led a cadre of bank executives to escort them to the entrance. Inside the car, Qingyu carefully stowed the document away, watching the spectacular send-off through the rearview mirror, unable to contain herself. The tremors of excitement still rippled in her voice. President Shen, she addressed Shen Qingyan, her tone having subtly shifted. What exactly is your boss? Shen Qingyan's gaze drifted from the bustling street scenes outside to the tranquil face of Yuan, who had closed his eyes in repose. His profile was unremarkable, even revealing the fine fuzz of youthful hair in the afternoon sunlight, reminiscent of a boy yet to leave the campus. Yet this seemingly ordinary man was, in a manner she could not fully comprehend, shifting the very fabric of this world. Shen Qingyan withdrew her gaze, looking ahead as her lips parted slightly. He is not my boss. After a brief pause, she uttered a statement that sent a shiver through Qingyu. He is my future. Chapter 17. If he wishes to sign, let him come himself. The car glided smoothly away from the bank when Shen Qingyan's phone rang at an opportune moment. The name flashing on the screen was Li Hongsheng. She glanced at Gu Yuan beside her. He remained with his eyes closed, as if everything was of no concern to him. Shen Qingyan pressed the answer button. Her voice steady. Qingyan. The voice on the other end was laced with a fervent urgency. The last vestiges of restraint and arrogance from the previous night long vanished. For billion and cold, hard cash had rendered this seasoned fox of the business world restless through the night. Mr. Li, it has just been completed, Shen Qingyan replied, her tone devoid of any hint of excitement. Good, splendid, Li Hongsheng exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. When can we sign the contract? My board has been in a meeting all night, and they are all in agreement. Unanimously approved. He eagerly conveyed his sincerity, fearful that this windfall might slip through his fingers. The legal team is drafting the final version. It will be ready by this afternoon. And what time will you be coming to sign? Li Hongsheng's voice trembled with excitement. Shen Qingyan did not respond immediately. She turned to glance at the man beside her, who appeared to be asleep. Gu Yuan slightly lifted his eyelids, revealing a narrow slit of vision, and spoke softly. I'm not going anywhere. If he wants to sign, let him come himself. This statement, delivered with understated calmness, held more weight than any command. Shen Qingyan understood implicitly. She spoke into the phone in a tone of factual declaration. Mr. Li, 3 o'clock this afternoon, at the top suite of Junyue Mansion. Please bring your board members. We will be waiting for you here. On the other end, there was a brief silence of 2 or 3 seconds. To summon the seller along with their entire core team to sign over the rights to the acquired asset was, in the realm of business negotiations, almost an affront. It declared absolute sovereignty. Yet that meager pride was nothing more than dust in the face of 4 billion. Good. No problem. Li Hongsheng's voice rang out again, filled with a humble exhilaration. We will definitely arrive by 3. The call ended. Qingyu, seated in the front, observed everything unfold through the rearview mirror. Her heart still tumultuous. To have someone like Li Hongsheng bowing and scraping, ready to comply, spoke volumes of Mr. Gu's influence, which transcended the mere confines of commerce. President Shun, Qinyu's voice unconsciously dropped lower. Shall we return to the hotel? Shen Qingyan replied, her gaze fixed on the city skyline, where the landmark buildings sparkled in the sunlight. Prepare to receive what belongs to us. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the presidential suite of Junyue Mansion had transformed into a temporary command center for Qingyan Holdings. GCI, accompanied by her most elite team, had turned the living room into an efficient battleground. Thick contracts, asset transfer lists, and legal risk assessment reports were meticulously arranged on the walnut long table. Gu Yuan remained ensconced in the sofa, his fingers languidly gliding across the mobile screen, exuding an air of indifference towards everything surrounding him. Standing beside GCI, Shen Qingyan was engaged in the final confirmations. Every clause was impeccably crafted. GCI pushed a final contract towards her, gently tapping the cover with his fingertip, assuring her that he had left no punctuation mark within this contract for the cunning old fox, Li Hongsheng, to exploit as a loophole. Pausing momentarily, she lowered her voice, a flicker of complexity illuminating her doe-like phoenix eyes. Once he affixed his signature, the Junyue Mansion, along with the land it occupied, would entirely belong to you. It is under Qingyan Holdings, Shen Qingyan corrected. GCI cast a glance at the man on the sofa, who radiated a palpable aura of do not disturb, and chose to remain silent. At precisely 3 o'clock, the elevator doors slid open soundlessly. Li Hongsheng entered, flanked by 5 impeccably suited middle-aged men, all board members of Hongsheng Group, figures whose mere presence could resonate throughout the Jiangzhou business scene. Yet, the expressions on their faces were surprisingly uniform, a blend of greed, anxiety, and caution. Li Hongsheng's gaze swiftly scanned the room, darting over the busy lawyers before settling firmly on Gu Yuan. Is this the young man? He mused, astonished that this youth, seemingly younger than his own son, was the one who had audaciously wielded 40 billion. Mr. Gu. Li Hongsheng's face instantly blossomed into a warm smile as he approached, extending his hands with eagerness. It is an honor to finally meet you. Gu Yuan lifted his gaze, offering a fleeting glance. He neither rose nor extended his hand, merely uttering 2 words with nonchalance. Have a seat. Li Hongsheng's outstretched hand froze momentarily in the air before he casually retracted it, his smile brightening as he took a seat opposite Gu Yuan. The other board members followed suit, settling down with an air of restraint. GCI stood up, commanding the room's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, We shall now commence the signing ceremony for the full acquisition of Junyue Mansion by Qingyan Holdings. 3 copies of the contract were distributed by the assistant. Chairman Li, please sign first. GCI presented a Mont-Blanc pen to Li Hongxing. Li Hongxing grasped the pen, its tip hovering over the paper for a brief moment. Signing this name would signify his complete relinquishment of the enterprise he had built from scratch. Yet, the wealth he would gain was more than enough for a lifetime. Resolving his hesitation, he flamboyantly inscribed his name. The board members followed suit, each leaving their mark with glistening faces. Finally, it was Sun Qingyan's turn. She picked up the pen and meticulously inscribed her name in the designated space for the legal representative of Qingyan Holdings. The moment she set the pen down, an era came to a close. To a pleasant collaboration, GCI announced, declaring that, in a legal sense, Junyue Mansion had officially changed hands. Li Hongxing rubbed his hands together, his face alight with barely contained anticipation, glancing at Gu Yuan. Mr. Gu, regarding the funds. Gu Yuan lifted his mobile phone, his fingers striking the screen with casual precision. They have been transferred. His tone was light and airy. Li Hongxing suddenly fumbled for his phone, nearly dropping it due to his fervor. Trembling fingers tapped open the bank notification. In that instant, he froze. The screen's glow illuminated his stunned visage. 40 billion, every cent accounted for, was now resting in the Group S account. It's here, Li Hongxing stammered, his voice hoarse. Truly, it had arrived. The directors behind him also received the notification, their faces flushing with excitement. Amidst the cacophony of jubilation, Gu Yuan's voice rang out once more. There is one more matter. All eyes turned to him in unison. From this moment forth, this place shall no longer be known as Junyue Mansion. It shall be called Qingyan Mansion. By dawn tomorrow, I expect to see everything bearing the name Junyue Mansion completely eradicated. The elation on Li Hongxing's face froze. However, he quickly nodded vigorously, his head bobbing as if in a frenzy. Yes, Mr. Gu, you are absolutely right. It should be called Qingyan Mansion. I will arrange for it immediately. By tomorrow morning, you will see a brand new sign. Gu Yuan rose, not sparing him another glance. He turned to Sun Qingyan and said, it's a bit noisy. I shall retreat to rest. The rest is for you to handle. With that, he strode towards the bedroom, shutting out the din and astonishment behind the door. Silence enveloped the living room. Li Hongxing and the entire board of directors stared at the woman who had now claimed the primary seat. Her expression was one of serene composure, evoking a profound sense of reverence. Chapter 18. Junyue Mansion is now a relic of the past. The bedroom door closed gently. The sound reverberated in the expansive living room like a silent thunderclap, cleaving 2 ears apart. Li Hongxing gazed at the closed walnut door before turning his attention back to the woman who sat securely in control. The exuberance birthed from the arrival of 40 billion was slowly cooling, peeling away to reveal an undercurrent of complex emotions beneath. The money had arrived, yet it felt as if a significant part of him had been forcibly excised. Clearing his dry throat, he leaned forward, attempting to reclaim a semblance of the authority befitting the chairman of Hongxing Group. Ms. Shun, now that the contract is signed and the funds are secured, regarding the subsequent handover, I believe. Sun Qingyan interrupted him, rising slowly to approach the liquor cabinet. Her actions stifled his words, leaving them stuck in his throat. All eyes in the room were fixed upon her. She did not reach for any of the fine whiskeys or red wines, but instead retrieved a pristine crystal glass, pouring herself a glass of ice water. This act of being utterly disregarded bore more weight than any sharp retort. Holding the crystal glass, Sun Qingyan walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The myriad lights of the city served as a dazzling backdrop behind her. Mr. Li, she finally spoke, her voice devoid of warmth. From the moment that door closed, this place is no longer affiliated with Hongxing Group. The expressions of the board members behind Li Hongxing shifted in unison. One balding director could no longer contain himself, his tone laced with remnants of former arrogance. Ms. Shun, what do you mean by this? The central reservation system of Junyue Mansion, the resources from key clients, and the global supply chain, all of them rely on the support of the group. Are you intent on crippling yourself? That was Junyue Mansion, Sun Qingyan replied, turning to face the astonished and anxious faces before her. Now, this is Qingyan Mansion. Her voice was soft, yet weighed down the air in the living room with gravity. At that moment, GCI appropriately slid a document to the center of the long table. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with Article 17, Clause 3 of the Acquisition Agreement, upon completion of the acquisition, all non-independent commercial associations with the original holders of the target assets shall automatically cease. The tone of the statement resembled that of a final argument in court. In simpler terms, it signified a complete severance from all ties. Li Hongxing's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and in that moment, he suddenly realized that what he had sold was not merely a building. What he had relinquished was the bow of the grand vessel that was Hongxing Group, the illustrious brand upon which all the Group's businesses depended. Without Junyue Mansion, Hongxing Group was nothing in Jiangzhou. General Manager Shun Qingyan. The tone of Li Hongxing's voice took on a pleading quality, and even his mode of address altered. Can we have a discussion? We could preserve part of the cooperative relationship. It would also benefit the smooth transition of Qingyan Mansion. Shen Qingyan slowly returned to her seat, resuming her position of authority. She picked up her glass of water, took a gentle sip, and then raised her gaze to meet his. Directorly, do you still believe you have the standing to negotiate terms with me? Her words drained the color from Li Hongsheng's face as if the very blood had been siphoned away. I will provide you with two options. Shen Qingyan set her glass down, her voice icy. First, take your people and leave immediately. By 9 a.m. tomorrow, ensure that all materials are completely handed over. In that case, Qingyan Mansion will not hold you accountable for past actions. Li Hongxing's lips moved as he comprehended the weight behind the phrase, not holding accountable. Those discrepancies in the accounts, those clandestine transactions. And the second option? He heard himself rasp out. A faint, frigid smile graced Shen Qingyan's lips. Alternatively, we could discuss the tax issues concerning Junyue Mansion over the past 3 years, as well as the fire safety audit processes. Her voice, cold as ice, pronounced what felt like a final verdict. Director Li, my team excels at identifying problematic invoices among thousands. Trust me, we will undoubtedly uncover something. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Beads of sweat rolled down Li Hongxing's forehead, each drop landing on his expensive suit, leaving dark stains in their wake. He understood that he had no choice. That 40 billion was not only a price for his life, but also a silencing fee. I choose the first option. The words escaped him, barely squeezed out between clenched teeth. Shen Qingyan nodded slightly, unsurprised. Very wise. She pushed a handover list across the table to Li Hongsheng. This is the handover checklist. Now, please leave. From this moment onward, no one from Hongxing Group is permitted to step foot here. She paused, her gaze lingering on Li Hongsheng's ashen face. Including you. The final word struck like a hammer, shattering the last remnants of hope within Li Hongxing's heart. Struggling to rise, he looked at the woman who had once held him in such reverence. Just a few hours ago, she had been his most capable subordinate. Now, she had become a figure he must look up to, even fear. All of this transformation stemmed from the man behind that closed door. A man who could hardly be bothered to show his face again. Let's go. Li Hongsheng led his disheartened board members toward the elevator. As the doors slowly closed, he caught a final glimpse of Shen Qingyan, still seated at the head of the table, her posture regal, the myriad lights behind her forming her throne. The doors shut completely. An era had come to an end. GCI approached Shen Qingyan, observing her serene profile. Decisive and ruthless, indeed. She genuinely admired. Before furrowing her brow, however, do you truly intend to go it alone? Without the Hongxing framework, merely getting this colossal vessel underway will be enough to leave you overwhelmed. Shen Qingyan's gaze pierced through the glass, fixated on the city's twinkling lights in the distance. A smile, enigmatic and incomprehensible to others, curved her lips. GCI, do you believe that someone who can effortlessly draw a starting line of 40 billion would concern themselves with how many ants are scurrying beneath it? GCI followed her gaze, recalling the man in the bedroom, remembering the numbers that still sent shivers down her spine. She smiled, feeling a sense of release. Indeed. I suppose I was thinking too small. Shen Qingyan withdrew her gaze and picked up the internal phone on the table. Her fingers pressed the speed dial for the hotel general manager's office. The call connected. Manager Zhang. Her voice was calm, yet carried an unassailable authority. Notify all department heads and above that there will be a meeting in the top floor conference room in half an hour. This is Shen Qingyan. From this moment forward, I am in charge. Chapter 19. I hereby declare this place to be called Qingyan Mansion. Half an hour later, at Qingyan Mansion's top floor conference room, a vast oval mahogany table reflected the faces of 20-some individuals, each harboring their own concerns. The air conditioning's chill enveloped them. Yet the marketing director felt a bead of perspiration form at the nape of his neck, prompting him to discreetly loosen his Windsor knot. Across from him, the financial director instinctively rubbed the expensive pen before him with his fingertip. They were the pinnacle of this 6-star hotel, the undisputed authorities within their respective departments. Yet at that moment, they had all become silent subjects. The conference room door swung open, and Shen Qingyan entered. She had changed from her sharp business attire into a sleek, minimalist black gown. Her chestnut hair was casually swept up, revealing a long, elegant neck. She neither acknowledged anyone nor made eye contact, but walked directly to the head of the table. The sound of her high heels on the thick carpet was imperceptible, yet each step resonated in the hearts of those present. Zhang Guohua, the general manager and a trusted aide of Li Hongsheng, felt his shoulders tense involuntarily at the moment she pulled out her chair, instinctively wanting to rise. However, he restrained himself, and this unfinished motion rendered him stiff. Shen Qingyan sat down, not immediately speaking, merely shifting the glass of warm water closer to herself by an inch. This silent gesture declared her sovereignty. It appears everyone is present. Her voice, though soft, caused each heart in the room to sink a little. Wang Meili, the HR director in her 40s, adept at navigating political waters, plastered on a sycophantic smile and was the first to probe. General Manager Shun, you see, our labor contracts were previously signed with Hongshan Group. Hongshan Group? Shen Qingyan lifted her face, her attention finally landing on Wang Meili. The tranquility of her demeanor instantly froze the smile on Wang Meili's face. From today onward, that name can be erased from your memories. Her words struck like a shard of ice into each heart. All previous contracts are hereby void. Shen Qingyan's gaze swept across every individual in attendance. Qingyan Holdings will enter into new agreements with every willing colleague. She paused for effect before delivering a statement that ignited the atmosphere in the room. Salaries will be increased by 30% over your current standards. A brief silence ensued, followed by an uncontrollable wave of gasps. An emotion known as greed, akin to a creeping vine, ascended upon every face marked by uncertainty. The chief financial officer, Chen Jianhua, a middle-aged man acutely attuned to figures, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and posed the question that lingered heavily on everyone's lips. General Manager Shun, if I may speak frankly, hotel operations necessitate substantial cash flow support. The strength of the new company, Qingyan Holdings. Shen Qingyan interjected, correcting his terminology before gazing at him with an even tone. The registered capital is 1 billion, she added succinctly. Chen Jianhua's fingertips trembled, and his glasses nearly slipped from the bridge of his nose. His pride and his mental arithmetic shattered in the face of the phrase 1 billion in cash. At that moment, General Manager Zhang Guohua's complexion turned ashen. He comprehended the bloody price lurking behind such generous terms. General Manager Shun, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. What about our business framework with Hongshan? The central reservation system, the supplier network, and those invaluable VIP client resources. These are the lifeblood of Jinyufu. That is the lifeblood of Jinyufu. Shen Qingyan interrupted him, her voice devoid of warmth. Not of Qinjianfu. Starting tomorrow, sever all system connections with Hongshan Group. That is impossible. Zhang Guohua nearly leapt from his chair. General Manager, you are undermining our foundation. Without Hongshan's channels, we won't be able to book a single guest. This is suicide. Zhang Guo, Shen Qingyan's attention finally landed squarely upon him. The calmness in her demeanor sent a chill deep within his bones. It appears you have yet to grasp your position. Li Hongsheng is no longer your employer. She rose, walking leisurely to the whiteboard at the far end of the conference room, picking up a black marker. The tip struck the board with a definitive tap. First, before dawn tomorrow, everything bearing the name Jinyufu, from the hotel sign to a napkin, must vanish. Second, the IT department will migrate client data overnight and establish an independent server. I do not care how you achieve it. I want to see results before dawn. Third, all suppliers will renegotiate contracts under the name of Qingyan Holdings. With each directive, she drew a horizontal line on the board, each stroke akin to severing an artery of the old world. Zhang Guohua watched her silhouette tremble, his lips quivering as he sought to make one final stand. Yet, Shen Qingyan seemed to possess eyes in the back of her head. I will say this one last time. Here, there is no longer any connection with Hongshan Group. Anyone who finds this unacceptable may submit their resignation at this moment. I will not retain you. She paused, delivering the final blow. The finance department will immediately settle 3 times your salary. Silence enveloped the conference room. No one was a fool. On one side lay an uncertain future with a discarded old master. On the other, a 30% salary increase and a new company with a registered capital of 1 billion, an abyss of potential. And then there was that severance package of 3 times their salary. This was not merely a deterrent. It was a disdainful proclamation of their loyalty's worthlessness. Moments later, the housekeeping manager, Yuan, was the first to raise her hand, her voice tinged with barely concealed eagerness. General Manager Shun, may I inquire when we can sign the new contracts? This question toppled the first domino. Zhang Guohua slumped back into his chair, aware that the tide had turned. Shen Qingyan did not glance back. She merely inscribed a final phrase on the whiteboard. Setting down the marker, she turned, leaning against the board filled with new regulations. Scrutinizing the assembly. I know what you are all thinking. You are wondering by what right. She approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the myriad lights of the city below, that sea of illumination becoming an extension of her power. In 3 months, Qinjianfu will be the sole choice in Jiangzhou. Within 6 months, it will become a landmark of the entire province. A year from now, when people speak of the premier hotel in Daxia, it will be our name that first graces their lips. Her voice, though soft, bore an undeniable authority that rendered rebuttals futile. This was not an empty promise, it was a declaration. For all present knew well that the confidence that allowed Shen Qingyan to make such assertions did not stem from herself, but rather from the true entity concealed behind the closed bedroom door, one too indifferent to even show their face. Shen Qingyan withdrew her gaze and resumed her place at the head of the table. Now, let us commence our tasks. The meeting is adjourned. Chapter 20, 50 million for a diploma. The following morning, at Qinjianfu, in the presidential suite, the morning light streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a flowing layer of pale gold over the entire city of Jiangzhou. Qingyan. Gu Yuan's voice was gentle. Without turning around, Shen Qingyan, who had been preparing breakfast, immediately halted her movements and hurried over. Clad in a beige professional suit, her makeup impeccably done, she approached. Mr. Gu, how may I assist you? Gu Yuan turned to face her, his gaze settling upon her countenance. I may not frequently attend classes at school in the future. Shen Qingyan's breath caught momentarily, instantly grasping the implication behind his words. The rules within the university campus were indeed an unnecessary constraint for someone of Mr. Gu's stature. Are you suggesting that the issue with your student status should be handled? I do not wish to encounter any attendance-related troubles upon my graduation. Shen Qingyan precisely discerned Mr. Gu's true intent, perfection in results, invisibility in the process. I understand. I will ensure it is taken care of. Very well. Gu Yuan turned his gaze back to the window. Remember to keep a low profile. Shen Qingyan slightly bowed, her lowered eyelashes concealing a fleeting smile. At 9 o'clock that morning, outside the office of the Dean of the Music College at Jiangzhou University, Secretary Xiao Zhang was verifying a performance list, the pen tip scratching against the paper. The sound of steady high heels approached, neither hurried nor slow, yet imbued with an invisible sense of pressure that thickened the air in the corridor. Xiao Zhang halted her pen, looking up to see a woman striding toward her. Hello. I am looking for Dean Zhang. The woman's voice was warm and melodious, yet Xiao Zhang instinctively straightened her back. May I ask who you are? Shen Qingyan, Qingyan Holdings. The woman provided only her name and company, omitting her title, yet the calmness in her demeanor carried more weight than any position. Xiao Zhang had never heard of Qingyan Holdings, but her instincts warned her that the significance of those 4 characters was beyond her grasp. Please hold on. I will notify him right away. A few minutes later, the office door swung open from within. Dean Zhang Wenbao himself emerged, wearing a perfectly measured smile. As the head of the institute, he had encountered numerous individuals, yet the poise of this woman made him internally alert. General Manager Shun, it is a pleasure. Zhang Wenbao extended his hand. Shen Qingyan lightly shook it before releasing it, smiling as she spoke. Dean Zhang, I apologize for my abrupt visit. I wish to discuss a collaboration with the college. Within the confines of the office, the aroma of tea wafted gently through the air. Zhang Wenbao, steady in demeanor, lifted his teacup and delicately blew away the froth. Shen Qingyan wasted no time in circling around the matter. I wish to make a donation to your esteemed institution in the name of Qingyan Holdings, specifically a teaching fund. She fixed her gaze upon Zhang Wenbao, extending her 5 slender, porcelain-like fingers, which danced lightly in the air. 50 million. Zhang Wenbao's hand, holding the teacup, froze mid-air. Although the smile on his face retained its previous curve, his eyes had already lost their focus, the steam rising and blurring everything behind his glasses. 50 million? He questioned his own senses, suspecting he might be hallucinating due to fatigue. Yes, 50 million, Shen Qingyan confirmed, her tone composed. This sum is intended to enhance the college's hardware facilities and establish a dedicated scholarship to nurture promising talents. Zhang Wenbao felt the blood rush to his head. He slowly lowered the teacup, the base clinking softly against the table, startling him back to reality. What did 50 million mean for the music academy? It signified a brand new building for practice rooms, the ability to invite top-tier guest professors from Vienna, and a significant enhancement to his own political achievements. Ms. Shun, this generous gift is indeed overwhelming. His voice carried a hint of disbelief. What are the conditions attached? He understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The conditions, for Dean Zhang, were rather straightforward. Shen Qingyan's gaze bore into him, imbued with a penetrating insight. There is a 4th-year student at your institution named Gu Yuan. Zhang Wenbao's mind raced to recall the name, which seemed vaguely familiar, an unremarkable student. Hardly noteworthy. I personally see immense potential in this student, Shen Qingyan continued in a deliberate manner. I believe that someone of his caliber should devote his time to broader horizons, to practice, and to create. If conventional attendance policies were to stifle his talent and spirit, it would be a loss not just for the academy, but for the entire industry. Her words were impeccably crafted, serving both as praise and as a subtle nudge. Zhang Wenbao's mind buzzed, clarity dawning upon him. This enigmatic businesswoman, wielding a substantial fortune, was clearing every obstacle in Gu Yuan's path in a manner he could not refuse. 50 million, a price for a seamless graduation certificate. Zhang Wenbo inhaled deeply, forcing down the heat rising within him. What Ms. Shun has proposed is indeed valid. He adjusted his posture, his expression turning serious. For exceptional talents like Gu Yuan, the Academy ought to provide more flexible and humane training programs. We must not allow rigid rules to hinder the growth of genius. Dean Zhang understood the greater good. Shen Qingyan's face radiated appropriate approval. The donation agreement will be delivered by my legal team this afternoon. She paused before adding, furthermore, Mr. Gu himself prefers a quiet existence and wishes to avoid unnecessary attention regarding this matter, so I kindly ask Dean Zhang to handle it discreetly. Of course, of course. I understand. Zhang Wenbo replied fervently, though his mind was in turmoil. Mr. Gu? So, it appeared that Ms. Shun had someone backing her. Just then, a knock echoed through the office door. Come in. The Director of Academic Affairs, Wang Jiangwo, entered, his demeanor stern and unyielding, clutching a document in hand. Dean, regarding Gu Yuan's attendance issues, he has exceeded the allowable absences significantly, according to regulations. His words faltered upon noticing Shen Qingyan seated on the sofa. The atmosphere in the office had shifted dramatically. Director Wang, Zhang Wenbo's voice cut through the tension, taught with an unfamiliar intensity. Which student were you just mentioning? Gu Yuan. Wang Jiangwo replied, somewhat perplexed. This student has missed numerous classes this semester, which reflects poorly. Confound it. Zhang Wenbo interrupted sharply, his tone unusually severe. Director Wang, you must adopt a long-term perspective. Can we measure genius by the same standards we apply to ordinary students? Wang Jiangwo stood frozen, bewildered. Gu Yuan? A genius? How had he been unaware? At that moment, Shen Qingyan rose gracefully, speaking gently as if to rescue Wang Jiangwo from his confusion. Director Wang, greetings. I am Shen Qingyan. I was just discussing with Dean Zhang the establishment of a young artist practice fund. A practice fund? Wang Jiangwo's confusion deepened. Zhang Wenbo interjected, his voice filled with a sense of vindication. A fund of 50 million. Wang Jiangwo's jaw dropped, unable to close. Shen Qingyan approached him, her smile impeccable, every word resonating clearly in his ears. And Mr. Gu Yuan happens to be the first key beneficiary of our foundation's support. I trust that for a student so dedicated to social practice, the Academy will extend its utmost understanding and support, will it not? Wang Jiangwo finally grasped the situation. He glanced at the dean's resolute expression and then at the formidable woman before him, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Regulations? In the face of 50 million, regulations became utterly insignificant. Chapter 21. Engaging top attorneys at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the presidential suite of Qingyan Mansion, Shen Qingyan entered with a renewed air. She had changed out of the rather austere suit she wore that morning into a luxurious white silk blouse, the cuffs casually rolled up to reveal her fair wrists. Exuding a sense of ease and composure after completing her task, Gu Yuan stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, a new phone in hand, aimlessly scrolling across the smooth screen. Hearing movement behind him, he turned. Is everything in order? All went smoothly, Shen Qingyan replied, stepping forward, a hint of triumph gracing her lips. The 50 million teaching fund has already prompted the establishment of a dedicated team at the Academy, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Her voice, warm and melodious, carried an undercurrent of subtle self-congratulation. Dean Zhang believes that any conventional attendance policy would stifle your artistic inspiration. She paused, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. As for that rigid Director Wang from the Academic Affairs Office, he is currently spearheading research on how to provide optimal external practice support for extraordinary talents like yourself. I have no doubt that should you request it, he would even be willing to assist you in writing your thesis. Gu Yuan listened with an impassive expression, regarding it all as the inevitable outcome of a monetary exchange. Shen Qingyan glanced at her watch. It is lunchtime now. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's dine together. Sure, Gu Yuan replied absently. Have something simple sent up. Very well. 20 minutes later, an array of exquisite dishes was quietly placed on the dining table. For courses and a soup, modest in portion yet meticulously crafted. Shen Qingyan sat gracefully opposite Gu Yuan, engaging in the meal with elegance, the silence between them unbroken. By the way, GCI, Gu Yuan set his chopsticks down, his voice soft, shattering the tranquility of the dining room. Shen Qingyan lifted her gaze, gently wiping her lips with a napkin, awaiting his continuation. What is the current situation with your firm? To be candid, not very good. Shen Qingyan organized her thoughts and offered the most objective evaluation. GC's individual prowess is unparalleled within the Jiangzhou legal community. However, her law firm is rather diminutive, with limited connections and resources, making it arduous for her to engage with truly significant cases. She cast a glance at Gu Yuan. She resembled a finely crafted sword concealed within an ordinary scabbard, formidable in capability yet deprived of the opportunity to unsheath herself, thus lacking in renown. Gu Yuan remained silent, his consciousness delving into the system. Name, GCI. Age, 25. Appearance, 93. Potential, 97. Rating, 95. Affinity, 20. A potential score of 97. A top-tier legal talent. She is an indispensable component in the expansion of his forthcoming business empire. Arrange a meeting with her. Gu Yuan regained his focus and picked up his phone. Right now? Shen Qingyan immediately understood, refraining from any unnecessary inquiries. She retrieved her own phone and dialed GC's number. Her voice regained its professional tone. Counsel G, Mr. Gu wishes to meet with you. If convenient, could you come over now? On the other end of the line, GC's voice carried a hint of crispness and uncertainty. Now, I am preparing to address donation matters at the school. The school matters can wait. Shen Qingyan glanced at Gu Yuan's composed profile. Mr. Gu has something of greater importance to discuss with you. There was a moment of silence on the line. All right, I will arrive in half an hour. After hanging up, Shen Qingyan reported to Gu Yuan, stating that GCI would be arriving in half an hour. Very well. Gu Yuan rose from the dining table and strode towards the sofa in the living room. You attend to your matters. I shall converse with her alone. Shen Qingyan felt a stirring in her heart, instantly comprehending that this was a private meeting with a core member. She inclined her body slightly. Understood. 40 minutes later, the doorbell of the presidential suite rang. GCI stood at the threshold. Today, she was attired in a sharply tailored black suit, her long hair tied back in a practical ponytail, and holding a somewhat worn briefcase, presenting herself like a sword that had just been drawn, radiating sharpness. Mr. Gu. She stepped into the living room, eschewing pleasantries, her gaze fixed directly on Gu Yuan seated on the sofa, getting straight to the point. You summoned me? Gu Yuan gestured towards the sofa opposite him. He settled into the main seat, reclining slightly, his demeanor appearing quite relaxed. I wish to recruit you. GC's hand, poised to retrieve a notebook from her briefcase, froze midair. She raised her head, locking eyes with Gu Yuan, her expression briefly flickering with clear surprise. Mr. Gu, I appreciate your recognition, but I have my own firm. Her tone was courteous, yet beneath that politeness lay an unyielding pride. Gu Yuan remained unfazed, merely gazing at her calmly. How much does your firm earn annually? GC's expression momentarily stiffened. This isn't merely a matter of finances. Then it pertains to the cases. Gu Yuan's voice remained soft, yet carried an undeniable penetrating force. How many exhilarating cases do you handle in a year? GCI fell silent. The professional pride she held dear appeared somewhat pallid in the face of stark reality. Ultimately, she answered truthfully. So far this year, I have handled 3 cases with amounts exceeding $1 million. 3 in a year. Gu Yuan repeated, as if stating a cold statistic. For a lawyer of your caliber, isn't that an egregious waste? GC's fingers began to unconsciously tap lightly on the armrest of the sofa, a habitual gesture when she was deep in thought. The market operates in such a manner, lucrative cases are monopolized by the premier firms. A hint of unrecognized resignation seeped into her voice. Then what if someone could offer you a grander stage? Gu Yuan leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on her face. A platform that extends beyond mere commercial disputes. GC's tapping ceased. Her posture instinctively straightened. What do you mean? Regarding the hotel acquisition, you should be able to discern the strength of Qingyan Holdings. Gu Yuan's tone remained even, yet each word carried weight. For $1 billion in cash, readily available. Do you believe such financial prowess would be content with merely operating a single hotel? GC's breath caught momentarily. Subsequently, Qingyan Holdings will venture into numerous fields: real estate, finance, technology, entertainment. With each term he uttered, GCI felt the air being drawn from her lungs. These domains represent the pinnacle of capital gains, realms to which she currently lacks access. Each expansion into these sectors signifies countless cases requiring the expertise of top-tier lawyers. GC's breath began to quicken. She could almost envision towering peaks composed of intricate contracts, commercial traps, and legal barriers, with herself standing at the base. We will continue to acquire, merge, restructure, and even engage in more complex capital operations. These are realms your small firm will never encounter. GCI fell into complete silence. The professional abilities she prided herself on, her fervent ambitions, felt like a great whale stranded in the shallows of her modest firm. Every utterance from Gu Yuan was a truth, representing the future she longed for in her midnight reveries, yet seemed perpetually out of reach. In terms of salary, Gu Yuan observed the rapid changes in her expression, sensing the opportune moment had arrived, and delivered his final blow. A monthly salary of 500,000, tentatively. Further adjustments will be made based on company growth. Chapter 22. I will acquire your firm entirely. GCI halted her habitual tapping of the sofa's armrest. a monthly salary of 500,000. The firm she had founded with her own hands, where everyone toiled day and night for a year, would likely yield net profits insufficient to meet that figure after all expenses were deducted. I need to consider this. Yuan regarded her, his tone unruffled. What troubles you? GCI lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes. My firm has others to consider. Yu has been with me for 3 years, and there are several newly graduated interns. I cannot simply abandon them. There was a subtle undercurrent of steadfastness in her tone. Yuan did not respond immediately, and the living room fell silent. After a few seconds, he finally spoke. What of that assistant named Yu? GCI was somewhat taken aback that he would inquire about her. Yet she offered her honest appraisal. Yu is the most talented assistant I have encountered. Her foundational skills are exceptionally solid, and her execution is impeccable. She paused and added, moreover, she is very reliable. Then bring her along. Yuan's nonchalant demeanor caused GC's breath to falter. What do you mean? Qingyan Holdings requires its own legal department. Yuan leaned forward slightly, an intangible pressure enveloping the atmosphere, and you will oversee it, assisting Qingyan. You can serve as the legal director, and any other individuals you deem suitable can be brought along as well. GCI felt her heartbeat skip a beat. She compelled herself to regain her composure and posed the most pivotal question. What are their salary standards? You decide. Yuan uttered those 2 words, light yet heavier than any promise. GCI was rendered utterly speechless. She sought a hint of frivolity in Yuan's tone and demeanor, but found none. Mr. Gu, are you certain? I am certain. Yuan rose from his seat and strolled towards the immense floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to her. GCI, do you believe I am jesting with you? A vision of the 4 billion credit certificate flashed through GCI's mind, along with the obsequiousness of Wang Dihai and the transformative aura of Shen Qingyan. I need some time to wrap up affairs at the firm. GCI's voice revealed a crack in her steadfastness. Is 3 days sufficient? Yuan turned to face her. It is sufficient. GCI inhaled deeply, rising from the sofa, the movement restoring a semblance of the poise befitting a top-tier lawyer. I shall return to make arrangements. Yes. Yuan nodded, offering no further words. GCI grasped her briefcase and approached the door. Just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob, Yuan's voice echoed behind her. GCI. She turned back. Welcome aboard. A faint smile, edged with sharpness and relief, tugged at the corners of GCI's lips. The contract has yet to be signed. With that, she exited. An hour later, at the Baisheng law firm, GCI pushed open the door to her office, where Yu was adjusting a thick stack of case files while donning gold-rimmed glasses. Upon hearing the noise, Yu looked up. Lawyer G, you're back? Mr. Gu is looking for you. GCI offered no reply and simply seated herself at her desk. She surveyed the modest office, glancing at the legal tomes on the shelves and the practice certificate she had personally hung on the wall. This was her starting point, the culmination of 3 years of hard work. Yu, sit down. There is something I wish to discuss. Yu set aside her documents and sat across from GCI, sensing that something significant was afoot. Qingyan Holdings wishes to recruit me. GCI spoke calmly. Yu paused, adjusting her glasses. What are the terms? A monthly salary of 500,000. Yu pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose, her gaze behind the lenses flickering with disbelief. 500,000. Indeed. GCI nodded, adding that Mr. Gu has permitted me to bring my entire team with me, and I shall determine everyone's salary standards. Yu fell into a profound silence, fully aware of how stifled GCI, this sharp blade, had been within the confines of the modest Baisheng firm. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Lawyer G, what are your thoughts? GCI leaned back in her chair, a complex expression flickering in her typically piercing phoenix eyes. To claim she was not tempted would be disingenuous. Yet here, Lawyer G. Yu interjected, her voice as steady as ever. Do you recall why we initially left the large firm to venture out on our own? GCI met her gaze. Because we wanted to take on cases we believed in and fight for truly worthwhile causes. Yu's tone bore the weight of long-suppressed frustration. But what about now? What have we spent the year handling? Divorce settlements, labor disputes. The largest case we've dealt with barely exceeded 2 million. Our expertise and time are squandered on trifles. Is this truly what we desire? GCI found herself at a loss for words. Moreover, Yu gently pushed her glasses up with her fingers, asserting that with the strength and ambition demonstrated by Qingyan Holdings, the platforms we could access and the caliber of cases we would handle would be unimaginable compared to now. GCI exhaled slowly. What about Xiao Li and Xiao Wang? They can come along, Yu replied, her eyes gleaming with rationality. Mr. Gu has entrusted you with personnel authority, hasn't he? This is the perfect opportunity for you to consolidate your team. GCI rose and approached the window. Below, the streets bustled with activity, and in the distance loomed the city's blurred skyline. She understood that once this decision was made, there would be no turning back. Yet that future was the battlefield she truly yearned for in her midnight dreams. Qingyu. She turned to her most trusted partner. Are you willing to join me in this endeavor? Without a moment's hesitation, Qingyu stood. Wherever Lawyer G goes, I shall follow. A warmth finally blossomed in GCI's eyes. Very well. She returned to her desk and picked up the intercom. Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, and the receptionist, Xiao Zhang. Please come to my office. 10 minutes later, the two junior lawyers and the receptionist stood nervously before GCI. She gazed at their youthful, bewildered faces. A swirl of emotions welling within her. I have an announcement to make. She paused, her voice firm. Qingyan Holdings has invited me to serve as the head of legal affairs, and I have accepted. The air in the office thickened. Gee, Lawyer G, you're leaving? Xiaoli. The intern stammered, his voice cracking. What will happen to us? Is the firm going to disband? Xiao Wang panicked, while Xiao Zhang's eyes glistened with tears. GCI raised her hand, signaling for silence. What I mean is, I will be taking all of you with me. The statement left the three of them momentarily stunned. Xiao Zhang mustered her courage to raise her hand. Lawyer G, what about the compensation? GCI met her gaze, revealing the results she had long contemplated. Xiaoli. Xiao Wang, you will transition to full-time with a monthly salary of 15,000. Xiao Zhang, as an administrative officer, your salary will be 8,000. The eyes of the three young individuals widened in astonishment, their breaths momentarily suspended. This was nearly double their current salaries. Of course, you may choose not to go. GCI added. I will provide you with recommendation letters and 3 months' salary as compensation. As soon as the words left her lips, Xiaoli was the first to express his excitement, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Lawyer G, I will follow you. Me too. I'm going as well. Xiao Zhang nodded vigorously, eager not to be left behind. GCI looked at the rejuvenated faces of her youthful colleagues, a surge of ambition swelling within her. Very well. She stood up and took one last sweep of the office that had held 3 years of her youth. Starting tomorrow, we will be part of the legal department at Qingyan Holdings. Chapter 23. Overwhelming the rich second-generation classmates. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the presidential suite of the Qingyan mansion, Gu Yuan set down his phone, his gaze falling upon Shun Qingyan, who was organizing documents. GC's matter had been settled. She would officially start tomorrow. Shun Qingyan paused her actions and turned around with an elegant demeanor. I understand. I will coordinate legal matters with Lawyer G from now on. Not coordinate. Gu Yuan shook his head. She will assist you. Those 4 words were light, yet felt like a heavy mountain upon Shun Qingyan's heart. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the documents, her fingertips turning pale. She had once believed that Mr. Gu would allow a formidable talent like GCI to stand independently and stride alongside her. Yet, Mr. Gu, with his professional acumen as a disciplined lawyer, rendered her merely an auxiliary presence, regardless of her capabilities. His voice was devoid of any ripple, as if he were merely stating an established fact. At Qingyan Holdings, everything was dictated by him. Shun Qingyan slightly bowed, her lowered lashes concealing the tumult that surged within her momentarily, her voice imbued with an unprecedented conviction. I shall not betray your trust. Mr. Gu nodded and rose from the sofa. By the way, your car is no longer suitable. Shun Qingyan's gaze swept over her meticulously tailored professional attire, then recalled the modest Japanese sedan in the garage, instantly comprehending Mr. Gu's implication. Every action she took now represented the face of Qingyan Holdings. Indeed, that car needed to be replaced. I happen to need a new car as well. Let's go together. All right, Shun Qingyan promptly responded. The largest automobile city in Jiangzhou, Xinhui Auto Plaza, encompassed nearly every brand. Half an hour later, the hotel's business vehicle smoothly halted in front of Xinhui Auto Plaza. This was truly the automotive sanctuary of Jiangzhou, catering to everything from family cars to luxury models. Clad in a simple white t-shirt paired with casual pants, Mr. Gu, with his unbranded canvas shoes, blended into the crowd like a university student just stepping out into the world. In contrast, Shun Qingyan donned a beige dress, exuding a gentle elegance that harmonized beautifully with her surroundings. As the two entered the brilliantly lit Mercedes showroom, a rather flippant voice suddenly called out from behind. Isn't that Gu Yuan? Turning toward the sound, Gu Yuan spotted a young man in a fitted designer suit, his slicked back hair gleaming, approaching him with exaggerated enthusiasm. Chen Hao, a high school classmate whose family owned several factories, was notorious in their social circle as a wealthy second-generation heir. What a coincidence. Are you here to look at cars too? Chen Hao's gaze disdainfully swept over Gu Yuan's t-shirt and canvas shoes, a smirk playing on his lips. The cars here aren't cheap. Gu Yuan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. However, Chen Hao was not inclined to let the matter rest. Raising his voice intentionally, as if to ensure the entire showroom heard his faux concern. I recall your family's situation was rather average, right? What are you doing now? Studying. Gu Yuan's response was succinct. Still in school? Chun Hao erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. How do you plan to buy a car? Surely, you're not considering zero down payment and paying monthly? His boisterous tone successfully attracted the attention of several salespeople. A young female salesperson, striding swiftly in her high heels, surveyed the contrast between Chun Hao's suit and Gu Yuan's casual wear, her expression swiftly shifting to one of eager professionalism. Hello, sir. Which model are you interested in? Chun Hao relished the attention, raising his chin and speaking in a condescending tone. My friend here wants to look at cars. Recommend something affordable for him. Only then did the female salesperson reluctantly cast a glance at Gu Yuan, her smile betraying a scripted insincerity, even too apathetic to adjust the curve of her lips. There are a few entry-level models over there. You may take a look. She casually gestured toward the farthest, dimly lit corner of the showroom. Shen Qingyan's brows furrowed slightly, poised to speak. Suddenly, a deep and wild roar of an engine surged closer, erupting at the entrance of the showroom. Every movement in the room stilled in unison. A fiery red Ferrari, akin to a blazing inferno, came to an impeccably precise stop. The gull-wing doors lifted gracefully like wings. A long leg encased in tight black leather emerged, followed by a tall figure stepping out of the vehicle. Her raven-black hair was elegantly tied up, the zipper of her leather jacket only halfway fastened, radiating an aura of fierce beauty that demanded distance. It was Shang Wanshi. Ding. Target score exceeds 90, meeting top-tier binding conditions. Would you like to bind to the target, Shang Wanshi? Name, Shang Wanshi. Age, 24. Attractiveness, 95. Potential, 97. Score, 96. Affinity, 0. Gu Yuan silently contemplated the binding. Shang Wanshi strode confidently into the brilliantly lit showroom, her gaze scanning the crowd before her attractive brows furrowed slightly. What are you all doing here? Are you that idol? Her voice, though not loud, instantly silenced the previously buzzing atmosphere. Both Chun Hao and the female salesperson appeared momentarily dazed. Shang Wanshi's gaze swept through the crowd, finally landing on Shen Qingyan, her rebellious demeanor shifting subtly as she recognized her. You are the general manager Shen who acquired Junhua Mansion? Shen Qingyan nodded slightly, calmly introducing herself. Shen Qingyan. The defiance on Shang Wanshi's face rapidly dissipated, replaced by a respect that only competitors of equal standing would exhibit. The acquisition of 4 billion in cash. Overnight rebranding to Qingyan Mansion, such a thunderous maneuver had already stirred great waves in Jiangzhou's business realm, endowing Shen Qingyan's name with considerable weight. A pleasure to meet you. Shang Wanshi extended her hand. Shang Wanshi, owner of Xinghua Autos. Shen Qingyan shook her hand gently. Hello, Miss Shangwan. Chen Hao's smile froze entirely. The female salesperson's professional smile shattered like porcelain, her face draining of color. The owner of Xinghua Autos? The woman rumored to have propelled her automotive business to the top of the province? How could she, of all people, treat this woman with such courtesy? Shang Wanshi turned her gaze coldly toward Chun Hao and the pale-faced salesperson. Were you the ones causing a ruckus here? The salesperson's lips trembled. Unable to utter a single word, her mind blank. Miss Shangwan, we were just introducing vehicles to our customers. Introducing? Shang Wanshi's voice turned frigid. When did my employees learn to classify customers into hierarchies? The salesperson lowered her head even further, wishing to vanish into the ground. Ignoring them, Shang Wanshi redirected her attention to Shen Qingyan, her demeanor now sincerely earnest. Miss Shen, I sincerely apologize. It was a lapse in my management. How about we discuss this in my office? I will personally introduce you and this gentleman to a few suitable models. Shen Qingyan glanced at Gu Yuan. Noticing his calm demeanor and lack of objections, she nodded. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Shangwan. The three proceeded toward the office, leaving Chun Hao and the female salesperson standing in place. Chun Hao felt his cheeks burning, a searing pain coursing through him. He could not fathom how Gu Yuan, this impoverished student, could stand alongside someone whose mere presence could send tremors through Jiangzhou. Moreover, judging by Shang Wanshi's attitude toward Gu Yuan, it was apparent she held him in high regard. The female salesperson felt a chill surge from her feet to the crown of her head, regretting her actions immensely. What kind of revered Buddha, one that she did not even have the privilege to gaze upon, did she just personally push open? Chapter 24. The Phantom series valued at 100 million inside Shang Wanshi's office. The decor was immaculate, featuring a black leather sofa and a glass coffee table, with the most striking element on the walls being a collection of her award-winning photographs captured at various racetracks, showcasing a different facet of her persona. She personally brewed tea for the two guests, her movements exuding an effortless elegance. Mr. Shun, and this gentleman, what would you like to see? Shen Qingyan lifted her teacup. I require a vehicle for business purposes, one that embodies the facade of Qingyan Holdings. Shang Wanshi nodded, her mind already assembling a list. The Maybach S680, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bentley Flying Spur. These models represented the pinnacle of executive luxury, unmatched in both brand prestige and comfort. Just as she was about to delve deeper into her presentation, Gu Yuan's soft voice interrupted her. These cars are far too ordinary, unworthy of her. Shang Wanshi's words hung unspoken on her lips as her brow furrowed ever so slightly. She did not respond with anger. Instead, intrigue flickered in her gaze as she turned to Shen Qingyan. Mr. Shen, may I ask who this is? Mr. Gu, the sole shareholder of Qingyan Holdings. Shen Qingyan's introduction was succinct, yet the term sole shareholder echoed heavily in Shang Wanshi's mind. With a cash influx of 4 billion, acquiring the Junyuan mansion had positioned Qingyan Holdings at the pinnacle of Jiangzhou, and all of this belonged to the young man before her, clad in a modest t-shirt. Shang Wanshi subtly adjusted her posture, sitting a little straighter, relieved that she had not betrayed any hint of being offended. She redirected her gaze towards Gu Yuan, her smile now imbued with sincerity, carrying an air of competitive spirit. Mr. Gu, your discerning eye is commendable. What type of vehicle do you deem suitable? Gu Yuan glanced at Shen Qingyan. The vehicle she needs must be valued at no less than 100 million. Furthermore, this brand will be the exclusive vehicle for Qingyan Holdings. Shang Wanshi's hand, which held the teacup, froze midair. 100 million? And to serve as the company's exclusive brand? She forced herself to remain composed as she absorbed this information, listening as Gu Yuan continued. I also require one. Understated yet equally valued at no less than 100 million. Shang Wanshi slowly lowered her teacup, the bottom gently clinking against the table, releasing a crisp sound. Leaning forward slightly, a spark ignited in her typically defiant eyes. Mr. Gu, the conventional brands available on the market indeed fall short of your expectations. If you seek true rarity and uniqueness, may I recommend KE? Cool. Shen Qingyan expressed a hint of confusion at the unfamiliar name, a brand absent from the public market. Shang Wanshi's tone carried a unique reverence known only to industry insiders. Their client roster was never disclosed, yet it was rumored to include names that resided at the pinnacle of history and wealth. She paused, her words cloaked in an air of unveiling a hidden world. Many are aware of this brand, but few are truly qualified and willing to possess it. Owning a KE is, in itself, a testament to one's wealth. Gu Yuan remained silent, gesturing for her to continue. KE boasts several series. The Oracle series presents an appearance of solemn elegance, radiating a commanding presence that aligns perfectly with Mr. Shen's requirements. The Phantom series, however, is crafted specifically for discerning clients such as yourself. Its design philosophy embodies ultimate discretion, with luxury reserved solely for the owner. Its exterior is so unassuming that it seamlessly blends into any traffic, yet within lies an entirely different realm. Standing upright, the gleam in Shang Wanshi's eyes intensified. Coincidentally, I have a Phantom available for immediate viewing. Would you both like to see it in person? Certainly, Gu Yuan nodded. The trio traversed the showroom to a secluded display area. A black sedan stood silently under the spotlight. Its lines were sleek, devoid of any ostentation. Even the brand emblem was conspicuously absent. This is the KE Phantom series. Shang Wanshi approached the vehicle, her voice tinged with reverence. Its worth is never in flaunting to outsiders. She opened the car door. The interior world took Shen Qingyan's breath away. It was an indescribable luxury. The leather seats emitted a warm sheen, each stitch appearing meticulously measured. The dashboard was crafted from a single slab of ebony, and the controls on the center console were cool to the touch, composed entirely of crystal. The most astonishing feature was the ceiling, not merely a sunroof, but an entire expanse adorned with thousands of crystals of varying sizes, meticulously hand-embedded to create a dazzling galaxy, the light dancing within it like a dream. What is the price? Gu Yuan inquired. 120 million, Shang Wanshi replied, her tone steady and clear. Gu Yuan settled into the driver's seat, enveloped perfectly by the chair. Everything within the vehicle was impeccably proportioned, devoid of any superfluous display, yet each detail radiated an undeniable top-tier quality. I'll take this one. Additionally, 6 from the Oracle series, Gu Yuan added. Shang Wanshi's breath caught momentarily. The Oracle series, priced at 150 million each. 6 vehicles amounted to 900 million. With the Phantom included, the total order exceeded 1 billion. The 6 Oracle vehicles would require customization from headquarters, with an estimated delivery time of 3 months. She struggled to maintain a professional tone, betraying a slight tremor. Gu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. That's too long. I need to see at least 2 within 3 days. The remainder must be delivered within a month. The price is negotiable. He looked at her, laying down his terms. Each at 180 million. Shang Wanshi felt a surge of adrenaline. This was not merely a financial transaction. It was the ultimate test of her capabilities and connections. She met Gu Yuan's gaze, smiling. Mr. Gu, it's a deal. Gu Yuan nodded. When can I pick up the vehicle? Immediately, Shang Wanshi replied with absolute certainty. I will arrange for the paperwork right away. 10 minutes later, the documents will be ready. Gu Yuan retrieved his phone, his fingers casually tapping the screen. The transfer was completed. Almost simultaneously, Shang Wanshi's phone emitted a crisp notification. In that quiet office, the sound resonated loudly. She glanced down. The astonishingly lengthy string of numbers on her screen compelled her to verify once more. 12 billion. Received. She observed the young man before her extend his hand. Mr. Gu. A pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration, Gu Yuan echoed as they shook hands, then turned to Shen Qingyan. Shall we? The two exited side by side. Shang Wanshi stood rooted in place, watching the ordinary figure fade from view at the door. In the showroom, Chun Hao and the female sales representative remained frozen, their eyes wide as they witnessed Shang Wanshi personally escorting the two out, her demeanor respectful. Chun Hao's face burned with embarrassment. He could not fathom how a seemingly impoverished student could stand alongside someone like Shang Wanshi. Meanwhile, the female sales representative felt a chill rise from her toes, realizing that her career may have drawn to a close moments earlier. Chapter 25, 500 billion in trust, masterful business acumen. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in the presidential suite of Qingyan Mansion, Gu Yuan reclined on the sofa, the glow from his phone casting a gentle shadow across his face. Within his consciousness, several lines of data flowed silently. Shen Qingyan, favorability 65. Jiang Shanshan, favorability 50. GCI, favorability 30. Shang Wanshi, favorability 20. A barely audible sound emerged from the kitchen as Shen Qingyan stepped out, cradling a cup of warm water. She had exchanged her power-imbued business attire for a soft, beige loungewear that elegantly enveloped her curves. Her cascading long hair softened the sharpness of the day, adding a touch of gentleness befitting the night. Mr. Gu, your water, she said, placing the crystal glass on the coffee table beside him without a sound, the base of the cup barely brushing against the surface. Gu Yuan set his phone aside, his gaze settling on her. Qingyan, regarding Shang Wanshi. Shen Qingyan, who had just relaxed, momentarily stiffened before effortlessly regaining her composure. She leaned slightly forward, naturally transitioning back into a work mode. There may be opportunities for her to engage more in the future. Suitable projects could involve her participation. I understand, Shen Qingyan replied. President Shang Wan is fiery in nature and direct in action, making him a partner worth forging a deep connection with. Gu Yuan nodded, lifting the glass to take a sip. There's another matter. Shen Qingyan held her breath. The company's finances are running a bit low. I will transfer some funds to you. The 10 billion in Qingyan Holdings account was a figure most enterprises in Jiangzhou could only aspire to throughout their lifetimes. Yet, Shen Qingyan was equally aware that to make this nascent dragon stir the winds and clouds in the shortest time possible, this amount was merely sufficient for it to open its eyes. How much do you think is appropriate to add? She inquired cautiously. 500 billion, Gu Yuan stated, as casually as if discussing what to have for supper. Shen Qingyan's hand, poised to lift her glass, froze mid-air, the rim barely a breath away from her lips. Time seemed to elongate in that moment. The only sound remaining in the air was the echo of those three words, 500 billion, reverberating in her mind, ultimately dissolving into a deafening silence. She attempted to clear her throat, yet it felt as though a handful of gravel had lodged itself there, preventing any coherent syllable from escaping. Mr. Gu, you just said. She needed him to repeat it, to personally shatter this absurd notion. Yes, 500 billion. Gu Yuan picked up his phone, his fingertips casually tapping the screen. All right, check your account. No sooner had he spoken than a chime echoed from the sofa. Shen Qingyan's personal phone lighting up with a bank notification that sounded like a thunderclap in that moment. Her fingers tingled. Each time she picked up this device felt like unearthing a blind box that could overturn her entire understanding. She opened the bank notification. The screen's light reflected in her beautiful peach blossom eyes as she gazed at the seemingly endless string of numbers. There were too many zeros. So many that her once proud intellect had completely abandoned the instinct to count. All sounds dissipated around her, and the world fell into a profound silence. Only that astronomical figure remained, illuminating her retinas and obliterating the concepts of wealth she had built over more than 2 decades. 500 billion. Mr. Gu. She struggled to articulate something about this trust, about this commitment, about the burden heavy enough to crush any professional manager in the world. But all her words felt so light, so powerless, as they hovered on the brink of her lips. Money is meant for action, not for words. Gu Yuan's voice, though soft, served as a gentle hand that effortlessly quelled the tumultuous storm within her heart. Rising, he walked slowly to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the endless sea of lights that spanned the city. From today onward, Qingyan Holdings will extend its reach into every corner of this city. Shen Qingyan took a deep breath, the icy air filling her lungs, reviving her heart that had nearly ceased to beat from the heat of the moment. To express gratitude or loyalty is the most inexpensive currency in this world. The only way to reciprocate is through action. I understand. Regarding personnel, GCI will start tomorrow. She will handle the legal affairs. The rest is up to you. Recruit the type of people that Qingyan Holdings needs from the market. Salaries can be 2, 3, or even 10 times the market rate. But there is one standard. They must be the elite in their respective fields. Gu Yuan settled back onto the sofa. His posture relaxed. Remember, be swift, precise, and ruthless. Shen Qingyan nodded vigorously, a pure, almost piercing light gathering in her peach blossom eyes. I will not disappoint you. At that moment, Gu Yuan's phone rang, the caller ID displaying Shang Wanxi's name. He answered the call. Hello? Mr. Gu, this is Shang Wanxi. I have good news regarding the custom order Oracle series you requested. Gu Yuan raised a hand, signaling Shen Qingyan to wait. Speak. I have urgently arranged for 2 vehicles to be dispatched, and they should arrive in Jiangzhou by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. The remaining 4, I guarantee, will be delivered within half a month. However, the price will need a slight adjustment, 2 billion each, as a rush fee. That is acceptable. Gu Yuan replied without hesitation. Additionally, Shang Wanxi's tone grew serious. I would like to invite you and President Shun to attend a gala the night after tomorrow. The prominent figures of Jiangzhou's business community will be present, and I believe this will be the best opportunity for Qingyan Holdings to make its official debut. Gu Yuan glanced at Shen Qingyan. All right, send the time and location to Qingyan. Understood. Shang Wanxi paused before adding, Mr. Gu, I look forward to our in-depth cooperation. After hanging up, Shen Qingyan immediately inquired, is it a business gala? Yes, the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce, the night after tomorrow. You should attend. Shen Qingyan's heart stirred slightly. Such an occasion would serve as the perfect stage for Qingyan Holdings to announce its presence to the entirety of Jiangzhou. I will prepare thoroughly. No need for excessive preparations. Gu Yuan replied calmly. Remember, we are not there to ingratiate ourselves with anyone. We are simply there to let others know who we are. The glimmer in Shen Qingyan's eyes rippled gently. Indeed, with 500 billion in cash flow, why would Qingyan Holdings need to look up to anyone? Then, once he go, Gu Yuan shook his head. You alone are sufficient. The two continued to discuss various details regarding the company's development until the night deepened. At which point Shen Qingyan rose to take her leave. Mr. Gu, I will return to prepare for tomorrow's work. Go ahead. As she reached the door, her hand resting on the doorknob, she turned back, looking at him earnestly. Mr. Gu, about that 500 billion. I will ensure that every penny makes the loudest sound. Gu Yuan gazed at her, observing the fresh radiance in her eyes, born of immense wealth and absolute trust. As a faint smile graced his lips, I believe in you. Shen Qingyan looked deeply into his eyes before stepping through the door. The moment it closed, the system's alert chimed in succession. Ding! Detected an increase in the heroine Shen Qingyan's favorability. Current favorability, 70. You have unlocked the skill, business acumen, master level. Description, acquire an extraordinary intuition for opportunities and risks in business. You are virtually infallible in commercial decisions. A novel perception unfurled in the depths of his mind. He turned his gaze once more to the window. The dazzling city lights transformed entirely before his eyes. This was no longer a mere city. It was a treasure map woven from countless opportunities and pitfalls. And now, he possessed the ability to chart this map. Chapter 26. What about your continuous output? Gu Yuan reclined on the cloud-like bed of the presidential suite, the glow of his new phone illuminating his expressionless face. The icon of Shark Live glowed stubbornly with a red 99. He tapped inside. The pinned conversation belonged to Jiang Shanshan. Jiang Shanshan, Mr. Yuan, thank you. My mother's surgery was very successful, and she is recovering well. The doctor said she could be discharged in a few days. Jiang Shanshan, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Jiang Shanshan, may I have your contact information? It would make things more convenient. The message was sent a day prior, laden with a sense of relief after calamity and a hint of awkwardness. Gu Yuan lightly tapped, sending his number without hesitation. Yuan, 137-8899. He intended to exit, but his gaze inadvertently swept across the screen, noticing Jiang Shanshan's avatar glowing, indicating she was live. He clicked in. The screen was split by a PK bar. On the left was Jiang Shanshan, clutching a guitar, her complexion pale, almost translucent under the lights. On the right was a flamboyantly made-up female streamer, her lips curling in unabashed mockery. Sister Shanshan, what is going on today? The top donor is nowhere to be seen. Is your wealthy benefactor tired of you? The cutting remarks ignited the malice that had been simmering in the comments like sparks meeting oil. Ha ha ha, I told you. Rich patrons are just a passing breeze. Just a plaything, tossed aside once bored. Isn't that normal? Don't cry, Shanshan. Even if you're no longer fresh, the brothers here don't mind. Jiang Shanshan's eyes reddened instantly. She lowered her gaze, attempting to conceal the overwhelming sense of grievance. It's not true. Mr. Yuan is simply busy lately. Her voice was faint, her defense lacking conviction. Enough already. Still putting on a front? The opposing streamer scoffed, her tone suddenly sharp. Dragon, show her what true power looks like. With that, a barrage of rocket effects exploded on the right side of the screen. The familiar ID, Dragon Rising, still held the top position. Dragon Rising, don't push your luck. That Yuan probably stole money from home and got caught, right? Dragon Rising, now that you're secondhand, I don't mind, just pledge your allegiance to me, and I'll shower you with rockets. The humiliation from the last defeat morphed into a more venomous insult, striking back with even greater force. The comments turned entirely in favor of the victor. Dragon is right. He must have been caught stealing. I told you, there are no rich patrons. It's all scripted. Shanshan quickly apologized to Dragon. Those who know their place are wise. Jiang Shanshan clutched her guitar, her hands trembling uncontrollably under the camera's scrutiny. She bit her lip, summoning every ounce of strength to prevent the humiliating tears from spilling. She felt as if she were cast in the center of a frigid square, subjected to the piercing gaze of countless onlookers. Shanshan, be realistic. The opposing streamer relished her embarrassment, laughing uncontrollably. That celestial brother of yours is probably crying in the police station right now, and you're expecting him to save you? This remark became the final straw that broke her resolve. Jiang Shanshan's defenses crumbled completely, just as she prepared to lower her head and awkwardly in the live stream. An unexpected purple gold banner descended upon the entire streaming room like a divine apparition. Emperor Yuan has entered the live room. The barrage of comments froze for a brief moment. In the next heartbeat, an explosion of information flooded the screen. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Speak of the devil, he appears. He is back. He hasn't run away. God, Yuan is here. I'm covered in goosebumps. What a divine script. On the other end of the screen, Dragon Rising's expression must have twisted in fury. Yet, today he came armed with vengeful wrath, having even enlisted a few friends to assist. Determined not to retreat in disgrace as he had last time. Gritting his teeth, he continued clicking to send gifts. Dragon Rising. Oh, isn't that the elusive Yuan? How? Did you get released from the station? Dragon Rising. Come, let Dragon teach you what continuous output really means. Another 20 super rockets were unleashed, forcefully stabilizing the precarious situation. The opposing female streamer, as if injected with adrenaline, squealed, "Thank you, Dragon. Dragon is mighty and majestic." Jiang Shanshan lifted her gaze, staring blankly at the purple gold ID. It was him. He had come. She parted her lips, wishing to say something, but her throat felt choked, unable to utter a single syllable. Mr. Yuan, you needn't tea. Her words were swallowed by a thunderous roar capable of shaking the very servers of the platform. It was neither rockets nor a carnival. It was the ultimate gift, a legendary token representing absolute divinity. Emperor Yuan gifted X1 interstellar warship in the live room of streamer Jiang Shanshan. Emperor Yuan gifted X2 interstellar warships in the live room of streamer Jiang Shanshan. Emperor Yuan gifted X3 interstellar warships in the live room of streamer Jiang Shanshan. Emperor Yuan gifted X100 interstellar warships in the live room of streamer Jiang Shanshan. 100 ships. 10 million. The purple gold decree swept through every corner of the Shark platform in a nearly savage frenzy. All the live rooms and viewers were rendered speechless by this terrifying spectacle. In Jiang Shanshan's live room, the popularity surged to an incomprehensible figure. The 40,000 just gifted by Dragon Rising paled in comparison to this 10 million golden tot. Hardly a ripple in the ocean. He felt as though his spine had been severed, slumping in his chair. The opposing streamer, her heavily made-up face, had entirely drained of color. The comments in the live room transformed from mere text into a rolling tide of white, expressing submission and reverence. I kneel, I truly kneel. 10 million, he declared with a mere flick of his wrist. It was not merely money, but a testament to his attitude. Where's Brother Long? Why has he ceased his calls? Wasn't he quite vocal just a moment ago? No need to inquire further. Brother Long has been unceremoniously smacked into the monitor by Yuan Shun. After today, there shall be but one deity on the Shark platform, and that is Yuan. Gu Yuan reclined against his bed, gazing at the girl on the screen. Tears streamed down her face, yet her lips curled into a smile, weeping and laughing simultaneously. He lifted his finger and calmly typed a message in the now completely lagged barrage box. Yuan, 10 million. Yuan, what about your continuous output? Yuan, proceed. Chapter 27. A dimensional strike of 100 million. The barrage on the screen continued unabated, Yet the ID named Long Xing Tian Xia did not, as many anticipated. Feigned death. He fixated on the blinding purplish-golden special effects, a conflagration of indignation swelling within his chest, fingers tapping furiously on the keyboard. Long Xing Tian Xia, if you have the guts, let us start a new round. The timer is about to expire. You're merely trying to exploit the situation. Long Xing Tian Xia, dare to face off in a proper PK? Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the live stream shifted. Well, the time is indeed running out. But if we restart, wouldn't Yuan Shun's previous contribution be in vain? Isn't that just unscrupulous? I support a restart. What we seek is a fair duel. Jiang Shanshan watched the screen, her heart racing. She softly implored into the microphone, Mr. Yuan, there's really no need to continue. You've already helped me immensely. Her voice trembled with an apprehension she scarcely recognized, genuinely fearful that Gu Yuan might be provoked by such unscrupulous taunts. Long Xing Tian Xia, what's the matter? Are you afraid? Where's that bravado from earlier? Long Xing Tian Xia, I knew it. All pretentious individuals are like this, seizing an advantage and then attempting to slip away. Long Xing Tian Xia, Shanshan, have you seen clearly? This is your so-called divine brother, a coward. The female streamer opposite seized the opportunity and shrieked in agreement. Exactly. Brother Long speaks the truth. If you have the guts, let us restart. In an instant, the clamor for a restart in the live stream eclipsed all other sounds. Gu Yuan observed the farcical spectacle with an impassive expression. Competing with himself over money? He tapped the screen, typing a single word. Yuan good. This solitary word brought an eerie stillness to the raucous live stream. The scrolling barrage seemed to freeze, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Long Xing Tian Xia was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an immediate acquiescence from the opponent. His heart raced, soon engulfed by a wave of exhilaration. He swiftly exited the interface, bellowing in his wealthy group chat. Brothers, emergency assembly. We've been humiliated, and now we're restarting. Everyone come to assist. Damn it. I won't let a pretentious fool disgrace me. We must reclaim our honor. Hurry. All into Jiang Shanshan's live stream. Let us get him. Moments later, dozens of resplendent IDs surged into Jiang Shanshan's live stream. The Overlord BG, Nightclub Prince, Wealth is Bliss, Golden Hand. Each ID represented formidable financial backing. Long Xing Tian Xia, my brothers are here. Let us see how you perish this time. Long Xing Tian Xia, just one person before, now I have a dozen. Can you still act so arrogantly? The new PK bar appeared. Long Xing Tian Xia initiated the assault, launching 10 super rockets into the sky. The Overlord BG followed suit with 10 of his own. Nightclub Prince was even more direct, unleashing 20 super rockets that nearly filled half the screen. The rest of the group also joined in, and the PK bar on the right surged upward like it had been injected with a stimulant. Within a mere 3 minutes, the total from the opposing side surpassed 2 million. The tide of the barrage had completely shifted. How can one person face off against so many? Yuan Shun is about to falter. They're employing a strategy of sheer numbers. Brother Long has summoned reinforcements. He has come prepared. Jiang Shanshan observed the wildly fluctuating numbers. Her heart a mix of gratitude and anxiety. She knew Gu Yuan possessed considerable wealth, yet the opposing numbers were overwhelming. Just as everyone assumed Gu Yuan would be submerged by this tidal wave of currency, he made his move. There was no frenzied counterattack. Rather, it was a response akin to a cat playing with a mouse. When the opposition reached 2 million, he countered with 2,000,001. When they escalated to 3 million, he followed with 3,000,001. That slight increment of 1,000 was like a fine fishbone, lodged precisely in the opponent's throat, leaving them flushed and furious, yet believing that a little more effort would allow them to swallow it down. Long Xing Tian Xia, is this all? Just an extra 1,000 each time? The Overlord BG, it seems he has reached his limit. He is merely holding on. Long Xing Tian Xia perceived a glimmer of victory, urging his group with renewed fervor. For million, 5 million, 6 million. Gu Yuan maintained his unyielding rhythm, always exceeding the opponent by just a fraction. This exacting pressure fostered a fatal illusion among Long Xing Tian Xia and his companions, convincing them that their adversary had run out of steam and was merely saving face. Keep going. He is almost out. Long Xing Tian Xia roared in the group chat. His friends, sensing imminent victory, invested even more zeal. With 30 seconds remaining in the PK, the total amount had approached 8 million. With Long Xing Tian Xia's side maintaining a slight lead. Long Xing Tian Xia, ha ha ha, looks like this is all you can muster. Nightclub Prince, thought you were impressive. Turns out you're just a paper tiger. Wealth is bliss. Surrender already. Don't embarrass yourself further. The barrage overflowed with derision. It appears Yuan Shun is not so formidable after all. The power of a dozen people is indeed terrifying. Brother Long is about to turn the tide. Jiang Shanshan. Her palms slick with sweat, watched as the seconds ticked away, unable to suppress her urge to speak. Mr. Yuan, you really don't have to push yourself. The 1-minute countdown commenced. Just as everyone, including Long Xing Tianxia, believed the outcome was decided, Gu Yuan acted. What he unleashed was not a mere gift, but a torrent of data that would ensure no programmer at the Shark platform would return home that night. Emperor Yuan has gifted 100 interstellar battleships in the live stream of Anchor Jiangshanshan. Emperor Yuan has gifted 200 interstellar battleships in the live stream of Anchor Jiangshanshan. Emperor Yuan has gifted 300 interstellar battleships in the live stream of Anchor Jiangshanshan. Emperor Yuan has gifted 1,000 interstellar battleships in the live stream of Anchor Jiangshanshan. 1,000 ships. In the final 10 seconds, like a deluge unleashed, it swept forth. 100 million. A staggering 100 million. This figure transcended the comprehension of all present before the screen. The 8 million amassed by Long Xing Tianxia and his 10 or so friends was but a speck of dust against this terrifying wave of purplish gold. The entire live stream fell into a profound silence. Everyone was astounded by this astronomical figure, rendered momentarily incapable of thought. Seconds later, the barrage of comments erupted like a tsunami, flooding the screen. My heavens, 100 million. Am I seeing this correctly? It is indeed 100 million. This is not human. This is a walking deity. A dozen people pooled 8 million, and yet this individual, one person, 100 million. What the hell does it mean to be crushed? This is what it means to be crushed. Where is Brother Long? Wasn't he just so vocal? Why is he silent now? Long Xing Tianxia slumped in his chair, his complexion paler than the screen before him. His friends were equally dumbfounded. The once lively group of affluent individuals was now enveloped in a profound silence. 100 million against 8 million. This was not merely a disparity in strength. It was a chasm between species. Jiang Shanshan gazed at the suffocating number on the screen, her tears cascading uncontrollably. This time, it was not out of grievance or fear. Instead, it was a warmth, steadfastly sheltering her, potent enough to melt all frost and snow. She understood that this 100 million was not a display of ostentation. Rather, it was a declaration, made in an irrefutable manner, to the entire world. This girl, I shall protect. On the screen, that purple gold ID calmly typed the final line. Yuan, shall we continue? A simple 5 words, akin to the final judgment. Long Xing Tianxia stared at the text, his fingers trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. Unable to type a single character. System notification detected an increase in the affection level towards the female lead, Jiang Shanshan. Current affection level, 65. Chapter 28. Custom gifts priced at 10 million each. Shark Live Broadcast Headquarters, 32nd floor. At 10:30 at night, the technical department's office was as bright as day. The air thick with the acrid scent of caffeine and adrenaline. The sound of keyboards clattering was dense as rain, merging into a tense symphony. Server load at 98%. Alarm thresholds breached. If this continues, a crash is imminent. Database connection pool is completely full. All new user login requests have timed out. Quickly, emergency expansion. Bring all standby servers online. Technical Director Zhang Wei's hair was a chaotic nest, his eyes bloodshot, standing in the center of the office, his voice hoarse from shouting. With a decade of experience, he had dealt with countless attacks and surges in traffic. Yet he had never witnessed a single user capable of pushing Shark servers to the brink of collapse. 100 million in cash gifts. A full 1,000 interstellar warships. This terrifying deluge of data had nearly overwhelmed the entire platform's payment gateway. President Zhang, the finance department just called, shouting that the money has arrived. It is indeed 100 million, not a cent less. The operations department was also close to madness, reporting that this user named Yuan had set a new record for a single transaction in the entire live broadcast industry. Zhang Wei grabbed the internal phone, his hands trembling. Hello, President Wang. This is Zhang Wei. The user with the ID Yuan must be granted the highest permissions in the backend system. Immediately. Right now? Provide him with the best exclusive customer service. On the other end, Operations Director Wang Hai's voice brimmed with an uncontainable mixture of excitement and exhaustion. Understood. It's already in progress. He hung up the phone and shouted, Wen Tinglan, come here. In a corner of the workstation area, Wen Tinglan was leisurely organizing a freshly exported data report. Amidst the chaos surrounding her, she appeared as an isolated, tranquil island. Dressed in a fitting white shirt and a black pencil skirt, her long black hair was neatly tied back in a low ponytail, and a Parker pen was tucked into the pocket of her blouse. Upon hearing her name, she set down her documents and walked over in her high heels with steady strides, devoid of any panic. President Wang, Tinglan, there's a top priority task. President Wang pointed at the purple gold, seemingly ablaze ID on his computer screen. This account, Yuan. Tonight, he has spent over 100 million. The platform has decided that you will be his exclusive customer service representative. When Tinglin's usually calm almond-shaped eyes flickered momentarily. Over 100 million. She had worked at Shark for 3 years, handling large clients whose total transactions far exceeded this amount. Yet a single individual spending 100 million in one night was not just extravagant. It was an entirely different phenomenon. I understand, she replied, returning to her workstation without a hint of change in her upright posture. She accessed Yuan's account information in the back-end system. Upon seeing the balance in that account, her fingers instinctively stroked the smooth surface of her Parker pen, pausing for half a second. This was no ordinary wealthy individual. This was someone capable of rewriting platform rules at will based on personal preference. She took a deep breath, regaining absolute composure. And then her fingertips danced lightly over the keyboard, sending a message. Shark exclusive customer service, Wen Tinglan, Mr. Yuan, hello. I am Wen Tinglan, your designated exclusive customer service representative from Shark Live Broadcast. Shark exclusive customer service, Wen Tinglan, thank you for your support of our platform. From now on, I will provide you with one-on-one service. How may I assist you? In the presidential suite of Tingyan Mansion, Yuan was about to close the somewhat lagging live streaming software when this message popped up. Exclusive customer service? He clicked on the profile picture, revealing a clean-cut professional photo. The girl had delicate features, her eyes exuding an intellectual aura steeped in knowledge and reason. Yuan's consciousness delved into the system. Name, Wen Tinglan. Age, 23. Attractiveness, 96. Potential, 98. Rating, 97. Affection, 45. A comprehensive score of 97, with a potential value soaring to 98. Yuan hesitated not for a moment before issuing the command in his mind. Bind. Ding. Binding successful. Current female lead bound, Wen Tinglan. Affection level, 45. He picked up his phone and replied. Yuan, I have a question. At Shark headquarters, Wen Tinglan saw the reply and immediately focused all her attention. Shark exclusive customer service. Wen Tinglan, please go ahead. Yuan, the interstellar warships on your platform are priced at 100,000 each, which is too cheap. Wen Tinglan blinked at this line of text. She had envisioned hundreds of scenarios for the questions this affluent individual might pose, yet she had never anticipated this one. Too cheap? Shark exclusive customer service. Wen Tinglan, may I ask if you find the gift's special effects insufficiently impressive? Yuan, clicking it causes my fingers to ache. Wen Tinglan instantly grasped the implication. 1,000 interstellar warships meant he had expressionlessly tapped 1,000 times on the screen. For a user of his spending caliber, such an operation was indeed far from pleasurable. Shark exclusive customer service, Wen Tinglan, I understand your point now. You wish for us to provide higher-priced gift options to simplify the process. Yuan, at least 10 million each. Wen Tinglin's fingers hovered in midair above the keyboard. A virtual gift priced at 10 million each? This is no longer a mere gift, but a symbol of power. However, faced with a user who has just spent 100 million, this request is not only reasonable, but entirely justifiable. Shark exclusive customer service. Wen Tinglan, your needs will be prioritized at the utmost level, and I shall report them immediately to the management and technical departments. We will swiftly tailor a high-value, exclusive gift for you. Shark exclusive customer service. Wen Tinglan, may I inquire if you have any specific requirements regarding the name and effects of the gift? Yuan pondered for a moment. Yuan, you may decide the name, but it must reflect its worth. Yuan, furthermore, this gift may only be bestowed by my account. Wen Tinglan meticulously recorded his requests, her mind already crafting a proposal. Shark exclusive customer service, Wen Tinglan, understood. We will design a gift worth tens of millions that is uniquely yours, with exclusive access granted solely to your account. Shark exclusive customer service. Wen Tinglan, the design and technical testing of the gift are expected to take 24 hours, and I will notify you immediately upon completion. Yuan, very well. I await your good news. As the conversation concluded, Wen Tinglan promptly rose, clutching the notepad containing the recorded requests, and briskly made her way to the director's office. Her steps were swifter and more resolute than before. Mr. Wang, Mr. Yuan has a special request. Chapter 29. A million spent in search of beauty. 90 points are truly hard to encounter. Wen Tinglan closed her notebook. Outside, the nearly roaring voice of Director Wang Hai pierced through the frosted glass, tinged with distortion. Technical department. This is Wang Hai. Highest priority project. Immediately, she did not look back. The crisp sound of her high heels striking the ground formed a steady rhythm amidst the surrounding cacophony. The entire technical department functioned like an overloaded server. The aroma of caffeine and energy drinks fermenting in the air, and every face bore the mark of anxiety. Yet, amidst this tempest of chaos, Wen Tinglan remained the solitary oasis of calm. The source of it all pointed directly to the S-class client profile she had just established in the backend system. For a user who spent over 100 million in a single evening, the notion of customizing an exclusive gift or even rewriting the platform's rules for him would elicit not a hint of hesitation from the upper echelons. This outcome, she had anticipated well in advance. Returning to her workstation, when Tinglan lightly tapped her fingertips to supplement the profile details for the user known as Yuan. The high-profile clients she had previously dealt with were mostly heirs of family enterprises or the new elite who had seized the moment. Each of their expenditures was a meticulously orchestrated performance, yearning for an audience, intoxicated by vanity, needing both spectators and applause. However, Yuan was entirely different. As she began to type, her fingers ached. His words contained no trace of ostentation, merely a straightforward statement of fact, so serene it felt foreign to her. It was as if those thousands of clicks were merely a mundane task of little significance to him. For the first time, when Tinglan realized that her once prized and effective client psychological analysis system had utterly failed in the presence of this man. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of Qingyan Mansion, Gu Yuan exited Jiang Shanshan's livestream. The girl on the screen continued to express her gratitude incoherently, her beautiful eyes swollen and red, while the barrage of comments showed no signs of abating. To him, all of this had lost its significance. He opened the homepage of the livestream platform, where vibrant covers filled the screen, transforming in his eyes into data awaiting validation. Given that the system required binding more high-scoring women to unlock new abilities, the platform, teeming with hosts, was theoretically the most efficient fishing ground. As for why Jiang Shanshan's favorability had plateaued at 65 points, Gu Yuan was well aware. He understood the nature of this classmate. She was not a girl easily swayed by money. At this moment, the 65 points reflected more of a gratitude born from survival and a dependence on rescue, rather than genuine affection between the sexes. To surpass 70 points, another opportunity would be necessary. No rush. He casually entered a dance livestream. The girl on screen wore a flowing traditional dress, her figure graceful as she executed a classical dance with poise. The system panel emerged in his consciousness. Score, 785. Not enough. A starship sailed across the screen. Amidst the girl's surprised scream as she momentarily halted her dance, Gu Yuan had already exited, leaving no trace behind. For the next hour, he resembled a detached reviewer, mechanically sifting through resumes in the vast digital ocean. In the gaming section, a top-tier female streamer led her team to a chaotic victory. Score, 81. Not enough. Another starship ascended. In the singing section, a uniquely voiced folk singer cradled a guitar, softly serenading. Score, 83. Still insufficient. The starship once again sliced through the screen. The Divine Yuan has arrived. Welcome the Divine Yuan to our live stream. A gift worth 100,000 would elate any small streamer. The entire Shark platform was aware of this elusive high roller. His ID had become a flowing spectacle. Wherever he went, starships launched into the sky. Unfortunately, the results proved disappointing. Those with barely passable looks showed mediocre potential, while those with promising potential lacked in appearance. It was not until he stumbled upon a host named Sweetheart Baby that the numbers on the system panel compelled him to linger for a few seconds longer. The girl on screen possessed a quintessential internet celebrity face, large eyes, a high nose, and was currently thanking her benefactor in an overly sweet voice. Name, Zhao Tiantian. Appearance, 91. Potential, 83. Score, 87. Still 3 points short. Gu Yuan felt somewhat disheartened. He typically sent out gifts and prepared to call it a day. Only now did he realize how fortunate he had been previously. Shen Qingyan, Ji Qi, Shangwan Shi, and even the recently bound Wen Tinglan. These top-tier women with scores exceeding 90 were rare gems, and encountering even one of them in daily life was a stroke of immense luck. They were truly the creme de la creme of their respective worlds, not easily found. Just as he was about to close the software, a private message popped up. It was from Wen Tinglan. Shark exclusive customer service, Wen Tinglan. Mr. Yuan, good evening. Regarding the exclusive gift worth tens of millions that you proposed, the company has approved the project and the technical department is working through the night to create it. Shark exclusive customer service, Wen Tinglan. It is expected to be completed by tomorrow afternoon, at which point I will invite you for internal testing. Gu Yuan glanced at the time displayed in the upper right corner of his phone. 1 o'clock in the morning. This exclusive customer service representative was still at work. Yuan, still working this late? At the Shark headquarters, when Tinglan paused her fingers over the keyboard upon reading this reply, somewhat taken aback. In her past experiences, clients of this caliber would merely make requests, never concerned about whether the tools themselves required rest. They had become accustomed to the world revolving around them, used to the unconditional readiness of their service providers. Shark exclusive customer service, Wen Tinglan. To provide you with the best service is my duty. Her response remained consistently professional, courteous, and imbued with a sense of polite distance. Far, rest early, health is paramount. These 8 simple characters, devoid of ornate language or lofty directives, are merely a commonplace reminder shared between individuals. When Tinglan gazed at the words on the screen, her mind accustomed to deconstructing, categorizing, labeling, and archiving all information. This cognitive pattern had sustained her for 23 years without fail. Yet, these 8 characters emerged as an anomaly, an unclassifiable data point that intruded upon her system. They did not belong to any business model, nor did they reflect customer demands. They were simply an expression of concern. The rotation of the Parker pen between when Tinglan's fingers faltered. The anxious clamor of the office seemed to be severed from her world in that moment. System notification, detection of increased affection towards the female lead, when Tinglan. Current affection level, 50. Yuan observed the system's prompt, his expression neutral. He merely felt that this method of enhancing affection was far more intriguing than throwing money at the problem. Chapter 30. The Secret Between Us Two. Jiang Shanshan reclined against the back of her chair, her strength ebbing away like the receding tide. Only at this moment did the hum of the computer fan and the distant sounds of the city outside return to her ears. Everything from this evening felt like a bizarre dream. The phone on the table stubbornly vibrated, its screen flooded with private messages and friend requests from various platforms, accumulating into a glaring red 99. Miss Shanshan, I am Director Zhang from Starlight Entertainment. We would like to discuss your future in detail. Beauty, would you consider joining our Tiger Tooth platform? S-Class contract, the highest revenue share online. These once unattainable olive branches failed to stir even a flicker of interest within her. Her fingertips glided over the screen, disregarding all the fervent invitations, ultimately landing on the pinned ID still radiating a purple golden glow. Far. She opened the dialog box, revealing a single new message from him, a string of digits. Far. 1378899. Jiang Shanshan's breath momentarily halted. Rather than copying the number, she mentally recited each of the 11 digits. It felt unfamiliar. She suppressed the tumultuous thoughts surging within her and switched to the green bubble interface. Her fingertips, cold against the screen, entered each digit solemnly. One by one, she clicked search. The next moment, the prompt that appeared on the screen froze her fingers in place. This user is already your friend. You can initiate a chat directly. Already friends? This realization caused her heart to skip a beat unexpectedly. When had she added this Mr. Farr? The chaotic drumming in her chest was distinctly audible. She immediately returned to her contacts, pasting the string of numbers back into the search box. An avatar materialized, a most ordinary. System default, gray silhouette. Beside the avatar, the nickname bore just 2 characters, Yuan. Those 2 characters, devoid of sound, rendered Jiang Shanshan's world utterly silent. Yuan, the classmate who always sat in the last row of the classroom, clad in a faded t-shirt, exuding little presence? The boy who hesitated over a few yuan for meat dishes in the cafeteria? The one so quiet he seemed to exist behind a veil of glass, separating him from the world? No, impossible. This was utterly unfathomable. 2 starkly contrasting figures violently tore at her mind, overlapping. One was the silent shadow in the dim corner of the classroom, the other, a deity reigning over a sea of purple gold light. A profound sense of absurdity left her dizzy. She seemed to be persuading herself as she trembled. Clicking on the gray avatar. The personal profile page was as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any traces of social circles. Yet, the registration date was unmistakably marked, for years ago, precisely the year they enrolled as freshmen. A forgotten memory suddenly crystallized. She recalled that at the beginning of their freshman year, the class group had been abuzz with friend requests, and she had nearly accepted them all. Yuan must have been among them. For years, this person had quietly lingered in her friends' list, dormant for over 1,400 days and nights. All clues pointed to a truth she could not fathom, yet was crystal clear. She had to confirm it. Jiang Shanshan took a deep breath, the cold air filling her lungs, yet failing to quell the fervor within her. She returned to the chat interface with Yuan, her fingertips hovering over the screen, revising her words until she finally typed out 3 characters. Jiang Shanshan, Mr. Yuan? The presidential suite at Qingyan Mansion. Yuan had just set his phone down when the notification sound from the green bubble chimed. Upon seeing the message from Jiang Shanshan, he paused momentarily, then pressed his forehead with a hint of resignation. He had miscalculated. He had completely forgotten that during freshman year, he had added nearly all of his classmates on the green bubble. His identity could no longer remain concealed. He watched the notification indicating that the other party was typing, the prompt flashing on and off, envisioning the girl's internal struggle on the other side of the screen. Moments later, a new message appeared. It contained but a single character. Yuan. That character acted like a key, swiftly unlocking the floodgates of Jiang Shanshan's emotions. Yes, it was him. It truly was him. Tears could no longer be restrained, cascading in large droplets from her eyes, splattering onto the cold phone screen, blurring her vision with a watery sheen. This time, the tears were neither from grievance nor humiliation, but rather an overwhelming warmth, a gentle embrace from the world capable of melting everything away. On the other end, Gu Yuan waited a long while for her next message, which exuded a sense of caution in every line. Jiang Shanshan, Gu Yuan, that money is truly too much. My mother's surgery expenses are already sufficient, and I will return the rest to you. Gu Yuan gazed at the screen, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Gu Yuan, no need to return it. Gu Yuan, I said it was for you, so it is yours. Focus on your mother's treatment. Do not think of anything else. Jiang Shanshan's heart fluttered gently. His tone remained calm, yet carried an irresistible warmth. She bit her lip, an unprecedented curiosity overpowering all her emotions. Jiang Shanshan, then why did you pretend to be so? She struggled to find the right words. Was it poverty or ordinariness? Neither seemed accurate. Gu Yuan swiftly provided her an answer. Gu Yuan, I prefer tranquility. It simplifies matters. Simplifies matters? Jiang Shanshan stared at those two words, suddenly realizing how quintessentially Gu Yuan they were. The one who always kept his head down in class, indifferent to everything. It turned out he was not reclusive, but merely averse to trouble. She could not help but let the corners of her lips curve ever so slightly. A delicate dimple forming on her right cheek, causing her fingertips to dance with added buoyancy as she typed. Jiang Shanshan. Oh, you this generous benefactor. How remarkably low-key you are. Truly a master of disguise. Gu Yuan. So, can you keep this secret from me? Gu Yuan. Let it be a secret between the two of us. Those words, a secret between the two of us, flowed like a warm current through Jiang Shanshan's fingertips. Reaching deep into her heart, she felt her cheeks flush intensely, her heart betraying her with an erratic rhythm. Jiang Shanshan, all right. I promise, I one tea tell a soul. Pinky swear. She even sent a cute emoji to seal her vow. Gu Yuan glanced at the emoji and smiled. Gu Yuan, Just as their conversation concluded, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Detected an increase in Jiang Shanshan's affection level. Current affection level, 70. You have unlocked the skill, Music, Master Level. Description, Master Level music, encompassing but not limited to songwriting, composition, singing, and performance. Gu Yuan's world transformed entirely. Countless melodies, harmonies, music theory, and performance techniques were not forcibly implanted but awakened from the depths of his soul. They had always coursed through his veins, and at this moment, they finally stirred to life. From Bach's meticulous counterpoint to Debussy's impressionistic light and shadow. From the melancholic tremor of blues to the free improvisation of jazz. All things musical became instinctual to his very being. With a guitar in hand, he could evoke the sound of the wind. With a piano before him, he could strike the celestial paths of the stars. This was the power of mastery. Chapter 31. The campus bell seeks Gu Yuan. The bell marking the end of morning classes echoed through Jiangzhou Music Academy. Jiang Shanshan gathered her textbooks, her movements slightly more languorous than usual. Her gaze habitually drifted towards the last row of the classroom, to the empty seat by the window. The desk and chair were pristine, as if no one had ever occupied them. A void lingered in a corner of her heart. This was the first time in her 21 years that she cared so profoundly about whether a boy attended class. Shanshan, let us head to the cafeteria. If we're late, the sweet and sour pork will be gone, urged her roommate, Lin Xiaoyu, slinging her bag over her shoulder. You go ahead. I have something to attend to, Jiang Shanshan replied, shaking her head. She waited until most of her classmates had departed before taking a deep breath, standing up, and walking directly towards Gu Yuan's two roommates. Wang Ming was hastily shoving his books into his bag while humming a catchy tune. When he looked up and saw Jiang Shanshan approaching, his movements froze. Wang Ming, Jiang Shanshan stood before his desk, her voice soft, tinged with uncertainty. Wang Ming's eyes widened, and as his grip slackened, his bag fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang, the campus bell? You're looking for me? His words stumbled, though his volume betrayed him, drawing the attention of the few remaining classmates in the room. Li Hao beside him halted his actions, disbelief etched across his face. The icy campus bell, Jiang Shanshan, was initiating conversation with this group of rough-and-tumble boys. Had the sun risen from the west? I wanted to ask about Gu Yuan. Why hasn't he been attending class lately? Jiang Shanshan's inquiry sent Wang Ming's mind into a complete standstill. Li Hao reacted quicker, nudging Wang Ming aside and stepping forward with an incredulous tone. You're asking about Gu Yuan? That Gu Yuan? As if there could be another Gu Yuan in the entire school. Jiang Shanshan nodded gently, a faint blush tinting her fair cheeks. We're classmates. This seemingly casual statement resonated like thunder in Wang Ming and Li Hao's ears. for years as classmates, who had witnessed the campus belle exchanging even a single word with Gu Yuan. Wang Ming finally regained his composure. He hasn't returned to the dorm for several days and hasn't come to class. Who knows where he has disappeared to? Several days? Jiang Shanshan's brows knitted together. Did he say anything before he left? Wang Ming and Li Hao exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with confusion. No, not really. Wang Ming scratched his head, trying to recall. That morning, he suddenly complained about the dorm noise and said he was going to find a quiet place. Then he just left. We joked about him being rich and spending money on a hotel, Li Hao added. He.S. always a bit eccentric. As Jiang Shanshan listened, warmth blossomed in her heart. She remembered Gu Yuan's calm explanation in the green bubble. I prefer quiet. It's more convenient that way. And that phrase that still made her heart race. Let it be a secret between the two of us. A secret solely belonging to the two of them. This thought melted like a sugar cube at the tip of her heart, its sweetness coursing through her veins. She unconsciously smiled, the dimple on her right cheek blooming subtly. Wang Ming, witnessing her smile, felt as if his entire perception had been overturned. Jiang Belle, you and Gu Yuan. He ventured, unable to suppress his curiosity. It's nothing. Jiang Shanshan, as if her innermost thoughts had been exposed, hastily waved her hand, the blush on her cheeks spreading to her ears. I was just asking. She turned to leave, but paused after taking a few steps, turning back with her voice lowered. If he returns, could you tell him Jiang Shanshan was looking for him? With that, she hurriedly exited the classroom, leaving Wang Ming and Li Hao exchanging incredulous glances, speechless. What the hell? After a moment, Wang Ming managed to croak out those two words. Li Hao rubbed his eyes, muttering to himself. I didn't just imagine that, did I? Jiang Shanshan smiled at us. Something was definitely off. This was absolutely not right. Wang Ming seized Li Hao's arm. Did you see how she was just now? Blushing and smiling. It's over. Our dorm's pig might have truly gotten the cabbage. Li Hao was equally baffled. That shyness, that sweetness, that demeanor of a young girl. He could not believe it was merely a normal classmate relationship. I must call that rascal. Wang Ming immediately pulled out his phone. After a few rings, it connected. Gu Yuan, where are you having fun? Spill the beans. Wang Ming's voice trembled with excitement. It's a huge deal. Jiang Shanshan. The campus belle. She just came looking for you. On the other end, Gu Yuan's voice remained as calm as ever. Oh, that's all you have to say? Wang Ming nearly jumped up. That's Jiang Shanshan. She took the initiative to ask about you, and you respond like this? What else did she say? She asked why you hadn't been attending class and wanted us to pass a message to you. Wang Ming's words rushed out like a machine gun. Brother, I'm telling you, the expression on her face was definitely something. Are you too? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. I understand. No, where exactly are you? What is going on between you and Jiang Belle? Staying outside. I'll be back in a few days. Gu Yuan's voice remained unperturbed. Nothing to worry about. I'm hanging up. The call was abruptly disconnected. Wang Ming and Li Hao exchanged glances once more, clearly perplexed. This lad is far too enigmatic, Li Hao exclaimed with genuine astonishment. Yet, Wang Ming still found it hard to believe, given Gu Yuan's introverted nature. He could hardly fathom how he could possibly win over Jiang Shanshan. What could he possibly use? A plate of shredded potatoes from the cafeteria? The two were utterly baffled. Meanwhile, as Jiang Shanshan stepped out of the classroom, her stride became notably lighter. The sun cast a warm glow upon her, enveloping her in comfort. She recalled the conversation between Gu Yuan and his roommates, their utter ignorance of his true self, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. It dawned on her that she was the sole possessor of Gu Yuan's secret. This feeling was indeed peculiar. In the bustling world around her, it felt as though she and he shared an uncharted island, known only to them. She retrieved her phone, hesitating for a moment before sending a green bubble to Gu Yuan. Jiang Shanshan, you missed class. I asked your roommates, and they knew nothing. After a brief contemplation, she added, it seems that I alone am privy to your secret. It feels rather special. The instant she hit send, warmth flooded her cheeks, and her heart began to race. System notification, detected binding with the female lead Jiang Shanshan. Favorability increased. Current favorability, 75. In the presidential suite of Qinyan Mansion. Gu Yuan gazed at the shy text displayed on his phone, a faint smile gracing his lips. The weight of this secret proved to be more profound than he had anticipated. Chapter 32, The Advent of Revelation, $1 million at stake for you. At the Shark Live headquarters, chaos reigned in the technical department by 3 in the afternoon. The office space was a veritable maelstrom. The sound of Wen Tinglin's high heels echoed rhythmically against the floor, like a precise metronome cutting through the surrounding clamor. Clutching a freshly printed report, she walked toward the office of Technical Director Zhang Wei, her demeanor as calm as ever. Director Zhang, how goes the development of the 10 million gift? Zhang Wei raised his bloodshot eyes, weary from countless hours of work. and rubbed his temples upon seeing the only woman in the company who could maintain her poised appearance amidst the storm of overtime. It's complete. We're just finalizing the stress tests. He gestured toward the monitors behind him, where a torrent of data cascaded across the screens. The priority is exceedingly high. The entire tech team is nearly consumed by it. When Tinglan approached the monitors, her gaze sweeping over the intricate data without revealing any emotion. Is the name finalized? It's called Revelation, Zhang Wei replied hoarsely. The unit price is 10 million. The special effects will be cross-platform, with a duration of 30 seconds. Most crucially, as per your specifications, access is restricted. Only users with the ID Yuan can see the purchase entry. When Tinglan nodded in satisfaction, she pulled out her phone and tapped the screen delicately. Shark exclusive customer service. When Tinglan, Mr. Yuan, your exclusive gift has been developed. We can now grant you access for internal testing. Is this convenient for you? Qinyan Mansion, Presidential Suite. Gu Yuan noticed when Tinglan's message. Yuan, yes. Shark exclusive customer service. When Tinglan, access has been granted. Please log into the platform to review. Gu Yuan opened Shark Live and entered the gift shop. At the top, a brand new icon shimmered enticingly. It was a golden phoenix with outstretched wings, surrounded by shattered starlight, beneath which lay two ancient characters, Revelation. The price displayed was a staggering sum that could make one's heart skip a beat. 10,000,000. Gu Yuan clicked on it, and a special effects preview materialized. The entire screen was abruptly transformed into a vast universe. Accompanied by a reverberating, prophetic soundtrack, the golden phoenix emerged from flames. Soaring high, this 30-second spectacle proclaimed an unparalleled divine authority. Yuan, impressive. At Shark headquarters, when Tinglan saw his response and absent-mindedly caressed the body of the Parker pin nestled in her pocket. Shark exclusive customer service. When Tinglan, thank you for your approval. The gift will officially launch at 8 tonight, accompanied by an announcement across the platform. Yuan, thank you for your hard work. Those 3 words were neither condescending praise nor formulaic politeness. When Tinglan had dealt with countless high-profile clients who were accustomed to being served, often viewing her as a mere efficient, precise, emotionless tool. Yet this man treated her as a living, breathing individual capable of fatigue. This recognition gently pried open a crack in her heart, which was usually encased in a rigid shell of rationality. Shark exclusive customer service. When Tinglan, this is my duty. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to command me. Yuan mm. As the conversation concluded, when Tinglan gazed at the chat history, recalling his words from the previous night about resting early, emphasizing the importance of health. This man had a way of dismantling her most formidable defenses with the simplest of expressions. System notification, detected binding with the female lead. When Tinglan, favorability increased. Current favorability, 55. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, all users of Shark Live received a simultaneous notification. Breaking news. The epic gift Revelation is officially launched on Shark Live. Priced at 10 million. This is the scepter of the gods, exclusive to one. Tonight, who will be fortunate enough to bask in divine favor. The announcement detonated like a deep-sea bomb, igniting fervor in every corner of the platform. Wow, a 10 million gift? I can't even count that high. Exclusive to one? Clearly, this is tailor-made for Mr. Yuan. What a statement. What on earth does it mean to have a statement? Revelation, what a striking name. I look forward to Mr. Yuan's debut. In countless live streaming rooms, hosts lost their composure entirely. Folks, 10 million. If anyone gifts me that, I'll jump through the screen and marry him on the spot. Dream on. Mr. Yuan's heart belongs solely to Jiang Shanshan. Let's just get some rest. In Jiang Shanshan's live stream, the barrage of comments transformed into a surging ocean. Shanshan, is Revelation coming? Mr. Yuan will surely be the first to gift it to you. A 10 million favor. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Jiang Shanshan felt her cheeks flush, her grip on her guitar tightening. Please, everyone, don't say such things. Mr. Yuan has helped me too much already. I can't let him spend more. Before she could finish her sentence, a familiar, regal purple gold banner sliced through the screen. Emperor Yuan enters the live stream. For a fleeting moment, the raucous jubilation within the live stream fell into absolute silence. Then, a more fervent eruption followed. He is here. He is here. Witnessing history. Gu Yuan looked at the girl on the screen, seemingly flustered. He recalled earlier that day, when she had approached his bumbling roommates to gather information about him. This delicate concern deserved the grandest declaration in the world. He clicked into the gift shop, his finger hovering over the burning golden phoenix. The next moment, the entire Shark platform, with all its live broadcasts, regardless of content, was suddenly engulfed by an indomitable golden divine light. All sounds faded into silence. In their place arose a celestial hymn, capable of purifying the soul, echoing from beyond the firmament. A golden phoenix shattered the boundaries of the screen, soaring amidst flames from every individual's device. The Emperor Yuan gifted the streamer Jiang Shanshan an Apocalypse X1 platform-wide announcement. Divine grace has descended. Congratulations to streamer Jiang Shanshan for receiving the first ever Apocalypse gift in the history of this platform. For 30 seconds, the entire Shark platform became merely a backdrop to this extraordinary gift. 10 million. It was no longer just a number. It became a proclamation, an indelible mark, a unique affection bestowed upon one individual. Jiang Shanshan stared, entranced, at the golden phoenix soaring across her screen, tears streaming down her cheeks in torrents. This time, it was not the shock of wealth that moved her, but the profound realization that behind this gift lay an incredibly tender yet immensely powerful heart, sheltering her beneath an unparalleled sky. As the special effects concluded, the barrage of comments did not erupt immediately, but rather, the classroom experienced a collective moment of stunned silence. Then, a deluge of comments surged forth like a tsunami. I witnessed history in the world of live streaming. 10 million, he just gave it without hesitation. This is not just a wealthy benefactor. This is a divine being. I finally understand what it means to be crowned king for just one person. At Shark headquarters, all executives gathered before the data screen in hushed astonishment. They gazed at the user engagement curve that soared straight into the heavens, as if beholding an unprecedented miracle that could never be replicated. Chapter 33, Impersonating Yuan Shun. Jiangzhou Music Academy. Gu Yuan entered the classroom, carrying a slightly faded canvas bag. After several days of absence, he moved quietly, like a leaf drifting silently back to a corner, disturbing no one. Wang Meng had his head buried in his arms, grinning foolishly at his phone screen. Upon catching a glimpse of a familiar figure making its way to the last row, he shot up, exclaiming, "What the heck? Gu Yuan, you finally decided to return." His voice boomed, drawing the attention of a dozen scattered gazes in the classroom. Gu Yuan set his bag down at his desk. Anything going on? Anything going on? Wang Meng excitedly slammed the table, standing up. "Brother, it's a huge deal. Jiang Schoolflower. Yesterday, she specifically came looking for you." The expression on her face, the demeanor, let me tell you, it was simply, all right. Li Hao beside him tugged at Wang Meng's sleeve, lowering his voice. "Everyone heard that. Keep it down." Gu Yuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry, casually picking up a textbook cloaked in a thin layer of dust to flip through. Just then, the classroom door swung open. A boy clad in a Versace shirt entered, his Rolex watch glimmering in the sunlight, deliberately flaunting its opulence. He was Song Ziyuan, the class's wealthy heir. Some familiar classmates greeted him, and he modestly nodded in response. But his gaze roamed the classroom, eventually landing on Gu Yuan in the last row. In that gaze lay scrutiny, disdain, yet also a barely perceptible trace of anxiety. Moments later, Jiang Shanshan walked in as well. Today, she wore a pristine white knit top paired with light blue jeans, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders like a lily unfurling in the morning light. Her eyes naturally swept over the crowd, seeking the end of the classroom. The instant her gaze met Gu Yuan's, the usual coolness of her almond-shaped eyes flickered with a hint of warmth, and a faint blush blossomed on her right cheek. "Shanshan." Song Ziyuan suddenly called out, his voice raised above the classroom's din. Instantly, the room fell silent, all eyes turning into spotlights, honing in on Song Ziyuan and Jiang Shanshan. He approached her, taking a deep breath as if summoning immense courage, his voice quivering with excitement. "Last night, it was me." "What?" Jiang Shanshan blinked, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Song Ziyuan's voice shot up, brimming with declaration. "The Yuan on Shark live, that was me. I am the one who gifted you the apocalypse." This proclamation sent a tremor through the small classroom, igniting a fervor in the air. "What the heck? Is this for real? Song Ziyuan is the one who gifted over 100 million in one night? My goodness, he just gave 10 million like that. His family must be incredibly wealthy." Gasps of astonishment mingled with whispers of disbelief. Song Ziyuan lifted his chin, relishing the attention, and pointed mockingly at Gu Yuan, who was quietly reading in the corner. "Shanshan, you came looking for Gu Yuan yesterday. Didn't you mistake him for the Yuan?" Jiang Shanshan regarded the boy performing theatrically before her, feeling not anger but rather a sense of amusement. She certainly knew the truth, yet she chose not to expose it. "I saw Gu Yuan because their SA cultural performance next week, and I wanted to ask if you would be interested in participating." Her voice remained calm, betraying no turbulence. "After all, we are classmates." Song Ziyuan visibly relaxed, the hint of awkward tension on his face swiftly replaced by a brazen confidence. "Song Ziyuan, are you really the Yuan?" a girl in class asked, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Of course," he puffed out his chest. "I know this sounds unbelievable, but I didn't want to draw too much attention before." "Then why are you saying it now?" Song Ziyuan quickly donned a sincere expression. turning his gaze toward Jiang Shanshan. Because I don't want Shanshan to be misled. I heard she came looking for Gu Yuan yesterday, and I feared she might misunderstand and be manipulated by ill-intentioned individuals. Wow, Song Ziyuan, you're too good. To prevent the school flower from being deceived. You've even revealed your identity. How noble. Shanshan, he treats you so well. You really should consider it. The surrounding classmates began to cheer, a playful laughter echoing throughout the room. Seizing the moment, Song Ziyuan stepped forward. Shanshan, do you have time tonight? I'd like to take you out for dinner and explain everything about what happened online. Jiang Shanshan gently shook her head. I'm sorry, I have other plans tonight. A boy immediately piped up. Don't be so rude, Shanshan. Song Ziyuan knows about your family situation and has quietly gifted you so much. Now he is revealing his identity for you. What is wrong with having dinner? Exactly. He is rich, handsome, and treats you so well. What are you hesitating for? Facing the escalating chorus of encouragement, Jiang Shanshan's expression remained unchanged. She glanced at Song Ziyuan before instinctively looking towards the last row, where Gu Yuan sat with his head bowed, not having turned a single page of his book. A subtle smile graced her lips. A smile understood only by herself and one other person, tinged with a hint of mischief. Thank you, Song Ziyuan, for your kind intentions. But I truly have matters to attend to. Her tone remained serene, yet it delineated a distinct boundary between them. As for the events online, I am well aware of them. Having spoken, she turned on her heel and returned to her seat, disregarding the fluctuating hues of embarrassment on Song Ziyuan's face behind her. In the back row of the classroom, Gu Yuan observed this farcical spectacle, one that was both pertinent and irrelevant to him, with an air of nonchalance. He merely extended a finger to gently turn the page of the book before him. Wang Meng leaned in closer to Li Hao, his voice hushed, as if in conspiracy. Why does this feel so off? Is Song Ziyuan truly that distant god? Li Hao furrowed his brow, perplexed. It's hard to say, but Jiang Shanshan's reaction is exceedingly strange. A normal girl, upon learning the truth, shouldn't he respond this way? In unison, they stealthily glanced toward Gu Yuan, who was engrossed in his reading as if the cacophony of the outside world were shielded by an invisible barrier. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. The once noisy classroom fell silent once more. Song Ziyuan returned to his seat, his expression marred by the sting of public rejection. Jiang Shanshan sat in her place, appearing to be attentive, although her gaze occasionally drifted toward the last row of the classroom. Whenever their eyes inadvertently met in the air, a flicker of unspoken amusement would glimmer in her eyes. This secret still belonged solely to the two of them. In this classroom, he was the impoverished Gu Yuan, the subject of ridicule. Yet only she knew the truth. He was a deity, while the others were mere jesters on the stage. Chapter 34. Song Ziyuan treats to dinner. The bell marking the end of the last afternoon class rang like a decree of liberation. The classroom was immediately filled with the rustling of bags and the chatter of students. Song Ziyuan abruptly stood up, cleared his throat, and deliberately amplified his voice to drown out the surrounding noise. Everyone, please wait a moment. All action ceased as dozens of eyes turned toward him. A carefully rehearsed smile, a blend of pride and generosity, adorned Song Ziyuan's face. He raised his voice to ensure every corner of the classroom could hear him. To celebrate the revelation of my identity, I am treating the entire class to dinner tonight. After a brief silence, the classroom erupted with excitement. Wow, Song Ziyuan, you're incredibly generous. When the distant god makes a move, it's always grand. Applause and cheers filled the air. Song Ziyuan reveled in the adulation, straightening his back as his gaze swept over his peers, finally resting on Jiang Shanshan. The venue is the Emerald Hall at Qingyan Mansion. We'll meet there at 7 o'clock. Qingyan Mansion? A girl gasped, her voice rising in disbelief. Isn't that the most prestigious 6-star hotel in Jiangzhou? I've heard a single meal there can cost tens of thousands. My goodness, Song Ziyuan is truly wealthy. The astonishment echoed through the room, satisfying Song Ziyuan's vanity tremendously. He turned to Jiang Shanshan, his tone laced with an irresistible air of entitlement. Shanshan, this is a class gathering. You wouldn't refuse again, would you? Jiang Shanshan paused in her task of packing her bag. She lifted her head and calmly regarded him for a moment before her gaze drifted lightly over the crowd to the last row of the classroom. Gu Yuan was leisurely placing an old textbook into his somewhat faded canvas bag. His movements were unhurried, his demeanor placid, as if the surrounding clamor were separated from him by an invisible barrier. All right, I'll go, Jiang Shanshan nodded, her voice soft yet clear enough for everyone to hear. Song Ziyuan's smile instantly blossomed to its fullest. Then it settled. See you all at 7 o'clock at the Emerald Hall. At 6:50. In the lobby of Qingyan Mansion, Gu Yuan emerged from the elevator that led to his exclusive presidential suite, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and black casual pants. The polished marble floor reflected the enormous crystal chandelier above, while the air was suffused with the exquisite scent of customized white tea aromatherapy. "Good evening, sir." A hostess in a well-fitted cheapao approached with a flawless professional smile. "The Emerald Hall," Gu Yuan stated succinctly. "Certainly. Please follow me," she replied, leading the way with her heels barely making a sound on the thick wool carpet. As they rounded a corner of the corridor, Gu Yuan slowed his pace upon spotting a familiar figure. Song Yuan was engaged in a hushed conversation with a middle-aged man clad in hotel uniform, standing close together. The man, the manager of the dining department, held a folder and nodded repeatedly to Song Yuan, his demeanor quite subservient. Gu Yuan approached with an impassive expression. As he neared, the conversation abruptly ceased. A flicker of startled embarrassment crossed the dining manager's face, and he quickly bowed to Song Yuan. "Young Master Song, I will take my leave to prepare," he stammered before hastily turning away as if fleeing. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, Song Yuan's expression momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of discomfort. "Gu Yuan, you're here too?" Gu Yuan did not respond. He merely furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the retreating backs of Song Yuan and the manager. He retrieved his phone, the screen's faint glow illuminating his calm face as he typed a brief message to Shin Qingyan. "Gu Yuan, check the surveillance footage in the Emerald Hall corridor. I need to know what Song Yuan was discussing with the dining manager. He is impersonating my online identity to treat everyone to dinner." Putting away his phone, Gu Yuan no longer regarded Song Yuan, striding directly toward the Emerald Hall. Song Yuan watched his retreating figure, a flicker of undisguised unease flashing in his eyes. Inside the Emerald Hall, opulence reigned. The grand crystal chandelier cast a soft glow over the enormous round table adorned with pristine white tablecloths, each setting gleaming brightly. The classmates had begun to arrive, gathered in small clusters, marveling at the lavish decor of the private room. "My goodness, this place is beyond extravagant. The carpet feels like it could double as a bed," someone exclaimed, while another pointed at the chandelier. "Look at that, all imported Austrian crystal." Wang Meng was enthusiastically raising his phone, capturing various angles for selfies. "Guys, we have to post this on our social media." Location: Qingyan Mansion. Li Hao, on the other hand, sat cautiously on a mahogany chair, his body a bit tense, gently tracing the smooth armrests with his hand. "I reckon this chair costs more than my monthly living expenses." Jiang Shanshan sat quietly by the window, not engaging in the ruckus, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the entrance. When Gu Yuan pushed open the heavy door of the private room, a subtle glimmer of delight flickered in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. "Gu Yuan, come sit," Wang Meng called out loudly. Gu Yuan approached and took a seat next to Wang Meng. "Bro, this place is incredible," Wang Meng whispered, leaning closer with his phone. "Do you have any idea how much this meal will cost?" "I don't know," Gu Yuan replied, shaking his head. "I just discreetly inquired with the waiter. The minimum expenditure starts at 50,000. Song Yuan is indeed affluent." Li Hao also chimed in, his tone tinged with a hint of envy. "The kicker is that this is the Qingyan Pavilion, the premier hotel in Jiangzhou." "That may not necessarily be the case," Gu Yuan remarked nonchalantly. "If one has wealth, they could secure a reservation on the same day." "You speak so casually," Li Hao chuckled wryly. "For students like us, merely visiting this place once in a lifetime is sufficient fodder for boasting." Just then, Song Yuan pushed the door open. He had donned that air of triumph once more. "Classmates, I apologize for the delay. I was confirming the menu with the hotel manager," he said, surveying the room before striding confidently to the head seat. "Tonight, indulge in all the food and drink. I've ordered the finest dishes they offer, along with the hotel's exquisite wines. You are simply remarkable, Song Yuan. Truly grand." The classmates erupted in enthusiastic applause, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Soon, the waitstaff began to serve an array of dishes, each more exquisite than the last, resembling works of art. Australian lobster, French foie gras, A5, grade Wagyu sashimi. Each dish elicited gasps of astonishment from the students. "Wow, this lobster is enormous. It's thicker than my arm. This foie gras, my goodness, it melts in your mouth, it's divine. Song Yuan, you're incredibly wealthy. I adore you." The praises flowed incessantly. Leaning back in his chair, Song Yuan reveled in the feeling of being the center of attention. Chapter 35. The pricey wine list is prepared. General Manager Shin personally delivers the dishes. At 7 o'clock, en route to the business banquet, the black Maybach glided smoothly through the vibrant night of Jiangzhou. Shin Qingyan sat in the back seat, adorned in a deep blue velvet evening gown that accentuated her figure exquisitely. The neon lights outside flickered past, occasionally illuminating the small red mole on her collarbone, reminiscent of a droplet of solidified vermilion. Her fingertips glided across the phone screen, reviewing the profiles of the key figures attending tonight's banquet. Her preparations were always meticulous. Opposite her, Shang Wanshi presented a starkly different sharpness. Clad in a sleek black fitted suit with a high ponytail, she resembled a sword drawn from its sheath. Leaning against the back of her seat, she gazed out at the distant skyline that divided the city, her eyes alight with anticipation for the impending commercial clash. Tonight, nearly all the prominent figures in Jiangzhou's business world would be present. Shang Wanshi withdrew her gaze and turned to Xin Qingyan. Are you prepared for the first official appearance of Qingyan Holdings? Xin Qingyan set her phone down, her lips curving into a serene smile. Everything is in place. At that moment, her phone vibrated slightly. The screen lit up, displaying just 2 characters, Gu Yuan. The composed demeanor she had cultivated instantly transformed into utmost focus. She opened the message. Gu Yuan, check the surveillance footage in the Emerald Hall corridor. I need to know what songs Yuan discussed with the catering manager. He impersonated my online identity to host a meal. Without a moment's hesitation, Xin Qingyan swiftly dialed Ji Qi's number. Ji Qi, where are you? On the other end. Ji Qi's voice was tinged with fatigue from completing his work, yet remained clear in logic. The legal department just wrapped up. I'm heading home. What's the matter? Immediately go to the surveillance room and review the footage of the Emerald Hall's outer corridor. I need the complete conversation between a student named Song Ziyuan and catering manager Zhang Jingguo within 5 minutes. Ji Qi's tone turned serious. Has something happened? Uncertain. However, Mr. Gu's directive must have a reason behind it. You go ahead, I'll return shortly. Understood. The call ended, and Xin Qingyan instructed the driver with 4 words. Turn around. Back to the estate. Shang Wanshi raised an eyebrow. Going back. The banquet starts in half an hour. Are you sure? Xin Qingyan tucked her phone away. Her expression restored to its usual calm. We are not going. Xin Qingyan, do you understand what this opportunity means for Qingyan Holdings tonight? Shang Wanshi leaned forward slightly. Urgency lacing her tone. This is half of Jiangzhou's business landscape. If we miss tonight, it will take at least 6 months to find another occasion like this. Xin Qingyan regarded her, a faint smile blooming in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. This banquet is merely an embellishment. However, Mr. Gu's affairs are the foundation. This statement rendered Shang Wanshi utterly speechless. She leaned back against her seat, her gaze drifting back to the ever-changing night scenery outside, her curiosity regarding Gu Yuan intensifying. What kind of man could compel a woman like Xin Qingyan to disregard the entirety of Jiangzhou's business realm for a mere casual remark? Quite intriguing. Shang Wanshi suddenly spoke up. I shall go see for myself. Xin Qingyan shot her a glance. Aren't you more interested in the business arena compared to the business realm? Shang Wanshi's lips curled into a playful smile. I find your boss far more captivating. She gestured to the driver. Back to Qingyan Estate. 10 minutes later. At the top floor of Qingyan Estate, Xin Qingyan's office. When Xin Qingyan entered, Ji Qi was standing with his arms crossed before a middle-aged man. The man was none other than catering manager Zhang Jingguo, currently bowing his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body taut like a drawn bow. What is going on? Xin Qingyan approached swiftly. Ji Qi turned, handing her the tablet in his hand, the screen silently displaying the surveillance footage. After watching, he remarked, it's a rather straightforward matter. He tapped the screen with his fingertip. This student named Song Ziyuan wanted to impress his classmates, but evidently, his funds were insufficient. He pointed at the 2 individuals huddled together in the footage. He approached Zhang Jingguo, attempting to pull off a switcheroo. He ordered the most expensive wine from our list. But in reality, the kitchen was using cheap substitutes worth a few hundred, splitting the price difference between them. Xin Qingyan's expression remained as tranquil as the still waters. To pass off inferior goods as premium, while on my turf. Shang Wanshi, standing nearby, couldn't help but scoff derisively. For the sake of vanity. He's willing to throw away all semblance of dignity. Xin Qingyan stepped closer to Zhang Jingguo, her voice low, yet causing him to tremble. Has the wine been served? Zhang Jingguo shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. No. Ms. Ji arrived just in time. The wine is still locked in the kitchen. I wouldn't dare touch it. Excellent. Xin Qingyan's gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds. We will discuss your matter later. Zhang Jingguo appeared as if granted a reprieve, nodding profusely. Yes, Ms. Shun, I will reflect deeply. Xin Qingyan moved to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing down at the illuminated dining area, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the floorboards into the private room known as the Emerald Hall. Is Song Ziyuan still inside? Yes, the banquet has just begun and is quite lively, Ji Qi replied. Xin Qingyan turned, her gaze sweeping over Ji Qi and Shang Wanshi. Let us head to the Emerald Hall. You are going personally? Shang Wanshi asked, surprised. Mr. Gu does not prefer to handle such petty antics himself. Xin Qingyan spoke while adjusting the hem of her evening gown, her movements elegant yet imbued with a certain chill. By entrusting this matter to me, he wished to observe how I would deftly eliminate this nuisance, ensuring his comfort. Her words resonated with both Shang Wanshi and Ji Qi, making their intentions clear. How do you plan to handle it? Shang Wanxi's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. A cold smile graced the corners of Shun Qingyan's lips. Did he not desire the most expensive wine to showcase his status? Then let us provide him with precisely that. Shang Wanxi paused momentarily before realizing, stifling a laugh behind her hand. Aren't you afraid he might not be able to settle the bill in the end? Unable to pay? Shen Qingyan's voice was barely above a whisper. Then let his family cover it. In the Qingyan residence, no one has ever evaded their debts. This, perhaps, was the true outcome that Mr. Gu wished to witness. At the bar of the restaurant, Shen Qingyan personally retrieved 2 bottles of wine from the temperature-controlled cabinet. Romanicani, priced at 888 per bottle. She then instructed the sommelier to fetch 6 more bottles. Petrus, priced at 888 per bottle. 8 bottles, collectively valued at enough to purchase a luxurious apartment in the heart of Jiangzhou, were quietly placed on a silver tray. Shen Qingyan did not delegate this task. She carried the tray herself, her gown gliding over the polished floor as she made her way to the Emerald Hall. The heavy door of the private room loomed ahead. Through the crack, the carefree laughter of students and Song Yuan's spirited boasts could be faintly heard. They were blissfully unaware of the impending storm. Chapter 36. Mr. Shun serves the wine. Song Yuan's arrogance backfires. The heavy door of the Emerald Hall was pushed open from the outside. Shen Qingyan entered, personally bearing a silver tray, her high heels making no sound upon the carpet. Dressed in a deep blue velvet evening gown that hugged her graceful curves, the shifting light upon her resembled the glimmering waves of a profound night sea. The illumination fell perfectly upon her collarbone, highlighting the small vermilion birthmark, which became the sole beacon amidst the night. Ji Qi and Shang Wanxi flanked her, one exuding an aura of unassailable order, while the other radiated a rebellious tension, as if ready to tear apart anything in their path. The trio, each possessing distinctly captivating qualities, moved quietly into the raucous realm of students, causing an abrupt stillness, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Wang Meng, who had just picked up a piece of meat, let it fall onto the table, his mouth agape in astonishment. Song Yuan, mid-boast, found his words abruptly stifled, his expression frozen in a comical grimace. Shen Qingyan's gaze swept calmly across the room, gliding over the youthful faces rendered speechless by her beauty, ultimately settling in a corner of the classroom. There, Gu Yuan was leisurely enjoying his meal, as though their arrival was merely a change of backdrop. Their eyes met momentarily, and Shen Qingyan offered a barely perceptible nod. This gesture, so slight and swift, was akin to a silent coronation in the eyes of those who noticed. Mr. Song, Shen Qingyan began, her voice warm and inviting. As per your request, we have prepared the finest red wine for you. She pronounced the words the finest with particular clarity, a hint of amusement lingering in her tone. Upon realizing the individual before him was not the restaurant manager he had colluded with, a flicker of unease crossed Song Yuan's mind. But it was quickly drowned by his vanity. A performance? The greater the spectacle, the more prestige he would gain. Surely, this was a top-tier service arranged specially by Zhang Jingguo. With this thought, he instinctively straightened his posture, adopting a demeanor he believed befitted a person of high status. Nodding with an air of nonchalance. Yes, let us proceed. Shen Qingyan placed the tray steadily on the table, her slender fingers gliding over the cool bottle surfaces as she began the introduction. These 2 bottles, Romanicani, are priced at 888 each. These 6 bottles, Petrus, are priced at 588 each. Her tone remained steady, devoid of emotion, yet each figure she uttered seemed to thicken the air with palpable tension. The room fell into a profound silence. One student, trembling, fumbled for his phone, struggling to align the search bar. This totals over 5 million? Another girl's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of tears, as the staggering figure overwhelmed her. While maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, Song Yuan's heart swelled with joy at these numbers. A bunch of country bumpkins, merely cheap wine, and yet they believed it. Mr. Song, shall we uncork it now? Shen Qingyan's inquiry was impeccably polite. Yes, of course. Let us open them. Song Yuan waved his hand grandly, feeling like the center of the universe at that moment. Shen Qingyan gracefully retrieved the corkscrew. With a soft pop, the cork was extracted. 8 bottles of exquisite red wine were uncorked one by one. The deep red liquid poured into the crystalline decanter, releasing a rich bouquet of aromas, berries, earth, and the essence of time, filling the entire room. It was a fragrance that cheap industrial alcohol could never replicate. Enjoy, Shen Qingyan said, inclining her body slightly, before turning to leave with Ji Qi and Shang Wanxi. As the door closed, the room erupted in excitement. My goodness, who was that woman just now? Who is she? Her presence is overwhelming. You don't even know her? That's Shen Qingyan, the owner of the Qingyan residence. What? The legendary woman who spent 4 billion to acquire the Junwei residence. My God, she personally came to serve wine for Yuan Shin? All gazes converged once more on Song's Yuan, their expressions a blend of admiration, fervor, and a hint of trepidation. Yuan Shin, your connections are astounding. Mr. Shin personally attending to you. What an impressive display. Upon hearing the name Shin Qingyan, Song's Yuan's heart did skip a beat, but he was soon elevated by his classmates' flattery, and any lingering guilt dissipated. It's nothing special, he feigned modesty, waving his hand dismissively, yet the smirk tugging at his lips betrayed his pride. I just have a significant online influence. Business people like her must give me some respect. In the corner, Gu Yuan observed this farce, delicately savoring a piece of abalone. Perfectly cooked. As Song's Yuan reveled in the adoration of his peers, sensing the moment was ripe, he stood and turned to Jiang Shanshan. Shanshan, everything tonight is for you. He raised his glass. I hope you'll grant me a chance. Shanshan, you should say yes. Indeed, Yuan Shin has been so kind to you. Amidst the chants of his classmates, Jiang Shanshan lifted her gaze, discreetly glancing at Gu Yuan. I'm sorry, her voice was soft yet crystal clear. My heart already belongs to someone. This statement plunged the room into silence once more, leaving Song's Yuan's smile frozen on his face, as if he had just received a resounding slap in public. The meal, steeped in an atmosphere of enigmatic tension, finally drew to a close. Song's Yuan pressed the call button, preparing to settle the bill and conclude the evening's extravagant gathering with a flourish. Soon, the door swung open, revealing Shin Qingyan once more. In her hands, she held a sleek black leather bill folder and a POS machine. Mr. Song, do you wish to settle the account? Yes, let's settle the bill. Please have your manager come over. Song's Yuan attempted to maintain a semblance of dignity, hoping to preserve his pride. I am the person in charge here. Shin Qingyan replied with a smile, opening the bill folder to gently place the printed statement on the revolving tray in front of him, slowly turning it towards him. Please verify. As Song's Yuan picked up the bill, his smile faltered when his gaze fell upon the astonishing figures at the bottom. Dining expenses, 288,000 yuan. Beverage costs, 311, 104 yuan. Total, 599, 104 yuan. The dining expenses fell within his expectations, but the beverage charges? Hadn't it been agreed that they would serve counterfeit liquor? Where was that scoundrel Zhang Jingguo? Though his monthly allowance was 1 million, after this month's escapades, he was left with barely over 400,000 in his account. Over 5 million? He couldn't even afford the 50,000 remainder. His mind went blank, and the hand holding the bill trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 37. Is Song's Yuan trying to dine and dash? Shin Qingyan observed the forced calm on Song's Yuan's face, her smile unwavering as she softly inquired, Mr. Song, is there an issue with the bill? Song's Yuan swallowed hard, his throat dry as he managed to stammer, and no problem. His mind raced, desperately grasping for a lifeline. I had an agreement with your manager Zhang. I would settle through his channels. He feigned nonchalance, trying to project the demeanor of a seasoned businessman, subtly hinting that he and Zhang Jingguo had a private arrangement and that this woman should not meddle. Shin Qingyan appeared oblivious to his insinuations. Regardless of where you make the payment, it ultimately enters the account of Qingyan Pavilion. There is no distinction. She extended a slender finger, the crimson polish glinting softly under the lights, and lightly tapped the bill beside the bottle of Romani Conti. As for the commission, at the moment you placed the order, the system recorded it as Manager Zhang's performance. We will not deprive him of a single penny. Song's Yuan was momentarily rendered speechless. Shin Qingyan's smile faded, her enchanting peach blossom eyes now merely reflecting a calm scrutiny. Mr. Song, I trust you do not intend to dine and dash at Qingyan Pavilion? No sooner had she finished speaking than one of Song's Yuan's usual lackeys jumped up in protest. How could that be? Brother Song is the illustrious far god of the shark platform. Just yesterday, he gifted over 100 million. How could he possibly be unable to cover a few million in dining expenses? Exactly. The far god would never default. Their voices echoed, yet their bravado felt hollow. Shin Qingyan paid no heed to their clamor, her gaze firmly fixed on Song's Yuan. That gaze, though not piercing, bore an undeniable weight that left him feeling exposed. In the private room, the raucous cheers gradually dwindled to silence, one by one, until they vanished. Someone, anxious, set down their chopsticks, the sound resonating sharply in the heavy stillness. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Song's Yuan's temple, sliding along his hairline. He stammered, I have a spending limit on this card. Before he could finish, GCI, standing behind Shin Qingyan, let out a quiet laugh. The sound in the tranquil room resonated like a sharp slap across the face. A limit? GCI crossed her arms and stepped forward, her elongated phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. To my knowledge, top-tier VIPs with daily transactions exceeding 100 million do not have such limits imposed. They are instead assigned dedicated account managers who provide 24-hour unlimited payment services. She halted before Song's Yuan, her gaze dissecting him like a specimen. Mr. Song, are you truly unable to pay? Or are you, in fact, not the illustrious Fargod at all? Song's Yuan gaped, rendered mute. He felt as though he had been stripped bare and cast into the snow, every inch of his skin exposed to GC's penetrating scrutiny. The students below finally grasped the situation. What is going on? How could he possibly not afford a few million? He can't be, could he? Not after the billion in gifts yesterday, visible to the entire platform. The murmurs buzzed like gnats, drilling into Song's Yuan's ears and sending chills down his spine. Shen Qingyan, sensing the moment was ripe, turned her gaze away from him and directed her attention towards the entrance of the room, calmly uttering 3 words. Come here. The door swung open, and Zhang Jingguo, the manager of the food and beverage department, entered, trembling, his face devoid of color. Shen Qingyan's voice turned frigid. What is going on? You two, who will explain? Song Yuan and Zhang Jingguo exchanged fearful looks, both filled with dread and pleading, neither daring to speak first. Eventually, it was Zhang Jingguo who could no longer bear the oppressive weight, his legs buckling as he nearly fell to the ground. Ms. Shun, I'll confess everything. His voice quavered as he spilled the entire truth. Yes, it was young Master Song who wanted to save face in front of his classmates. And he asked me to serve him the most expensive liquor, but in the kitchen, we were actually serving counterfeit wine. He glanced up, desperately seeking Shen Qingyan's gaze. It's just that you found out, and you served the real wine. The truth was laid bare. The room fell into a profound silence. Is this true? How disgusting, resorting to such measures for the sake of vanity. Skeptical and contemptuous gazes bore down on Song Yuan. Shen Qingyan did not allow for further discussion. She nodded towards GCI. GCI understood and stepped to the side of the room, connecting a USB drive to the projector. The pristine screen illuminated, showcasing the surveillance footage from the corridor outside the Emerald Hall. The image revealed Song Yuan furtively handing Zhang Jingguo a thick envelope. The two huddled together in hushed conversation, their discussions about the counterfeit liquor recorded with crystal clarity. The evidence was irrefutable. How despicable. A fraud. We were praising him as the far god. And he turns out to be a sham. How embarrassing. The classmates who had once lavished praise upon him now hurled accusations, eager to distance themselves from him. Shen Qingyan surveyed the room once more, and silence fell again. Turning to GCI, her tone remained composed. Zhang Jingguo, as a hotel management staff member, you have violated the law by attempting to exploit your position for personal gain, thus tarnishing the hotel's reputation. Your actions constitute an attempted embezzlement. GCI, conduct a thorough investigation into all his past transactions. Tomorrow, we will file a formal lawsuit in the name of the company. Ensure he faces the most severe legal repercussions. Upon hearing this, the last vestiges of color drained from Zhang Jingguo's face, and he collapsed to the floor, only to struggle to rise again, reaching for Shen Qingyan's legs. Ms. Shen, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please give me another chance. Shen Qingyan stepped back, evading his outstretched hands, not sparing him another glance. Security. 2 imposing security guards swiftly entered from outside, one on the left and the other on the right, forcefully escorting the weeping and pleading Zhang Jingguo out of the room. Inside the private suite, Song Yuan trembled uncontrollably. After dealing with Zhang Jingguo, Shen Qingyan's gaze finally returned to him. She stepped forward and placed the printed bill, totaling over 5 million, back in front of him. Mr. Song, it is time we discuss your matter, she stated. This wine was ordered by your own mouth. The price was disclosed to you in person. Opening the bottle was also your explicit consent. With each word she uttered, Song Yuan shrank back in trepidation. Ultimately, Shen Qingyan leaned slightly closer and posed her final question. Now, tell me, how do you wish to settle this account? Chapter 38. This hotel belongs to me. Song Yuan clutched the bill, his lips trembling violently, rendered speechless. Panic gripped his heart, a chilling dread coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. The other classmates in the suite, having snapped out of the commotion, cast scornful, furious, and fear-laden glances at Song Yuan. They were terrified of being implicated. Amidst the suffocating silence, Gu Yuan stood up. He dabbed his mouth with a napkin, his movements unhurried. Then, he patted the shoulders of the dazed Wang Meng and Li Hao, signaling them to rise. Finally, he gave a slight nod to Jiang Shanshan, reassuring her. Understanding immediately, Jiang Shanshan picked up her small bag and without hesitation stood beside Gu Yuan. The 4 of them prepared to leave this place of strife. Stop! A desperate roar erupted from Song Yuan's throat. He sprang to his feet, eyes blazing crimson, pointing at the backs of Gu Yuan and the others. No one is allowed to leave. You all dined here. Drinks were consumed. No one can depart until this meal is paid for. He had completely shed his facade, attempting to drag everyone down with him through the most unscrupulous means. Wang Ming and Li Hao stood frozen, their faces pale as paper. Jiang Shanshan furrowed her brow, instinctively leaning closer to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan halted, turning around. Ignoring the seemingly deranged Song Ziyuan, he simply addressed Shen Qingyan. "Miss Shun," he began, his voice soft, yet capable of silencing the cacophony in the suite. "The expenses for my 2 roommates, as well as for Shanshan and myself. Please put it on my account." "Put it on my account," he reiterated. Shen Qingyan comprehended his intention, a subtle smile gracing her lips, one that others could not decipher. "Understood, Mr. Gu." She did not produce any payment device, but instead instructed the still-standing Ji Qi beside her. "Ji Qi, inform the accounting department. Deduct the dining expenses for the 4 esteemed guests from the bill for the Emerald Hall tonight, including the cost of those 2 glasses of Romani Conti, totaling 348,000 yuan. This amount will be charged directly to Mr. Gu's account." Ji Qi nodded, her voice crisp and clear. "Understood." With that, she turned to execute the command. This exchange and action rendered everyone in the suite momentarily devoid of thought. Their minds struggled to process the information before them. Charging to an account? No scanning, no card swiping, not even a single receipt requiring a signature. With just one sentence, Gu Yuan had compelled Shen Qingyan, the proprietor of the Qingyan Manor, to settle a bill exceeding 300,000 for him. What sort of existence was this? Song Ziyuan gaped, his expression of madness and ferocity solidifying into a comical yet tragic visage. He finally realized that throughout this ordeal, he had merely been a clown performing a desperate act. Ding! Detected an increase in the favorability rating of the female lead Jiang Shanshan. Current favorability, 85. After completing all of this, Gu Yuan turned to the now speechless Wang Ming and Li Hao and remarked, "Having had a bit to drink, you should not return to the dormitory. It might disturb others' rest." He then looked at Shen Qingyan. "Please arrange 2 suites for them." "Of course, Mr. Gu," Shen Qingyan replied with impeccable precision. "The expenses will be charged to your account." Finally, Gu Yuan's gaze fell upon Jiang Shanshan, his tone revealing a softness he was unaware of. "Let us go. I'll take you home." In the underground parking lot of Qingyan Manor, Gu Yuan escorted Jiang Shanshan into a nondescript sedan, his KE Phantom. The interior was quiet, the faint sound of the air conditioning creating a serene contrast to the earlier chaos in the suite. Jiang Shanshan sat in the passenger seat, watching the cityscape rush by outside, the dazzling neon lights casting shifting shadows upon her delicate features. Her heart had yet to settle from the earlier events. From the moment Gu Yuan stood up to his assertion of "put it on my account," to Shen Qingyan's respectful demeanor, everything felt surreal. After a long silence, she finally mustered the courage to turn to the man focused on driving beside her. His profile was sharply defined, his expression still tranquil, as if the earlier occurrences had left no ripple in his composure. "Gu Yuan," her voice was soft, tinged with uncertainty. He responded. "Back there, in the suite." She carefully chose her words. "Why did Miss Shan?" She hesitated, unsure how to articulate her thought. Was it obedience? Was it execution? None of those terms seemed entirely accurate. Gu Yuan did not immediately reply. The car smoothly navigated through an intersection, merging into the flow of traffic. After a moment, he spoke in his characteristic unperturbed tone, uttering words that would upend her entire perception of reality. "Because this hotel is mine." Jiang Shanshan's breath hitched at that moment. Her eyes widened slightly, fixating on Gu Yuan, her mind blank. This hotel, the premier 6-star establishment in Jiangzhou, belonged to him? In that instant, all the clues coalesced into a cohesive and clear narrative. The lavish, domineering figure from that live stream. The calm, gentle Gu Yuan in the green bubbles. The quiet classmate seated in the corner of the classroom. And just moments ago, the man who could dictate the fate of a bill worth hundreds of thousands with a mere word. They were all one and the same. A wave of immense shock washed over her heart, mingling with the warmth of possessing the world's most precious secret, instantly filling every inch of her thoughts. Ding! Detected an increase in the favorability rating of the female lead Jiang Shanshan. Current favorability, 90. Skill unlocked. Music, master level. Description, master level music skills, including but not limited to lyric writing, composition, singing, and performance. Detected that the favorability of the first binding target has reached 90 points. The goddess's "I will upgrade." Expected to be completed in 3 hours. After delivering Jiang Shanshan to the ground floor, Gu Yuan drove back to Qingyan Manor. Taking the exclusive elevator, he ascended directly to the top-tier presidential suite. Pushing open the door, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the most splendid nightscape of Jiangzhou. Shen Qingyan stood by the window, and upon hearing the door open, she turned around. She had changed out of her evening gown into a comfortable silk loungewear, exuding less of her commercial sharpness and more of a gentle homeliness. "You're back?" Her voice was soft. "Yes." Gu Yuan approached the bar and poured himself a glass of water, casually inquiring, What happened to that man surnamed Song? Shen Qingyan joined him, explaining. His father, Song Jianya, arrived half an hour ago with a sincere demeanor, settled the remaining bill of 5,252,000 yuan, and took him away. The valet at the hotel entrance mentioned that Song's Yuan was forcefully shoved into the car by his father amidst a barrage of slaps. Gu Yuan took a sip of water, nodded, and refrained from asking further. The fate of such insignificant characters no longer warranted his attention. Chapter 39. The Eye of the Goddess upgrades. Morning dawned. Gu Yuan opened his eyes as a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The Eye of the Goddess has been upgraded. He sat up, immersing his consciousness into the system interface. The familiar simplicity of the interface greeted him. But upon inspecting the panel of bound targets, several lines of new information appeared. His gaze traversed the bedroom, landing on the living area of the suite. Shen Qingyan was already awake, seated quietly on the sofa with a laptop on her lap, diligently reviewing documents. The morning light streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle aura around her, accentuating the red mole at her collarbone, which stood out strikingly against her silk robe. The Eye of the Goddess, activated. A virtual panel, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Name, Shen Qingyan. Age, 25. Attractiveness, 96. Potential, 98. Rating, 97. Affection, 65. Unlockable skill direction, business. Unlocked skill, business acumen, master level. Indeed, a new line had emerged, business. Gu Yuan proceeded to check the panels of other bound targets. Jiang Shanshan's panel appeared. Unlockable skill direction, music. Unlocked skill, music, grandmaster level. Shang Wanqi, unlockable skill direction, driving. Ji Qi, unlockable skill direction, language. Wen Tinglan, unlockable skill direction, management. Each individual's skill direction intricately aligned with their respective personalities and abilities. This upgrade unfurled before him a clear blueprint of future possibilities. At that moment, Shen Qingyan paused her actions, lifting her gaze to meet his. Awake? She asked, closing her laptop, her voice imbued with the morning's characteristic warmth. Yes. Gu Yuan rose and approached her. What are you busy with? Qingyan Holdings is preparing to acquire a piece of land for a cultural tourism project. I'm reviewing some materials. Shen Qingyan replied nonchalantly. Gu Yuan settled onto the sofa opposite her and poured himself another glass of water, casually inquiring, just a cultural tourism project? Shen Qingyan's hand, which held her coffee cup, lingered in the air for a brief moment. She raised her eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing her beautiful peach blossom eyes. What do you mean? I mean, Gu Yuan gazed at her, using Qingyan Mansion as a foundation and the cultural tourism project as a springboard. You could leverage the entire real estate and cultural industry of Jiangzhou, ultimately establishing your own business empire. This, surely, is what you truly aspire to, isn't it? Shen Qingyan was utterly taken aback. Her fingers tightened unconsciously around the cup. This grand ambition had never been shared with anyone. It existed solely within the depths of her commercial aspirations, a secret kingdom of her own. Yet, this man before her, with a mere casual remark, had laid bare her innermost desires. He was capable of seeing through the human heart. After a moment, Shen Qingyan regained her voice, setting down her coffee cup. A complex yet enchanting smile gracing her lips. It seems like I can hide no secrets from you. She neither confirmed nor denied, but her eyes spoke volumes. Meanwhile, in the luxurious suite on the 18th floor of Qingyan Mansion, Wang Ming abruptly sat up in a large bed. Ah, my head hurts, he groaned, cradling his throbbing head as he surveyed his surroundings. The unfamiliar environment, adorned with opulent furnishings, and the soft wool carpet beneath his feet left him bewildered. Where am I? His exclamation roused Li Hao, who was also recovering from a hangover. Rubbing his eyes, he took in the lavish scene before him, his mind stuttering to process the reality. Fragments of last night's memories crashed through his mind. Song Ziyuan's clumsy performance, Shen Qingyan's arrival, that bill exceeding 5 million yuan. And finally, Gu Yuan's remark. Put it on my tab. Are we in the guest room of Qingyan Mansion? Li Hao's voice carried a surreal quality. Wang Ming recalled the events as well. He threw back the covers and stepped onto the carpet, the soft texture sending a shiver down his spine. He rushed to the window and yanked the curtains wide open. Below lay Jiangzhou's bustling streets, a tapestry of vehicles weaving through the city. Oh my God, it's real. Wang Ming's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Did Gu arrange for us to stay here? He turned and dashed to the minibar, grabbing a seemingly ordinary bottle of mineral water. The label bore an unfamiliar foreign brand, and a tiny price tag read, 98 renminbi. 98 yuan for a bottle of water? Wang Ming's hand trembled, nearly dropping the bottle. Li Hao approached, ignoring the luxurious items and instead picking up a service manual from the bedside table. He flipped to the last page, where the pricing list awaited. When his gaze landed on the figure next to the administrative luxury suite, he froze in shock. Wang Ming. Li Hao's voice cracked dryly. You need to see this. Wang Ming leaned closer and beheld the staggering price. 18,888 yuan per night. The two exchanged glances, their expressions vacant, a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Quick, call Gu Yuan. Wang Ming was the first to snap back to reality, frantically searching for his phone. The call rang twice before connecting. Hello? Gu Yuan? Wang Ming's voice unconsciously adopted a cautious tone. We're awake. On the other end, Gu Yuan's voice remained as calm as ever. If you're awake, head down to the restaurant for breakfast. Wang Ming and Li Hao exchanged glances, both recognizing the deep respect reflected in each other's eyes. No, we're not hungry. Wang Ming quickly waved his hands. All right, then arrange for yourselves, Gu Yuan replied without insistence. Gu. Li Hao seized the phone, adopting a nearly obsequious tone. Thank you for last night. It was nothing, we're roommates. And the room fee? I've already said, put it on my tab. The call ended abruptly. Wang Ming and Li Hao stood in silence, phones in hand, lost in contemplation. Just as Gu Yuan hung up the call with his roommates, a green notification appeared on his phone. It was Jiang Shanshan. Jiang Shanshan, Gu boss? Good morning. The simple shift in address carried a hint of tentative exploration, laced with an undeniable intimacy. Gu Yuan's lips curved into a subtle smile as he tapped the screen. Gu Yuan, morning. Jiang Shanshan, thank you for escorting me home last night. Gu Yuan, it is only right. On the other side of the screen, Jiang Shanshan seemed to hesitate for a long while, with the dialogue box indicating that the other party was typing. Several minutes later, a new message finally arrived. Jiang Shanshan, our school's cultural performance is set to begin next week. I previously signed up for a program, but I feel like something is still missing. Jiang Shanshan, I was wondering if you would be interested in joining me? Gu Yuan gazed at the message. He knew that this was the true stage for him to showcase his master-level musical abilities. It was also the best opportunity to win this girl over completely. Gu Yuan, sure. Jiang Shanshan, really? That is wonderful. Jiang Shanshan, are you free today? We could go to the school's piano room, and I can play the piece for you to listen to. Gu Yuan, let us meet at 2 o'clock in room 1 this afternoon. Jiang Shanshan, yes. Let us not miss each other. Setting down his phone, Gu Yuan stood and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside lay the city that belonged to him. Soon, he would resonate his first movement upon the stage of this city. Chapter 40. The melody flows like water, feelings as delicate as silk. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in room 1 of Jiangzhou Music Academy, the slanting sunlight filtered through the Venetian blinds, casting a tranquil grid of light upon the aged wooden floor. In the air, tiny specks of dust floated within the beams, mingling with the serene scent of pine resin and old wood. Jiang Shanshan sat poised before the guzheng. She wore a pale blue long dress, her fair skin appearing almost translucent against it. The light danced around her, revealing the faint blue veins on her wrist. A wayward strand of hair fell, and she raised her hand to tuck it behind her ear, her fingertips lingering momentarily in the air. The tempest she had practiced endlessly. Yet the winds produced under her fingers remained merely an echo on paper, separated by an impenetrable veil. The wooden door of the piano room was gently pushed open. Gu Yuan stepped inside. Jiang Shanshan looked up. Her almond-shaped eyes, often cool and distant, sparkled like a tranquil lake disturbed by a pebble, sending gentle ripples of warmth. You have arrived. A shallow dimple appeared on her right cheek, suddenly illuminated by the afternoon sunlight. Yes, Gu Yuan took a seat opposite her, his gaze falling upon her and the guzheng. What will you play? The Tempest. Jiang Shanshan's fingers once again danced across the strings, her voice tinged with a hint of unrecognized anxiety. Yet I always feel that my Tempest lacks substance. She steadied herself, her fingertips poised. The music began. The sound of the guzheng rang clear and resonant, her skilled fingers unleashing a torrent of notes that vividly depicted the tension and intensity of an approaching storm. In terms of technique, it was flawless. Gu Yuan listened silently, offering no words. As the final note lingered in the air, Jiang Shanshan raised her hand, her fingertips slightly warm from the rapid playing, and looked at Gu Yuan with a flutter of trepidation. How was it? It had form, yet lacked spirit. Gu Yuan's words struck at the very heart of her confusion. Jiang Shanshan's eyelashes quivered lightly. The wind is not solely ferocious. Gu Yuan stood and moved towards the open music score. Before its arrival, there is a palpable hush. When it rages, it is the roar of the heavens and the earth. After it passes, there is a serene calm, a rebirth amidst the ruins. As he spoke, he did not look at her, his focus remaining on the score. Yet each word resonated deeply within Jiang Shanshan's heart. These principles had been taught by her teachers and written in books. Yet no one had ever articulated the very essence of a piece with such vivid clarity as he did, with just a few words. You have only evoked the roar. Thus, it sounds like a display of technique. Once he finished speaking, Gu Yuan returned to his seat. Try again. Jiang Shanshan nodded vigorously. She closed her eyes. The images Gu Yuan had described echoing in her mind. Suppression, roar, rebirth. After a long pause, she opened her eyes again, her fingers descending. The sound of the guzheng resumed. This time, it was no longer the initial fervor, but rather a heavy, forcibly subdued tranquility, the silence before the storm. Then suddenly, the rhythm shifted, the notes transforming into a genuine tempest, sweeping in with the force to uproot. As the piece concluded, Jiang Shanshan's chest rose and fell slightly, the thunderous beating of her heart echoing in her ears. She had succeeded. It was Gu Yuan who had helped her achieve this. Thank you. She looked up, her face radiant with an unprecedented brilliance. While gathering the music sheets, she casually brought up, by the way, for the cultural performance. Would you like to sign up for a piece as well? Gu Yuan pondered for a moment. Perhaps. Really? Jiang Shanshan's eyes sparkled momentarily, though the brilliance quickly dimmed. Unfortunately, the performance consists of solo acts. It would be wonderful if we could play together. Her voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of wistful disappointment that even she felt was excessive. Gu Yuan observed her cautious demeanor, standing up and walking toward her. He extended his hand, gently patting her head. Jiang Shanshan's body froze instantly. Just an ensemble. Gu Yuan's voice remained calm. We can do it now. Now. Jiang Shanshan was momentarily taken aback. What instrument will you use? The guqin. Gu Yuan's gaze swept across the piano room, landing on the 7-stringed instrument in the corner, covered in a thin layer of dust. He approached, bringing the guqin over and placing it steadily beside the guzheng. Jiang Shanshan's breath caught for a moment. You can play the guqin? A little. Gu Yuan sat before the guqin, his fingers gliding over the cool strings as he began to tune it. His movements exhibited no hint of earthly warmth, with casual plucking. Ancient and profound notes flowed forth, precise enough to astonish. This was no mere proficiency. Jiang Shanshan's heart began to race uncontrollably. You start, and I will follow. Gu Yuan's fingers hovered above the strings, his entire demeanor exuding tranquility, steadfast as a mountain. Jiang Shanshan steadied herself and commenced her performance. The guzheng's sound surged forth, clear and impassioned, embodying the winds she had just comprehended. After several measures, a deep, archaic note from the guqin quietly blended in. That sound was the silent and weighty earth. It did not compete, yet with an absolute strength, it supported the bright and soaring winds of the guzheng, providing them with a foundation, a source. Jiang Shanshan felt her performance flowing with unprecedented freedom. Her guzheng was the wind. Gu Yuan's guqin was the heavens and earth that nurtured this gust. As the piece reached its climax, the guqin's tones suddenly transformed. Gu Yuan's fingers moved with such speed that they nearly left an afterimage, yet the sound was no longer stable. It became the thunder and lightning dancing with the tempest. Two instruments, two entirely different timbres, now intertwined in a harmony that transcended technique, clashing and elevating. This was not mere accompaniment. This was a dialogue. Two instruments were weaving their own narratives, recounting the same thrilling tale. As the final note fell silent, in the silence of the music room, Jiang Shanshan set her hands down, her entire being still ensnared in the tempestuous performance that had just transpired, rendering her motionless. She slowly turned her head to gaze at Gu Yuan beside her. In her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, there was nothing but astonishment. She felt as though her decade-long mastery of the guzheng had undergone a profound metamorphosis and ascension within those fleeting minutes. Your guqin, she said, her voice trembling with an uncontrollable quiver, is a skill reserved for the divine. Not bad, Gu Yuan replied, retracting his hand, his expression unruffled, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Yet Jiang Shanshan understood that not bad was a gross understatement. Suddenly, memories of the previous night flooded her mind. She recalled his composure when he mentioned keeping her account at Qingyan Pavilion. She remembered the almost humble demeanor of the legendary Mr. Shun towards him. She recalled the earth-shattering proclamation that this hotel belonged to him. Now, he had once again unveiled godlike prowess in her most cherished domain. What other secrets did this man conceal? Who exactly was he? Ding! Detected an increase in favorable feelings towards the female lead, Jiang Shanshan. Current favorability, 91. The sunset bathed the entire music room in a warm orange glow. The light fell upon the tips of their hair and their profiles, outlining a gentle silhouette around the two. In that moment, Jiang Shanshan suddenly realized that sharing her passion with someone she cherished was perhaps the most blissful experience in the world. Chapter 41. Compared to him? Are you worthy? The residual warmth of the music room lingered on her fingertips. As she reached the dormitory, Jiang Shanshan clutched the sheet music, her pale, cool complexion tinged with a lovely blush. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Gu Yuan replied, watching her figure vanish at the corridor's end before turning away. Not long after he stepped out, His phone vibrated. The caller ID read, Shang Wanshi. Gu Yuan answered the call, the warmth that had graced his voice moments ago fading into his usual calm demeanor. Hello? On the other end, Shang Wanshi's distinctive, sharp voice, tempered like steel, echoed, Mr. Gu, are you free tonight? Speak plainly, Gu Yuan replied succinctly. There's a party at the Silverstone Circuit in the north of the city. A group of idle friends making a ruckus. Care to join? Gu Yuan halted. The night was silently drawing its curtain over the city. 8 o'clock. Do you need me to send a car for you? No need. I'll come myself. At 8 o'clock. The Jiangzhou Silverstone Circuit became the pulsating heart of the city at night, the roar of engines, its sole heartbeat. The air was saturated with the sweet and acrid scent of high-octane gasoline, mingled with the charred aroma from tires meeting the asphalt, all infused with the fragrances of expensive perfumes, creating a unique essence named indulgence. The parking area beside the track resembled a beauty pageant for steel behemoths. Limited edition Lamborghinis and McLarens stood side by side, their ostentatious aerodynamic kits silently boasting. Amidst this dazzling display, a pitch-black sedan glided quietly into an empty space. The KE Phantom. It bore no aggressive lines, no thunderous roar, and not even a badge to affirm its identity. It simply stood there, like a silent black hole, consuming all the surrounding opulence and creating a tranquil world of its own. Several scrutinizing gazes languidly fell upon it. What car is that? Never seen it before. It doesn't even have a letter on the back. Probably some small factory's modified vehicle, stripped of its badge to seem mysterious. Amidst the murmurs, the car door swung open. Gu Yuan stepped out, clad in a pristine white t-shirt, ordinary casual trousers, and unbranded canvas shoes. The appraising gazes lingered on him for less than a second before drifting away in disinterest. Oh, it's just that young Master-S new driver. At that moment, the previously boisterous crowd parted as if struck by an invisible force, creating a pathway. Shang Wanshi had arrived. She had exchanged her daytime business attire for an impeccably tailored black racing suit that clung tightly to her remarkably powerful physique. Her long, dark hair was swept into a tidy ponytail, swaying behind her with each step. She wore no makeup, yet she outshone every meticulously adorned woman in the vicinity. Mr. Gu, you've arrived, Shang Wanshi said, striding past everyone to stand before Gu Yuan, extending her hand. Her palm was warm and dry, bearing the calluses of years spent gripping a steering wheel. Gu Yuan gently shook her hand. Since you personally invited me, I couldn't refuse. Shang Wanshi led him through the crowd toward the VIP lounge of her team. Along the way, countless eyes fixated on them, some filled with respect and admiration for Shang Wanshi, but more were directed at Gu Yuan with curiosity, confusion, and unabashed jealousy. They could not fathom who this enigmatic figure was that warranted Shang Wanshi's personal attention. In the lounge, Shang Wanshi retrieved a bottle of mineral water from an ice bucket and handed it to him. Do you see that flamboyant butterfly over there? She asked, tilting her chin toward a young man surrounded by admirers, her tone laced with lazy mockery. The deputy captain of the wind chase team, Chun Jiaming, a fly that buzzes incessantly. Help me out and be my shield. Make him quiet. Gu Yuan followed her gaze, then turned back to her, a slight smile gracing his lips. Sure, but my appearance fee is rather steep. Shang Wanshi paused, her fiery eyes igniting with heightened interest. What is your price? Gu Yuan placed the bottle of water gently on the table. After the race, treat me to a feast at a street vendor. A moment of stillness enveloped Shang Wanshi's expression. She had envisioned countless possibilities, money, resources, connections, but never anticipated this. Moments later, she erupted into a clear, hearty laugh, filled with genuine admiration. Deal. Ding. Detected an increase in favorable feelings towards the female lead, Shang Wanshi. Current favorability, 45, as her laughter faded. The incessant buzzing fly could no longer contain himself and approached with 2 glasses of wine. She, I've been looking for you everywhere. Turns out you're here. Chun Jiaming completely ignored Gu Yuan, presenting a glass of wine to Shang Wanshi. She didn't even glance at the glass, yet instinctively leaned a half-step closer to Gu Yuan, subtly widening the space between herself and Chun Jiaming. This slight movement darkened Chun Jiaming's expression. Finally, he directed his gaze toward Gu Yuan, sizing him up with an air of superiority. And who might this be? My friend, Shang Wanshi replied tersely. Friend? Chun Jiaming scoffed, targeting Gu Yuan with pointed disdain. Kid, this is a racetrack, not a place for you to mooch off rich women. Have the courage to step out from behind the skirts of women and run a lap. The loser must crawl out from here. He believed this to be the epitome of humiliation for a man. Yet, Gu Yuan merely picked up the water bottle from the table and leisurely took a sip, too apathetic even to lift his gaze. This profound, intrinsic disregard was far more devastating than any venomous retort. Just as Chun Jiaming felt himself on the brink of madness from such neglect, Gu Yuan finally set the bottle down and, for the first time, focused his eyes on him. He exhibited neither anger nor rebuttal. Instead, he posed a simple, factual question in a calm tone. Is your car fully insured? This single inquiry rendered all of Chen Jiaming's prepared insults stuck in his throat. What did that mean? Was it a blatant threat? The flames of anger in Shangguan-Shi's eyes blazed brighter. She nearly applauded Gu Yuan for his words, stepping forward from his side, crossing her arms, and striding towards the flushed Chen Jiaming with a smile. A competition? Chen Jiaming, what do you have to compete with him? Chen Jiaming, stung by Gu Yuan's question, instinctively puffed out his chest. My Ferrari SF90 is worth over 4 million. Isn't that enough? Not enough, Shangguan-Shi interrupted him directly. She extended her slender finger, pointing towards the car in the parking lot that loomed silently like the night. His car is worth 100 million. In that instant, the music and clamor of the gathering seemed to be abruptly severed, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. Shangguan-Shi withdrew her hand, her gaze returning to Chen Jiaming's ashen face. Her voice, though soft, rang out with clarity, piercing the ears of everyone present like nails. I could buy your entire garage of toys with ease. You don't even qualify to have him press the accelerator for you. Chapter 42, Dining at the Street Stall. 100 million? Chen Jiaming was momentarily taken aback before erupting into exaggerated laughter, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Shangguan-Shi, have you lost your mind? What kind of spell has that pretty boy cast on you? He pointed at the purely black car in the parking lot. That clunker, with its badge removed. And you're telling me it's worth 100 million? I doubt it could fetch even 10,000. His loud proclamation ignited a cacophony of discussions among the crowd. Did I hear correctly? 100 million? That could buy half this parking lot. What is Shangguan-Shi up to today? Is she putting on a show for us with some chauffeur? Forget 100 million. Does that guy even have 500 bucks to his name? As he basked in the attention, Chen Jiaming straightened his back, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Yuan. Kid, your act has flopped. If you want to ride the coattails of a wealthy woman, at least invest a little. Showing up in a junker at the Silverstone track. Do you take us for fools? Just as Chen Jiaming was preparing to unleash more venomous words, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses suddenly let out a high-pitched gasp, nearly lunging against the barricade. His body leaning forward as he fixated on the car, as if he intended to disassemble it with his gaze. That silhouette, those hidden door handles, and the wheel design. It's a KE ghost. It's really a ghost. These words acted as a silent command, instantly silencing the crowd. Even the residual heat of the engine seemed to cool rapidly in the stillness. What a ghost! Finally, someone gasped in disbelief. The bespectacled young man whirled around, surveying the crowd with the incredulity of someone encountering primitive tribes, almost roaring. This is a car from KE Company. It's never sold publicly. Every unit is by invitation only. This represents not just wealth, but qualification. All eyes shifted back to the quiet black vehicle. It no longer appeared as merely a car, but as a silent deity of steel, exuding an intangible pressure. The smile on Chen Jiaming's face froze, shattering inch by inch until only a pallid visage remained. No, it can't be. How could such a car be in Jiangzhou? It's fake. Absolutely a high-quality imitation. He stammered, swaying slightly as if searching for support. Shangguan-Shi chuckled, leisurely retrieving her phone from her pocket and pulling up a photo from her album. In the image, she stood beside Gu Yuan, with the KE ghost behind them, the backdrop being the most upscale supercar center in all of Jiangzhou. I personally sold this car, she stated, her voice soft, yet resonating clearly in everyone's ears. The full payment was 120 million, leaning slightly forward. The flames in her eyes were now replaced with icy mockery. So, you dare to challenge my guest with your little 4 million toy? Chen Jiaming's body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. The men and women who had moments ago laughed at him now wished they could disappear into the earth, their breaths deliberately hushed. In this suffocating silence, Gu Yuan set down his water bottle, rising to face the ashen Chen Jiaming with a tone as flat as discussing the weather. Shall we continue this competition? Chen Jiaming opened his mouth, his throat producing only dry, raspy sounds, unable to utter a single word. Compete? With what could he compete? Bet his father's company against someone else's right to press the gas pedal? He spun around abruptly, feeling as if his bones had been removed, pushing through the crowd and stumbling away in retreat. As she watched his pathetic escape, Shangguan-Shi could no longer contain herself, bursting into a clear, hearty laugh filled with exhilaration. He ran faster than a rabbit. She turned to Gu Yuan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. You, my dear, are truly fascinating. Gu Yuan simply smiled. You were the one who asked me to be your shield. Ding. Detected bond with female lead Shangguan-Shi, affection level increased. Current affection level, 55. Shangguan-Shi glanced at the stopwatch on her wrist. The time was nearly up, and there was little reason to linger in such a dreary place. She tilted her chin at Gu Yuan, a wild smile curving her lips. Let us go fulfill our promise. What promise? to treat you to a street stall meal. Minutes later, the car turned into a bustling old street filled with vibrant life. She parked haphazardly by the roadside and led Gu Yuan to a small crayfish stall where she plopped down on a plastic stool with familiarity. "Boss, the usual," she called out, coming right up. The stall owner, a middle-aged man clad in a greasy apron, beamed at her, his face wrinkled with smiles. "Bringing a friend today?" "Indeed." While waiting for the dishes, she retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the cooler, cracked them open with a satisfying pop, and handed one to Gu Yuan. "Let us enjoy this roadside meal worth just a few dozen bucks." She took a generous sip, wiping the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. Her gaze fixed intently on Gu Yuan. "Do you not feel degraded?" Gu Yuan shook his head. He surveyed the lively surroundings filled with raucous laughter, spirited games of dice, and parents scolding their children, all exuding an invigorating vitality. This place, in contrast to those pretentious venues, possessed a genuine human touch. The light in Shangguanshi's eyes brightened momentarily. "You," she suddenly laughed, her smile reminiscent of sunlight piercing through dark clouds, radiantly astonishing. "Come, let us toast." She raised the bottle. Gu Yuan gently clinked his bottle against hers, producing a crisp sound. At that moment, a large platter of steaming spicy crayfish was brought to the table, its commanding aroma enveloping them. Shangguanshi promptly rolled up her sleeves, revealing a taut, sun-kissed forearm. Her fingers danced deftly, and in mere moments, she had peeled a perfect piece of shrimp meat, glistening with a rich, golden hue. Instead of bringing it to her own lips, she directly offered it to Gu Yuan. "Open your mouth." Her motion was brisk and decisive, imbued with an air of natural authority. Gu Yuan hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately complied. Spicy, numbing, fresh, and fragrant exploded on his palate. "How is it?" Shangguanshi watched him expectantly, like a child yearning for praise. "It's delicious," Gu Yuan nodded, providing an honest assessment. Shangguanshi beamed with joy at his affirmation. She continued her culinary endeavor, and soon, a small mountain of shrimp shells had accumulated on Gu Yuan's empty plate. Remarkably, she had scarcely eaten any herself. Amidst the bustling atmosphere of the marketplace, they savored the most affordable beer and indulged in the most flavorful crayfish, engaging in casual conversation without pretense or ulterior motives. Shangguanshi gazed at the quiet man across from her, and suddenly, the cacophony of the night seemed to transform into something tender. Chapter 43. As the Guangling San resounds. Who can compete? The grand auditorium of Jiangzhou Music Academy was ablaze with light. On stage, Jiang Shanshan, clad in a flowing green garment, sat poised before the guzheng. Her fingers delicately plucked the strings, producing a clear and resonant melody that instantly captivated every breath in the room. She played Battle of the Wind, infusing the music with a soul that transcended mere technical prowess, embodying true artistry. As the final note faded into the air, silence enveloped the audience. A heartbeat later, applause erupted like a cataclysm, nearly threatening to lift the roof off the auditorium. "Incredible. This is the true caliber of our Academy's top student. Goddess Shanshan. Forever a deity." Jiang Shanshan rose to bow, her fair cheeks flushed with a captivating hue, the dimple on her right cheek blooming under the stage lights. Her gaze traversed the throngs of heads, landing precisely on a quiet figure in the corner of the auditorium. Gu Yuan nodded slightly to her, a seemingly trivial gesture. Yet it carried immense weight, instantly calming Jiang Shanshan's racing heart. Her performance was merely an overture. The true spectacle was yet to commence. The host, suppressing excitement, stepped onto the stage. "Thank you, Jiang Shanshan. Next, let us welcome Gu Yuan, who will present a solo on the Guqin, Guangling San." As the words fell, the once fervent auditorium suddenly chilled, the applause dwindling. Below, murmurs began to circulate. "Gu Yuan? Who is that? I have never heard this name before. Playing Guangling San? Does he even comprehend what this piece signifies? Has he lost his mind or merely acted foolishly?" In the front row, Zhao Zhe, the acknowledged prodigy of the traditional music department, scoffed openly at his companion, his tone dripping with the condescension of an insider. Guangling San, the foremost piece of lethal intent in Guqin repertoire, demands mastery of technique, spirit, and emotional depth, all indispensable. He deliberately raised his voice slightly to ensure those in the surrounding rows could hear. "Our Professor Zhang Hua has devoted his entire life to this art and dares not claim he can master it. Yet here comes some unknown upstart, audaciously seeking to embarrass himself. I suspect he merely wishes to bask in Shanshan's glory, but alas, he has chosen a piece beyond his capacity, inviting nothing but humiliation." Those nearby nodded in agreement, their expressions brimming with anticipation for the impending spectacle. Wang Meng and Li Hao, seated among the crowd, felt their faces flush with anger at such disdainful remarks. "These narrow-minded fools," Wang Meng muttered under his breath. Li Hao, meanwhile, was filled with concern. Sensing that this unfolding drama might truly spell disaster for Gu Yuan. Amidst the clamor and derision, Gu Yuan stepped onto the stage, cradling the Guqin as he emerged from backstage. Clad in a simple white garment, he was immaculate. His steps were steady, his expression serene, akin to a leisurely stroll in his own garden. He approached the center of the stage, placing the ancient seven-stringed instrument firmly on the table before him, taking his seat and lowering his gaze. Throughout this process, he remained oblivious to the surrounding chatter. He extended his hand, beginning to tune the instrument. A single note resonated, clear and tranquil, like a pebble cast into a tumultuous lake. Another note followed, ancient and distant, imbued with a weight that seemed to traverse time. Just 2 test notes. And Zhao Zhe's mocking smile faltered. The untrained ear may revel in the noise, but the discerning listener recognizes the intricacies. This pitch and tone were frighteningly pristine. Those students who had deemed the performance dull and were preparing to leave found their steps slowing involuntarily. In the back row, Professor Zhang Hua of the traditional music department, who had been reclining against his chair, was now sitting upright, his attention fully captured. The Guqin was perfectly tuned. Gu Yuan lifted his gaze, his calm eyes sweeping across the audience. There was no hint of emotion in his gaze, yet it compelled all who made contact to fall silent. The auditorium descended into an eerie stillness. He lowered his gaze once more, his right hand hovering, fingertips poised. The first note sounded, a delicate, languorous harmonic, ethereal and unlike any earthly sound. Within that tone lay the desolation and chill of history, akin to the first breath released upon the opening of an ancient tomb. Every heart in the room jolted in response to this singular note. Following that, a cascade of notes flowed forth. No longer ethereal, they turned somber and oppressive, embodying the tension of an assassin poised in the boundless darkness before striking, each heartbeat and breath saturated with the scent of congealed blood. Zhao Zhe's back pressed firmly against the chair, his hands unconsciously tightening in response. The music, reaching its peak of tension, suddenly transformed. Gu Yuan's technique shifted. The sound of the Guqin morphed into the unsheathing of a blade. Each note bore a chilling edge, the clash of weapons resounding with unequivocal resolve. The students below, their minds forcibly inundated with visions of swords and shadows, could even hear the muted thud of blades meeting flesh. This was no longer music. It was the very essence of slaughter. In Gu Yuan's hands, the Guqin transcended its role as an instrument. It became the vengeful blade of Nie Zheng as he struck down Han Kuei, a weapon from which there was no return. With a thunderous crash, Professor Zhang Hua leapt to his feet, his fellow teachers beside him also rising in astonishment, all forgetting propriety, their gazes riveted to the figure on stage. This was not mere technique. Professor Zhang Hua's voice trembled, each word laced with awe. This was the unity of heart and sound. He was not playing a score. He was channeling the essence of murder. The students in the audience were already engulfed by a chilling wave of sound, rendered immobile by its overwhelming intensity. They were mere witnesses to an assassination that transpired a millennium ago, the resoluteness and tragic beauty of which nearly stole their breath away. Wang Ming gaped, his face flushed crimson, trembling with excitement, yet unable to utter a single word. Jiang Shanshan sat motionless, her gaze fixed upon the figure clad in white. The brilliance of his presence reflected in her glistening eyes. It was not mere astonishment, it was faith, mortals gazing upon a deity walking among them. As the violent essence of the music gradually subsided, it transformed into an endless expanse of melancholy and desolation. It was the lament of a hero at the end of his road, a shared sorrow between heaven and earth. When the final note dispersed like ashes, silence fell upon the hall, palpable as if a pin could be heard dropping. For 3 full seconds, not a soul made a sound, moved, or even breathed. And then, a thunderous eruption of applause. It was not a synchronized wave, but a chaotic, frenzied avalanche, a release of emotion that had built up from profound awe and reverence. Heavens, just moments ago, I felt as though I had been slain. Is this truly something a mere mortal can perform? Master. No, a grandmaster. Undoubtedly a grandmaster. Zhao Zhe slumped in his seat, his complexion ashen, his shirt drenched in sweat. His once proud expertise crumbled to dust in the face of that recent performance. Professor Zhang Hua was the first to rise, clapping fervently, his usually stern countenance flushed with excitement. The lost ancient melodies of the spear and halberd. And I have had the fortune to hear them in my lifetime. What more could I wish for? On stage, Gu Yuan slowly stood, bowing slightly to the roaring applause that enveloped him. He remained composed, the earth-shattering performance leaving no trace of turmoil on his face, merely brushing away a speck of dust from his instrument. As he descended from the stage, Jiang Shanshan rushed to meet him, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkling with an extraordinary light, filled with an obsession she herself had yet to recognize. She longed to express countless sentiments, to declare him a genius, to proclaim his unparalleled talent. Yet, as her words hovered on the brink of articulation, they transformed into a quivering whisper. "You play beautifully." Yuan, observing her completely entranced demeanor, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Ding! Detected binding with female lead Jiang Shanshan. Affection level increased. Current affection level, 95. Chapter 44. A melody that shakes the world. The internet seeks the identity of the Grandmaster. "Classmate, please wait." An urgent voice called from behind. Professor Zhang Hua of the folk music department pushed through the crowd, nearly jogging to catch up. "Classmate, where did you learn that piece, Guangling-san? Could you share your teacher's name?" A circle of students naturally formed around Yuan, their gazes filled with curiosity, reverence, and a profound sense of inquiry. "Old Gu, you're incredible. You're like my own brother." Wang Ming finally squeezed through, slapping Yuan's shoulder with enthusiasm, his neck flushed. Li Hao followed closely, his eyes regarding Yuan with a mix of complexity and an unfathomable confusion. Amidst it all, Yuan merely regarded Professor Zhang Hua calmly and uttered 3 words, "self-taught." After speaking, he disregarded the renewed uproar behind him, shielding Jiang Shanshan as they navigated through the throng towards the backstage exit. "Self-taught?" Professor Zhang Hua stood rooted in place, repeatedly savoring those 2 words, his expression transitioning from incredulity to disbelief, ultimately morphing into a long, weary laugh as he shook his head. In the front row, Zhao Zhe remained slumped in his chair, dazed and disheartened. The glances of his peers towards him now carried a tinge of barely concealed pity. His earlier comments on mastery and humility now sounded like a grand joke. In the dimly lit corridor of the backstage exit, the noise of the outside world was completely severed the moment the door closed. "When will you return to the dormitory?" Jiang Shanshan lifted her gaze, her beautiful almond eyes shimmering under the soft light, resembling a pool of starlit water. "I'm not sure yet. There are many matters to attend to at the hotel," Yuan casually replied. Jiang Shanshan softly acknowledged, lowering her eyelids, though her lips could not suppress a smile. The hotel. To others, it was merely a location. But to her, it represented yet another secret that belonged exclusively to the 2 of them. This sweet sense of possession ignited warmth within her heart. "Then I shall head back first. Be careful on your way." As she watched the graceful figure of the girl, clutching the sheet music, fade into the corridor's end, Yuan took out his phone and sent Wang Ming a message. "I'm leaving first. I have something to attend to." Wang Ming replied almost instantaneously. "What? You're running off now? Professor Zhang is still looking for you. Do you realize you've become a sensation?" Yuan chose not to reply further, pocketing his phone as he strolled away from the grand hall. In the back row of the auditorium, a bespectacled male student, with slightly trembling hands, began uploading the complete video of the performance he had just recorded onto a social media platform. After careful consideration, he finally typed the title he believed best expressed his feelings: "The most powerful live performance of the year." A grandmaster of Guqin emerges from Jiangzhou Music Academy. Guangling-san left me awestruck. This is national music. Unedited, devoid of effects, it was the rawest of recordings. Publish. The video initially sparked a minor commotion within the alumni circles of Jiangzhou University. "Isn't this our school's art showcase? Who is this guy? So impressive. Damn. I study piano, and I don't understand Guqin, but I was profoundly moved." In the front row, let us not even mention understanding. The prodigy Zhao Zhe from the folk music department was left utterly stunned, while even Professor Zhang Hua lost his composure and stood to applaud. 10 minutes later, the video was swiftly picked up by the platform's algorithms and began circulating through broader audiences. The atmosphere in the comments section underwent a complete transformation. "This can't be real, right?" With that tone and presence, if you told me he was a national-level principal player, I would believe it. I swear on my 4 years of credits, I was there live. Absolutely genuine. It was 100 times more shocking in person. I still have goosebumps. This finger technique. This aura. As a layman, I felt cold sweat all over my palms. I've shared this in my family group. My grandfather is the president of the city's Guqin Association, and I'll have him assess it. Half an hour later, this comment was pushed to the top by countless others. The original poster updated with a follow-up. Grandpa replied with just 6 words. "This child is terrifyingly talented." The video exploded in popularity, likes surged from thousands to tens of thousands, then to hundreds of thousands, and eventually, over 1 million. The comment section overflowed with an array of esteemed figures, including professors from top music academies, renowned music critics with millions of fans, influencers from the ancient style community, and even several national music performers who were usually elusive. Their comments were unanimous, filled with astonishment and praise. "This piece should only exist in the heavens. It is a rare gem to hear on earth." This student's understanding of the violent essence surpasses that of most professional musicians. This is not merely a victory of technique. It is an overwhelming triumph of artistic conception. He is not imitating the ancients. He himself is the assassin wielding the sword. We seek the full information of this young man. I wish to invite him as a special guest to my personal concert. The appearance fee is not an issue. The master of Guqin from Jiang University, with a performance of Guangling San that has driven audiences wild. This is the pinnacle of traditional Chinese aesthetics. These three phrases, with an unreasonable and audacious demeanor, surge directly into the top 10 of a trending list on a certain popular platform. Countless netizens began fervently commenting on Jiang University's official account, demanding the immediate revelation of this Guqin maestro's identity. At the eye of the storm, Gu Yuan remained blissfully unaware. He had returned to the luxurious penthouse suite of Qingyan Mansion, fresh from a shower, clad only in a loose bathrobe. He sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the dazzling nightscape of Jiangzhou, sparkling like a river of stars. His phone, carelessly discarded on the table, suddenly illuminated. A private message from the dedicated customer service representative, Wen Tinglan, appeared. At the headquarters of Shark Live, in the office of the operations director, Wen Tinglan, impeccably dressed in a professional ensemble, stood quietly before her desk, holding a freshly printed proposal. Mr. Wang, here is the preliminary plan for the annual peak competition. Director Wang Hai accepted the document, perusing it swiftly, nodding in satisfaction. This plan is commendable. The promotion and build-up must be expedited. He set the file down, lifting his gaze to his most competent subordinate, his eyes reflecting trust. Tinglan, this event is crucial for our platform, especially regarding the attitudes of those top-tier patrons. I understand. When Tinglan replied, her voice calm and composed, especially concerning Mr. Yuan, whose participation would be invaluable for our performance. I will communicate with him, when Tinglan assured, her tone unwavering, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Good, I entrust this matter to you. I have faith in your capabilities. Upon exiting the director's office, when Tinglan returned to her workstation, she gazed at the chat interface with Mr. Yuan, deliberating for a prolonged moment. Each word was meticulously chosen before she sent a message. Good evening, Mr. Yuan. I apologize for the intrusion. The platform plans to host an annual peak competition at the beginning of next month. The format is quite novel, and the rewards differ from previous events, primarily aimed at enhancing engagement. Attached is a preliminary introduction to the event. If you have a moment, please take a look. I wonder if this type of event piques your interest? Her wording was masterfully crafted. Without extending a direct invitation, she adopted a low-key posture, cloaking the core message in novelty and engagement, focusing on conveying information rather than soliciting participation. Thus, she could fulfill her superior's directive flawlessly without inciting any aversion from this enigmatic client. Chapter 45, Shark Annual Peak Competition. Gu Yuan glanced at the message from Wen Tinglan on his phone screen, along with the attached document titled Annual Peak Competition Proposal. He had no inclination to open it. With a gentle swipe of his fingertip across the screen, he dialed Wen Tinglan's number. The call was almost immediately answered, and a calm, gentle female voice emerged from the receiver, imbued with just the right amount of professional politeness. Good evening, Mr. Yuan. I haven't reviewed the attachment, Gu Yuan replied. Reclining on the spacious sofa, the tie of his bathrobe loosely fastened, his tone unremarkable. Just speak plainly. When Tinglan, undeterred, delivered her concise explanation, as though she had anticipated this scenario. Her pace was neither hurried nor slow, her logic as clear as a well-structured textbook. Very well, Mr. Yuan. The event is officially titled the Crowning of the Throne Annual Peak Competition, lasting 15 days. The most significant distinction is that this competition will employ a 5-member team format throughout. Starting tonight, all streamers may register, with registration closing in 3 days. The platform will randomly group all registered streamers based on their overall glory points for the competition. Gu Yuan listened quietly, refraining from interruption. When Tinglan's adeptness was evident, condensing a complex proposal spanning several pages into a few digestible sentences. At that moment, Gu Yuan's mind conjured the information panel regarding Wen Tinglan. Name, Wen Tinglan. Potential, 98. Unlockable skill direction, management. Gu Yuan's brow flickered imperceptibly. Management. A talent with a potential value soaring to 98, specializing in top-tier management, yet relegated to the role of a customer service representative at Shark Live? It seemed akin to wielding a dragon-slaying sword merely for chopping vegetables. He interrupted Wen Tinglan's coherent exposition. Your abilities seem ill-suited for merely being a customer service representative. On the other end, Wen Tinglan briefly paused, a moment so fleeting that it was almost imperceptible, yet Gu Yuan sensed it. You flatter me, Mr. Yuan. Her voice regained its steady tone, devoid of any ripples. Are you alone? Gu Yuan shifted the topic. I am in the office area, Wen Tinglan replied, a hint of subtle hesitation lacing her words. Find a secluded spot. I will await your call. After uttering this, Gu Yuan fell silent, patiently waiting without urgency. In the customer service office at Shark Live, when Tinglan grasped her phone, her fingers tightening slightly. Gu Yuan's request transcended the conventional boundaries of a client-customer relationship. Yet, within that calm tone lay an irresistible force. She remained silent for a moment, uttering a soft "please hold" into the receiver before standing up, preparing to head towards an unoccupied storage room in the corner of the department. Just as she rose, a figure seated nearby stirred as well. Yuan, another star representative from the customer service department, was in the midst of removing her headphones, holding a water cup, her expression tinged with a sly semblance of a smile. "Oh, Tinglan, where are you off to?" Her voice, though not loud, was sufficiently distinct for her nearby colleagues to hear clearly. "Just taking a call. Is it necessary to find a deserted spot?" Yuan approached the water dispenser, her eyes darting toward Wen Tinglan, her tone sharp and barely concealed. Such a significant client. The treatment is evidently different. One wonders what clandestine matters are at hand, shrouded in such mystery. A few suppressed chuckles rippled through the surrounding crowd. Everyone was aware that Yuan had long viewed Wen Tinglan as her fiercest competitor, particularly after Mr. Yuan's emergence. The title of the primary customer service representative for the top patron, which Yuan had once claimed, had swiftly transitioned to Wen Tinglan. The fire of resentment within her had long been kindled. Wen Tinglan hesitated for a brief moment, without turning around or casting Yuan even a glance. She silently continued forward, shutting out the caustic remarks behind her. Upon entering the storage room, she closed the door. The external clamor was muffled, leaving only the sound of her slightly hurried breaths within the confined space. She leaned against the cold wall, steadied her breathing a few times, and then raised the phone back to her ear. "Mr. Yuan, I am now in a suitable position. The market share of Shark Live is being incessantly eroded by short video platforms." Gu Yuan's voice resonated once more, this time steering the conversation entirely away from the event itself. "The issues plaguing your platform do not stem from the streamers, but rather from the management." When Tinglan's heart raced suddenly, she instinctively sought to respond with official rhetoric. "Mr. Yuan, this issue exceeds my purview. For instance, regarding this event." Gu Yuan interjected directly. "The full team competition sounds innovative, yet fundamentally, it remains merely a change of wrapping, placing all the burdens upon the head of the affluent patron. In such a manner to stimulate consumption reveals a rather narrow-minded perspective. This stagnant operational mindset, which the upper echelons have acquiesced to, signifies a complete stagnation of the company's innovative capabilities." Each of Gu Yuan's utterances sliced through the glamorous facade of the Shark platform, exposing the decay and deterioration lurking beneath. These truths were keenly observed by Wen Tinglan, yet she found herself powerless to effect any change. Her professional rhetoric appeared utterly feeble and laughable in the face of such incisive dissection. Her throat tightened, and ultimately, all her words coalesced into a faint sigh, imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. "I cannot dictate the decisions made by the upper management." This sigh marked the first fissure in her professional facade. On the other end of the line, Gu Yuan remained silent. This silence instilled a sense of unease in Wen Tinglan. She feared that her earlier display of emotion had discontented this esteemed client. Perhaps he would conclude that the Shark platform was irreparably flawed and unworthy of further investment. Clenching her phone, she tentatively inquired, "Then, Mr. Yuan, will you participate in this event?" "I will participate," Gu Yuan replied, offering a response that completely took her by surprise. Simple, resolute, and devoid of hesitation. Wen Tinglan was utterly taken aback. Why? He had clearly discerned all the issues plaguing this company. Why would he continue to invest in an event he himself deemed too trivial? She struggled to comprehend. After speaking, the call was abruptly terminated. Listening to the busy tone emanating from the receiver, Wen Tinglan leaned against the wall, immobilized for a time. Her mind was in disarray. This enigmatic Mr. Yuan, whose presence was only perceptible through his voice, was fraught with contradictions that eluded interpretation. Ding! Detected binding with the female protagonist Wen Tinglan. Affection level increased. Current affection level, 60. Chapter 46. Your teammate is the king of the entire platform. In the luxurious penthouse of Qingyan Mansion, Gu Yuan set down his phone. The call interface lingered on the screen for a moment before gradually dimming. He remained still, his gaze directed out the window. Beneath him, Jiangzhou shimmered with a tapestry of lights, flowing silently like rivers of brilliance. After a brief pause, Gu Yuan picked up his phone again, locating Jiang Shanshan in his contacts, and with a gentle tap, dialed her number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. The girl's voice, laced with a hint of uncertain delight, came through cautiously. "Gu Yuan?" Gu Yuan's tone was flat. "Register for the annual competition at Shark Platform." On the other end, Jiang Shanshan's breath hitched momentarily. After a brief silence, she instinctively protested, her voice slightly wavering. Me? That's not possible. I truly can't. Her words rushed forth, imbued with a potent resistance. Those competitions are attended by seasoned streamers. I'm merely a novice with few fans. If I go, her speech began to unravel. Going would only bring me shame. By the end, her voice had dwindled, suffused with self-doubt. Yuan did not engage in an argument, nor did he offer any words of comfort. Instead, he rephrased his inquiry, his tone remaining calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. With me, what do you have to worry about? This question, like a warm current, swiftly dispersed all of Jiang Shanshan's turmoil and anxiety. Indeed, with him around, what was there to fear? The silence stretched on the line, and Yuan did not rush her, patiently awaiting her response. He could envision her in that moment, clutching her phone, torn between indecision. At last, the receiver conveyed a clear and forceful intake of breath, as if she had summoned every ounce of her strength to suppress her insecurities. Her voice emerged, soft yet resolute. All right, I will register. Yuan acknowledged with a nod before ending the call. Meanwhile, at the Shark Live Broadcasting headquarters, in the customer service department, when Tinglan returned to her workstation, oblivious to the various gazes cast upon her by her colleagues, she settled into her chair, her eyes fixed on the computer screen displaying the profile of the S-tier client known as Yuan, the echoes of Yuan's unembellished affirmation lingering in her mind. He had perceived the entirety of the platform's flaws, yet he still chose to participate. What he sought may not have been the victory of the competition at all. Rather, he merely wished to elevate the girl named Jiang Shanshan into the spotlight. How fortunate she was. When Tinglan's fingertips unconsciously caressed the smooth body of her Parker pen as her mind raced. According to the unspoken rules within the company, the typical approach to dealing with such top-tier patrons was to assign them a team of burdens. By leveraging the shortcomings of teammates, one could compel the patron to shoulder the entire consumption for the sake of victory. This method, designed to extract maximum short-term revenue at minimal cost, flickered briefly in Tinglan's mind before she dismissed it with derision. Such a strategy was short-sighted and foolish. To apply such tactics to Mr. Yuan would not only be an affront to him, but also a detriment to the future of the platform. What she needed to provide was an impeccably flawless experience, one befitting royalty. This was the sole avenue to retain him and ensure the platform's long-term benefits, a win-win strategy. In an instant, when Tinglan's gaze sharpened with clarity, she no longer harbored any hesitation. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, inputting a series of commands that summoned a back-end management interface accessible only to senior customer service representatives. She adeptly navigated to the registration backend of the Coronation Annual Competition, inputting Jiang Shanshan's details into the search bar. Soon, Jiang Shanshan's ID materialized on the screen. In her team information section, 4 IDs were initially matched by the system's algorithm. Some were renowned streamers, while others were lesser-known names. For a newcomer like Jiang Shanshan, who had risen solely through the gifts of affluent patrons, such a match was deemed reasonable. Yet, when Tinglan's expression remained inscrutable, she extended her finger and pressed the delete key, erasing the first ID. After a moment's pause, she typed 2 characters in the vacant field, Mad Bird. The king of the FPS sector at Shark Live, a technical prodigy with millions of followers. She pressed the delete key again, removing the second ID, and entered Sister Song, the uncontested queen of traffic on the platform, renowned for her generosity and high emotional intelligence. The third was altered to Musical Poet, a recognized talent in the music sector with exceptional originality. The fourth, Sweetheart Little Glutinous, the darling of the dance sector, adored for her charmingly sweet persona. This one could remain. Each of these 4 names represented the pinnacle of their respective fields within Shark Live. Now, they had all become teammates of Jiang Shanshan. Gazing at this dreamlike roster, when Tinglan calmly clicked the lock and save button, having completed all her tasks, she closed the backend interface and leaned back in her chair, as if she had merely optimized an inconsequential report. 3 days later, precisely at 8 o'clock on the night of the registration deadline, the full platform notification from the Shark Live app resonated on time. The group list for the Crowning of the Throne Annual Summit has been officially announced. Jiang Shanshan's palms were clammy with sweat as she sat before her computer, her heart racing fiercely. Trembling, she clicked on her Team's page. On the screen, her ID, Jiang Shanshan, proudly occupied the captain's position, but beneath it, the 4 teammates, except for Sweet Little Glutinous Rice, were all relatively unknown streamers. As she had suspected, an indescribable sense of disappointment welled within her, yet she rationalized it as the expected outcome. Just as she was about to close the page, the screen flickered unexpectedly. The page refreshed automatically, revealing a new list. Captain, Jiang Shanshan. Team members, Crazy Bird, Sister Song, Musical Poet, Sweet Little Glutinous Rice. All surrounding sounds vanished. Jiang Shanshan stared at the thunderous names, her mind a blank canvas. She thought she had misread and rubbed her eyes vigorously, only to confirm that the names remained unchanged. How could this be possible? Crazy Bird, the technical genius, and Sister Song, the face of shark. How could she be a teammate of a newcomer? Jiang Shanshan's breath quickened as she grabbed her phone from the table, her fingers trembling uncontrollably, almost instinctively dialing that familiar number. The call connected swiftly. Yuan. Her voice tinged with uncontainable tremors and shock. My teammates, are Crazy Bird and Sister Song. She stammered, utterly at a loss for how to articulate this extraordinary occurrence. On the other end of the line, Yuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, listening to the girl's incoherent report, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He said nothing, merely listened in silence. This woman, Wen Tinglan, was far more astute than he had anticipated. Yuan, are you listening? What on earth is happening? Jiang Shanshan inquired. Yes, I'm aware. Yuan's voice flowed through the receiver, imbued with a soothing strength that clearly reached her ears. Just focus on playing well, don't overthink it. Chapter 47. Truly audacious in shifting allegiances. Shark Live, Customer Service Department. When Tinglan had just returned to her workstation, barely settling in when Lu Yan's voice emerged from nearby. Oh, Tinglan, are you done with your tasks? Lu Yan, holding a water cup, leaned against Wen Tinglan's desk, a knowing smile gracing her face. I noticed you typing so swiftly on the computer just now. Wen Tinglan did not look up, simply responding nonchalantly, handling client requests. Client requests? Lu Yan elongated her tone. What client request necessitated your use of back-end management privileges? I was watching closely just now. Several colleagues nearby were drawn to the conversation, their work momentarily forgotten. When Tinglan's fingers paused on the keyboard as she lifted her gaze to Lu Yan, what are you implying? I'm not implying anything. I'm merely curious. Lu Yan set down her water cup, crossing her arms over her chest. Were you modifying the group list for the annual competition? The atmosphere in the office abruptly turned tense. That newcomer, Jiang Shanshan, her original teammates were nobodies. Yet now her team is filled with top-tier streamers from the platform. Lu Yan's voice sharpened. Crazy Bird, Sister Song, musical poet. Such a lineup. Even the relatives of company executives wouldn't dare arrange it this way, would they? When Tinglan's expression remained unchanged. This is to enhance the quality of the event. Enhance the quality of the event? Lu Yan laughed. Tinglan, do you think we're fools? You assume I'm unaware of your true intentions? Her voice grew louder, nearly proclaiming to the entire office. You just want to curry favor with Mr. Yuan, don't you? The moment he shows you a hint of goodwill, you start turning your back on the company? For the sake of an outsider, you disregard the company's interests? Quite the audacity. A few suppressed murmurs echoed in the office. Lu Yan was right. Altering the groupings like this could cost the company greatly. Indeed, those prominent streamers could have driven consumption for other teams. Now they're all assigned to a newcomer. Isn't that a waste of resources? When Tinglan rose, calmly regarding Lu Yan, have you finished? I have, and what of it? Am I incorrect? Lu Yan retorted triumphantly. Do you think you're impressive just because you've gained the favor of a wealthy patron? He is still a mere associate, and you're already considering his interests? Enough. A commanding voice resonated from the entrance of the office. The operations director, Wang Hai, strode in, his face a thundercloud. Lu Yan, what are you doing? Upon seeing Wang Hai, Lu Yan's smugness evaporated instantly, though she still held her head high. Director Wang, I am merely considering the company's interests. When Tinglan unlawfully modified the group list, such behavior. Silence. Wang Hai interrupted her. When Tinglan, come with me. Wang Hai turned and walked toward his office, with Wen Tinglan trailing behind. Once inside and the door closed, Wang Hai seated himself, rubbing his temples. Tinglan, do you understand the implications of what Lu Yan just said? I do, Wen Tinglan replied calmly. She believes I compromised the company's interests to please Mr. Yuan. And what is your perspective? Wen Tinglan did not respond immediately. Instead, she approached Wang Hai's desk, resting her hands on the surface. Director Wang, may I ask you a question? What is the spending capability of Mr. Yuan compared to that of an average wealthy patron? Wang Hai pondered for a moment. At least 100. Then, if we operate in the traditional manner, pairing him with a team of incompetents, forcing him to shoulder the consumption alone, how much could we extract? In the short term, there might be substantial profits. Wang Hai admitted candidly. And then, when Tinglan pressed on, what would he think? Wang Hai fell silent. He would feel that this platform is exploiting him, thinking us short-sighted and lacking vision. When Tinglan's voice was soft, yet each word struck with clarity. Should we truly risk offending someone capable of casually spending billions for the sake of a few million in short-term gain? Wang Hai sighed deeply. I understand your rationale. In the long run, your approach is indeed correct. However, the vice president in charge of operations will not perceive it that way. When Tinglan articulated the unspoken conclusion, Wang Hai nodded. Weariness etched across his face. Tinglan, I recognize your abilities, yet you remain too idealistic. At that moment, the office door burst open with force. The vice president of operations, Li Mingshan, stormed in, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Wang Hai, what on earth is happening here? Li Mingshan's voice boomed, brimming with unmasked fury. Vice President, please take a seat. Let us discuss this calmly. Wang Hai attempted to ease the tension. Calmly discuss? Li Mingshan slammed his palm on the desk. The annual competition's group list was altered without authorization. And you expect me to discuss this calmly? His gaze shifted to Wen Tinglan, ice in his eyes. Wen Tinglan, you are quite something. Just having been appointed as a dedicated customer service representative, and you already pull a stunt like this? Wen Tinglan gazed at him calmly. Vice President Li, everything I have done is for the long-term benefit of the company. Long-term benefit? Li Mingshan scoffed. You, someone demoted from the position of operations manager, dare to speak to me about long-term interests? His words struck Wen Tinglan's heart like a dagger. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Li Mingshan continued. It's your incompetence that led to your fall from the position of operations manager. Now you wish to curry favor with major clients to ascend once more? Dream on. Wang Hai attempted to defend Wen Tinglan. Vice President, Tinglan's capabilities. What capabilities does she possess? Li Mingshan interrupted Wang Hai. If she had any abilities, would she have been demoted? You disregarded the originally arranged Lu Yen, insisting on reusing this worthless individual. Do you realize the extent of the losses she has caused the company? Li Mingshan pointed at Wen Tinglan, his voice growing louder. Those prominent streamers could have driven the consumption of other teams, but now they are all concentrated in a single team. What will happen to the others? How much will the overall revenue of the event decline? Wen Tinglan's fingers unconsciously stroked the barrel of her pen as she endeavored to maintain a facade of tranquility. From now on, Mr. Yuan's dedicated customer service will be handled by Lu Yan. Adjust Jiang Shanshan's teammates. All must be changed to smaller streamers. Li Mingshan made his final decision. Wen Tinglan, return to your position as an ordinary customer service representative. Vice President, Wang Hai tried to negotiate. There is no room for discussion. Li Mingshan turned to Wang Hai. If you continue to protect her, you will be dismissed alongside her. Save your breath. I am well aware of your little schemes. Wen Tinglan interjected. Li Mingshan's expression darkened instantly. There is no need to demote me further. I resign. Upon finishing her statement, she turned and walked away without a trace of nostalgia. You, Li Mingshan trembled with rage, pointing at her retreating figure, rendered speechless. Wen Tinglan did not look back as she exited the stifling office. Chapter 48. They want you to leave? I will make them beg you to return. Wen Tinglan returned to the customer service department, pushing open the glass door. The once bustling sound of keyboards striking keys had eerily thinned. Dozens of gazes wove an invisible net around her, marked by sympathy, curiosity, and unabashed schadenfreude, all directed at her. Yet, she seemed to feel nothing. Walking straight to her workstation, her personal belongings were few: a pen holder, a Parker pen, a well-cared-for succulent, and a copy of Principles of Management with dog-eared pages. She did not immediately tidy up but stood quietly, gazing down at the lush succulent, her expression serene. Oh, have you come to your senses and decided to leave? Lu Yan's voice clung to her like a shadow, leaning against the partition with her arms crossed, her lips curling into an unmistakable victorious smirk. I told you long ago. One must recognize their place. Do you know who Vice President Li is? How dare you confront him? Now that you've lost your job, do you feel relieved? Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it clearly reached the ears of every colleague straining to listen. Wen Tinglan seemed oblivious. She reached for the Parker pen, feeling its cool, smooth surface beneath her fingers. This utter disregard made Lu Yan smile falter, her tone turning increasingly acerbic. But don't be too disheartened. Someone like you, lacking true ability and only capable of petty tricks, won't last anywhere. Unlike me, who knows how to genuinely serve our benefactors. In life, the gravest mistake is to mistake the resources of the platform for one's own capabilities. Without the company, what are you worth? When Tinglan finally moved, she placed the pen into a plain paper box, followed by the Principles of Management, and then, with utmost care, cradled the succulent. The entire process was quiet and focused, resembling a silent farewell ceremony. Throughout, she did not spare Lu Yan a single glance. Cradling the modest paper box, she turned and stepped away. Lu Yan watched her resolute departure, her finely made-up face slightly contorted by envy. Tingyan Mansion, top-floor suite. Gu Yuan lounged on the sofa, a new private message just popping up on his phone screen. Lu Yan, dear Mr. Yuan, greetings. I am your new dedicated customer service representative, Lu Yan. The previous representative, Wen Tinglan, has been replaced due to serious violations. From now on, I will wholeheartedly provide you with the most quality and attentive service. Looking forward to our cooperation. At the end of the message was an exuberant smiley face. Gu Yuan glanced at the message, his brow faintly furrowing. He clicked on the profile picture. which was a meticulously retouched professional photo. The thought crossed his mind, and a virtual panel appeared, visible only to him. Name: Lu Yin. Age: 24. Attractiveness: 90. Potential: 64. Rating: 77. A potential score of 64. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk, one that was purely icy. Such a person dares to serve him? He had no interest in replying even a single word, locking the screen and tossing the phone aside. Moments later, as if recalling something, he picked up the phone again, locating Zhang Shanshan in his contacts and dialing. The call connected swiftly. Gu Yuan? The girl's voice was tinged with undeniable panic. Yes, Gu Yuan replied calmly. Is there a change in your team for the annual competition? How do you know? Zhang Shanshan's voice brimmed with astonishment. I was just about to tell you. It's so strange. She began to explain in a rush. At first, the system matched me with relatively normal teammates, some prominent, some less so. But then, for some reason, all my teammates suddenly changed. They became Crazy Bird, Sister Song, and the others, all top streamers on the platform. But just now, I refreshed the page, and they all disappeared. Now my team is filled with small streamers I've never even heard of. Gu Yuan, what on earth is going on? Listening to the girl's frantic narration, Gu Yuan pieced together the entire situation. I understand. His voice bore a soothing power. You don't need to worry about anything else, nor overthink. Leave the rest to me. After saying this, Gu Yuan hung up the phone. He leaned back on the sofa, remaining silent for a moment, before pulling out Wen Tinglan's number and dialing again. Wen Tinglan, cradling the paper box, walked the path back to her rental apartment. The brisk autumn wind tousled her silky hair, also stirring a sense of emptiness within her. Her expression was devoid of emotion, yet her usually tranquil eyes now held a hint of bewilderment. The phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the solitary name Yuan on the caller ID, she halted. After hesitating for several seconds, she swiped to answer the call. Mr. Yuan, she instinctively used her professional title. I heard about your situation. Gu Yuan's voice paused briefly. I'm sorry, I have put you in this position. When Tinglin's fingers tightened around the box she held, she opened her mouth, wanting to say it was not his fault, wanting to express that this was her own choice, but her throat felt as though it were blocked by something, rendering her unable to utter a single word. All the grievances, the resentment, and the indignation from being publicly humiliated were effortlessly shattered by a mere apology at that moment. A company like Shark was unworthy of her talents. On the other end of the line, Gu Yuan's voice resonated once more, calm yet resonant. This statement washed over Wen Tinglan like a warm current, instantly permeating her limbs. All her perseverance, her pride, and her professionalism seemed utterly fragile in the face of Li Mingshan's derisive remarks. I am in the process of establishing a holding company that will venture into various fields. Gu Yuan continued. I need someone who can manage everything for me. Wen Tinglan, come work with me. There were no grand promises, no salary discussions, just the most straightforward invitation. Leaning against the sycamore tree by the roadside, Wen Tinglan gazed at the bustling traffic before her, her eyes suddenly brimming with warmth. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the lump in her throat, her voice returning to its usual calm, though a subtle tremor, unbeknownst to her, lingered at the end. All right, a single word, crisp and decisive. However, Gu Yuan's tone abruptly shifted, laced with a hint of playful mischief. Don't rush to submit your resignation just yet. Taken aback, Wen Tinglan stammered. But I know, Gu Yuan interrupted gently. What I mean is, I don't want you to leave in such a disheartened manner. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable conviction. Did they not tell you to leave? Then I will ensure they beg for your return. Wen Tinglan, I want you to depart with dignity. I want you to tell all your colleagues that it is they who are unworthy of you. I want you to trample them underfoot before you turn and leave. Wen Tinglan was utterly stunned. An indescribable emotion surged from the depths of her heart, engulfing her in an instant. It was neither gratitude nor mere appreciation. It was a profound sense of being completely understood, fully respected, and delicately cherished. This man was not only offering her a future, he was also determined to restore all her dignity. Ding. Detected a significant increase in affection level for the female lead, Wen Tinglan. Current affection level, 70. Congratulations, host. The affection level with the female lead has reached 70, unlocking master level skills. Management, master level understanding of business organization, team structure, human resources, and capital operations. Chapter 49, A Fury for a Fair Maiden. In the top-floor suite of Qingyan Mansion, Gu Yuan hung up the phone, carelessly tossing his mobile onto the sofa beside him. He was eager to understand what transpired in the building known as Shark Live, within the office crowded with people. Should he inquire directly with Wen Tinglan? He could almost envision her response. Given her character, she would likely dismiss it with a vague mention of personal reasons, swallowing all her grievances and frustrations. Should he consult Shin Qingyan or Ji Qi for information? Gu Yuan shook his head. Shen Qingyan was a strategic mastermind. While Ji Qi was a sharp-tongued legal elite, they excelled in handling business mergers and legal contracts. However, sending them to probe into the internal dynamics and office politics of a company would not only be slow but also ill-suited. Picking up his phone once more, his slender fingers glided across the screen, ultimately pausing on a name, Shang Wanxi. The bold and formidable woman from Xinhui Auto Plaza was not as simple as she appeared. She was the most suitable choice for gathering such information. The call was made. It rang only twice before being answered. Shang Wanxi's voice, imbued with a hint of languor and amusement, flowed through the line like a cat stretching lazily in the sunlight. "Oh, Gouda boss, what a rare guest. What's the matter? Are you tired of driving? Or do you miss me so much that you took the initiative to call? I need your assistance." Gu Yuan bypassed her teasing and got straight to the point. "Assistance?" Shang Wanxi's laughter deepened. "If it's something that prompts Gouda boss to ask for help, it must be significant, right? Do tell. I'm not one to offer help for free. What's the compensation? Help me investigate a person, and there's another matter." Gu Yuan's tone remained flat, devoid of any emotion. "Wen Tinglan, an employee at Shark Live. I want to know exactly what transpired with her at the company today. Every detail. As precise as possible." There was a moment of silence on the line. Shang Wanxi's playful demeanor faded, sensing an unusual weight in Gu Yuan's calm words. "Shark Live? All right. A trivial matter. However, you haven't mentioned compensation." She retained her smile, but her tone now carried a hint of probing. "Consider it a debt of gratitude." On the other end, Shang Wanxi gasped sharply, her expression frozen as her fingers instinctively tightened around her phone. She fully understood the implications of such a favor. The worth of a favor from a man capable of casually spending billions on cars or 40 billion on hotels transcended monetary value. It symbolized the potential to wield Gu Yuan's profound influence at a pivotal moment in the future. "Your favor?" Shang Wanxi's voice brimmed with restrained excitement and unprecedented seriousness. "Gu Yuan, this isn't a jest, is it? Are you certain? I never joke." "All right," Shang Wanxi replied decisively, her tone imbued with determination. "I accept your favor. Give me half an hour. No, 20 minutes. I'll personally inquire." The call ended. Gu Yuan set the phone aside and walked toward the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. He felt no impatience. He merely gazed at the magnificent tapestry of lights sprawling beneath him, as if observing a painting unrelated to himself. He knew that Shang Wanxi would provide him with a satisfactory answer. Before even 20 minutes had elapsed, his phone rang again. "Shang Wanxi. I've got the details." As soon as the call connected, her voice spilled forth, tinged with complexity, a blend of indignation and a hint of amusement. "That girl, Wen Tinglan, has truly been bullied." Gu Yuan remained silent, listening intently, his gaze still fixed outside. The vice president in charge of operations at Shark, Li Mingshan, is the nephew of a major shareholder, typical of a second-generation rich boy, wielding his connections to oppress others. He is quite loathsome. Li Mingshan has had his sights set on Wen Tinglan for some time, openly suggesting that she work under him several times. However, your young lady stood her ground, ignoring him completely, leaving Li Mingshan humiliated. And now, it seems, he has taken it upon himself to make her life miserable. Since then, Li Mingshan has been making things difficult for Wen Tinglan at every turn. Despite being the most capable in the entire operations department, he has concocted various reasons to demote her from her position as operations manager, relegating her to a mere customer service role. I just spoke with Wang Hai, the operations director at Shark. He has likely been simmering with frustration, and once I asked, he divulged everything. He said that if he hadn't been protecting her, Wen Tinglan would have been forced out by that Li fellow long ago. Today's events were even more disgusting. The tone of Shang Wan, she turned somewhat frigid. "That individual surnamed Li publicly berated your young lady for unilaterally altering the annual competition's grouping list, chastising her mercilessly before the entire department. In the end, he demoted her, relegating her to the role of a mere ordinary customer service representative. Your young lady, possessing a fiery temperament, declared her resignation on the spot, clutching her belongings and departing." At this juncture, Shang Wanxi abruptly paused, as if processing some newly acquired information. Her voice bore an odd intonation, resembling both self-talk and an attempt to seek confirmation from Gu Yuan. "Wait a moment," Wang Hai said. "Wen Tinglan modified the grouping list for a wealthy individual known by the ID, Yuan. She had assembled all the platform's top-tier streamers, including Kwang Miao and Sister Song, into the newcomer team supported by this Mr. Yuan." The breath on the other end of the line suddenly quickened. "Oh my," Shang Wanxi exclaimed, her tone shifting to one of incredulity. "That, Yuan, the mysterious tycoon who spent over 100 million in a single night, causing the Shark servers to crash, could it possibly be you?" A subtle smirk graced Gu Yuan's lips as he finally withdrew his gaze from the window. He did not deny it. "It is I." A profound silence enveloped the phone line for a full 3 seconds, after which Shang Wanshi erupted into a peal of laughter, her mirth resounding with unrestrained delight. Ah, Gu Yuan, I wondered why you would owe me such a significant favor for a mere customer service representative. Now it all makes sense. Her voice brimmed with a newfound understanding and a hint of playful mockery. To spend lavishly and to act in a fit of passion for a beauty. This is indeed your style. You have truly opened my eyes. I am in awe. Gu Yuan, listening to her teasing, maintained a serene expression, merely responding with 2 understated words. Thank you. Yet mere gratitude would not suffice. Shang Wanshi's laughter subsided, her tone taking on a soft, alluring quality, like a feather, laced with temptation. When will you, too, exhibit such fervor on my behalf? Her voice, transmitted through the line, carried an enticing undertone, gently resonating in the quiet suite. Let me experience the sensation of being shielded by you. How does that sound? Chapter 50. What are you? Where's my dedicated customer service representative? Wen Tinglan. Gu Yuan, upon hearing this almost playful tease, allowed a faint smile to curve his lips. As long as you wish. At any time, he added. Shang Wanshi's heart raced. She had anticipated various responses, perhaps a jest or an evasion, but she had never expected such a straightforward promise. A man of such immense stature offered her a commitment of immeasurable weight, delivered in an unexpectedly calm tone. Another fit of laughter, even more vibrant and spirited than before, erupted from her. Well then, dear younger brother Gu Yuan, you certainly know how to charm. However, I must be clear, you owe me a favor for this information. Now that you have pledged to act on my behalf at any time, that constitutes a second commitment. Dear brother, you currently owe me 2 favors. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan chuckled as well. He relished engaging with intelligent individuals. It was both reassuring and entertaining. All right, he replied succinctly. I shall remember. Ding. Detected a significant increase in favorability towards the protagonist Shang Wanshi. Current favorability, 65. After hanging up, Gu Yuan opened the Shark Live app. The promotional animation for the annual peak competition dominated the opening screen. Tonight, the grand spectacle would commence. At precisely 9 o'clock, the Shark Live platform officially launched the coronation of the annual peak competition. Countless users flocked to the platform, and server traffic surged to a staggering peak in an instant. All eyes converged on a single live stream. Jiang Shanshan, a massive PK bar spanned the center of the screen. On the left stood Jiang Shanshan's team. On the right, her adversary, the platform's long-standing singing streamer, Wind Whisperer. The lineup featured top-tier gaming streamers and outdoor influencers with millions of followers, each a formidable figure in their own right. Conversely, Jiang Shanshan's team comprised, apart from herself, for lesser-known streamers whose names were unfamiliar to the audience. Their follower counts ranged from a few hundred to a few thousand, barely totaling under 10,000. Such a glaring disparity in team composition left the audience in stunned disbelief. After a brief 3 seconds of silence, the barrage of comments erupted. What the hell? Is this grouping for real? Sending 4 bronzes to face off against 5 kings? Laughing to death, has Shark Platform no shame left? It's clearly setting up Yuan to drag for along. So disgusting. This is a truly unsightly display. Jiang Shanshan sat before the camera, guitar in hand. Her complexion paling. She gazed at her 4 equally bewildered teammates, her fingers unconsciously tightening. She was not naive. She understood what this implied. They were setting Gu Yuan up to be roasted alive. As the PK countdown concluded, the match officially commenced. Almost instantaneously, the PK bar on the right, belonging to Wind Whisperer, surged forward with astonishing vigor. The army of Wind Whisperer has arrived. Brothers, charge. Ha ha, is that new recruit still dazed? 100,000. A starting score of 100,000. Wind Whisperer is amazing. Within a mere 10 seconds, the opposing team's glory points exceeded 200,000. Meanwhile, Jiang Shanshan's side was left with only a few light sticks gifted by fans, her glory points stagnant at a paltry 3 digits. The stark contrast was painfully glaring. The atmosphere in the live stream began to shift ominously. Where's Yuan? Why hasn't Yuan made a move? Could it be he saw this lineup and simply bolted? That's a possibility. It's clearly a bottomless pit, and no one's money comes easy. No way. Just a few days ago, he spent $1 billion, and now he has gone timid? Men are fickle creatures, drawn by novelty. He has probably tired of this and left her to fend for herself. Mockery and skepticism flooded the comments, growing more frequent. Jiang Shanshan clenched her lips tighter at the biting remarks. She refused to believe Gu Yuan would abandon her. Yet, time ticked on. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The opposing team's glory points soared past 1 million, while her PK bar remained utterly unyielding. The live stream was now dominated by gleeful taunts, as everyone assumed that the once mysterious tycoon, who had spent lavishly, had chosen silence for the night. Just then, A golden comment adorned with the imperial insignia drifted slowly across the bottom of the screen. The comment contained but a single word: Yuan. Explain. At the moment that word appeared, the entire live stream's comments froze. Everyone witnessed it. He had arrived. He had neither showered gifts nor issued threats. He merely uttered those two words with an air of calmness. These two words, akin to a deep water bomb, stirred up a tempest of waves in the hearts of all the spectators. After the silence, a more frenzied barrage of comments erupted. Explain. Damn, Yuan is incredible. He didn't run away. He's holding the platform accountable. I understand now. I completely comprehend. This ridiculous grouping. Yuan is utterly dissatisfied. Exactly. It's no longer about money. This platform is treating Yuan like a fool. Yuan demands an explanation. Brothers, let us storm the Shark official live stream. Let us give Yuan an explanation. Yes, provide Yuan with an explanation. If it's not clarified, no one will be able to compete properly today. The tide of public opinion shifted in an instant. The audience, who had previously mocked Gu Yuan for fleeing, now turned their weapons around, transforming into messengers of justice. Countless individuals surged towards the official live stream of the Shark platform, and the barrage of comments inundated the screen, all echoing the same demand. Give Yuan an explanation. Give Yuan an explanation. Give Yuan an explanation. In the operations department of Shark Life, Vice President Li Mingshan's face turned ashen as he watched the public sentiment alarm rise swiftly in the background. He kicked over a nearby trash can in frustration. Useless. All of you are worthless. He pointed an accusatory finger at Operations Director Wang Hai, berating him. Look at the mess you've created. What do we do now? Wang Hai hung his head, silent. Li Mingshan's gaze ultimately fell upon the trembling figure in the corner. Lu Yan. And you? Li Mingshan's voice dripped with venom. Didn't you say you could handle this? Didn't you claim to be 100 times better than Wen Tinglan? And now? They don't even acknowledge you. They demand an explanation right on the screen. My face. The company's face. You've tarnished it all. Lu Yan's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Her lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. She stared at the computer screen, where the golden ID, Yuan, loomed like two mountains, suffocating her with their weight. What are you still dawdling for? Li Mingshan bellowed. Make the call. Now. Immediately. Have him shower us with gifts. By any means necessary. Whether begging or groveling. Get him to send gifts. If tonight's revenue falters, you all are out of here. Lu Yan gripped her phone. Her hands trembling so violently she could barely hold it. She felt dozens of piercing stares from the office, like needles pricking her back. Taking a deep breath, she dialed the number she had entered into her contacts, a number that had never once responded. Beep, beep. Each tone of waiting was like a heavy hammer striking her heart. The call connected. Hello? A calm voice, devoid of any emotion, emanated from the receiver. Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly forced out what she believed to be her sweetest, most humble tone. Mr. Yuan, hello. I am your dedicated customer service representative, Lu Yan. Her voice carried a hint of unrecognized flattery and tremor. The competition has already begun. You see, Shan. Before she could finish her sentence, the cold voice on the other end interrupted. That voice remained calm, but bore a chilling indifference. Who do you think you are? Lu Yan's expression froze instantly. Then the voice resumed, as if stating a simple fact. Where is my dedicated customer service representative? Wen Tinglan? Chapter 51. Want me to come back? Get lost. Lu Yan's smile faltered. She sensed dozens of eyes in the office zeroing in on her. The temperature shifting from schadenfreude to scrutinizing judgment. Her pride and her adaptability crumbled in that moment. Mr. Yuan. Behind her, Li Mingshan's face was a stormy shade of gray, his jaw clenched tightly. The very weapon he had personally selected to handle this wealthy patron had malfunctioned at the very first moment in front of everyone. The voice on the other end seemed unfazed by the chaos. You are not qualified to speak with me. The voice was as tranquil as a still lake. Find someone with authority to speak to me. Click. The phone was promptly hung up. Listening to the busy tone emanating from the receiver, Lu Yan sat frozen in her chair, clutching her phone. Useless. Li Mingshan snatched the phone from her hand, his voice lowered to a furious whisper. He glared at the screen displaying the terminated call, his chest heaving with rage. The incessant influx of negative public sentiment and the glaring comment in Jiang Shanshan's live stream, explained, felt like two stinging slaps across his face. Li Mingshan gritted his teeth and personally redialed the number. This time, the phone rang for an eternity before it was answered. What is it? Gu Yuan's voice carried an unmistakable distance. Li Mingshan suppressed his mounting anger, forcing a smile that, though unseen, was as ingratiating as he could muster. Mr. Yuan. I am Li Mingshan, Vice President in charge of operations at Shark Live. He cleared his throat, striving to sound composed. Regarding the grouping issue for this annual competition, it appears there was an operational error on our part, leading to a subpar experience for you, and I extend the company's sincere apologies. He paused briefly, then shifted his tone to one of condescension. How about this? As compensation, regardless of the outcome, we will privately award all bonuses and resources to Shanshan, as if she were the champion. Would you find this arrangement satisfactory? In his view, this was an immense concession. A newcomer being directly awarded the champion's reward would be gladly accepted by any wealthy patron. However, the silence on the other end lingered for a moment. The calm voice returned, laced with a hint of mockery. Am I someone who lacks money? Li Mingshan's smile froze. Initially, Shanshan's team included top-tier streamers. Why has it now become a situation where I have to drag for others? Gu Yuan's voice was soft, yet resounding with clarity. Vice President Li, do you think you can toy with me? Before Li Mingshan could respond, the call was decisively ended once again. Beep, beep, beep. Li Mingshan gripped the phone tightly, listening to the busy signal, his face flushed with anger. Bang! He could no longer contain himself, violently slamming the phone onto the desk. Damn it! He pointed an accusatory finger at Operations Director Wang Hai, cursing vehemently. Wang Hai, look at the great team you've assembled. What now? What do you propose we do? The entire operations department fell into a hushed silence, everyone bowing their heads, fearful of drawing the ire of their superior. Wang Hai stood silently, allowing Li Mingshan's spittle to rain down upon him. Once Li Mingshan had exhausted himself and sat down, panting, Wang Hai slowly raised his head, his gaze behind the lenses eerily calm. Vice President Li, he began, his voice soft yet crystal clear for all to hear. Have you not yet grasped the situation? What? Li Mingshan barked irritatedly. Mr. Yuan has never cared about the groupings or the money. Wang Hai adjusted his glasses, articulating each word with precision. He appeared to be preoccupied with his own concerns, yet in truth, he was standing up for someone. When Tinglan. Li Mingshan's countenance instantaneously darkened to a shade of deep displeasure. He was questioning us in this manner, demanding to know why we intended to replace Wen Tinglan. Wang Hai's voice resonated like a statement of a stark reality. At this moment, there was but one person capable of resolving this matter, inviting Wen Tinglan back. Li Mingshan's lips quivered, yearning to retort, yet not a word escaped his mouth. He recognized the truth in Wang Hai's words. However, the thought of summoning back the woman he had driven away with his own hands felt more excruciating than death itself. I refuse to take part in this. This is your department's issue. You must resolve it yourselves. Li Mingshan bellowed, his fury masking his cowardice. If you can't manage it, you all can leave. Observing Li Mingshan's impotent rage, Wang Hai felt a profound sorrow welling within him. He chose not to utter another word. Silently returning to his seat, retrieving his personal phone, and locating Wen Tinglan's number. In her rented apartment. Wen Tinglan had just placed a pot of succulents on the windowsill when her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID was Director Wang, she hesitated momentarily before answering. Director Wang. Tinglan, it's Wang Hai, his voice laden with fatigue and regret. There's been a situation at the company, and we need you to come back. The gesture of watering the succulents came to an abrupt halt. She did not inquire about the nature of the issue. Instead, she replied calmly, Director Wang. I have already resigned. I understand. Wang Hai's tone grew urgent. Tinglan, I implore you, this matter can only be resolved with your involvement. When Tinglan fell silent. On the other end of the line, Wang Hai continued, I know it's been unfair to you over the years. I'm aware of how that scoundrel Li Mingshan has consistently undermined you. It is my inadequacy that has failed to protect you. Hearing his words, the tension in Wen Tinglan's heart loosened slightly. She softly replied, Thank you, Director Wang, for your enduring support. I will remember this kindness. After a brief pause, her tone shifted, icy resolve seeping into her voice. If you wish for me to return, let Vice President Li personally reach out to me. Wang Hai stood frozen, taken aback by the sharpness of Wen Tinglan's demand, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. He turned, activating the speakerphone and placing it before Li Mingshan. Vice President Li, Tinglan insists that for her to return, you must speak with her directly. Li Mingshan's face flushed a deep purple. He glanced at Wang Hai and then around at the multitude of eyes eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, a surge of blood rushing to his head. To beseech the woman he had so callously discarded? It was preposterous. He nearly shouted in protest. Wang Hai simply regarded him with calmness. Have you considered the implications for tonight's revenue, the company's stock price, and your standing in the board meeting? Li Mingshan's expression oscillated through various emotions, ultimately succumbing to a sense of defeat. Trembling, he picked up the phone, his voice hoarse, as if the words were being wrung from the depths of his throat. Wen Tinglan. It's me, Li Mingshan. On the other end, Wen Tinglan's voice was clear, cold, and composed, devoid of any tremor. What is it? Li Mingshan inhaled deeply, adopting an almost pleading tone. Tinglan, there was a misunderstanding on the company's part. Could you come back to help us through this crisis? We can discuss any terms you require. His voice dwindled, laced with humiliation, when Tinglan listened quietly until he finished. Then, she laughed, a soft sound. Yet it carried a chilling edge. Vice Presidently, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. If I return now to resolve your troubles, once the storm passes, I can only anticipate the multitude of obstacles you will place in my path. I cannot trust someone like you. Li Mingshan grew frantic. That won't happen. I promise. I refuse to return. When Tinglan interrupted him decisively, she paused, then clearly articulated her final word. Leave. With that, she ended the call. Chapter 52. Declare war on the sharks in your name. In her apartment, when Tinglan hung up the phone and approached the window, gazing at the pot of succulents which still bore glistening droplets from her recent watering. Did they not tell you to leave? Then I shall ensure they come begging for your return. The man's calm words echoed in her mind, and indeed, the evidence was irrefutable. The call from Director Wang. Li Mingshan's almost supplicatory tone all attested to this truth. When Tinglan picked up her phone, her fingertip gliding over the contacts before pausing at the single-word note, far. This was no mere coincidence. She scrutinized the number, hesitating only briefly before pressing the dial key. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Hello. The voice remained as serene as ever, betraying no emotion. When Tinglan tightened her grip on the phone, her voice quivering with an unrecognized tremor. Was it you? There was a silence on the other end for a brief moment. Yes, a simple syllable, yet it sent a shiver through Wen Tinglan, as if the ground beneath her feet were shifting. All her suspicions were validated in that instant. It was him. It truly was him. He had sought justice for her in the most direct and unyielding manner imaginable. When Tinglan's throat felt constricted, a torrent of words lodged in her chest. But she found every expression inadequate. Go to Jiang Shanshan's livestream. Gu Yuan's voice broke the silence once more. I have a gift for you. With that, he hung up the phone. When Tinglan stood rooted in place, gripping her phone. A gift? Taking a deep breath, she opened the Shark livestream app, logging in with her personal account to enter the tumultuous livestream of Jiang Shanshan. Inside Jiang Shanshan's livestream, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. The PK bar displayed the opposing blue progress bar, which had nearly extinguished the red bar representing Jiang Shanshan, leaving just a thin line, as if it could vanish at any moment. The barrage of comments was rife with mockery and skepticism. Where's the far god? Did he really run away? LOL. Did he get scared halfway through his act? Poor Shanshan, treated like a tool, used and discarded. Jiang Shanshan sat before the camera, guitar in hand, her complexion pale. Yet, she maintained her posture, refusing to acknowledge the hurtful comments. Just then, the entire Shark livestream platform experienced a phenomenon. Every viewer's phone screens were engulfed by a pure golden torrent. A phoenix made of light, reborn from flames, unfurled its magnificent wings, emitting a sound that pierced the skies. The special effects lasted a full 30 seconds, dominating everyone's view. Far sent a special gift to the host Jiang Shanshan, Apocalypse. The announcement, a shimmering purple and gold message, hovered like a divine decree atop every livestream. The comments section fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, Jiang Shanshan's livestream erupted into a frenzy. What the hell? Apocalypse. It's Apocalypse. Far God is making a move. He didn't run away. He is declaring war. Slapping everyone in the face. 10 million. A gift worth 10 million is given without hesitation. What does this signify? The popularity in the livestream room surged at a terrifying pace, skyrocketing to 500,000, 1 million, 3 million. Jiang Shanshan gazed at the cataclysmic effects on the screen, unable to restrain her tears as they streamed down her face. Shortly thereafter, a request to join the call popped up. Applicant, Yuan. Jiang Shanshan trembled as she accepted the request. A calm and clear male voice resonated through the microphone, reaching the ears of millions of viewers. Good evening, everyone. I am Yuan. Gu Yuan's voice was flat, as if conversing with friends. I have come to Shark to consume. Not to be a fool. A user who had spent over 100 million was met with the platform's deliberate arrangement of 4 smaller streamers as teammates to force donations. His voice held no inflection, merely stating a fact, yet each word struck like a hammer against the face of the Shark platform. Therefore, Gu Yuan paused for effect. I have decided to cease my participation here. The moment those words left his lips, the entire live stream exploded with chaos. What does this mean? Is Yuan leaving Shark? No, Yuan. Shark is foolish. Don't go? Before the audience could react, Gu Yuan's next statement detonated like a nuclear bomb, igniting the entire internet. Starting today, Tinjing Holdings will establish a new live streaming platform. He paused, his tone clear and earnest. The name shall be Tinjing Live. In her rented room. When Tinjing heard her name, the phone in her hand fell heavily to the floor, yet she remained oblivious. Tinjing, live streaming? It bore her name. A brand new platform named after her. Gu Yuan's voice continued. resonating clearly in every ear through the broadcast. I hereby extend an invitation to all streamers on the Shark platform. First, any streamer who switches to Tinging Live will receive a guaranteed daily salary for 3 months, calculated based on last month's earnings from Shark. Second, Tinging Live's gift-sharing ratio for streamers is fixed at 80%. Third, all registered users will receive a daily gift allowance of 666 yuan for 3 months, which they may bestow upon their favored streamers, resetting daily. Fourth, should any streamer be concerned about Shark's exorbitant termination fees, the legal department of Tinging Holdings will handle all legal disputes free of charge. For specific details, please refer to the official website of Tinging Holdings. Yuan concluded, his tone still placid. Welcome, everyone, to a new and cleaner space. At that moment, every streamer, guild leader, and platform executive watching the live stream felt a chill run from their spines to the crown of their heads. This was not merely poaching. It was a massacre. They intended to uproot the very foundation of Shark Live with boundless capital. In the operations department of Shark Live, Li Mingshan slumped in his chair, the color draining from his face at an observable rate, his body trembling uncontrollably. He listened to the voice emanating from his phone, feeling the world spin beneath him. It's over. Everything is over. Shut it down. Suddenly, he sprang up from his chair like a madman, pointing at the screen and hoarsely shouting, "Quickly, close her live stream." Immediately, the operations director, Wang Hai, merely watched him quietly, his eyes filled with sorrow. Now you think to shut it down? It's too late. A technician trembled as he typed a command on the keyboard. In the next moment, Jiang Shanshan's live stream went dark before the eyes of millions of viewers. A cold system message appeared. This live stream has been forcibly closed due to violations. This action became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The viewers, who had been in shock, erupted in fury. Damn, can't handle it. Getting desperate now? A cover-up. A blatant cover-up. It's confirmed. Shark treats Yuan like a pig for slaughter. Brothers, let us charge Shark as official. Uninstall the app. Trash platform. Shark is dead. Burn paper for the dead. From today onwards, I only recognize Tinging Live. Tinging is amazing. The storm had formed. Throughout that night, the entire Shark platform was utterly overturned. Chapter 53. For Yuan, I am willing to be a pervert. At the Shark Live headquarters, in the top-floor conference room. The air was so oppressive it seemed one could wring water from it. The voice of the public relations director was shaky as he reported the data on the screen. In the top 5 trending topics, we occupy 3 spots. Tinging Live and Yuan's declaration of war against Shark. The dark underbelly of Shark. All the traffic is surging towards this issue. No sooner had he finished speaking than a board member slammed his hand on the table, the heavy wooden surface resonating with a dull thud. This is absurd. His gaze swept over everyone present, as if surveying a bunch of worthless individuals. Who does he think he is? Creating a live streaming platform? Does he know how much money this industry burns daily? Giving money to users? Is money just blown in by the wind? I see him as merely posturing, attempting to extort us. Before he could finish, the market department director spoke coldly. Wang, this time, we might truly have hit a snag. He pushed the tablet in his hand to the center of the table. On the screen was the official page of corporate information, a bold line of black text piercing everyone's eyes. Tinging Holdings, registered capital paid in, 500 billion. Date of establishment, half a month ago. 500 billion. The previously arrogant Wang now had all color drained from his face, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. In the conference room, even the sound of breathing had vanished. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his frames, his eyes filled with shock. He was not joking. So what do we do? Negotiate. Send someone to negotiate immediately. Some were thrown into disarray on the spot. Negotiate. He slapped us in the face in front of the entire internet. Do we still want our Shark brand? Can a brand be eaten? If the company is crushed by his money, we'll all be out of a job. Arguments and accusations erupted like boiling water, flooding the conference room in an instant. Enough. A calm voice broke through, heavy enough to silence all noise. The chairman, who had remained silent at the head of the table, slowly lifted his head. He was over 50, with graying temples and eyes as deep as the abyss. As he spoke, the entire conference room fell silent. What is the panic? He surveyed his lost soul subordinates, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. A new live streaming platform, from inception to existence, requires time. He has money. But money cannot conjure servers and technical teams out of thin air. We still have time. He raised a finger. First, the public relations department will issue a statement, maintaining a hard stance. Just say that the groupings were random and fair. It's entirely reasonable for a newcomer like Jiang Shanshan to be matched with rookie teammates. As for the ban, he openly poached our platform streamers. If we don't ban him, who should we ban? He raised a second finger. Secondly, contact the internet trolls to stir the waters. Just say that this situation is far too distant, and if he cannot bear the loss, he will flip the table, revealing his utter lack of credibility, transform him from a victim into a mere laughingstock. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the operations director, Wang Hai. Thirdly, that fool Li Mingshan. Handle it internally and announce it company-wide. Reach out to Wen Tingtian, restore her position and double her salary, and persuade her to return. Wang Hai opened his mouth, but it simply turned into a sigh as he bowed his head in acceptance, saying, "Understood." The chairman leaned back into his spacious chair, setting the tone for this tumultuous affair. As for that distant figure, let him be for now. Once his platform is established and his funds are nearly depleted, his fervor will naturally wane. At that point, whether to strike or to reconcile will once again rest in our hands. In Jiangzhou, within a rundown apartment complex, the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of strawberry milk. A petite girl donned in a pink bunny onesie sat cross-legged on an esports chair, her little feet gently swaying beneath it. Her soft pink curls were somewhat tousled, and she held a lollipop in her mouth. Her clear doe-like eyes fixated intently on a glaringly flawed clarification announcement on the screen. With a chuckle, the girl couldn't contain her amusement, nearly dropping her lollipop. Hee. This is so entertaining. She clutched her phone, excitedly rolling around on her bed like a cat that had discovered a new toy. God Gua is just too handsome. Tingtian is live streaming. A declaration of war against an industry using just one name. What a fantastical plot. Her name was Chu Xin, 19 years old. In the online realm, she bore another alias, Little Bunny, a name that sent shivers down the spines of countless cybersecurity firms. From the overwhelming might of 100 million crushing dragon, to the awe-inspiring Guangling shocking the world, she had witnessed every move of Gua Yuan. In her heart, Gua Yuan had transcended from merely a wealthy and handsome man to a true deity walking amongst mortals. However, God Gua never replied to her private messages. Chu Xin, clutching a pink bunny pillow, furrowed her brow in frustration, the lollipop in her mouth crunching under her bite. She had sent over a dozen private messages to the account of Gua, all to no avail. What should she do? The shark's trolls had already begun to set the narrative, and if this continued, many would be deceived. Her fingers wandered aimlessly across the keyboard, her gaze darting swiftly between several screens. A thought, like a dangerous seed, sprouted from the depths of her heart. What if she directly hacked into his phone to give him a gentle reminder? The moment that thought emerged, she startled herself, her delicate doll-like face flushing crimson. No. How is that any different from being a creepy voyeur? He would surely despise me. She buried her head into the pillow like an ostrich burying its head in the sand after being frightened. Yet, she secretly peeked up, gazing at the distorted opinions on the screen, her lips forming a displeased pout. I just want to help him. I wouldn't invade his privacy. Just leaving a message to let him know someone supports him should be all right, right? In her mind, two little figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Ah, so infuriating. Chu Xin raked her fingers through her tousled hair, her gaze finally firming. She fetched a brand new strawberry-flavored lollipop from a nearby snack jar, tore the wrapper off, and popped it into her mouth. The sweet flavor melted in her mouth, seemingly granting her boundless courage. No more hesitation. A determined expression emerged on her innocent face that starkly contrasted with her cute exterior. To protect my God Yuan, even if I am labeled a creep, I will accept it. With that, she straightened her posture. In that instant, her entire demeanor transformed. The soft, adorable fangirl vanished, replaced by a focused and commanding digital queen. Her slender, delicate fingers danced across a specialized mechanical keyboard like fluttering butterflies. The crisp sounds of her keystrokes filled the quiet room, composing a silent battle hymn. On the screen, countless lines of code cascaded down like a waterfall. Firewalls, data encryption, IP masking, barriers that appeared insurmountable to the average person crumbled effortlessly beneath her fingertips. Her singular goal was clear, the phone of the man known as Gua Yuan. 5 minutes later, Chu Xin halted her actions, exhaling deeply. She gazed at the green icon on the screen that signified a successful connection, her head bobbing in triumph. Her lollipop tilting upward. Done. A mischievous smile spread across her face, revealing her adorable little canines. God Gua, here I come. Chapter 54, Little Sister Chu Xin. Casually hacking into someone else's phone is rather impolite, you know. Chu Xion's small hands hovered above the keyboard, her clear doe-like eyes blinking as she pondered. What should she write? Her fingertips tapped lightly, and a line of text appeared on the screen. Hello, God Gua. I'm your loyal fan, Little Bunny. No, that won't do. She shook her head vigorously, her pink curls bouncing. That sounds too frivolous. He would surely think I'm just a childish little girl. Deleted. Gua. The sharp platform is manipulating public opinion. Be cautious. The cold, blunt words on the screen made her frown again. Too stiff, as if issuing a command, lacking warmth. Oh, so annoying. She clutched her hair, feeling as though she might pull it out. Her fingers aimlessly tapped the keyboard, deleting and rewriting. cycling through versions that never quite satisfied her. As she stared at the half-written message to Godgua, "You must be careful," the more she disliked it. A wave of frustration rising within her. She let out a childish squeal, clenched her small fist, and lightly struck the computer desk. The force was slight, but it was enough to produce a muffled thud. The half-finished cup of strawberry milk on the desk jolted violently due to the sudden movement. The cup toppled over, spilling the pinkish-white liquid across the desk, soaking her precious mechanical keyboard. "My keyboard!" Chu Exine shrieked, scrambling to grab a tissue to rescue her beloved keyboard. In the chaos, her palm pressed down heavily on the lower right corner of the keyboard. Click! The crisp sound of the enter key being pressed froze all of Chu Exine's movements. Slowly, she lifted her head, her gaze vacant as she stared at her main screen. The half-finished message, along with a long string of gibberish she had accidentally typed while frantically wiping, had been sent out. "This is the end." Chu Exine sat dazed in her chair, the lollipop in her mouth falling to the ground with a thud, rolling beneath the desk. At the Tingyan mansion, in the top-floor presidential suite, Yuan was holding his phone, his fingers gliding across the screen as he contemplated how to develop the emerging platform, Tingtian Live. He was about to dial Shun Tingyan's number when, without warning, the screen of his phone blacked out. The next moment, a soft pink glow illuminated the darkened screen. Immediately, one after another, pixelated pink bunnies, prancing joyfully, leapt forth from the edges of the screen. Amidst the throng of countless rabbits, a line of crooked artistic text gradually materialized. "Warning! Bunny catastrophe incoming." Yuan gazed at this childish yet oddly endearing scene, utterly bewildered. The animation lasted for 5 seconds before the pink bunnies and text vanished together. The phone screen returned to normal, but an unremovable dialog box popped up. Within it, a single line of incomprehensible text appeared. "Yuan Shun, you must beware of a Sajkla, Sajdik." Yuan stared at the nonsensical string of gibberish, attempting to click the input box, only to discover that all touch functions of his phone had ceased to operate. He could neither respond nor close the window. His phone was irrevocably locked. Yuan finally confirmed that he had been hacked. He closed his eyes and calmly uttered in his mind, "System, activate the goddess's eye." Name, Chu Xin. Age, 19. Attractiveness, 97. Potential, 99. Rating, 98. Affection, 80. Unlockable skill direction, hacker. Chu Xin. Yuan regarded this unfamiliar name, then glanced at the affection score of 80. Deepening his confusion, ding. Detected that the target heroine Chu Xion's affection level has reached 80 and meets binding conditions. Binding will grant immediate access to master-level hacking skills. Would you like to bind immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan chose to bind. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, hacking master level. The moment the words were spoken, an incomprehensibly vast torrent of data surged into Yuan's mind. Countless top-tier knowledge and experiences regarding cyber offense and defense were instinctively imprinted deep within his soul. Yuan slowly opened his eyes, casually placing the locked phone aside. He approached his desk and opened his laptop. His slender fingers gently tapped on the keyboard. A silent pursuit ensued. In a rental room, Chu Xin was cradling her head, burying her face in her knees, resembling a misbehaving ostrich being punished, repeatedly muttering to herself, it's over, I'm doomed. He must think I'm insane. Why did I have to bang my desk? My milk, my keyboard, my Yuan Shun." She was enveloped in a sense of despair and regret akin to the end of the world. Suddenly, the screens before her flickered simultaneously without warning. Chu Xin paused, slowly lifting her head. In the next instant, all her computer screens went black. Chu Xion's heart skipped a beat, an ominous premonition rising from the depths of her being. The following moment, a line of white text slowly emerged, letter by letter. In the center of the main screen, "Little sister Chu Xin, hacking into someone else's phone is quite rude, you know." As those 2 words appeared, the girl's body jolted, as if her blood had momentarily ceased to flow. She had been discovered? No, that was impossible. All her defensive measures were top tier. It was inconceivable that she could be found so swiftly. Moreover, how could he know her true name? A chilling sensation of being completely exposed seized her heart. Fear engulfed her like a colossal wave from the deep sea. Yet, mere seconds later, as she mulled over that sentence, particularly the teasing "oh" at the end, the profound fear within her began to be gradually supplanted by a more fervent emotion. He knew my name. Within mere minutes, he had traced me back. He spoke in a tone reminiscent of a brother gently admonishing a mischievous sister. This man, this one who played Guang Ling San and threw millions about, he was, indeed, an incomprehensibly powerful hacker. A mixture of shock, awe, embarrassment, and fervent admiration exploded from the depths of Chu Xion's heart. She abruptly leaped from her chair, so overwhelmed with excitement that she forgot she was still in her adorable bunny onesie. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her bright eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light, bouncing around her tiny room. Ah, so handsome. Yuan Shun is unbelievably handsome. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan observed the message he had successfully sent on his laptop screen. A faint smile gracing his lips. Ding! The system's prompt chimed again. Detected a significant increase in binding heroine Chu Xian's affection level. Current affection level, 90. Congratulations, host. The skill hacking, master level, has automatically upgraded to hacking, grandmaster level. Chapter 55. Yuan Shin's call. The socially awkward little bunny steps out. Gu Yuan's fingertips concluded the final character on the keyboard. The torrent of data on the screen subsided into silence. A highly encrypted personal file was forcibly unraveled, quietly resting at the center of the screen. Chu Xin. IP location, Jiangzhou Old Town, Shanyang Road number 117. Accompanied by a phone number. Below the file, several remittance records from overseas anonymous accounts were noted, primarily as safety test remuneration. So this is how she makes a living. Gu Yuan picked up his phone. A fleeting thought unlocking the screen. He entered the number into the dial interface and pressed the call button. In the rental room, Chu Xian was hugging a gigantic pink bunny pillow, rolling around on her bed. She was nearly drowning in overwhelming excitement. Her soft, pink, curly hair was tousled. Yet she paid it no mind. The words on her computer's main screen remained clear. Little sister Chu Xian, hacking into someone else's phone is quite rude, you know? He knows my name. He spoke to me as if scolding a mischievous younger sister. Chu Xian's small face turned as red as a ripe apple. Her doe-like eyes sparkling, brimming with an excess of light. Just then, a sharp vibration pierced the tranquility of the room. Buzz, her modified non-smartphone, designed for safety, protested insistently on the cluttered desk piled with snack wrappers. On the screen, the words, unknown caller, appeared, devoid of any warmth. Chu Xian flinched. The once lively girl now lost all color in her face, reverting to her timid, anxious bunny demeanor. She climbed off the bed, tiptoeing toward the desk like a thief, peering at the vibrating phone. Her gaze upon the device was akin to scrutinizing a package that might explode at any moment. Who could it be? A salesperson? A scammer? A bold thought emerged, tightening her heart with trepidation. Could it be him? The moment the thought crossed her mind, Chu Xian's heart began to race chaotically, pounding heavily against her chest. But why was he calling me? What does he want? If it truly is him, what should I say? Will my voice tremble? Will he think I'm strange? And if it's not him, what if I answer and it turns out to be a greasy telemarketer? The phone rang incessantly. Each chime felt like a public execution of her social anxiety. Chu Xian's mind was a turbulent mess. Just as the ringing was about to cease, she gritted her teeth and shut her eyes. Forget it. If I get fooled, so be it. She extended her trembling hand and decisively tapped the small screen. Hello. She pressed the phone to her ear, releasing a barely audible word with a voice as faint as a whisper. Then, she held her breath, awaiting the judgment from the other end. There was a brief silence on the line, followed by a clear, calm voice imbued with an innate authoritative resonance. Chu Xian. The world fell silent. Chu Xian felt as though her soul had been extricated from her body by that voice. Yes, it is him. Truly him. His voice, clearer and more magnetic than when she heard him during the live broadcast, carried an undeniable weight. Chu Xian opened her mouth, her throat tightening, unable to utter a single word, only managing a series of unintelligible whimpers. Her face flushed crimson in desperation as she nodded vigorously at her phone, entirely forgetting that he couldn't see her. Gu Yuan seemed unfazed by her reaction, continuing in his steady tone. I'm Gu Yuan. I need your expertise to help me develop a platform. Are you interested? In that instant, Chu Xian forgot how to breathe, her clear doe-like eyes sparkling with disbelief. He needs my skills? He wants my assistance? A dizzying sensation of being personally chosen by a deity washed over her, causing her to forget all her nervousness and fear. She exerted all her strength, squeezing out a heavy monosyllable from her throat. Very well. A hint of barely perceptible amusement laced Gu Yuan's voice. I'll send someone to pick you up. The address is 401, Unit 3, 117, Xianyang Road, Old Town, Jiangzhou. That is correct, isn't it? Chu Xian was once again taken aback. He knows my address down to the last detail. This feeling of being completely seen, with nowhere to hide, did not instill fear in her. Rather, it fueled the flame of admiration within her, burning brighter. In the face of absolute power, any struggle felt futile, and she willingly submitted. She resumed, nodding fervently. I'll be there in half an hour. The brief command echoed through the line before the call ended. Chu Xian remained frozen in her phone-holding position, dazed. A few seconds later, she finally gathered her wits. Half an hour? I have to go out. I'll have to meet someone. A scream, capable of toppling the roof, erupted in her tiny apartment. Chu Xin was a bundle of nerves. Tossing her phone aside and dashing toward her small wardrobe, she flung open the cabinet doors, staring at the densely packed clothing within, sinking into an unprecedented panic. This one, the pink rabbit hoodie. It's too childish. He'll definitely think I'm a little kid. This one, the black t-shirt with an anime girl. No, too geeky. I'll be seen as a weirdo. And this, the gothic Lolita lace dress. That S for the comic convention. If I wear this to meet him, I'll surely be thought of as insane. Chu Xin frantically rummaged through her wardrobe, tossing one item after another onto the bed and floor. Soon, her small room resembled a disaster zone. And there she stood, clad in wrinkled pajamas, amidst the chaos, on the verge of tears. It's over. I don't have a single piece of decent clothing to wear outside. Tingyan Mansion, penthouse. Gu Yuan hung up the call with Chu Xin and immediately dialed another number. The phone was answered almost instantaneously. Mr. Gu. Shin Tingyan's voice came through, eternally professional and composed. Tingyan, I need you to pick someone up for me. Gu Yuan issued his instructions directly, providing Chu Xin's address. Her name is Chu Xin. She is our new platform's core technical lead. Bring her to the penthouse to see me. On the other end, Shun Tingyan's breathing remained steady, but the pen she was poised to sign with paused on the document for a brief moment, leaving a distinct ink blot. The title of core technical lead carried enough weight to catch the eye of any captain of industry. Yet Mr. Gu had entrusted this position to a girl named Chu Xin, whose very name suggested youthful innocence. In Shun Tingyan's mind, the previously vague image of a female elite shattered, replaced by a vast expanse of curiosity and uncertainty. Understood, Mr. Gu. She did not ask a single question, her tone devoid of any wavering. I'll set off immediately. Chapter 56. The socially anxious little rabbit is caught by the great demon king. Half an hour later, a knock echoed at the door of Gu Yuan's bedroom. Outside stood Shin Tingyan, impeccably dressed in a cream-colored tailored skirt suit, her chestnut hair elegantly pinned up, wearing an impeccable professional smile. Yet behind her lurked a small figure that seemed utterly out of place in such a luxurious suite. A girl. She dared to peek out from behind Shin Tingyan, revealing only half of her fluffy head. Her tousled, soft pink curls cascaded messily, as if she had just been forcibly yanked from her cozy bed, still retaining a hint of lingering sleepiness. She was clad in an oversized pink hoodie, the rabbit ears drooping listlessly from the hood. Beneath the hoodie, she wore a pleated skirt that contrasted sharply with her upper attire, her slender legs encased in pure white knee-high socks. Upon making eye contact with Gu Yuan inside, her doe-like eyes widened in pure panic. She quickly retreated, her gaze dropping, and her small hands instinctively gripping the sides of her hoodie, crumpling the soft fabric into a ball. Is this the little bunny who commands storms in the digital realm, stirring up waves with her code? Gu Yuan, observing the evident fragility of the girl, felt an impulsive thought arise within him, to reach out and tousle her fluffy pink hair, to see what it would be like to make such a timid little rabbit cry. The thought flickered away as quickly as it had come, and Gu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Mr. Gu, I've brought her. Shin Tingyan stepped aside, fully revealing the cowering Chu Xin to Gu Yuan's gaze. Her voice remained as professional as ever, yet a hint of suppressed amusement danced in her peach blossom eyes, clearly indicating that she had come to understand the unique qualities of this core technical lead during their journey. Pushed forward, Chu Xin nearly buried her face in her chest, her lips moving as she struggled for a moment before managing to squeeze out 2 words from her throat. The voice was as delicate as that of a mosquito. Come in, please, Gu Yuan said calmly, turning aside to clear the path to the room. Chu Xin dared not lift her gaze, taking small, timid steps as the tips of her shoes brushed against the soft carpet, inching into the room. All her attention was fixated on her shoelaces, which seemed to harbor the most profound secrets of the universe. Qingyan. Gu Yuan closed the door and turned his gaze towards Shin Qingyan. We must retaliate against the public opinion from the shark side. The smile in Shin Qingyan's eyes faded, and she shifted into work mode, fully aware that the war was about to commence. Understood. Go ahead. All right, Mr. Gu. Shin Qingyan nodded succinctly, casting a meaningful glance at the girl who stood frozen in place before turning to leave. The door clicked shut softly, sending a jolt of tension through Chu Xin's body. She hardly dared to breathe, her heartbeat echoing loudly in the overly quiet atmosphere. Come here. Gu Yuan's voice resonated in the spacious living room as he strode directly into the study without looking back. Chu Xin softly acquiesced, following him closely like a domesticated creature. In the study, Gu Yuan pushed his laptop toward her. I have a preliminary concept for the architecture of the new platform. Please take a look. Chu Xin sat down in the spacious leather chair, occupying only a small corner, her back straight, hands delicately resting on her knees. Her gaze fell upon the illuminated screen. Upon seeing the familiar framework diagrams, logical flows, and lines of nascent code, a spark finally ignited in her previously dim doe-like eyes. It was as if fish had returned to water and birds had found the sky. This was a world uniquely hers, a sanctuary of safety. Yuan refrained from interrupting her, opening another notebook to browse the latest trends in public opinion. The atmosphere in the study gradually transformed from one of tense suppression to focused tranquility. Xian immersed herself in the realm of code, her taut nerves relaxing considerably. Her slender fingers glided across the touchpad, exploring the architecture Yuan had provided. With each glance, the light in her eyes grew brighter. It was grand, complete, and remarkably forward-thinking. Remarkable, she thought. Occasionally pausing to ponder, her peripheral vision darted toward the man beside her. He was intently gazing at his screen. His profile clean and defined, with a high nose and thin lips pressed together, obscuring his expression. Just an ordinary college student, she mused quietly to herself. Before her arrival, she had imagined countless iterations of Yuan. Perhaps a business magnate clad in a trench coat and sunglasses, or a refined rogue in a dimly lit room donning gold-rimmed glasses. In any case, he certainly did not match the image before her. He appeared nothing like the dazzling overlord capable of slaying with a mere glance. However, she stole another glance, this time bolder. Despite his seemingly ordinary appearance, resembling a neighbor who might help fix your computer, why did her heart race so? Xian's thoughts drifted. It was precisely this ordinariness that rendered his previous actions all the more inscrutable. A man who seemed so unremarkable could play the Guangling melody, a piece of divine music. A seemingly harmless youth could, with an unflinching demeanor, wield his fortune to stir the tides of the entire live-streaming industry. A handsome gentleman who appeared clueless about computers could trace her back in mere minutes, issuing a warning in a tone reminiscent of a sibling chastising a wayward sister. Such stark contrasts evoked a shiver deep within her, not of fear, but of a near-religious submission. An indescribable emotion unfurled from the softest corners of her heart, quietly entwining around it. A warmth surged from her chest to her head, leaving her cheeks ablaze. She hurriedly lowered her gaze, her long pink curls cascading down like a curtain, thoroughly concealing her betraying blush and the misty sheen in her eyes. Feigning concentration on the screen, her heart thudded powerfully against her ribcage, reverberating in her ears. She believed her subtle movements were seamless. Yet, beside her, the man's voice broke the silence. He did not turn his head, his eyes still fixed on his screen. Is this architecture challenging for you? He paused, then shifted his tone, a hint of amusement lacing his words. Or is it simply too warm in here? Chapter 57. He calls me, my little bunny. Ah, no, it's not difficult. And it's not warm. Xian's voice was almost inaudible, wishing she could bury her entire face in her hoodie. Observing her nearly curling into a ball, Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly. He decided not to further tease the startled little bunny. All right, let's get to work. He pointed to the computer screen. Create the app for Tinglon Live. Upon hearing the word app, Xian's evasive doe-like eyes sparkled with newfound focus. She abruptly lifted her head, all prior awkwardness and anxiety dissipating. Yes, she nodded vigorously, embodying the resolve of a soldier receiving orders. In the study, only the crisp sound of keystrokes remained, weaving an unspoken battle hymn. Yuan glanced at the girl beside him. Xian had transformed. Or rather, she had returned to her rightful throne. The girl who would blush at a single word, who was so nervous her voice trembled, had vanished. In her place stood a commanding digital queen. Her back was straight, her clear doe-like eyes fixated on the screen, reflecting the cascading code like a waterfall, radiating an almost divine aura. Yuan withdrew his gaze, immersing himself in his work as well. Time flowed silently in the torrent of code. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, Xian pressed the final enter key. All done. She let out a long sigh of relief, stretching her arms wide and leaning back into the generous chair. The bunny ears on her pink hoodie flopped lazily. Despite a sleepless night, there was no trace of fatigue on her face. Rather, her extreme focus rendered her vibrant, her fair cheeks glowing with health. She turned to Yuan, her clear doe-like eyes shimmering with a childlike eagerness for praise. She even puffed out her small chest proudly, playfully nudging him. What do you think? I told you, in the world of code and networks, I am a deity. She lifted her chin, assuming the demeanor of an elder sister who would oversee all matters online. Yuan, observing her vivacious demeanor, couldn't help but smile. He remained silent, merely gazing at her with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. As Xian concluded her grandiose speech, she was still lost in her own words, anticipating compliments and admiration from Yuan. However, after a few moments, realization dawned upon her. What had she just said to him? To protect him? Boom. The girl's cheeks instantaneously flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. In the blink of an eye, the once vibrant queen was left deflated. Akin to a punctured balloon, her confidence completely evaporated. She sprang up from her chair, her small hands anxiously clutching the hem of her sweatshirt, her fingertips turning pale from the strain. Why you? I'm so sorry. Goo Yuan. I didn't mean it like that. I was rambling. I was out of my mind. Please, don't take it seriously. In her frantic state, she waved her hands, her voice reverting to a quivering whisper. Oh no, oh no, oh no. How could I say such things to Goo Yuan? Would he think I'm an ungrateful weirdo? Would he be so angry that he'd throw me out of here? The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her heart. Her eyes grew red, tears threatening to spill from her clear, doe-like gaze. She clutched the hem of her clothing, standing there with a pitiful demeanor, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment. Goo Yuan stood and approached her. Chu Xian instinctively bowed her head lower, nearly touching her chest. The anticipated reproach did not come. Instead, a warm hand gently rested on her head, tousling her soft, pink curls even more. Chu Xian blinked in bewilderment as she looked up. Goo Yuan was gazing down at her with a gentle smile, tinged with a hint of playful mockery. You are quite impressive, he spoke softly, yet his words penetrated her ears with clarity. So, from now on in the digital realm, it appears I shall rely on you to shield me, my little rabbit. Chu Xian's mind went blank. A resounding buzz echoed in her thoughts. He was not angry. He complimented me. He called me my little rabbit. Ding. Detected a significant increase in the affection level of the protagonist, Chu Xian. Current affection level, 95. In the penthouse living room of Qingyan Mansion, Shen Qingyan sat upright on the sofa, though her gaze occasionally drifted toward the diagonal corner. There, Chu Xian was nestled in a single armchair, clutching a gigantic pillow, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, clearly on the verge of sleep. On the opposite side, a woman of gentle demeanor and striking beauty sat uneasily. It was the recently arrived Wen Tinglan. She sat with her hands neatly folded on her lap, her back impeccably straight, her posture immaculate. Goo Yuan broke the silence, addressing the group. Now that everyone is present, let us convene briefly. He turned his gaze to Shen Qingyan. I will be infusing an additional 500 billion into Qingyan Holdings. Shen Qingyan's hand, which held a cup of coffee, froze mid-air, yet her expression remained the epitome of professional composure. This sum will serve but one purpose. Goo Yuan's gaze shifted to Wen Tinglan. In the name of Qingyan Holdings, we shall establish a new subsidiary. The name shall be Tinglan Network Media Company, Limited. Wen Tinglan's head shot up, her serene almond eyes wide with disbelief. My name? Still reeling from this monumental revelation, she was further stunned by Goo Yuan's next statement, causing her blood to rush to her head. You shall serve as the legal representative of the company. Me? Wen Tinglan stammered, hastily shaking her head, her tone rising in pitch. And no, Mr. Goo, I cannot do this. I am merely an ordinary customer service representative. I know nothing and cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. The notion of her being appointed the legal representative of a company with a capital of hundreds of billions was nothing short of absurd. You need only focus on what you excel at, Goo Yuan stated calmly, yet his voice carried an undeniable persuasive force. Chu Xian will handle the platform's infrastructure and technology. He gestured toward the nearly slumbering pink-haired girl. Shen Qingyan will manage capital operations and external affairs. And you, my dear, shall oversee the entire operation of the streaming platform. Recruit streamers, establish rules, and maintain the community's ecosystem. Goo Yuan regarded her intently. Is this not what you have always excelled at? Yet, the weight of the title legal representative felt too heavy for Wen Tinglan, leaving her breathless. At that moment, Shen Qingyan, who had remained silent, set down her coffee cup, producing a soft sound as it met the table. She looked at Wen Tinglan, her expression warm and professional. Miss Wen, you need not feel any psychological burden. You are the head of the company, but in practice, we are a team. Goo Yuan observed Wen Tinglan's continued confusion and made a final declaration. Thus, it is settled. From today, you will be the general manager and legal representative of Tinglan Media. Your task is to develop the platform as swiftly as possible. Money is not an issue, nor a personnel. The legal department and recruitment resources of Qingyan Holdings will fully support you. Go forth and execute. When Tinglan gazed at the man before her, his calm demeanor and the grand vision he painted igniting a fire within her, she stood, bowing deeply to Goo Yuan, her voice trembling with emotion. Thank you, Mr. Goo. I will not betray your trust. Chapter 58. Let them create a ruckus. The greater the commotion, the swifter their demise. When Tinglan deeply bowed, her waist bending at a perfect 90 degrees, her silky, dark hair cascading from her shoulders. The excitement in her voice became uncontrollable, each word laced with a delicate tremor. Goo Yuan observed her with a tranquil expression, refraining from offering assistance. He simply gestured toward the nearby sofa. Please, take a seat, he instructed, his tone soft yet imbued with a strange, soothing power that instantly calmed the tumult within Wen Tinglan. She gradually straightened, her chest rising and falling from the earlier excitement, taking a moment to compose herself before settling into her seat. Yet, she dared only to perch on the edge of the sofa, her back still impeccably straight, resembling a novice soldier awaiting orders. Tinglan Media is officially established today. Gu Yuan wasted no time on pleasantries, diving straight into the matter at hand. In the initial stages, our core team consists of the four of us. His gaze swept over the three women present, the strategic Shen Qingyan, the meticulous Wen Tinglan, and the sleepy Chu Exine, who was nodding off with her pillow. Shen Qingyan, you will oversee all the procedures for the new company under the name of Qingyan Holdings. Legal and financial matters must be streamlined. Understood, Mr. Gu. Shen Qingyan acknowledged with a slight nod, already unlocking her phone and swiftly jotting down notes without a single extraneous word. Chu Exine, Gu Yuan's voice, though not loud, penetrated the drowsy haze enveloping the pink-haired girl. Chu Exine jolted awake, her doe-like eyes still glazed with sleep, gazing at him in confusion. You will be responsible for the procurement of the platform's servers and its cybersecurity framework. Money knows no bounds. Equipment, procure only the finest. I desire a system capable of accommodating millions online simultaneously, one that is utterly impervious to breaches. As the phrase "no limits" resonated clearly in her ears, the haze in Chu Xian's eyes was instantly dispelled by a blinding light, strikingly brilliant. She nodded vigorously, her voice still laced with the soft, muddled tones of someone just awakened. The package is on me. Gu Yuan's gaze eventually settled on Wen Tinglan. Tinglan, your responsibilities are the most substantial. From this day forth, assemble an operational team and recruit talent from other platforms directly. Wen Tinglan immediately shifted into work mode, her innate professionalism prompting her to instinctively pose the most vital question. Mr. Gu, what is the salary standard? Gu Yuan raised two fingers, twice the industry standard. What? Wen Tinglan nearly sprang from the sofa, her reaction a reflex ingrained from years of professional experience. Mr. Gu, this defies reason. Doubling salaries will significantly inflate operational costs and may cultivate mercenaries who only recognize monetary gain, jeopardizing the long-term stability of the team. As she spoke, she paused, for she noticed Gu Yuan gazing at her with an unruffled demeanor. Beside her, Shen Qingyan, holding a coffee cup, momentarily halted, her expression betraying a hint of scrutiny. This woman possesses the potential to become a formidable talent. Tinglan, your thinking remains fixated on merely expanding a company. His words made Wen Tinglan feel her cheeks flush with heat. What I seek is not a gradually evolving startup. Gu Yuan reclined comfortably on the sofa. Each word he uttered fell like a heavy hammer, shattering Wen Tinglan's preconceptions. What I require is a weapon capable of dismantling the existing market landscape in the shortest possible time. The doubled salaries do not buy loyalty, they purchase time, along with all the connections and resources behind them. I intend to swiftly siphon off the industry's top talent. Cost is not a concern for now. When Tinglan stared at him, her mind reeling as the string of convention was irrevocably severed by his statements. All the business principles she had absorbed over the past decade crumbled in that moment. She finally comprehended the magnitude of the entity she was to assist. He was not merely conducting business. He was using capital to redefine the rules of the game. I understand, Mr. Gu. When Tinglan lowered her head once more, this time devoid of any hesitation, her voice imbued with pure conviction. There is one more matter, Shen Qingyan interjected at the opportune moment, steering the agenda forward. I have already shortlisted several top-tier office buildings in Jiangzhou. No need, Gu Yuan interrupted directly. Shen Qingyan lifted her gaze, a flicker of confusion crossing her delicate features. I will handle the headquarters building, he declared nonchalantly. You need only focus on assembling the personnel and framework. He offered no further explanation. Yet his certainty prompted Shen Qingyan to effortlessly strike this task from her to-do list. Very well. Then, suddenly, Shen Qingyan's words were interrupted by a rapid buzzing. Her phone, resting on the coffee table, illuminated with a flurry of news notifications, overwhelming the screen in an instant. Her brow furrowed. The frequency of these alerts was decidedly abnormal. She picked up her phone, glanced at it, and the perfect professional smile vanished from her face. Mr. Gu, she raised her head, her expression grave. The Shark platform has begun to retaliate. She turned her phone screen toward Gu Yuan. Shark Live responds. Fair grouping. It is only natural for newcomers to match with newcomers. Why is the wealthy throwing a fit? Can one simply wield their billions to do as they please? Rational discussion. Is Mr. Yuan's action a defense of rights or an act of bullying? In a mere half hour, several inflammatory topics had been forcefully propelled to trending status by the might of capital. Upon clicking the topics, the comment section beneath Shark's official, righteous statement had already succumbed to chaos. An influx of unfamiliar voices emerged from nowhere. To be fair, Shark is in the right. Isn't it normal for newcomers to be paired with newcomers? Laughable. Does spending a bit of money make one the emperor of the platform? Such a poor display. Isn't this just a classic case of rich people being sore losers, throwing a tantrum? These seemingly rational voices were swiftly drowned out by a deluge of uniformly negative comments. The tide of public opinion was being forcibly redirected by an invisible hand. When Tinglan leaned in for a closer look, the color draining from her face. Having spent years at Shark, she understood better than anyone the terrifying capability of platform public relations and hired commenters. They were distorting concepts, turning your pursuit of justice into an unreasonable uproar. Once such a narrative takes root, it could severely tarnish your reputation and burden when Tinglan's debut in live streaming with an original sin of impropriety. Her voice tightened, laced with palpable anxiety. Even the previously indifferent Chu Xian scrunched her nose in displeasure, petulantly muttering, "Nonsense, these people are so annoying." The atmosphere in the living room grew somewhat oppressive. Both Shen Qingyan and Wen Tinglan awaited Gu Yuan's directive. However, Gu Yuan merely scrolled through the comments on his phone, his expression unchanging, as if perusing a dull financial report. It was only after he had finished reading the last comment that he looked up, locking the screen and carelessly tossing the phone aside. He gazed out the window, his tone unperturbed, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. Let them stir up trouble. The bigger the commotion, the better. He turned back, his gaze landing on Shen Qingyan. In a moment, summon GCI. Inform her that I possess certain information that could cause Shark's stock price to plummet within 3 minutes of market opening. Chapter 59. Let them revel a while longer. In the penthouse of Qingyan Mansion, the air in the living room was thick with tension and silence reigned. Only the intermittent illumination from the phone screens flickered across each person's face. When Tinglan clutched her phone, the cold glow reflecting her pale complexion. Her fingertips mindlessly scrolled down the screen, refreshing it repeatedly. This mechanical motion seemed to provide her with a modicum of solace. Mr. Yuan cannot afford to lose. The wealthy bully the platform. Shark's official response. Rational discussion. Can one do as they please with $1 billion at their disposal? Each headline was followed by a blood-red explosion icon. Mr. Gu, the top 3 trending topics are all dominated by them. When Tinglan spoke softly, striving to maintain her composure, though the tension in her voice betrayed her. The comment section has nearly been overrun. Shen Qingyan, holding her coffee cup, found that even the rising steam could not mask the gravity etched on her brow. This is a classic tactic in public relations. First seize the moral high ground with announcements, then fan the flames of class resentment with hired commenters to muddy the waters. She set down her cup and looked at Gu Yuan. The most troublesome aspect is that they will enlist a few so-called industry insiders to present lies as truths, and we will find ourselves at a loss for words. In the corner of the sofa, Chu Xian's cheeks puffed up, resembling a disgruntled balloon, her small mouth forming a pout of dissatisfaction. She cradled the notebook in her arms, the code scrolling across the screen at a terrifying pace. I've extracted all the IP addresses of these trolls, she murmured discontentedly, each word laced with indignation. They're all foreign zombie accounts and botnets, so despicable. I wish I could just follow the network cable and smash their routers. 3 women, 3 distinct reactions, vividly portrayed the sudden tempest. Only Gu Yuan remained composed in his seat, his expression betraying not a hint of disturbance. He listened quietly, as if their discussion were merely a commercial case entirely unrelated to him. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Shen Qingyan rose to answer it. GCI entered, not wearing a coat. Clad in a sharply tailored women's suit, with the cuffs of her white silk shirt casually rolled up to her elbows, revealing a slender wrist adorned with a rugged men's mechanical watch. She did not take a seat. Her gaze swept across the room, landing directly on Gu Yuan. I've reviewed the situation on my way here. Where's the evidence? Gu Yuan gestured with his chin towards Chu Xian. Understanding, Chu Xian tapped a few times on the touchpad, projecting 2 screenshots onto the enormous LCD screen in the living room. One displayed Jiang Shanshan's initial teammate list, featuring sweet little glutinous rice. The other showed the final teammate list, with 4 newcomers. GCI glanced at them briefly, then rhythmically tapped her index finger on the polished coffee table. Tap, tap. The crisp sounds deepened the tension in the room. These 2 images could only serve as a prelude. GC's judgment was devoid of any emotional bias. The opposing party would undoubtedly assert that they were photoshopped. If this was all we had, we'd be dragged into a quagmire, time-consuming and laborious, and likely without victory. Her words cast a shadow over Wen Tinglan and Shen Qingyan, who both understood the truth in GC's assessment. In a realm where capital manipulated public opinion, screenshots lacking the ability to self-validate were rendered as worthless as scrap paper. At that moment, Gu Yuan, who had remained silent, smiled. He looked at GCI and then at everyone else. I want them to believe that this is all we possess, just this photoshopped image. His declaration left all the women in attendance momentarily stunned. GC's tapping fingers halted. Gu Yuan's gaze shifted to the bewildered Chu Xian in the corner. Little rabbit, I need a gift that falls from the heavens. A gift so compelling that the shark board would collectively kneel at its feet. Gu Yuan's tone lingered with a hint of amusement as he continued. Most importantly, its origin must be from an anonymous avenger whom no one can trace. Chu Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, as if she had discovered the most exhilarating game in the world. The previous moment's indignation and anger were wholly replaced by sheer exhilaration. She leapt from the sofa, nodding vigorously like a soldier receiving deployment orders. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. With that, she dove back into her own world, instinctively pulling a lollipop from her hoodie pocket and popping it into her mouth. GCI regarded Gu Yuan, her elongated Danfang eyes reflecting a pure astonishment for the first time. She understood the strategy, to feign weakness. Using a flawed photoshopped image as bait to entice the shark platform and the capital behind it to defend the fabricated narrative as the sole truth. Then, with irrefutable evidence from a mysterious third party, they would deliver a fatal blow. This man was not merely engaging in a battle of public opinion. He was toying with human psychology. GCI suddenly felt that her past dealings with so-called top-tier business disputes paled in comparison to the finesse of this man. The atmosphere in the living room subtly shifted. GCI and Shun Qingyan exchanged glances, instantly grasping their respective tasks, and began to quietly and efficiently strategize. Gu Yuan paid no mind to their flurry of activity. He rose and approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window, taking out his phone to dial a number. The phone rang twice before being answered, and a vibrant yet wild voice came through the line. Oh, Boss Gu, is the sun rising in the west today? You actually remembered to call your sister? Do me a favor, Gu Yuan interrupted her teasing. I want to buy a building in Jiangzhou. The line fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, a mix of incredulity and inexplicable excitement broke through with a laugh. Buy a building? Do you think Jiangzhou is your backyard, where you can just stake a claim wherever you please? It's for my new company's headquarters. Gu Yuan's tone remained flat. I need it ready to move in immediately, in a prime location. Money is not an issue. On the other end, Sugwa felt her breath hitch slightly. In the Shark Live office, Li Mingshan leaned back in his boss chair, feet propped on the desk. Engrossed in scrolling through a plethora of derogatory comments aimed at Yuan Shun, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Fools. Do they really think a handful of petty cash makes them significant? What good is a lousy screenshot? We'll assert it's photoshopped, and what can he do about it? He gleefully waved his phone in front of Wang Hai, the operations director standing before him. See this? Wang, this is the fate of those who oppose me. Intensify our efforts. I want the trolls to hurl insults around the clock. I want Yuan Shin to become a complete joke. At Qingyan Manor, Chu Xian removed her headphones, turned around, and signaled an okay gesture to Gu Yuan, a mischievous smile gracing her face. Yuan Shun, I'm going in. Their back-end firewall is about as thin as the paper on my window. She swayed the lollipop in her mouth, lowering her voice as excitement filled her tone. Moreover, it's even messier than I imagined. Not only group modifications, but a plethora of fascinating things. Gu Yuan, observing the list of files that Chu Xian sent to his phone, felt his smile deepen. He did not turn back, his gaze fixed on the myriad lights outside the window. Not yet. Hold off for now. His voice was soft, yet carried a chilling ruthlessness that sent shivers down the spine of any prey. Let them revel a while longer. Chapter 60. The most cunning hunter always appears as the prey. Chu Xian, with a lollipop clamped in her mouth, swung her petite feet clad in pure white stockings beneath the sofa. Her bright, doe-like eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement as she gazed at Gu Yuan. Yuan Shun, when are we going to strike? She clutched her laptop closer, the data streaming on the screen a trophy she had just pilfered from the shark backend. Each line gleaming with malevolent promise. I've completely emptied their server. From data fabrication to withholding gift shares. Colluding with the guild to exploit small streamers. Just one of these revelations could bring them crashing down. She waved her tiny fist, brimming with anticipation. I can hardly wait to smash these findings in their faces. Gu Yuan remained silent. He merely approached her, his gaze fixed on the dazzling array of data. His expression focused as if he were admiring a complex work of art. Then, he extended his finger and gently tapped the screen twice, delineating 2 distinct folders. These 2 segments of system logs sufficed. His voice was calm. One contained the roster of teammates genuinely assigned to Jiang Shanshan by the system, while the other comprised records of their manual intervention, detailing the replacement of teammates. Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback, her lollipop forgotten in her mouth. Her petite chin nearly dropping. What? Just this? She blinked in confusion, her voice rising a few octaves, reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why? This is far too lenient on them. All the sensational information I painstakingly unearthed, if released, would cause an uproar on the shark platform, leaving not a trace behind. And then what? Gu Yuan countered, his tone devoid of emotion. He turned around, his gaze slowly sweeping over the three women in the living room. The more material we release, the heavier the traces left behind. Everyone will perceive this as Gu Yuan seeking revenge, as if I were lashing out in humiliation. Hiring hackers to obliterate a company. He paused. That wouldn't be justice. It would be a dog-eat-dog scenario. In the eyes of the onlookers, we would be no different from the sharks, both employing disreputable means to engage in conflict. This would burden our future Tinglan livestream from its inception with original sin. At that moment, GCI, who had remained silent, lifted her gaze. For the first time, pure admiration flickered in her elongated phoenix eyes. She comprehended that this man's thought process had transcended ordinary commercial retaliation, entering an entirely different realm. Gu Yuan's voice continued, akin to a patient instructor imparting knowledge to his pupils. What we require is a righteous third party, a mysterious hacker who, disapproving of the shark's underhanded dealings, would step forward to vindicate me. His aim is not destruction, but revelation of the truth. He will release only the most essential and direct evidence, using irrefutable facts to demonstrate that I am not being unreasonable and to prove that the shark official narrative is a blatant lie. Only then will the scales of public opinion tip entirely and unequivocally in our favor. I, Gu Yuan, will transform from a wealthy individual unable to bear defeat into a warrior against the shadows of capitalism. What we release will be the hammer of judgment, not a self-defense plea from Gu Yuan. His words caused a seismic shift in a corner of Wen Tinglan and Shen Qingyan's hearts. They gazed at Gu Yuan, this exceedingly youthful man, who, at the center of a maelstrom of online condemnation, displayed not an ounce of anger. Rather, he coolly regarded this crisis as a stage play to sculpt the perfect persona for himself. This temperament, this acumen, sent chills down their spines. Yet they could not help but feel a sense of reverence. Meanwhile, Chu Xin was flushed with excitement. The way she looked at Gu Yuan transcended mere admiration. It was akin to a devotee gazing upon a deity. I understand. I understand. She nodded vigorously, like a soldier receiving a battle command, excitedly waving her small hand, determined to feign nonchalance. Let them believe I am a chivalrous hero coming to the aid of the oppressed. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Gu Yuan chuckled, ruffling her soft pink-haired head, pleasantly surprised by the texture. He turned to Shen Qingyan. The helm of Qingyan Holdings regarded him now with a fresh, inquisitive gaze. As for timing, Gu Yuan's voice was soft yet imbued with a certainty that suggested he held the reins of destiny. Wait. Wait until my reputation is dragged through the mud. Wait until the entire internet perceives me as an ungracious madman. Wait for the sharks and their behind-the-scenes trolls to escalate this frenzy to its zenith. Wait until everyone believes I am out of options, left to the mercy of the slaughter. You shall be responsible for pressing that detonating button. Shen Qingyan's breath momentarily hitched. The way she looked at Gu Yuan shifted. She nodded solemnly, her voice crisp and resolute. Understood, Mr. Gu. I will ensure this performance concludes at its most spectacular moment. Once matters were clarified, Gu Yuan seemed to recall an inconsequential detail. Chu Xin, please find the contact information for Sweetheart Xiao Nua and relay it to Tinglan. Upon hearing that name, when Tinglan paused, she certainly remembered. This was the chief anchor initially matched to Jiang Shanshan by the system. In the grand scheme of strategy just outlined, this name appeared so trivial, so insignificant. When Tinglan looked at Gu Yuan with a hint of confusion. Mr. Gu, do you mean the two screenshots sent out earlier? Although the sharks will vehemently deny they are manipulated images, Sweetheart Xiao Nua will still be thrust into the eye of the storm? Gu Yuan elucidated. The sharks will pressure her to take sides, and netizens will demand she reveal the truth. She will become the most innocent casualty in this tempest. You need not contact her just yet, simply monitor her movements. Gu Yuan's voice was steady, imbued with an undeniable logic. If she chooses to speak on behalf of the sharks, then disregard her. That will be her own decision. However, if she remains silent, or if she possesses the courage to expose the sharks' lies, then reach out to her in the name of Tinglan Media. Inform her that Tinglan Livestream welcomes her. We will cover her breach of contract fees and provide her with the best resources. We cannot allow an innocent individual to be sacrificed for the shark's folly. When Tinglan listened quietly, her heart enveloped by a warm current. In her years working at Shark, she had witnessed far too many small figures being sacrificed for the sake of profit. They were discarded like used tissues, unceremoniously cast aside, with no one caring for their existence. Not long ago, she herself had nearly become one of them. Yet this man before her, while orchestrating a thunderous storm capable of upheaving the industry, could still spare the mental bandwidth to protect an unfamiliar, possibly embroiled, innocent. This exemplified a principle and demeanor ingrained in his very being, a benevolence of the powerful. When Tinglan suddenly understood that Gu Yuan aimed to establish not merely a new live streaming platform, but a new order, one that is cleaner and more humane. And she was fortunate enough to be among the foundational builders of this new order. A profound sense of mission surged from deep within her, instantly dispelling all her anxieties and uncertainties. She rose to her feet, deeply bowing to Gu Yuan once more. This time, her movements lacked any trace of subservience. They were infused with the sincerity of a follower. I understand, Mr. Gu. I shall not let you down. Chapter 61. The Innocents Caught in the Storm. In a mere 3 days, the online world had turned upside down. Countless individuals bearing titles such as seasoned media professionals and internet observers descended like sharks sensing blood. Lengthy articles dissected Gu Yuan's actions, scrutinizing them from commercial logic to social psychology, rendering him utterly vilified. The conclusions were remarkably unanimous. A nouveau riche, whose mind had been scorched by wealth, could not bear defeat in the face of rules, attempting to distort everything through capital. This was a classic display of infantile behavior, the arrogance and prejudice of a super-rich individual. Should we be wary of capital trampling upon regulations? These topics, each striking at the heart, were forcefully pressed onto the front pages of every social platform by an invisible hand. In the comment section, no voice remains to defend Gu Yuan. Experts have categorized him as nothing more than a wealthy individual who cannot bear to lose. It's laughable. He was once revered as Yuan Shun, but now he has devolved into Yuan Shinjing, a laughingstock, spending money to support female streamers, and when the platform doesn't show him respect, he throws a tantrum? Where is his vision? Why has he fallen silent? Cowardice, indeed. Listening to Land's live stream? It sounds like a farce. It was doomed before it even began. The torrent of public opinion seeks to bury the name Yuan, along with the yet-to-be-born platform behind him, deep within the mire. In the office of Shark Live, Li Mingshan reclines with his feet propped on a mahogany desk, humming an off-key tune. He scrolls through his phone, reveling in the vitriolic comments directed at Gu Yuan. Wang Hai. He does not lift his gaze. Wang Hai, the operations director, enters the room with his head bowed, fatigue etched across his face. Presently, the task has been executed satisfactorily. Li Mingshan sets down his phone and retrieves a cigar from the box, lighting it with a flourish. However, it is not enough. He taps the screen of his phone with the burning tip of his cigar. For now, the criticism is merely online. I want him to be utterly disheartened, to become a laughingstock across the internet. What do you mean? The name Tianqin Xiaonu flashes in Li Mingshan's mind, a glint of malice appearing in his eyes. Wasn't she among the initial list of matches? Wang Hai's heart sank. Go contact her. Have her issue a statement claiming that the screenshot is false, that it was maliciously edited by that person named Yuan. Wang Hai's complexion shifted. Presently, that may not be appropriate. Tianqin Xiaonu knows nothing about this. Involving her could have severe repercussions. Repercussions? Li Mingshan laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. He stood up, advancing towards Wang Hai, the ember of his cigar nearly singeing Wang Hai's face. I couldn't care less about her repercussions. She's a streamer on my Shark platform. She eats my food, drinks my drinks. She must work for me. This is an opportunity for her to pledge her loyalty. Understand? Moreover, if it weren't for that fool named Yuan sharing her ID in the screenshot, would she even be dragged into this? Make her post. Not only that, she should go live and cry. She should claim she was harassed and threatened by Yuan, which is why she remained silent until now. Only now finding the courage to expose the truth. Li Mingshan's voice reverberated through the office, laced with a ruthless intent to crush all in his path. I will ensure that the name Yuan is utterly disgraced. Wang Hai gazed at Li Mingshan's contorted face. His lips moved, but ultimately, all words transformed into a barely audible sigh. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. In Jiangzhou, in a dimly lit bedroom, and you hugged her knees. Curled up in her gaming chair, dressed in faded cartoon pajamas, her long black hair fell over half her face. The room was eerily quiet, save for the hum of the computer's fan. Yet her world had already been submerged beneath a tsunami of noise. On her phone screen, the notification of private messages blared a glaring 999. In the live stream backstage, within the fan group, every corner was exploding. Nuan, is that screenshot real? You need to come out and speak up. Did you accept money from that Yuan? Is the platform that supports you now betraying you? Ungrateful wretch. Yuan Shin has gone into hiding, and you still pretend to be mute. Unsubscribed. I despise scheming bitches like you. The official word says it was random. Why won't you clarify as the involved party? Are you guilty? Accusations, doubts, speculations. Each word pierced her like a cold needle, embedding itself in her flesh. She wished to shut everything off, to hide beneath her blanket. Yet, she found herself incapable. She remembered vividly that among the teammates matched by the system was Jiang Shanshan. What Yuan Shin said was true. The liar was the very platform she depended on for survival. What was she to do? Step forward and reveal the truth. And then what? Face a lawsuit from Shark, burdened with an astronomical penalty she could never repay, and be blacklisted from the entire industry? What could she offer in compensation? How could she live thereafter? Remain silent? Just like now, nailed to the pillar of shame, branded as a treacherous wretch, and you buried her face deep into her knees, her body trembling uncontrollably. The phone screen lit up. A call from Shark. Director Wong froze the air in the room, and Yu's fingertips turned icy. She stared at the flashing name, her breath caught in her throat. For a long while, she mustered every ounce of strength to swipe the answer button. Hello. Her voice was as fragile as a wisp in the wind. Yuan, the recent online events must have troubled you, right? On the other end of the line was Wang Hai's gentle voice. Please don't be afraid. The company understands this situation has nothing to do with you. That wealthy fool named Yuan is the one who cannot bear to lose, maliciously stirring up trouble, pulling you into this. And you tightened her grip on the phone, remaining silent. Therefore, the company hopes you can cooperate. Please post a Weibo message or go live to clarify the facts. Just say that the screenshot is fabricated, and you knew nothing from the beginning. This will be beneficial for both you and the company. Once the storm passes, the company will compensate you with resources. Wang Hai's words were beautifully spoken. Yet, to Yu, they felt like icy chills. He spoke of clarifying the truth. But the truth in his mouth was the greatest lie. Director Wang, and Yu's lips cracked slightly. What if I say no? Silence fell on the other end. Wang Hai did not wish for this outcome, but what could he do? A long silence enveloped her, like the pressure of the deep sea, suffocating her. Yuan, you must think this through. You are a contracted streamer with the company. The contract explicitly states that you have an obligation to uphold the company's image. You know better than I do the consequences of non-cooperation. Is it worth sacrificing a trivial principle only to face a lawsuit from the company, burdened with an insurmountable debt, and subsequently blacklisted from the entire industry? Or will you tell a lie, continue as a prominent streamer, and enjoy the adoration of your fans? The choice is yours. The call was terminated. The room fell into a disquieting silence once more, and you sat there dazed. The phone slipped from her weakened fingers, landing silently on the carpet. Tears finally broke free. There were no sobs, just silent tears cascading down, soaking her clothes. Chapter 62. 8 billion in trust. The call had ended. Wang Hai's voice faded away, but the words "you know the consequences better than I do" became an invisible thorn, deeply embedded in Yu's mind. Did she still have a choice? Yu's fingertips were icy as she opened her phone and accessed the electronic contract she had never examined closely. In the section concerning penalties for breach of contract, a long string of glaring zeros resembled a cold iron chain, tightening around her throat, making each breath a searing agony. In the live stream backstage, beneath the fan count, a bright red arrow pointing straight down pierced her eyes with pain. 3 days. In just 3 days. 100,000 names that had once illuminated her fan board extinguished. Those vibrant fan cards now lay dull, like gravestones. An endless torrent of curses and insults descended upon her like a malevolent tempest, threatening to engulf both her and her modest rented dwelling entirely. She had committed no transgression. All she had done was refuse to align herself with the platform in its slanderous campaign against that man. What was he doing now? Was he even aware that an unfamiliar girl was being inexorably driven towards a precipice because of his words? A thought flickered through Yu's mind, tinged with bitter self-mockery. Perhaps he simply did not care at all. The only one capable of saving herself was always herself. Yu slowly closed her eyes. In her mind's eye, she recalled the hesitant smile she had forced in front of the cheap camera during her very first broadcast. Hello everyone, I am Sweetheart Xiaonu, and I hope my streams can bring a little sweetness into your lives. A little sweetness. But if that sweetness required the exchange of lies, Yu's eyes flew open. In that moment, all her confusion and fear were consumed by an invisible conflagration, leaving only the ashes of tranquility. She picked up her phone and pressed the power button. Powering off. The screen flickered briefly before succumbing to darkness. At last, the world fell silent. 3 days later, the frenzy of public opinion online reached its zenith. The term "far" had been utterly reduced to a laughingstock, a symbol of arrogance and an inability to lose. In the luxurious penthouse of Qingyan Mansion, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed the bustling skyline of Jiangzhou. Yuan held a cup of black coffee, calmly observing the shifting clouds outside. The enormous screen behind him displayed alarming headlines, which, in his eyes, were nothing more than meaningless pixelated arrangements. The phone rang. It was Shang Wanxi. Yuan answered the call, settling into the sofa. Boss Gu, I thought you had fled the scene with a train under the cover of night. Her voice, imbued with its usual wildness and teasing, concealed a hint of concern she herself was unaware of. How could that be? Yuan replied nonchalantly. What are you planning to do about the current public sentiment? Shang Wanxi's tone shifted, taking on a more serious note. This situation is no small matter. They are determined to trample you into the mud. Do you need me to pull some strings? I could silence a few of the loudest media outlets. No need. Yuan took a sip of his coffee, his voice steady. Let them revel a while longer. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Shangguanshi's light laughter, tinged with both resignation and admiration. All right, as long as you are aware. She changed the subject. Regarding the building you asked me to look into, I have some leads. Oh, have you heard of the heart of Jiangzhou? Shangguanshi's tone was now laced with excitement. In the very center of the CBD, a 45-story pure glass facade, one of Jiangzhou's landmark buildings. It is absolutely worthy of your Tinglan Media's facade. Sounds promising. It is indeed, but there are significant challenges. Shangguanshi's tone grew somewhat troubled. The building's owner is an overseas fund, which regards it as a core asset for long-term holding and has no intention of selling. I have leveraged numerous connections, yet they won't even grant me a meeting. She paused before revealing a figure. Professional valuation places it at 38 billion. Yuan pondered for a moment. Tell them I will offer 80 billion. Silence reigned on the other end of the line. Only the faint sound of static broke the stillness. Stretching on for a full 5 seconds before Shangguanshi's incredulous voice burst forth, mingled with astonishment and absurdity. 80 billion. Yuan. Have you been driven mad by the online mob? Are you throwing money around in a fit of rage? I have no time to view the property, nor to negotiate with them. Yuan's voice remained calm, as if discussing the most mundane matter. You handle it entirely. Money is not an issue. Hello? Shangguanshi's voice rose, tinged with disbelief. This is an 80 billion deal. You want me, an outsider, to handle it all? Aren't you afraid I might conspire with them to fleece you? Her tone was laced with heavy sarcasm, serving as a final test. Yuan set his coffee cup down and gazed out at the skyline, uttering 3 simple words. I trust you. On the other end of the line, silence reigned once more. This time, there was no shock, no jest. Shangguanshi could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her own heart, thudding heavily against her chest. Having navigated the treacherous waters of business for years, she was well acquainted with deceit. In her world, the concept of trust was both the most inexpensive and the most luxurious commodity. Yet now, this man, in the most tranquil of tones, had casually entrusted her with a trust valued at 80 billion. This trust resonated more profoundly than the figure itself. Beep. Detected a significant increase in affection from target female lead, Shangguanshi. Current affection level, 70. Affection threshold met, skill unlocking. Congratulations. Host has acquired master-level driving. Meanwhile, in the office of the vice president at Shark Live, Li Mingshan neither erupted in rage nor smashed anything. He simply sat there, meticulously polishing an expensive golf club with a piece of suede, his movements graceful, yet his gaze sinister. It has been 3 days. That girl named on you has yet to make a sound? His voice was flat, devoid of emotion, yet it sent a shiver down the spine of operations director Wang Hai, who stood nearby. Wang Hai's voice trembled. Directorly, I have reached out, but her phone is turned off. Turned off? Li Mingshan paused his polishing. He lifted his head, a disconcerting smile emerging on his well-maintained face. Very well indeed. I don't care what methods you employ. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. But find her for me. He slammed the golf club heavily onto the floor, producing a dull thud that jolted Wang Hai. Get her to start streaming. Tell her this is her final chance. If she is not in the live stream today, trying to identify that man named Yuan as her threat, tomorrow she will receive not merely a warning from the company, but a lawyer's letter and a permanent ban from the entire industry. Chapter 63. The final assault begins. An anonymous post ignites the entire internet. Night, 11:59. The revelry of the online world reached its peak. In the penthouse of Qingyan Mansion, Shen Qingyan set her phone down, the screen frozen on the recent post from Shark Live's official account. The content depicted a celebratory feast, with Li Mingshan in the center, raising his glass, accompanied by the succinct caption, "The pure shall remain pure." Shen Qingyan lifted her gaze towards the other side of the living room. Chu Xian, clutching a notebook, was furiously refreshing the comment section, her little mouth pouting as if it could hang an oil jug. The time has come. Shen Qingyan's voice was soft, yet sent a jolt through Chu Xian's body. She looked up, her doe-like eyes igniting with fervor. Now. Shen Qingyan approached her side, gently tapping her screen with his finger. Do you remember what Mr. Gu said? We need a just third party. Chu Xian nodded vigorously, her 2 pink bunny ears swaying in tandem. I remember. This third party must not be aggressive, nor should it appear to seek revenge. Shen Qingyan spoke at a measured pace, his thoughts well-structured. His tone resembled that of a tech-savvy individual with an obsession for perfection in code. Discontented by the seamless rhetoric of Shark's official announcement, he had curiously taken a glance. She observed Chu Xian. He held no bias. He only trusted the data. He released the evidence not to aid anyone, but merely to unveil the truth to all. Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. I have drafted the manuscript. Shen Qingyan transmitted a document to Chu Xian. Refine it in your own style, making it resonate more like the discourse of a genuine tech enthusiast. Finally, attach those 2 logs at the end of the post. Using an overseas anonymous ID that cannot be traced, publish it on the largest domestic tech forum, Code Farmer's Home. Chu Xian accepted the task, her entire being brimming with excitement. She took a deep breath, her fingers poised above the keyboard, channeling all previous grievances and indignation into this moment of concentration. Her fingers began to dance, characters cascading down the screen like a waterfall. Haha, they are doomed. A mischievous smirk curled at the corners of the girl's mouth. At midnight, precisely at 0 hour, the server of Code Farmer's Home emitted a faint alarm. A post with an unassuming title was automatically locked by the system. A brief insight on Shark Live's random matching mechanism, asking if this log is genuine. The content of the post was entirely in the tone of a tech aficionado. I am a 10-year veteran coder, recently inundated with news about Shark and Yuan. Initially, I had little interest. However, after reading Shark's official announcement today, claiming their matching system is entirely random and immune to manipulation, it challenged my professional knowledge. With a spirit of inquiry, I casually took a look and stumbled upon something intriguing. Without further ado, here are 2 images extracted from the backend system logs. One depicting the original match, the other the operation records. Could the experts kindly review this timestamp, this operator ID, this permission change record? Is it possible to manipulate? If it cannot be manipulated, does that not imply someone is brazenly lying to millions of users? The post was dispatched. In the initial minute, it garnered no attention. 3 minutes later, the first reply emerged. First comment. The original poster is amazing, daring to directly challenge Shark's backend? 5 minutes later, technical responses began to flood in. Wow, I work in server operations, and I stake my performance for the next half year that this log format is absolutely authentic. If this could be faked, I'll live stream myself eating a keyboard upside down. To the previous commenter, pay attention to the operator ID, lyadmin, and that IP address. I checked, it belongs to Shark's internal network. Is this a mole or a hacker? The point is not who posted it. The crucial point is that this log is real. What does that signify? It indicates that Shark's official statement is a lie. Yuan has been wrong from the start. Oh my god, so that streamer named Jiang Shanshan was genuinely sabotaged. 10 minutes after the post was published, replies surpassed 1,000. Someone shared screenshots on Weibo. 20 minutes later, technical experts revealed Shark's backend logs, and this term began to ascend the trending search list at a visible pace. Initially, there were still Shark's defenders in the comments, stubbornly resisting. Isn't this fake? How much does it cost to edit a picture nowadays? Is Yuan getting anxious? Starting to buy hackers to throw dirt? Waiting for Shark's official lawyer's letter. However, these voices were soon drowned out by the flood of technical enthusiasts. An increasing number of programmers and cybersecurity engineers stepped in. They explained in layman's terms, reiterating that the timestamp of this log is at the kernel level of the server. Unless one could turn back time, it could not be altered. Pay attention, each operation has an encrypted signature. Fabricating one is as challenging as breaching a banking system. This is not mere image manipulation. It is a blatant record from the backend. Once the authenticity was certified by the tech community, the dam of public opinion utterly crumbled. A tsunami of fury swept through the entire internet. What the hell? So we've been cursing the wrong person for 3 days? Shark Life, you have no heart, treating us like fools, to deceive us into believing Yuan was at fault, only to be caught lying. I now see Yuan as a beacon of righteousness. If he hadn't stood firm, we would have never known how deep the platform's waters are. The one I feel most sorry for is sweetheart Xiaonu. She did nothing wrong. Just because she wouldn't lie for the platform, she was bullied online. We all owe her an apology. Sorry, Nuonyuo. Shark, return my Nuonyuo. Trash platform. Uninstalled. Shark Live, get out of Xiagua. We owe Yuan an apology. We all owe sweetheart Xiaonu an apology. 3 new topics surged to the top of the trending list with an unstoppable momentum. Those who had previously defamed Gu Yuan, including experts and influencers, quietly deleted their articles. The comment section of Shark Live's official account was inundated within half an hour with over 1 million refund requests and expressions of outrage. The tide had completely turned. At Shark Live's headquarters, in the top-floor meeting room, the lights blazed. The atmosphere was so tense it could be wrung dry. Li Mingshan sat at the head of the table, his face, once radiant during the celebration banquet just hours ago, now ashen. His fingers nervously drummed against the table. Investigate. Find out who posted this. I want him dead. His voice was hoarse, tinged with uncontainable panic. The public relations director adjusted his glasses, his tone dry. Mr. Li, we cannot trace it. The other party is a top-tier expert. All traces lead overseas, using a false IP. The technical director's complexion was even grimmer. Our firewall is as flimsy as paper before him. The fact that he could produce these 2 logs indicates he can access all our back-end data. This statement sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the meeting room. The operations director, Wang Hai, hung his head, concealing his expression from view. Mr. Li, a deputy director finally couldn't hold back, his voice laced with unabashed fury. The issue now is not pursuing the hacker. It is how to quell public opinion. Our stock price has already plummeted by 30% in pre-market trading. If we don't devise a solution, the company will be finished once trading opens. A solution? What solution could I possibly find? Li Mingshan abruptly stood, sweeping the documents from the table to the ground. The evidence is irrefutable. How do we explain this? Should we say our back-end was invaded by aliens? He paced the meeting room like a trapped beast, continuously muttering curses under his breath. Just then, the door to the meeting room swung open. The chairman's secretary entered with an impassive expression. She did not cast her gaze upon anyone, making her way directly to Li Mingshan. Mr. Li, the chairman has instructed you to relinquish all permissions and is immediately suspending you, pending the board's final decision. Chapter 64. Your courage is priceless. At the headquarters of Shark Live, within the operations department, the vast office space lay in eerie silence. Only the intermittent ringing of telephones pierced the stillness, sharp and jarring, yet no one answered. That sound seemed to herald the mournful requiem for a colossal vessel sinking beneath the waves. Every employee at their workstation appeared as if their souls had been extracted, their bodies rigidly fixated on their screens. On those screens, a ghastly green line plunged straight downwards. It was not a stock chart. It was the trajectory of a guillotine's descent. In a corner, the suppressed murmurs finally surfaced, as fear spread like a plague, silently permeating the air. It's over. We need to concoct an explanation for this experience on our resumes. An explanation? Do you think the HR of other companies are fools? The operations director, Wang Hai, traversed this purgatory of humanity, his face devoid of color. He entered his office and locked the door behind him, isolating himself from the cacophony outside. It felt as though every ounce of strength had been instantly siphoned from his body. He slumped heavily against the door. Wang Hai reached for his necktie, yanking it off with a force that nearly choked him, gasping for air. His mind was inundated with the grotesque visages of company executives in the conference room, blaming one another to evade responsibility. It's all Li Mingshan's fault. I've always said he was too arrogant. What good does it do to say this now? The market will circuit break. An explanation? What do we have to present to the board? That hacker still holds our fates in his hands. Wang Hai grasped the cup of coffee on his desk, long cold, and gulped it down in a desperate attempt to regain clarity amidst the bitter taste. He recalled Li Mingshan's frenzied, contorted face, and the fleeting pang of reluctance he felt when he was compelled to threaten that young girl named Yu. Gazing out at the overcast sky, a sense of absurd liberation washed over him. This sinking ship, perhaps it's for the best that it goes down. In Jiangzhou, in a rented room heavy with drawn curtains, Yu curled into a small ball in her gaming chair, clutching her knees. She finally powered on her phone, which had been off for 3 days. The moment the screen illuminated, a deluge of notifications surged forth, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes in dread. She dared not look. Her fingers trembled as they instinctively navigated to the trending topics on Weibo. The blood-red headlines brought her nearly to a standstill. We owe Yuan Shun an apology. We all owe sweetheart Xiao Nu an apology. Shark Live. Get out of Xia country. And Yu's fingers stiffened as she clicked on her own topic. The onslaught of comments was no longer filled with venomous curses. I'm sorry, Nunu. We all wronged you. We were foolish. You're amazing. The only streamer who didn't lie for the platform. From today on, I'm a fan. You stood firm against capital. That's the true treasure. Tears blurred and Yu's vision as warmth surged through her, washing away the heavy stone pressing upon her heart, transforming it into a torrent of tears. Yet, this warmth was swiftly extinguished by the cold reality. Shark Live was finished. Her contract still held. The astronomical penalty loomed over her like a sword ready to fall. Just as the world seemed to brighten, it was again enveloped in a heavier darkness. Her face drained of color. At that moment, her phone rang, a number she did not recognize, and Yu's body tensed. Her first thought was that the company's liquidation call had arrived. She took a deep breath, her fingertips cold as she pressed the answer button. Hello? Her voice was barely a whisper, trembling with unacknowledged fear. Is this missing you? A gentle, calm voice on the other end articulated each word clearly, instilling a sense of order and tranquility that strangely soothed her anxious heart. I am Wen Tinglan, the head of Tinglan Network Media. Tinglan Media? And Yu was taken aback. Missin, on behalf of my employer, I extend to you a formal invitation. My employer, Mr. Gu Yuan, greatly admires the integrity and courage you displayed during this turmoil. Upon hearing that name, and Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was that man. We believe that an exemplary streamer like you, who upholds principles, should not be overlooked, nor should you bear the unjust burdens of a flawed platform. When Tinglan paused, allowing her time to absorb the weight of her words. Therefore, we sincerely invite you to join us at Tinglan Live. And Yu's mind went blank, and she blurted, "But my contract, you need not worry about the contract." When Tinglan's voice conveyed a reassuring authority, "Our legal department will handle everything for you. The exorbitant penalty will be fully covered by our company." We not only wish to sign you the words that followed from when Tinglan ignited warmth and vitality back into Yu's icy heart, but we also hope you can serve as the chief image ambassador for Tinglan Live, using your story to define our platform's values. Integrity is far more important than traffic. Yu was rendered speechless. All her fears, grievances, and despair melted away in that moment. It felt as though she hadn't been rescued from the abyss, but rather that the cold abyss had been filled with sunlight. Tears streamed down her face once more. This time devoid of pain or confusion, only light remained. I am willing," she choked out, nodding fervently at the phone as if the other party could see her. "I am willing." Meanwhile, at the base of the heart of Jiangzhou building, Shangwanshi ended her call with the overseas fund manager, a triumphant smile gracing her lips, reflecting uncontainable pride and wild ambition. To pry open the ownership of this building, notorious for its cold demeanor, she had nearly exhausted all her connections. The initial attitude of the other party had been obstinate and arrogant, not for sale, until Shangwanshi casually conveyed Gu Yuan's offer, 8 billion, cash, one-time payment. The usually composed fund manager remained silent on the line for a full half-minute before confirming, almost in a daze, "Did you say 8 billion? Before the absolute power of capital, all commercial principles crumbled. Shangwanshi swiftly signed the contract and exited the signing room, standing beneath the towering 45-story skyscraper, gazing up at the dazzling sunlight reflected in the glass facade. Yet, the feeling surging within her was not one of accomplishment from securing a monumental deal. In her mind, the words that echoed repeatedly were the three spoken by Gu Yuan over the phone that day. "I trust you." These three words bore more weight than the astronomical figure of 80 billion. They ignited a flicker of flame within the most proud, yet hidden corners of her soul, evoking a searing sensation of complete trust. She took out her phone and snapped a photo of the towering skyscraper before her. Send. With a light tap of her fingers, she added a message, "I secured your new home." Chapter 65. Do you wish to support me? Gu Yuan, upon reading the message, swiftly dialed Shangwanshi's number. The call was answered almost instantaneously. How efficient. On the other end, Shangwanshi's voice brimmed with an unmistakable pride. "Very good," Gu Yuan replied, his tone notably flat. "As a token of gratitude, I have prepared a surprise for you." There was a brief pause before a light chuckle emanated from her. "Oh, do send me the address. I shall bring my team over." "All right, I'll await your arrival." Half an hour later, inside a business vehicle parked beneath Qingyan Mansion, when Tinglan occupied the passenger seat, her fingers gliding swiftly across the tablet, the screen displaying a plethora of administrative planning drafts. She broke the silence first, her tone as composed and efficient as ever. "Mr. Gu, might you disclose the specific location of the new headquarters? Is it the global finance in the CBD or the future light in the high-tech zone? Different locations necessitate a recalibration of subsequent recruitment strategies and commuting subsidy plans." In the back seat, Shen Qingyan elegantly crossed her legs, her demeanor poised. "If it's either of those two, I've already sent my assistant to negotiate for the best rental price. However, I personally suggest that for a startup, it's unnecessary to lease an entire floor at once. Maintaining cash flow is more crucial than appearances." Her words carried both professional advice and a hint of probing. Only GCI, the top legal expert, languidly leaned back with her eyes closed, disinterested in the location. She knew that wherever they ultimately chose would entail a plethora of contracts requiring her scrutiny. The mere thought was exhausting. Gu Yuan started the vehicle without looking back. "You needn't concern yourselves with any of that," he stated evenly, causing all three women to pause in their thoughts simultaneously. "I have already purchased it." "Purchased it?" When Tinglin's fingers halted mid-motion, instead of joy, her mind surged with thoughts of corporate fixed asset taxes, depreciation rates, and maintenance costs, these figures swirling like a tangled mess. A crack appeared in Shen Qingyan's smile. "Purchased it? Which building? Tianyu International? Or the Jinmao Center? I know the owners of both. I haven't heard of any intentions to sell." Her business acumen raced to comprehend this development. Even GCI, who had been resting, felt her eyelids flutter. Buy? The weight of that word represented risks and investments that existed in an entirely different realm than leasing. Gu Yuan navigated through the bustling city traffic. Through the rearview mirror, he observed the three stunning faces, each reflecting their own thoughts. He uttered 4 words, "Jiangzhou's heart." The vehicle fell into a profound silence. Even the faint sound of the air conditioning ceased. Shen Qingyan's analytical mind crashed at that moment. She no longer considered the price. Instead, she contemplated how this building, as a landmark of Jiangzhou, would dominate the front pages of tomorrow's financial newspapers upon ownership transfer. She understood precisely what this entailed. When Tinglin's fingers curled unconsciously on her lap, she envisioned the colossal logistical system required to operate a skyscraper, the thousands of positions, and the recruitment pressures that could overwhelm any HR director. Yet, a thrilling shiver raced up her spine. GCI abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze devoid of lethargy, now filled with pure absurdity. Jiangzhou's heart, the city landmark that is only available for rent? Suddenly, she realized that what lay ahead was not merely a contract, but a saga worthy of being inscribed in Jiangzhou's commercial history. The vehicle ultimately came to a steady halt outside Jiangzhou's heart. A figure awaited them at the entrance, Shang Wanxi. Clad in a pristine white jumpsuit, her hair tied back high, she resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding a striking sharpness. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, she strode forward confidently. Her gaze swept over the three elegantly distinct women before settling back on Gu Yuan, a wild and direct smile creasing her lips. "Boss Gu, it seems you are quite well off." Gu Yuan disregarded the sharpness in her words and issued directives to the three women behind him. Tinglan is responsible for establishing the personnel structure and administrative system of the new company. Qingyan will oversee brand strategy and future market planning. GCI will manage the legal processes of ownership transfer and all subsequent contracts. He paused, gazing up at the steel behemoth before them. "From today onwards, this will be the headquarters of Tinglan Media. The three of you shall have full authority over subsequent tasks." The three formidable women, each a powerhouse in her own right, regarded Gu Yuan with a mixture of shock and admiration, their gazes fervent with the zeal of followers looking up to a pioneer. "Yes, Mr. Gu." After assigning the tasks, Gu Yuan turned to the equally radiant woman beside him. "Come with me." On the top floor, in an unrenovated, spacious office, Shang Wanxi crossed her arms and leaned against the cold glass, tilting her head to regard Gu Yuan. "What is my surprise?" Gu Yuan approached her, standing shoulder to shoulder. "I know you have a passion for racing. So, I am preparing to host a race for you. A premier national supercar invitational. All expenses, drivers, media, and sponsorship will be covered by me." Shang Wanxi's body stiffened momentarily. She abruptly turned her head, her eyes, typically ablaze with fire, now exhibiting a rare intensity of contraction. Luxury cars, lavish residences, checks. She had envisioned countless possibilities. Yet, she had never anticipated this. This man was not presenting her with an extravagant gift. He was bestowing her with her dream, the entire essence of her longing for speed and glory etched deep within her being. Shang Wanxi's breath faltered. Ding. Detected binding of female lead. Shang Wanxi. Favorability increased. Current favorability, 89. Gu Yuan observed her closely. "Of course, hosting just one race would not suffice for your excitement. I also plan to purchase the Silverstone circuit in the northern city. From now on, it will be under your management. You can race whenever you desire." The office fell into a profound silence. Shang Wanxi remained speechless, turning to face the expansive city skyline once more. Her shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably. Gu Yuan caught a glimpse of her fingers digging deeply into her own arm through the reflection in the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Ding. Detected the binding of the female lead. Shang Wanxi. Affection level has risen. Current affection level, 90. Affection threshold met. Skill upgrade in progress. Congratulations, host. Master level driving has been upgraded to Grandmaster level driving. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Shang Wanxi finally steadied her tumultuous breath. She turned around to face Gu Yuan once more. In her blazing eyes, the brilliance now shone more intensely than ever before, as if it were poised to ignite his very soul. She approached Gu Yuan and came to a halt before him. The distance between them was so minimal that they could feel the warmth of each other's breath. "Gu Yuan, my dear brother." Her voice emerged, laced with a hint of husky magnetism. "What is it? Are you contemplating adopting me?" Chapter 66. Who could afford a woman like you? Shang Wanxi's remark carried 7 parts probing and 3 parts self-mockery, reverberating softly within the spacious office. "Are you contemplating adopting me?" Her voice was not loud, yet it struck the silence like a pebble cast into a tranquil pond, each word sending ripples of clarity through the air. She leaned against the cold glass wall, her arms crossed defensively in a familiar posture bristling with thorns. Those fiery eyes, ever ablaze, were now fixed intently on Gu Yuan, revealing an unmasked scrutiny and an inkling of tension she herself had not recognized. However, Gu Yuan simply smiled. It was not a mere polite response or a frivolous jest. The laughter resonated from his chest, deep and melodious, dispelling the last vestiges of stagnation in the office. Shang Wanxi's brow furrowed ever so slightly. This response was beyond her expectations. Shizong. Gu Yuan regarded her, slowly shaking his head. You overestimate me. He paused for a moment, then shifted his tone. His gaze imbued with pure appreciation, devoid of any impurities. Or perhaps, you underestimate yourself. The playful expression on Shangguan-Shi's face momentarily froze. She had anticipated his flippant admission, his awkward denial, and even the possibility of him diverting the topic with another quip. Yet, she had never envisioned this answer. What do you mean? She instinctively pressed, the deliberately maintained huskiness in her voice cracking ever so slightly. Gu Yuan did not reply immediately. He walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Below lay the vibrant tapestry of Jiangzhou, millions of lights coalescing into a resplendent galaxy, the traffic flowing like a silent river of illumination. Who could afford a woman like you? Gu Yuan's voice carried a hint of teasing inevitability. Shangguan-Shi's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She turned her head, and for the first time, her fiery gaze bore something beyond mere scrutiny, an exploration she could not articulate. In your eyes, what kind of woman am I? A wild horse that cannot be tamed? The question was direct and incisive. She had asked herself and had heard countless men's answers. They called her beautiful, capable, likened her to a thorny rose, a wild horse that defies taming. Those responses had become so familiar that they felt like lavish but ill-fitting labels affixed to her. Gu Yuan turned his head to meet her gaze. His eyes were tranquil, akin to a fathomless pool, capable of reflecting the deepest shadows of the human heart. You are not a wild horse. Gu Yuan spoke slowly. Shangguan-Shi's breath hitched momentarily. A horse ultimately requires the vastness of the prairie. His voice was measured, each word a precise stone cast into the heart of her emotional lake. And you are the wilderness itself. Shangguan-Shi's heart was struck with a jolt, not of pain, but of an unprecedented, intense tremor. Gu Yuan continued. What others pursue is the finish line at the end of the racetrack. However, you are that ever-distant, perpetually alluring horizon. The words wilderness and horizon became two scorching imprints, indelibly etched into her very soul. Adopt you? Gu Yuan chuckled again, the absurdity of it tinged with a sense of inevitability. I lack the means for that. In the office, the silence was so profound that they could hear each other's heartbeats. Shangguan-Shi abruptly turned away from Gu Yuan, facing the boundless skyline of the city once more. It was an instinctive gesture, a near-automatic retreat before her defenses crumbled completely. Her shoulders began to tremble lightly. Her fingertips dug deeply into the fabric of her arms, a slight sting jolting her back to a waning sense of reality amid the surging emotions. For years, she had fought alone in the business arena, raced on the tracks, arming herself with a hardened and sharp exterior, transforming into an indomitable female warrior. Everyone revered her, feared her, admired her dazzling armor. Yet, no one had ever seen beyond that cold shell to the very essence of her soul, the profound yearning for freedom that lay within. This man, with just a few words, had stripped away the facade she had meticulously crafted over the years. The sensation of being completely seen and utterly comprehended surpassed any sweet nothings, igniting her heart with an intensity that left her disoriented. Gu Yuan remained silent, still, quietly standing behind her, affording her the time and space to quell the tempest that had unexpectedly risen within her. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Shangguan-Shi to believe this silence would endure indefinitely, she finally inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the unfamiliar, nearly overwhelming heat of emotions that threatened to send her fleeing. She turned around, donning once more her customary smile, tinged with a hint of wildness. Yet, the light in her eyes burned even brighter than before, akin to stars ignited. Let us not dwell on this. She proactively redirected the conversation, steering everything back to the realm of reality. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Her gaze shifted toward the northern part of the city. How much do you know about the Silverstone Circuit in the north? Not much, Gu Yuan replied succinctly. But can money not buy it? Upon hearing this remark laden with capitalist flavor, Shangguan-Shi chuckled, a smile gracing her lips that hinted at youthful naivety. This time, money may indeed prove ineffective. She leaned against the glass, arms crossed, reverting to her strategic demeanor as Shizong. That circuit is never open to the public. It operates as a purely private invitation-only club. The owner is Lu Jingxing. At the mention of this name, a note of gravity entered Shangguan-Shi's tone. The eldest son of Jiangzhou's foremost family, the Lu family. He lacks for nothing, especially not money. Shangguan-Shi shook her head, a trace of mockery lacing her words. The Lu family's annual allowance likely surpasses the market value of some listed companies. Then why establish a racetrack? Because he loves racing, Shangguan-Shi replied, a playful smirk curling her lips. But his skills are rather poor. Thus, that racetrack is merely a personal playground constructed by the esteemed young Master Lu, intended solely to satiate his meager desire for victory and defeat. He occasionally invites friends of lesser prowess to indulge in the illusion of being a racing deity. His greatest aversion lies in being publicly humiliated by a true expert on his own turf. Shang Wanshi raised her hands in exasperation, summarizing the situation. So, you wish to purchase his favor? To buy his last shred of dignity? Not only will he refuse, but he may also perceive you as an adversary intent on humiliating him. The atmosphere in the office grew heavy at the mere mention of Lu Jingxing's name. A man of considerable wealth, who places immense value on his reputation, indeed presents an insurmountable dilemma. However, Gu Yuan, after listening intently, displayed not a trace of distress upon his face. He merely nodded thoughtfully. Do you know him? It cannot be said that I know him well, Shang Wanshi replied. I have encountered him at several high-profile business galas and exchanged a few words, but there is no real rapport. Such a person holds himself in high esteem and looks down upon ordinary folk. Gu Yuan smiled. It matters not. His tone remained calm, yet it radiated a sense of unwavering certainty. Whether we can purchase his favor remains to be seen once we make contact. Chapter 67. Might I inquire if Mr. Lu is willing to part with his prized possession? Are you mad? Shang Wanshi stepped closer to Gu Yuan, her voice lowered to a near whisper. Urgency unmistakable in her tone. Did you not comprehend my earlier words? Lu Jingxing is a man who values his reputation above all else. Should you approach him directly with a proposal to buy his racetrack, he will not see you as financially formidable. Rather, he will perceive it as an affront to his dignity. Rarely does she express such fervent emotions, and her words tumbled forth almost involuntarily. For the sake of a mere toy, to unnecessarily establish the most formidable of enemies in Jiangzhou is simply not worth it. Shang Wanshi's logic was clear and precise, each word striking at the risks inherent in business negotiations. Gu Yuan listened quietly until she finished, his expression betraying no signs of being dissuaded. We are here to demonstrate sincerity. What sincerity? Shang Wanshi could not fathom his line of reasoning. The utmost sincerity is to be forthright. Gu Yuan's voice was measured and calm. To beat around the bush and leverage connections is mere calculation. Approaching him directly to express our intentions is a sign of respect. Respect? He will interpret that as provocation. That remains to be seen until he speaks for himself. Gu Yuan chuckled softly. Ms. Shi, you need only make the call under the name of Qingyan Holdings and propose a business meeting. Shang Wanshi regarded his serene countenance, suddenly feeling a wave of helplessness. This man's approach to matters transcended her comprehension. He seemed utterly indifferent to the intricate unwritten rules of high society, opting instead for the most straightforward and simplistic means to achieve the most challenging objectives. Her chest rose and fell as she issued a final warning. If he were to turn hostile on the spot, neither of us may leave that place today. Gu Yuan remained silent, merely extending his hand to gently tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, a light gesture that caused Shang Wanshi's heart to momentarily halt. She understood that all of this was prompted by her admission of her fondness for racing. You lunatic, she muttered through clenched teeth, resignedly retrieving her phone and scrolling to a number she had saved but never dialed. The call connected swiftly. Hello. A man's voice resonated from the receiver, warm and composed, yet imbued with the penetrating authority of one accustomed to power. Shang Wanshi's heart raced, climbing to her throat. She cleared her throat. Mr. Lu, good day. This is Shang Wanshi. I apologize for the intrusion, but a friend representing Qingyan Holdings wishes to arrange a meeting with you to discuss a potential collaboration. Silence reigned on the other end for 2 seconds. Shang Wanshi could even hear her own heart pounding like a drum. Qingyan Holdings? Lu Jingxing's voice bore a subtle hint of amusement, its tone inscrutable, neither curiosity nor mockery. How intriguing. He did not inquire about the nature of the collaboration or delve into details. An hour from now, at Silverstone Circuit, I shall await your arrival. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Shang Wanshi clutched her phone, her palms already slick with beads of sweat. An hour later, a black business vehicle glided smoothly into Silverstone Circuit. The atmosphere within the car was tense. Shang Wanshi crossed her arms, her gaze fixed ahead, remaining silent. Her mind echoed with Lu Jingxing's words. I shall await your arrival. His demeanor was so composed that it unnerved her. This did not feel like an impromptu business meeting. It felt as if a sovereign awaited 2 audacious intruders within his domain. She could not resist glancing at Gu Yuan, who maintained his calm demeanor. The vehicle halted before a heavy black metal gate. A server clad in black uniform and white gloves awaited their arrival, offering no superfluous words, but bowing slightly and gesturing for them to enter. Traversing a cool-toned corridor, they were ushered into a spacious reception room. The decor was minimalist to an extreme. Each piece of furniture bore no discernible brand, yet exuded a quality that transcended monetary value through its materials and design. A colossal one-way glass wall faced the circuit's most treacherous series of curves. At the center of a low table, A delicate purple clay tea set released gentle wisps of steam. A man sat poised within. He was clad in a tailored traditional Chinese outfit, his wrist adorned with a simple Patek Philippe watch. Upon hearing their footsteps, he slowly lifted his gaze. His face was as warm as jade, with almond-shaped eyes that held a depth of understanding, suffused with a faint smile that could pierce through the soul in an instant. Ms. Shi, it is a pleasure to see you. Lu Jingxing rose with a smile, extending his hand to Shang Wanshi. Mr. Lu, she replied, gently clasping his hand. Lu Jingxing's gaze shifted to Gu Yuan. I presume this is the esteemed Mr. Gu, whose reputation has soared in Jiangzhou as of late. His scrutiny was gentle, yet unyielding. You flatter me, Mr. Lu, Gu Yuan responded, his demeanor composed. The three took their seats. Lu Jingxing did not beckon the server, but instead personally poured tea for both guests. Mr. Gu's recent endeavors have certainly stirred quite a buzz in Jiangzhou, he remarked, pushing a cup of tea toward Gu Yuan, his tone nonchalant. Shang Wanshi felt her heart quicken once more. This statement, though seemingly complimentary, was in truth a measure of Gu Yuan's prowess. Oh, it's nothing significant, just minor skirmishes, Gu Yuan replied, lifting the teacup to take a sip, his posture deliberately humble. Lu Jingxing chuckled lightly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. He offered the other cup of tea to Shang Wanshi, then leaned back slightly, sinking into the softness of the sofa, his warm eyes now revealing a glimmer of sharpness. Speak, then. What business do you wish to discuss today? I am quite intrigued by the future of Qingyan Holdings, Shang Wanshi replied, her back straightening. She could sense the atmosphere in the room thickening, becoming palpable and heavy at that moment. She cast a glance at Gu Yuan, her heart nearly leaping from her throat, braced and ready to intervene the moment he misspoke. However, Gu Yuan did not direct his gaze towards her or Lu Jingxing. Instead, his attention was fixated on the exquisitely crafted tea set before them. The reception room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Just as Shang Wanshi felt she could no longer contain herself, Gu Yuan finally spoke. He lifted his head, first meeting Shang Wanshi's eyes, his gaze imbued with a familiar gentleness. Before we discuss business, I would like to express my gratitude to General Manager Shi. His voice, though soft, startled both Lu Jingxing and Shang Wanshi simultaneously. The acquisition of Jiangzhou's heart was solely orchestrated by her. Without her, Xuanlan Media would still be adrift. Shang Wanshi's mind buzzed in disbelief. She had never anticipated that, in such a setting and before Lu Jingxing, Gu Yuan's opening statement would be one of commendation for her. A playful smirk crept onto Lu Jingxing's face as he observed Gu Yuan, awaiting his next words. Once Gu Yuan concluded, he shifted his gaze back to Lu Jingxing. The warmth on his face dissipated, replaced by an unadulterated calm devoid of any commercial undertones. Mr. Lu, I am not here today to discuss Qingyan Holdings. Shang Wanshi felt as though an invisible hand had gripped her heart tightly. Gu Yuan's voice resonated clearly in the cavernous silence, each word detonating like a bombshell. General Manager, she has a penchant for racing. Thus, I wish to acquire the Silverstone circuit. As the words fell, Shang Wanshi's pupils constricted violently. Her body froze in place, her blood seeming to congeal at that moment. His tone was so tranquil, so matter-of-fact, yet to her ears, it was more harrowing than any declaration of war. How dare he to utter such words to Lu Jingxing in this manner? Shang Wanshi's mind became a blank slate. All reason and contingency plans obliterated in the wake of Gu Yuan's excessively composed statement. How could he? To speak to Lu Jingxing with such nonchalance was not mere provocation. It was a calm ignition of a volatile powder keg. A thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on Shang Wanshi's back as she feared to look at Lu Jingxing's face, dreading the fury that might lurk beneath his placid exterior. Yet, the anticipated wrath did not materialize. A light chuckle pierced the heavy silence. That laughter was subtle and faint, yet it sent shivers down Shang Wanshi's spine, more unsettling than any roar of anger. Lu Jingxing remained reclined on the sofa, unmoving. He merely lifted the cup of tea before him, long since cooled, delicately skimming off the froth with the lid, his movements graceful and unhurried. He did not even glance at Gu Yuan. His gaze was directed at the expansive one-way glass wall, as though admiring the scenery of his domain. Mr. Gu, he began, his voice still warm and devoid of emotional turbulence. Did you not inquire sufficiently before considering a purchase? The question, posed with an air of nonchalance, left Shang Wanshi feeling suffocated. At last, Lu Jingxing turned his attention back to her, his deep, phoenix-like eyes now imbued with a hint of condescension and playful pity. His gaze did not linger on Gu Yuan, but shifted towards Shang Wanshi. General Manager Shi, did you not inform Mr. Gu? This racetrack is not for sale. Shang Wanshi's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Lu Jingxing's maneuver was masterful. He refrained from directly rebuking Gu Yuan's audacity, instead redirecting the blame towards her, subtly insinuating that as the intermediary, she had failed in her duty, leading to this absurd meeting. In that instant, Shang Wanshi felt the weight of embarrassment and helplessness as the most awkward participant in this high-stakes confrontation. She opened her mouth, yet her throat felt parched, rendering her voiceless. What could she possibly say? To claim she had warned him, only for this madman to disregard her? That would only serve to make Gu Yuan appear more of a jest in Lu Jingxing's eyes. Just as Shang Wanshi found herself at a loss, bracing to shoulder the entirety of the fallout, Gu Yuan's voice broke through. "General Manager, she has informed me," he stated calmly, effortlessly absorbing all the pressure Lu Jingxing had cast upon her. "Not only did she tell me that you would not sell, but she also mentioned, Mr. Lu, that you lack for nothing, neither money nor power." Gu Yuan lifted the cup of tea before him, but did not sip. He merely observed the swirling leaves within, continuing in a measured tone. "However, since I have promised General Manager she to gift her a racetrack, it is not my style to abandon an endeavor without at least attempting it, merely because of the so-called impossibility." Shang Wanshi abruptly raised her head to regard Gu Yuan. His profile, illuminated by the soft light of the reception room, appeared resolute and defiant. In that moment, she understood. He was neither mad nor arrogant. He was simply fulfilling his promise to her in his own way, even if that promise seemed foolish to everyone else. A wave of fervent emotion surged from the depths of her heart, instantly dispelling all fear and unease. The smile on Lu Jingxing's face dimmed slightly. He refocused his attention on Gu Yuan, and this time, his warm gaze held a sharper edge. He placed the teacup down on the low redwood table with a soft thud. The sound reverberated, causing Shang Wanshi's heart to skip a beat. Lu Jingxing's entire demeanor shifted. He leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on his knees, fingers interlaced. This posture transformed him from a relaxed host into a judge. The distance between him and Gu Yuan diminished, and the once gentle aura dissipated, replaced by a pure, oppressive presence that filled the room, characteristic of one in authority. In that case, Lu Jingxing's voice lowered. "General Manager, she should have informed you that I hold this racetrack in high regard. You would have me relinquish it before you?" Each syllable was articulated as though squeezed from between clenched teeth, imbued with a chilling resonance. Was this a display of utter disrespect towards me? Or does Mr. Gu believe that, in Jiangzhou, there exists nothing that his wealth cannot procure? Are you not afraid? Lu Jingxing's voice trailed off, his sharp, phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly. A glint of cold light flashing across them. I turned hostile? The temperature in the reception room plummeted to freezing point. Shang Wanshi's palms were slick with sweat. She could sense that Lu Jingxing was teetering on the brink of an outburst. Should Gu Yuan utter even a single ill-judged response, the events of today would spiral beyond redemption. Yet, in the face of such an overwhelming interrogation capable of crushing one's will, Gu Yuan remained unmoved, his posture unchanged. He lifted his gaze, meeting Lu Jingxing's oppressive stare with unwavering resolve. There was no fear, no retreat in his eyes, only a serene clarity. "Mr. Lu, you are mistaken," Gu Yuan began. "I have committed to General Manager Shi, and I shall fulfill that promise. It is a matter of principle for me. Even if the acquisition ultimately fails, I must engage with you personally, as a demonstration of accountability to my principles. As for respect," Gu Yuan's lips curled into a smile, imbued with a power that could upend conventional wisdom. "If today I were to leverage countless connections, navigating innumerable circles to finally engage someone of your stature as an intermediary, that would indeed be scheming. That is not respect." His voice paused, each word falling like a piece on a chessboard, landing at a most critical juncture. It was a report from subordinate to superior, a plea from the weaker to the stronger. "But today, I have come to negotiate business with you." Gu Yuan gently set his untouched teacup back onto the table, aligning it with Lu Jingxing's. "I have laid my cards on the table, my intentions, my objectives. My sincerity, clear for you to see. This is not a provocation." He observed Lu Jingxing's pupils, which had suddenly constricted, and slowly uttered his final words. "This is the only, and the greatest, respect I can offer you." Chapter 69, A Billion-Dollar Gamble, Breaking the Track Record. The delicate aroma of tea dissipated in the reception room. Shang Wanshi found her breath caught in her throat, distinctly aware of her heart pounding wildly within her chest. She gazed at Gu Yuan's composed profile, while stealing glances at Lu Jingxing, her entire body taut with anticipation for an impending storm. Lu Jingxing remained still, his slightly narrowed phoenix eyes filled with scrutiny. An invisible weight enveloped the entire room. It was not mere intimidation, but an absolute control that comes from prolonged dominance, rendering Shang Wanshi's breath labored. Time trickled by second. Just as Shang Wanshi was on the verge of breaking the silence with some utterance, Lu Jingxing's tense countenance suddenly relaxed. A deep, rumbling laughter erupted from within him. Huh. The laughter grew louder, transforming from a resonant chuckle to a hearty guffaw. Ha! Lu Jingxing leaned back into the plush sofa, his shoulders subtly shaking. He pointed at Gu Yuan and shook his head, his laughter devoid of mockery. filled instead with a sense of wonder and appreciation for the novelty he had encountered. Shang Wanshi stood frozen, utterly bewildered. She had anticipated Lu Jingxing's fury, envisioned him storming out, but never imagined he would react in such a manner. After laughing for a good half-minute, Lu Jingxing finally ceased. He picked up the now-cold cup of tea from the table and drank it in one gulp, as if to steady his emotions. He turned his attention back to Gu Yuan. His previously sharp gaze now softened with a profound interest. "Mr. Gu, do you know? Jiangzhou has not seen someone as intriguing as you in a long, long time." Lu Jingxing set down the teacup, leaning forward, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. "To buy a racetrack for a woman, even risking offense to me to accomplish it face to face." He paused, directing his gaze toward the still shocked Shang Wanshi. "General Manager Shi, you have chosen an extraordinary friend." This unexpected compliment sent Shang Wanshi's heartbeat racing, her cheeks flushing. Lu Jingxing withdrew his gaze, returning to Gu Yuan. His demeanor now relaxed as he shrugged. "However, Mr. Gu, I acknowledge your respect. Yet, this matter may not be as intricate as it seems." His tone softened. "General Manager Shi is welcome to race at any time. The gates of Silverstone Circuit will always be open for her. Whether you acquire it or not does not impede her from enjoying the thrill of speed." Shang Wanshi felt a sense of relief wash over her. She believed this was the best outcome attainable. She glanced at Gu Yuan, hoping he would take this opportunity to de-escalate the situation. However, Gu Yuan simply shook his head calmly. "Mr. Lu, the significance is different." His voice was not loud, yet it was resolute. "What is borrowed, and what is rightfully hers, are two entirely distinct matters." Shang Wanshi's heart jolted at his simple, yet direct assertion. Lu Jingxing's smile faded slightly as he reclined back into the sofa, crossing his arms, reverting to the posture of a man in command. "Very well, I grasp your meaning." He nodded, his gaze sharpening. "Since you are aware that I lack for nothing, how do you intend to persuade me?" He leaned forward slightly, adding the most critical question. "Moreover, if the people in our circle were to learn that I, Lu Jingxing, sold my beloved racetrack, where would my face be?" This inquiry was direct and unresolvable. Shang Wanshi's heart sank. She understood that this was the crux of the issue. Yet Gu Yuan appeared unfazed, his expression unchanged. "Mr. Lu enjoys racing, and I presume you are well acquainted with the records of this track." He did not provide a direct response, but posed an unrelated question. Lu Jingxing raised an eyebrow, uncertain of Gu Yuan's intentions, yet replied, "Of course. The fastest lap record stands at 1 minute 31 seconds and 5/10, achieved by an F2 professional driver in a meticulously tuned race car." Shang Wanshi's pupils constricted slightly. She understood better than anyone what that time represented, the pinnacle of human and machine synergy on this track, a figure unattainable even by amateur enthusiasts. "Let's make a wager." Gu Yuan's voice resonated clearly within the room. "If I manage to break that record, you will sell me the racetrack. If I fail, let today's events be as if I had never mentioned them. Furthermore, I will personally donate 100 million to Mr. Lu's private charitable foundation as compensation for the time I have wasted." Shang Wanshi's mind went blank at that moment. She abruptly turned to Gu Yuan. Her eyes, typically ablaze with fervor, now filled with confusion and shock. What was he saying? He could race? And he aimed to break a record? A record that even she had never dared to imagine, one set by professional drivers? How could that be possible? Lu Jingxing's expression mirrored her surprise, the first hint of disbelief crossing his features as he regarded Gu Yuan as if he were a being from another realm. Yet, he did not immediately interrupt. Gu Yuan's voice continued, measured and unhurried. "As for Mr. Lu's concerns regarding appearances, I have devised a plan. Should I emerge victorious, you may assert publicly that it was I who fortuitously shattered the record on your track. You would express your admiration for my driving prowess, and our engaging conversation would lead me to propose the acquisition of the circuit. A discerning patron, appreciating talent, would relinquish a cherished asset to a steed capable of illuminating it with even greater brilliance. This scenario would not only preserve your reputation, but could also blossom into a celebrated tale, would it not?" Gu Yuan emphasized his point, casting forth his final card. "Upon purchasing the circuit, I intend to collaborate with all premier clubs within the country, investing substantial resources to host the grandest and most lucrative supercar invitation race on a national scale. This would establish Silverstone Circuit as a new landmark in the realm of racing in our country." Once he concluded his discourse, an unprecedented silence enveloped the reception room. Shang Wanshi found herself at a loss for thoughts. She gazed at Gu Yuan, who within mere minutes had not only proposed an apparently audacious wager, but had meticulously arranged all contingencies and concerns, including subsequent commercial value, with remarkable clarity. Lu Jingxing, reclining on the sofa, remained silent, his earlier expressions of shock, scrutiny, and amusement vanishing entirely. In their stead, a complex medley of emotions emerged: astonishment at being thoroughly seen through by a youth, admiration for the flawless solution presented, and a deep-seated wariness of this enigmatic man before him. Every challenge he had posed was deftly unraveled by Yuan, who even offered him an irresistible opportunity for both fame and fortune. After a long pause, Lu Jingxing exhaled deeply. He regarded Yuan and slowly nodded. Very well. He uttered a single word. Subsequently, he picked up the internal phone on the table and dialed a number. Clear the area. Remove all personnel and vehicles from the track. He hesitated, his gaze sweeping across Yuan's calm countenance. Bring my Apollo IE from the garage to the maintenance area. Hanging up, Lu Jingxing rose and approached Yuan, gesturing for him to proceed. In his profound, phoenix-like gaze, there lingered an emotion, an intense curiosity and anticipation. Mr. Gu, I shall provide the finest vehicle on this track. The circuit shall be entirely yours. Now, I am eager to see how you plan to astonish me. Chapter 70. He is not racing, but calibrating a miracle. In the maintenance area of Silverstone Circuit, Lu Jingxing led the two of them to the front of a carbon fiber beast poised for action, the Apollo IE. The body was adorned with razor-sharp aerodynamic enhancements, and in stillness, every inch of its contours radiated a restrained ferocity, rendering the surrounding air almost viscous. Mr. Gu, my prized possession, Lu Jingxing gestured with a flourish, his tone warm, yet tinged with the pride of ownership. The track stretches over 2 kilometers with 17 bends, seamlessly blending high-speed and low-speed sections, thus testing the comprehensive abilities of the driver. He laid out the rules with clarity. There is no rush. You may first take a few laps to familiarize yourself with the vehicle and the track. The wager hinges solely on the fastest single lap. Any lap that breaks the record will declare you the victor. Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Shangwan Shi, however, paid little heed to Lu Jingxing's introduction. She swiftly approached, crouching down to delicately brush her fingers over the icy, semi-melted tires, feeling the unique grip of the rubber. Rising, she meticulously inspected the state of the brake discs, her pupils reflecting the fine patterns on the ceramic surface. Her movements were professional and swift, each detail revealing her almost instinctual reverence for racing. Once her examination concluded, she stood, her expression unusually grave. In a voice barely above a whisper, intended solely for Yuan's ears, she cautioned, "This machine is a purebred track machine, not a mere road car. Its limits are high, yet the window for losing control is nearly non-existent. Do not overreach." Yuan did not respond, striding directly toward the driver's door. "Stop." Shang Wanshi's voice suddenly rose, her urgency evident even to herself. Yuan halted and turned to face her. She approached him, her burning gaze filled with unmistakable concern. "You're just going to get in?" The helmet. Her tone was nearly commanding as she turned and retrieved a full carbon helmet from the equipment rack, thrusting it into Yuan's arms. "Put it on." Yuan regarded the helmet in his hands, then glanced at her tense expression, finally allowing a hint of a smile to surface. All right. He donned the helmet, secured the buckle, and slid into the enveloping embrace of the bucket seat. The engine roared to life, a deep and aggressive growl vibrating through the maintenance area. Lu Jingxing returned to the sofa in the reception room with keen interest, while Shang Wanshi stood silently before the massive glass wall, her posture tense and poised. The Apollo IE exited the maintenance corridor and merged onto the main track. The first lap commenced. As the car sped past the grandstand's long straightaway, the engine's growl, though robust, was not the ultimate roar one would expect from this V12. Instead, it resembled a beast lazily yawning. Lu Jingxing observed the not particularly swift instantaneous speed displayed on the large screen and smiled at Shang Wanshi, saying, "Do not worry, Miss Shi. Mr. Gu is quite steady. The first lap is merely to get acquainted. Safety is paramount." Shang Wanshi offered no response. Her entire focus was fixated on the trajectory of the car. "No, this is completely off. What line is he taking?" In the first high-speed bend, he eased off the throttle prematurely, taking the most conservative outer line, losing at least half a second, a line wide enough to be leisurely. The subsequent series of S-bends revealed his cutting angles to be clumsy and awkward, each turn accompanied by unnecessary corrections, the car's posture resembling that of a novice first grappling with the steering wheel. A person bold enough to propose such a wager, one who dares to boast of breaking records, could not possibly make such amateurish mistakes. This is intentional. But why? Shang Wanshi's mind was a tumultuous whirl. As the first lap concluded, the car surged across the timing line. A glaring number flashed on the large screen. 14,532. A staggering 14 seconds slower than the previous record of 1 minute and 31 seconds. The disparity was monumental. Lu Jingxing's smile faltered momentarily before quickly returning. Yet a flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes. He lifted his teacup, attempting to mask his emotions. Shang Wanshi, however, paid no mind to that number. Her gaze was locked onto a smaller screen displaying real-time telemetry data. Lu Jingxing found the densely packed curves and numbers on that display uninteresting. Yet it constituted Shang Wanxi's domain. The moment the second lap commenced, her body quivered slightly. She perceived it. In the corner of that small screen, a data bar representing steering angles and speed consistency provided a final evaluation after completing the first lap, 99.97. This figure signified that Gu Yuan, amidst the 17 erroneous turns of the first lap, demonstrated a level of steering, throttle, and brake precision akin to that of a computer, remarkably consistent to the minutest detail. She abruptly turned, casting her gaze towards the seemingly composed Lu Jingxing beside her, her voice hoarse with a mixture of excitement and dread. I understand now, oh my god, I understand. Lu Jingxing set down his teacup, gazing at her in astonishment. Understand what? Ms. Shi, please don't rush, Mr. Gu. He isn't even racing. Shang Wanxi nearly shouted. Her face had drained of color, a blend of profound admiration and deep-seated fear etched upon it. He doesn't regard this as a competition at all. She pointed towards the car still meandering on the track, her voice trembling uncontrollably. He is using the first lap to scan this circuit, in the most brutal and precise manner, testing the limit of grip at each corner. He is utilizing his own body to calibrate this machine and this track in a way that mere mortals cannot fathom. Lu Jingxing was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the esoteric terminology. Shang Wanxi's chest heaved violently as she looked at him, enunciating each word with deliberate gravity. Mr. Lu, what we may witness today is not merely a victory. It is a miracle. The moment her words echoed through the air, the roar of the Apollo IE's engine abruptly transformed. It was no longer a resounding symphony, but a piercing wail, as if a ferocious dragon had awakened. The race car dashed across the timing line like a specter, marking the commencement of the official challenge for the second lap. Look at that high-speed turn. Shang Wanxi's tone shifted, becoming the sole commentator of this miraculous event. He hasn't eased off the throttle. He has gone full throttle into it. He has taken the erroneous route we just witnessed, yet he is going 60 kilometers faster. Lu Jingxing leapt up from the sofa, his teacup crashing onto the carpet, spilling tea that soaked into the fibers, oblivious to it all. On the screen, the first segment timing shifted from yellow to green, with no discernible process. Record shattered. Hairpin turn. His breaking point was at least 50 meters later than the record. He is insane. He is going to crash. Shang Wanxi instinctively covered her mouth. Yet, the car did not collide. The rear of the Apollo IE swung with an imperceptible yet precise angle, the immense inertia consumed entirely by this maneuver. The front of the car pointed unwaveringly towards the apex of the turn, and in the next instant, the entire vehicle shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. The second segment timing turned green. The third, the fourth. On the screen, the green signifying a new record spread like wildfire, engulfing the entire timing strip. Lu Jingxing's face, usually as warm and refined as jade, was now rendered blank. He finally grasped the meaning of Shang Wanxi's words. This was not a competition. This was a redefinition of motorsport, one not found in any textbook. As the Apollo IE transformed into a fleeting specter skimming the ground, crossing the finish line for the final time, the world fell into silence. On the colossal electronic screen, the time ultimately froze at 12,800. Chapter 71. The Silverstone circuit now belongs to you. The roar of the Apollo IE's engine faded into oblivion. Within the pit area, a near-frozen silence enveloped the atmosphere. The air was thick with the acrid scent of tires excessively worn, mingled with the scorching heat emitted as the brake discs cooled. Lu Jingxing stood frozen in place, his typically warm and gentle expression now devoid of any emotion. The cup of tea in his hand, long since cold, had unknowingly spilled onto the carpet. Yet he remained oblivious. Shang Wanxi's body was stiff, even her breath forgotten. Her gaze pierced through the expansive glass wall. Fixated on the carbon fiber beast that had just performed a miracle, her eyes, always ablaze with fervor, now reflected a complex radiance of enthusiasm, reverence, and astonishment. A soft click shattered the stillness. The door of the Apollo IE ascended, and Gu Yuan emerged. He removed his helmet, placing it atop the car, his tousled black hair revealing signs of disarray. His face bore no trace of fatigue from extreme driving, nor the exuberance of breaking a record. He appeared utterly calm. He did not look at Lu Jingxing, but rather directed his gaze immediately towards Shang Wanxi. Their eyes met. Shang Wanxi's heart was jolted by the weight of his tranquil gaze. She instinctively wished to step forward. Yet her feet felt as if they had rooted to the ground, rendering her immobile. In the presence of that gaze, she felt as though all her pride and defiance had been completely laid bare, enveloped by something far more powerful. Ultimately, it was Lu Jingxing who first reclaimed his voice. He exhaled a long, deep breath, filled with a sense of relief and heartfelt admiration. Instead of approaching Gu Yuan, he stepped alongside Shangguan Shi and, with unprecedented solemnity, whispered, "Ms. Shi, I retract all my previous opinions." He paused, turning to face Gu Yuan, his gaze now devoid of any skepticism or scrutiny, replaced solely by pure respect. "Mr. Gu, today I finally comprehend what it means to say there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people." He extended his hand. "The wager, you have won." Gu Yuan stepped forward, shaking his hand, his demeanor remaining unperturbed. "Mr. Lu, you flatter me." "No, it's not flattery." Lu Jingxing shook his head, a faint smile of resignation appearing on his face. "After playing with cars for so many years, today I realize I have yet to even enter through the door." As he spoke, he released Gu Yuan's hand and made a surprising decision that even Shangguanxi found unexpected. "This circuit, from now on, is yours." Lu Jingxing's tone was sincere. "And as for the money, let's not mention it. Consider it a welcoming gift for our friendship." Shangguanxi's heart skipped a beat as she looked towards Gu Yuan. To her, this felt like the best possible outcome. However, Gu Yuan shook his head. "Mr. Lu's goodwill is appreciated, but friends are friends, and business is business." His gaze shifted to Shangguanxi, his voice softening. "I promised her I would buy a circuit as a gift. If it's given by Mr. Lu, the significance changes entirely." Lu Jingxing was taken aback. He looked at Gu Yuan, then at Shangguanxi, whose eyes were slightly reddened, and suddenly understood. He smiled wryly once more, this time with a hint of relief and appreciation. "All right, I understand." He nodded, relinquishing his insistence. "Let us go by market value then. However, Mr. Gu, I am determined to befriend you." "It is my honor," Gu Yuan nodded. "And since we are friends, I shall not be polite." Gu Yuan shifted the conversation. "Regarding the previously discussed supercar invitation race, I wish to organize it into the largest and most professional event nationwide. This endeavor will likely rely on Mr. Lu's connections and influence within the community." "No problem." Lu Jingxing readily agreed, perfectly aligning with his intentions. "I'll handle the promotion and invitations. I'll cover double the advertising costs." Gu Yuan calmly added, "The additional half shall serve as a token of appreciation for your assistance, Mr. Lu." Although fully aware that Mr. Lu is not lacking in wealth, the prospect of earning money is never a disadvantage. Lu Jingxing found himself utterly taken aback. He gazed at Gu Yuan, this young man whose capabilities were unfathomable and whose actions were impeccably meticulous. He had afforded Lu ample respect while also presenting tangible benefits, making Lu willing to assist him and indebted to his favor. The finesse and vision displayed were remarkable. Lu Jingxing extended his hand and patted Gu Yuan's shoulder with conviction. "Excellent. Gu Yuan, I am resolute in choosing you as my friend." His tone resonated with absolute affirmation. "In Jiangzhou, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Upon concluding his words, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Have the legal department bring all the transfer documents for the Silverstone circuit to the reception room within 5 minutes. Additionally, please fetch that key." After hanging up, Lu Jingxing gestured invitingly to the two individuals present. 5 minutes later, all documents were duly signed. A servant entered, respectfully carrying an exquisite velvet box. Lu Jingxing opened the box to reveal a uniquely designed key, crafted from titanium alloy, embossed with a miniature map of the Silverstone circuit. He picked up the key but did not hand it to Gu Yuan. Instead, he approached Shangguanxi and placed the key into her hand. He regarded the woman, still appearing dazed, and softly quoted Gu Yuan's earlier words. "General Manager Shi, the Silverstone circuit now belongs to you." Shangguanxi's fingers trembled slightly as she looked down at the cold, weighty key resting in her palm. Feeling it bore the entirety of her lifelong dreams of speed and freedom. The man standing a short distance away, who smiled at her, had delivered this moment to her. Ding! Detected an increase in affection level for the female lead, Shangguanxi. Current affection level, 95. In the car on the return journey, Gu Yuan drove while Shangguanxi sat beside him. The atmosphere within the vehicle was tranquil and warm, having left the clamor of the racetrack behind. Shangguanxi felt her entire being relax. She tilted her head, observing Gu Yuan's focused profile as he drove, the shadows of streetlights dancing across his face. His tranquil composure instilled in her an unprecedented sense of security. After a lengthy silence, she finally could not contain herself and spoke softly. "Hey, just now, were you truly unafraid?" Her voice was light, tinged with an apprehension she had not even recognized in herself. Lu Jingxing's presence was overwhelmingly formidable. Had he truly turned against them, they might never have escaped that place. Gu Yuan did not turn his head, his gaze still fixed on the road ahead. But a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips. He responded with an air of nonchalance. "Of course, I was afraid." Shangguanxi was taken aback. She had envisioned him dismissing her concerns, asserting that everything was under control, yet she had never anticipated such a candid acknowledgement of fear. Then why? She instinctively pressed on. Gu Yuan turned his head to glance at her, his eyes radiating pure tenderness. Did I not promise you? His simple words instantly dismantled the final barrier within Shang Wanxi's heart. All her pride and resilience melted away in that moment. Her eyes grew warm, and her vision quickly blurred. She abruptly turned to look out at the fleeting night scenery, not wanting him to witness her vulnerability. After a brief interval, she turned back, a playful frown on her face as she lightly thumped her fist against his arm. You're so annoying. Yet her voice was thick with unshakable emotion and sweetness. Ding. Detected an increase in affection level for the female lead, Shang Wanxi. Current affection level, 96. Meanwhile, at the Silverstone circuit, Lu Jingxing stood alone in the empty reception room, watching Gu Yuan's car vanish into the night. Jiangzhou has truly welcomed a dragon. How increasingly intriguing. Chapter 72. For every reward, I shall donate one. The most audacious platform in history. At the heart of Jiangzhou, in a high-level conference room, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows framed a silent river of city lights. The room was quiet. At the head of the long conference table, Gu Yuan's fingers rhythmically tapped on the polished surface. Each sound heightened the tension in the air. To his left sat Shen Qingyan, Wen Tinglan, and Ji Qi. Three women of distinct yet formidable presence, forming the most robust decision-making core of Qingyan Holdings. To his right were Jiang Shanshan and Yu, both sitting upright, their expressions reflecting a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. The tenant issue has been resolved. The plan is drafted. When Tinglan's clear voice cut through the stillness as she slid a document to the center of the table, its contents succinct and to the point. In accordance with Mr. Gu's wishes, we will not enforce immediate eviction but will discuss terms. Companies with unexpired leases will be granted a 3-month grace period with waived rent. Should they choose to vacate early, Qingyan Holdings will cover all moving expenses and provide additional compensation. Shen Qingyan added, her tone gentle yet imbued with strength. I have instructed my assistant to contact several premier office buildings to negotiate the best leasing prices for them. Our terms will be irresistible. Gu Yuan nodded, refraining from looking at the document, trusting their professionalism. Proceed as planned. He set the tone decisively. The facade of Tinglan Media is important, yet we must not appear greedy. Both when Tinglan and Shen Qingyan exchanged glances, a glimmer of appreciation passing between them. They were accustomed to the cold-bloodedness and avarice of capital, and Gu Yuan's seemingly unreserved dignity was the true path to winning hearts. Now that we've addressed the main business, let's discuss another matter. Gu Yuan leaned slightly forward, his gaze sweeping across everyone present before finally resting on Jiang Shanshan and Yu. Tinglan Live requires a soul. His voice was calm, yet it tightened the nerves of all in attendance. Shanshan and Yu. He called out their names. Yes, Both responded in unison, instinctively straightening their backs. I hope you two can form a duo and become the ambassadors for Tinglan Live. This decision was anticipated by all. Jiang Shanshan and Yu exchanged glances, excitement bubbling within them. We are willing. Jiang Shanshan inhaled deeply, responding on behalf of both. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a cryptic smile, yet it bore an inscrutable depth. Do not rush to agree. My expectations may differ from what you envision. He paused momentarily, the brief silence thickening the atmosphere in the conference room. As ambassadors, all tips you receive during your future live broadcasts on Tinglan Live. Gu Yuan's voice trailed off, and Ji Qi's long fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the table, a sign she had entered a state of heightened vigilance. Gu Yuan regarded them, calmly delivering the final 4 words. You will receive nothing. A profound silence enveloped the room. The perfect business smile on Shen Qingyan's face momentarily froze. Anyu's small mouth slightly parted, her innocent doe-like eyes filled with pure bewilderment. Jiang Shanshan, holding a cup of water, froze midair. They both understood the significance of the term reward for a streamer. It represented value, popularity, and the sustenance of life. Yet now, Gu Yuan was poised to sever that connection himself. Mr. Gu, if I may speak candidly. The first to regain her voice was GCI. Her body leaned slightly forward, her elongated Danfang eyes fixed intently on Gu Yuan, her gaze laden with scrutiny. This business cannot be conducted in such a manner. A platform's ambassador with zero income effectively sends a message to the entire internet. Our Tingshan Live cannot generate profit. How can we attract other streamers? How can we compete with the sharks? This is not merely an industry joke, it is commercial suicide. Her words were direct, slicing through the fatal risks of this decision. Gu Yuan offered no rebuttal, merely gazing at her before gently posing a question. Who said Tingshan Live must follow the old paths of other platforms? GCI was momentarily taken aback. What I seek is not the most lucrative platform. Gu Yuan's voice, though soft, resonated like a bell in the hearts of all present. Rather, it is a platform that is pure and deeply respected. His gaze shifted to Jiang Shanshan and Anyu, warm yet imbued with a penetrating strength. I hope your artistry is not shackled by monetary concerns. Your songs and dances should be for expression, not for appeasement. I aspire for you to stand at an unprecedented height, revealing to everyone that live streaming can transcend mere clamor and fame. Unexpectedly, Anyu's eyes turned red. She recalled her time on the Shark platform, where she had to dance repeatedly for data and PK battles, endlessly thanking the screen for gifts. Gu Yuan's words at this moment shone like a light, illuminating the deepest corners of her heart and dispelling all accumulated gloom. But where will that reward money go? Anyu asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. Gu Yuan smiled, revealing his true answer. In your duo's name, we will establish a dedicated charitable foundation. All user rewards will be injected into this foundation in real time, with full transparency. Every time you sing or dance, it will transform into a gesture of goodwill to assist those in need. As his words settled, when Tingshan's fingers, resting on her knee, curled in slightly with newfound resolve. She comprehended Gu Yuan's true intent. This was not merely business. It was the forging of a faith. Jiang Shanshan could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. She did not wipe them away but suddenly rose and bowed deeply to Gu Yuan. I am willing. Her voice, though choked with emotion, was imbued with unprecedented determination. Anyu immediately stood as well, mimicking her gesture and nodding vigorously. I am willing too. GCI slowly reclined back in her chair, her body entirely relaxing. The sharpness in her gaze faded, replaced by profound shock and admiration. She looked at Gu Yuan, realizing that this man was pursuing a grand ideal in a nearly frenzied manner. To her surprise, she felt her own blood begin to warm. Just as everyone was still immersed in this overwhelming impact, Gu Yuan calmly announced the second and final decision of the meeting. Moreover, to support your noble endeavor and to uphold our platform's philosophy. He paused, each word distinctly resonating in the ears of everyone present. For every dollar rewarded by users, Tingshan Live will match that amount, contributing an equivalent sum to the foundation. The last echoes of Gu Yuan's statement dissipated into the air. The previously shattered silence in the meeting room returned with an even greater sense of oppression. If the decision to donate all rewards was revolutionary, then the platform's decision to match donations was sheer madness. Shen Qingyan lifted her water cup to her lips, but as it touched them, she forgot to drink. Her commercial mind was blank for the first time. Costs. This decision had no calculable expense. It was an endless abyss. For the first time, she could not comprehend Gu Yuan. When Tingshan lowered her head, her hair cascading down to obscure her expression. Beneath the table, her clasped hands turned pale from the pressure of her tightly clenched fingers. The intricately constructed world of data and logic within her was undergoing intense upheaval. Jiang Shanshan and Anyu, on the other hand, were utterly bewildered. Their minds had ceased to function, staring blankly at Gu Yuan, feeling as if they were ensnared in an unreal dream. Mr. Gu. Ultimately, it was GCI, the top legal elite, who managed to extricate herself from her shock with her formidable logic and reason. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, yet her thoughts remained coherent. I understand and admire your vision, but there is a fundamental issue we must confront. She turned toward Anyu and Jiang Shanshan, her tone laced with a hint of reluctance, yet underscored by a lawyer's rigor. In this model, how will Miss Anyu and Miss Jiang's personal value be realized? They have invested their exceptional talents and efforts, but cannot receive any direct economic returns. This is unfair to them and could become a vulnerability for external criticism, labeling us as mere showmen. GC's words splashed cold water on everyone, pulling them back to reality. Indeed, no matter how grand the ideal, one must still live. All eyes turned to Gu Yuan, awaiting his response. Leaning back in his chair, a look of approval graced his face. GCI, you have pinpointed the crux of the matter. He did not shy away from the question, but acknowledged its existence with calm resolve. Thus, their value will not be determined by users, nor by the market. Gu Yuan turned his gaze to Tingshan. It will be determined by us. Tingshan, he began, after this meeting. You will personally draft 2 contracts, one for Anyu and one for Shanshan. I want a long-term, fixed annual salary contract that is top tier in the industry. Their income will be unrelated to reward data or popularity. They should focus solely on their artistry, while the company will handle everything else. You and General Shun can discuss the specific figures. My only requirement is to ensure that the entire industry understands. We are not hiring streamers. We are welcoming artists. His words resonated with certainty. The atmosphere in the meeting room shifted. If the previous decision was selfless, then this one was an embodiment of respect, an ultimate respect for talent. Anyu trembled slightly. She was indifferent to the amount of money involved, but Gu Yuan's declaration made her feel that her dance was valued as never before. Jiang Shanshan felt a whirlwind of emotions, finally realizing that she had arrived at a place where her dreams could truly be realized. The corners of GC's mouth curled into a subtle arc. She knew instinctively that this man would never leave such glaring loopholes. However, Gu Yuan's subsequent words once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He shifted the focus of his gaze from Jiang Shanshan and In Yu, slowly sweeping over Shun Qingyan and Wen Tinglan, finally resting on GC's countenance. His tone, previously resolute, softened considerably. Of course, a mere annual salary is insufficient. I wish for every member of my core team to be free of any worries. He regarded these diverse yet equally radiant women, speaking softly. Qingyan Holdings will acquire a number of standalone villas. In the future, all core members, including Shanshan and In Yu, will be entitled to the use of a villa as long as they remain with the company. The company will also provide vehicles. I aspire for everyone to commute not from one residence to a workplace, but from one home to another. In that moment, the conference room was devoid of shock or speechlessness. Shin Qingyan, Wen Tinglan, and GCI, three women renowned for their composure in the business realm, were enveloped in silence. Shin Qingyan's fingertips absent-mindedly caressed the cool rim of her cup. Wen Tinglan's hands, resting on her lap, gradually relaxed before clenching tightly again. GCI leaned against her chair, her throat gently constricting, as if suppressing something profound within. They lacked for nothing, luxurious mansions, prestigious cars. They could earn those themselves. Yet what Gu Yuan offered was not these material possessions. It was a sense of belonging and security they had never before experienced. He was not merely buying employees. He was forging a family. In that instant, the last remnants of doubt and professional detachment evaporated from their hearts. The only sentiments reflected in their gazes towards Gu Yuan were absolute conviction and loyalty. Observing the transformative effect of his words on the group, Gu Yuan understood that the hearts of the team were united. He rose from his seat and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the intricate web of the city below. With the best team, we must also have the finest content. The duo of In Yu and Shanshan cannot merely consist of singing and dancing. I intend to elevate it into a segment, a brand. Turning back, his voice resonated with certainty as he outlined the future. The name could be Xia craftsmanship or elegance, and ode. The content will be divided into two segments. The first half will be lighthearted, singing and engaging with the audience to attract attention. The latter half will focus on our core. Each episode will feature a custodian of intangible cultural heritage from Xia country. They could be a master of shoe embroidery, a Guqin craftsman, or a shadow puppet artisan. What we aim to create is not a live broadcast, but an online artistic endeavor that promotes Xia culture. As his words concluded, the conference room fell into a profound silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. In everyone's minds, a grand tapestry unfolded, a monumental vision destined to be etched in the annals of internet history. After a considerable pause, Wen Tinglan stood, slightly bowing towards Gu Yuan. Mr. Gu, I shall commence preparations for the press conference immediately. GCI rose as well, her face alight with uncontainable excitement. I will personally lead the legal processes for the foundation. Shin Qingyan picked up her phone and dialed her assistant. Informed the branding department to swiftly devise a comprehensive brand strategy centered around Xia craftsmanship. Jiang Shanshan and In Yu also stood, exchanging glances that mirrored their boundless aspirations for the future. In that moment, the machinery of the Tinglan Empire, propelled by a grand dream, began to operate with unprecedented momentum.